In the enchanting realm of Miraculous Continent, Qin Feiyu, who has traversed through time and space to become one of the billion lords, begins his journey with a formidable frost giant dragon. From that moment onward, he strides forward with unwavering momentum, forging a dragon legion that sweeps across the land. He unites alliances and battles against tribes with decisive ruthlessness. When disagreements arise, he acts without hesitation. This is a tale of a young man from Blue Star who refuses to remain a mere pawn. It is a journey of rebellion, a quest to overturn fate and shatter the chessboard, as he evolves from an ordinary youth with nothing to a towering figure of immense power. Chapter 1. Global Lords, Tribes and Conflict. In the Miraculous Continent, a toppling Tian cliff on Luofu Island, a figure clad in a tattered black robe emanates a foul odor of decay, standing beside a shattered tower column. With a sinister grin, he proclaims, "This is the final coordinate. Once the sacrificial ceremony is completed, we shall summon the great demon lord to lead our cult in purging the continent." Suspended in midair, a comatose girl is bound to the column. Her body, inscribed with strange Ranesh, is the sacrificial offering of the wicked sorcerer. Jili Gulawoden Bung Cha-Cha, O Rue, Hey. The sorcerer begins to chant ancient demonic incantations, anticipating this momentous occasion. Suddenly, a golden streak of light appears in the sky, plummeting directly towards him. The sorcerer trembles at the sight, believing it to be a sign of successful summoning. He kneels in reverence, welcoming the return of the great progenitor. "Great demon lord, your loyal servant Yodel." Boom! A deafening crash interrupts him. The sorcerer, to his dying breath, never suspects that he is not welcoming greatness, but rather the harbinger of his own demise. Qin Feiyu shakes his head, rising to find himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. His eyes widen in horror as he notices a gruesome pile of dismembered limbs and flesh nearby. Wasn't I just asleep? Did I dream of playing games all night? He pinches himself, the sharp pain grounding him as a torrent of information floods his mind. Chosen ones of destiny, welcome to the Miraculous Continent. Here, myriad races coexist, warring against one another. In one fleeting moment, an ancient dynasty may crumble, only to be replaced by the rise of a new race. Whether human, gnome, elf, or orc, only through the relentless development of territories, the competition for resources, the construction of legions, and the cultivation of power can one survive in this perilous world. In this realm, all beings can attain their deepest desires provided they possess sufficient strength. Each territory enjoys a 7-day grace period after which the harsh realities of this world will ensue. It is up to you to seize opportunities and face challenges heed-in, or to relinquish your final 7 days of existence. To offer a glimmer of hope, a lucky will has been activated, 1 vote per person, today only. After massaging his aching head, Qin Feiyu mutters in disbelief, "Miraculous Continent? Tribes in conflict? Have I really traversed worlds?" He stands in a daze for a considerable time, gradually absorbing the overwhelming information. Indeed, he has crossed over, but he is not alone. Almost everyone from Blue Star, save for the frail and the elderly, has joined this game. As for those who did not come, he wonders if their absence has thrown the world into chaos. Moreover, beings from other planets or dimensions are also participants in this grand contest, with the total number of competitors reaching hundreds of billions. The precise mechanics elude him, but it is clear that a deadly contest of lords is at hand, losers stripped of everything, while victors earn the right to continue living. Fortune favors him. Had it not been for the invulnerable shield that protected him during his initial descent, he might have returned to Blue Star in an instant. The remnants of flesh nearby likely belonged to an unfortunate soul who met their end here. After a moment of reflection, he begins to process the information he has received. In this unfamiliar world, he is designated as a lord, possessing an initial territory. However, his game interface remains inaccessible until he locates his territory. The sole clue lies in the girl bound to the tower column. The girl appears to be around 16 or 17, her complexion pale. After some effort, Qin Feiyu manages to awaken her. Daya had resigned herself to death, only to find herself staring into the face of an extraordinarily handsome young man upon opening her eyes. Recognizing the familiar garb of the mangled bodies nearby, she realizes she has been saved. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she kneels before Qin Feiyu, exclaiming, "A." Detecting the common tongue of the alliance, the system automatically translates for you. Just as Qin Feiyu grapples with the language barrier, the interface opens with an automatic prompt. Current language, Blue Star language, Alliance Common Tongue. Would you like to switch? Switching to Alliance Common Tongue, Qin Feiyu gazes at Daya. Are you a resident of this land? He notices the peculiar sound of his own voice. Yet Daya perceives nothing amiss, eagerly nodding. My name is Daya, and I am a villager here. Are you a hero? She had heard tales from the village elders about heroes who wander the miraculous continent, appearing in times of despair to bring hope. She assumes Qin Feiyu is such a person. A hero? Qin Feiyu shrugs, honestly stating based on his game identity, I am no hero, I am a lord sent here by the Empire of Outcloud. So you are our lord. Upon hearing Qin Feiyu's response, Daya seizes upon it like a lifeline, pleading earnestly, my lord, I implore you to save our village. Confused, Qin Feiyu inquires, what is the matter? Daya explains that her village is an ordinary one, but 2 years prior, a nefarious force known as the Demon Sect emerged nearby, occupying Twilight City behind Ling Tian Cliff. This city harbors malevolent sorcerers who worship demons and conduct brutal, sacrificial rituals to summon demons. Seeking suitable girls from surrounding villages, Daya was to be one such victim. Fortunately, Qin Feiyu's timely intervention thwarted the wicked sorcerer, allowing Daya to survive. However, she warns that another sorcerer's apprentice remains in their village, awaiting news of the ritual's success. Should he discover that Daya has returned unharmed while the sorcerer has vanished, he is likely to unleash a massacre upon the villagers. Even the apprentice can summon low-level demons and hellhounds, beings far beyond the capacity of the ordinary villagers to resist. Hearing this, Qin Feiyu furrows his brow, realizing he is currently powerless to save their village. Moreover, by disclosing his official status to Daya, might she not suspect him of being a fraud? Or has the default identity of all lords in the game become an ingrained belief among the natives? Nonetheless, he must urgently devise a plan to navigate this predicament. After deliberating, he instructs Daya to lead him back to the village, perhaps within the bounds of his territory. An answer to their plight will present itself. After traversing lush forests and winding mountain paths, they finally arrive at the foothills, where primitive dwellings come into view. Simultaneously, his interface reactivates, inundating him with a cascade of notifications. Chapter 2. Probability Reversal, The Last Hope Ding Dong. The current territory is unnamed. Please name it promptly. Feiyu. The naming of Feiyu Village is successful. Automatic reward. Infantry Camp Construction Blueprint. Infantry Camp Construction Blueprint enables the construction of an infantry camp. Infantry camp level, ordinary 1 star. Recruitable units. Infantry, ordinary 1 star. Description, an utterly mundane barrack. Conventional barracks are categorized into 7-star levels, each of which is further divided into ordinary and elite tiers. The infantry camp is evidently the most basic of barracks. With a series of 10 light sounds, the essential functions of territory construction, heroes, legions, resources, trading, forums, unit pools, maps, the lucky roulette, and several other game features are successively unlocked. It is only now that Qin Feiyu has unlocked all functions as a lord. A warning indicates that your territory is under attack. Please respond promptly. Just as Qin Feiyu intended to explore the crucial functions of territory construction, the panel's alert sounded once more, causing a momentary panic. Was it not stated that the newbie protection period lasts for 7 days? How could the territory be attacked? Looking up, he beheld an unsightly middle-aged man summoning a swarm of imps to engage in close combat with a group of villagers armed with hoes and machetes. This man, wielding a crude black staff, incessantly murmured, conjuring one imp after another from the void. The villagers were clearly outmatched, suffering heavy casualties, their cries of despair echoing throughout. In the distance, a hellhound was attacking a group of women inside a house, spewing scorching flames that ignited the surrounding structures. You wretched insects. All I wanted was for you to offer me another woman for my pleasure. You leave me no choice but to take matters into my own hands. The grotesque middle-aged man, having summoned the imps, sneered arrogantly. Now, let us see just how tough your bones really are. You have already caused my daughter's death, and you wish to enslave my family. I swear that today, even in death, I shall drag you down with me. At the forefront, a burly middle-aged man fought valiantly against the imps, roaring as he cleaved one imp's head in two with his hoe. "Father!" Seeing her father fighting bravely, Daya could not help but shout and rush towards the swarm of demons. "Daya!" Dyson exclaimed in surprise upon seeing his daughter unharmed, as he dispatched another imp. Then cautioned, "Be careful." The apprentice of the dark sorcerer, Harry, felt tumultuous waves of dread within him at Daya's sudden appearance. Surely, it was the moment when Master Yodel's ritual was nearing completion. How could the sacrificial offering have returned? Could it be? Contemplating this possibility, he immediately fixed his gaze on Qin Feiyu, who had appeared alongside Daya, and barked, "Who are you? Where's Master Yodel?" Qin Feiyu observed the halted imps and hellhound, maintaining a facade of calmness while internally panicking. "Don't look at me. I have done you no wrong." Upon closely examining the details of the newbie protection period, he understood that such protection only ensured the safety of the lord. Conflicts among natives were not covered. Only when lords engaged in mutual assault would their territories be completely invulnerable. As he was currently outside the territory, he could not trigger the invulnerability effect. But how to return to the territory with this adversary blocking his path? No, he must find a way to save himself. Qin Feiyu's thoughts raced as he hurriedly opened the panel to explore any possible solutions. Basic information, pass. Territory construction, pass. Heroes, pass. He scoured through 7 or 8 functions, finding none that could alleviate his immediate predicament. When he reached the final function, the lucky roulette, he fervently prayed for divine intervention, hoping to discover a means to survive this crisis. Upon opening the lucky roulette, Qin Feiyu encountered a grid-like lottery icon, reminiscent of the lottery systems in games he had previously played. On the left was a button to initiate the draw, while the right offered an option to refresh the roulette. In the upper left corner of the lucky roulette, it indicated that he possessed 1 lottery ticket. Conveniently, all 9 icons were briefly described, revealing their respective probabilities, extinguishing any unrealistic fantasies for those less fortunate. Frost Dragon, 7-star ordinary unit, quality C, can replace hero units. Skills: Frost Breath, Cold Wave, Frosty Body, Berserk Tier. Acquisition probability: 0.000000000000001. 6-star Dragon Eagle Knight Camp. No construction required. Can recruit 6-star Dragon Eagle Knights. Weekly output: 3. Recruitment conditions: 20,000 gold, 20 crystals. No territory level restrictions. Acquisition probability: 0.00000000001. Sulfur Mine. Weekly output: 70. Acquisition probability: 0.000000001. Katerland. B-level domestic hero unit of the Elf Clan. Talent: Management Expert. Acquisition probability: 0.0000001. 500 crystals. Acquisition probability: 0.0001. Quarry. Weekly output: 350. Acquisition probability: 0.0001. 3-star unit. 3-headed hound. Probability: 0.01. 100 wood. Probability: approximately 0. 19. Premium food for 100. Probability: approximately 0. 80. After reviewing the probabilities of these prizes, Qin Feiyu felt as though something within him had shattered. Were they asking an African chieftain to gamble? It was utterly absurd. His greatest hope rested with the 3-headed hound, as it at least offered a 1% chance. If he could just delay for a moment, he would be safe upon returning to his territory. What to do? Should he gamble or not? To be frank, Qin Feiyu found himself with no alternatives. Seeing Qin Feiyu remain silent, Harry's previously anxious heart gradually relaxed. He initially believed Qin Feiyu to be a mysterious powerhouse who had come to rescue Daya. However, Qin Feiyu's youthful appearance, coupled with his current pretentious demeanor, was hardly the posture of a true strongman. Thus, Harry was convinced that Qin Feiyu had secretly devised a way to rescue Daya, fortuitously crossing paths with him. Regardless of how you escaped, arriving here is your gravest mistake. Noticing that these individuals posed no threat to him, Harry wasted no time. Summoning a portion of the imps to launch an assault on Daya and Qin Feiyu, he intended to indulge himself with a woman, and Daya's youthful allure seemed a fitting target for his whims. Damn it! Realizing that delaying was futile, Qin Feiyu cursed silently. He had to draw the prize. There was no choice but to proceed. He clicked to draw. Ding! Detected that current events satisfy the conditions for use. Would you like to utilize the talent ability, probability reversal? Qin Feiyu's heart raced to its peak, momentarily bewildered by the sudden prompt. What was probability reversal? Upon opening the basic information section, he discovered he possessed a talent, probability reversal, a level. This ability allows for the reversal of all outcomes of any discernible probability event that has not yet occurred or is yet to occur. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Qin Feiyu was astounded upon seeing this talent. It seemed tailor-made for someone of his plight. He promptly selected yes. Subsequently, a new prompt appeared. Choose one of the following outcomes. Outcome 1. Reverse the lottery result, changing a 100 success rate to a 0 success rate. Outcome 2. Reverse the lottery gains, replacing the final rewards with prizes of opposing probabilities. Outcome 3. Reverse the probabilities on the lucky roulette, swapping the highest and lowest probability prizes. Outcome 1 was self-evident. It was not an option. Outcome 2, Qin Feiyu surmised, would likely involve drawing a prize first, then swapping it with a prize of opposite probability. However, since the probabilities of the prizes on the lucky roulette were not complementary, he could not ascertain whether the final outcome would indeed be successful. A failure could result in the same fate as the first outcome, which he was loath to risk. The most prudent choice was outcome 3. For someone less fortunate, it was a divine blessing, as the items with higher probabilities were the most precious. Naturally, Qin Feiyu chose the third option, and the probabilities on the lucky roulette underwent a significant change. Frost Dragon probability of acquisition, approximately 0. 80-star Dragon Eagle Knight camp probability of acquisition, approximately 0. 19. Observing the shifting probabilities, Qin Feiyu remained undeterred. If he were to receive a Dragon Eagle Knight camp, he lacked both the time and the resources to recruit them. Thus, it was imperative that he secured the Frost Dragon. He silently repeated this in his mind and clicked to confirm the draw. Chapter 3. Frost Dragon Zavina. As Qin Feiyu initiated the lottery, a luminous circle appeared on the fortune wheel, oscillating among 9 icons. After a few moments, as the circle's flickering gradually slowed, Qin Feiyu focused intently on the final outcome, his heart racing with anticipation. Congratulations on acquiring the Frost Dragon. As the circle finally halted on the Frost Dragon option, he breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the prompt, and then joyfully leapt into the air. In the Miraculous Continent, there are 7 tiers of military units, each with combat powers vastly different from one another. Units of the same tier are further divided into ordinary and elite units, with elite units boasting superior strength. A 7-star Frost Dragon, even if merely an ordinary unit, stands at the pinnacle of the military hierarchy. As a member of the highest echelon of known military units, it would be trivial to confront the imminent dangers ahead. Would you like to materialize your reward? Watching as the little demons advanced towards him, Qin Feiyu took a slight step back and clicked to materialize. This time, he had no choice but to wield overwhelming force. Why has it suddenly turned cold? Harry, commanding the little demons and hellhounds, shrank his neck in confusion and glanced around. He noticed that the greenery nearby was gradually covered by a layer of frost, and a piercing cold wind surged from the direction of the cliff. The entire Lingtian cliff seemed to have instantly descended into winter, sending a shiver down his spine. Feeling the abrupt drop in temperature, the villagers also looked up in bewilderment. Suddenly, they caught sight of a colossal white figure soaring from the summit of Lingtian cliff, trailing an intense cold current. It was an adult frost dragon, measuring 28 meters in length, its slender white body adorned with spikes and covered in white stripes. The sharp horns on its head were etched with silvery patterns. Its expansive wings cast shadows over the land, freezing everything in its wake. The sight of the frost dragon sent everyone tumbling to the ground in fear, with even Harry shrinking back, unable to directly gaze upon such a magnificent being. It was known that even their most revered demon lord was merely an equal to the dragon. Now, witnessing the dragon in person, he harbored no thoughts of resistance, instead praying that this magnificent entity would merely pass by. The frigid gale stung Qin Feiyu's face, yet he remained oblivious, his excitement unfettered as he gazed at the soaring dragon. Sensing his gaze, the frost dragon, upon gliding to a few hundred meters above the village, transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman clad in blue leather armor. With spiraled silver horns atop her head, her beauty surpassed that of any noble woman. After the frost dragon's transformation, the intense icy aura suddenly softened, though a trace of chill lingered. As the frost dragon approached, everyone knelt in reverence, fearful of incurring the wrath of this great being. Harry, too, instructed the little demons and hellhounds to lower their heads in respect. With each step the frost dragon took, the hearts of the onlookers trembled. bewildered by how such a powerful creature had come to this barren land. "Esteemed Dragon Lord," Harry spoke, representing the demon faction, "we welcome your presence." As the frost dragon drew near, Harry forced a smile that was more painful than tears, hoping that this formidable entity had heard of the demon faction and would not harbor hostility towards him. The villagers of Feiyu, witnessing the dragon's affiliation with Harry's faction, felt a plunge of despair. With such a powerful ally, they were destined for calamity. Even Jia's face displayed hopelessness. It was not until the frost dragon Zavina knelt before Qin Feiyu, her gaze as reverent as a devotee's, that Jia's eyes widened in shock. "Esteemed Lord, I, Zavina of the Winter's Wing, pledge my service to you." "Eliminate him," Qin Feiyu calmly said, watching as Harry attempted to flee. He finally grasped the satisfaction that comes from being in a position of power. "As you command." Zavina let out a soft huff, and a surge of cold energy coalesced in her hand, swiftly aimed at Harry. Before he could even turn around, he was encased in ice, his breath extinguished, while the hellhounds and little demons dissipated into smoke, vanishing from sight. At that moment, the villagers were filled with sorrow, many having been bitten by the little demons. However, they dared not raise their voices, fearful of provoking Qin Feiyu and suffering the same fate as Harry. Qin Feiyu approached the ice statue of the terrified Harry, confirming his demise, then turned to the villagers and declared, "I am your new lord, Qin Feiyu. From now on, I shall protect you." The villagers were taken aback to learn that the mysterious youth who had vanquished Harry was none other than the legendary new lord. Listening to Qin Feiyu's heartfelt proclamation, their prior fears dissipated, replaced by a peculiar sense of safety. They bowed in gratitude for his salvation. After instructing Dyson to take the injured villagers to the only doctor in the village for treatment, Qin Feiyu finally had a moment to examine the information regarding his territory. Territory: Feiyu Village Level. Level 1 Village Next Phase. Level 2 Village requires 5,000 gold, 2,000 units each of stone, wood, and iron for upgrade. Regular buildings. Level 1 Lord's Mansion, unique. Level 1 Houses, 20, accommodating 5 each. Level 1 Resource Storage, 7. Level 1 Freezer, 1. Level 1 Apothecary. Level 1 Blacksmith. Level 1 Tailor. Special buildings, none. Foundations, 20. Residents, 82 humans. Capacity, 100. Territory resources, gold, Lord's Mansion, 2,000. Wood, level 1 resource storage, 1,500. Stone, level 1 resource storage, 1,500. Iron, level 1 resource storage, 1,500. Food, level 1 freezer, 1,500. Special resources, crystal 0, sulfur 0, mercury 0, gem 0. Resource points, none. Territory attributes, none. Barracks, none. Units, none. Heroes, none. Description: a feeble village ravaged by hardship. Indeed, it was somewhat shabby, Qin Feiyu remarked after reviewing the territory construction panel. As for why the territory did not display any heroes, he gleaned an understanding from the panel. If a lord does not assign a hero to a territory, then that hero remains a subordinate unit, subject solely to the lord's command. However, if assigned to a territory, other heroes with control over that territory may also command the hero. Under Dyson's guidance, he finally arrived at the Lord's Mansion. The Lord's Mansion was modest in size, reminiscent of a courtyard from the old era of Blue Star. Upon entering the main gate, there was a courtyard with buildings in 3 directions. The center housed a reception hall, while the left and right contained a study and a bedroom. Qin Feiyu sat in the reception hall, listening to Dyson relay the circumstances of Feiyu Village, gradually forming a concrete impression of his territory. After delegating Dyson, the former village head, to handle the aftermath, Qin Feiyu began contemplating the future. Undoubtedly, the failure of the Demon Lord Summon ritual would not go unpunished by the demon faction. With his complete ignorance of the situation in Twilight City, he could only take things one step at a time. Having roughly outlined the direction of territorial development, he finally took the time to examine Zavina's information. Zavina race, Frost Dragon profession, Dragon Warrior quality, 7-star C-class, can substitute for level 1 hero, hero title, Wing of Winter loyalty, 100. Commands that strongly violate her own will reduce loyalty. If loyalty falls to 40, she will refuse to battle. If it falls to 10, she will defect. Racial talent, humanoid form. Spell affinity bond, maximum 100, nature's child. Each additional dragon increases all attributes by 1%. Skills, Frost Breath, Cold Wave, Frost Body, Savage Tier. Logistics, 700 gold per week. 7 units of food per day. Alternative hero can be used as a unit led by a hero, or as a hero unit without a hero leading. The ability to eliminate Harry in one fell swoop demonstrates undeniable strength. However, the logistics cost is rather steep. The thought of the future expenses involved in raising dragons made Qin Feiyu's head throb. Chapter 4. Exchange for lottery tickets and reap rewards upon opening the forum interface. He resolved to first comprehend the survival conditions of other lords. The forum comprises 5 sections: world, region, territory, trade, and private channel. Due to the overwhelming number of lords, the world channel is divided into 1 million subchannels, each capable of accommodating 10,000 individuals. Channel 63005-8 Lonely Ash. Where am I? I worked overnight and woke up here. There are several large wolves nearby. Can someone save me? Don't ask me about love. Why is my territory a graveyard? I can only summon ghosts. But a group of spirits was just crushed by a giant bear. I am Su Xian. Quickly spin the lucky wheel. I can't help but drool over the Medusa Queen. I want one so badly. Delicate little fairy. I also see my flame demon brother. But what is the probability? There are so many zeros, I can't even count them. Big brother, don't kill me. There's no point in thinking anymore. These are all things we can see, but not obtain. Everyone, hurry and draw something useful. I'm still waiting to draw a centaur to save my life. A pack of gargoyles is watching me closely. Turning back is too hard. I don't want lottery tickets. Can anyone trade me some combat units? A horde of zombies is guarding outside, and I dare not go out. Upon hearing about lottery tickets and trading, Qin Feiyu's eyes lit up. Could lottery tickets be traded? He opened the trading interface, which is divided into 2 sections, requests and exchanges. Next to the exchange interface is a keyword search function. Qin Feiyu did not examine the request section, as he had nothing to offer. It would be futile. However, the exchange section dazzled his eyes with a plethora of items, with a total of 10 categories spanning over 7,000 pages. Old artifacts, exchange for 5 gold. Wolf pelts, exchange for 10 units of food. Territory residents, exchange for 10 wood. 1-star spearmen, exchange for 200 stone. 100 wood, exchange for 100 iron ore. Overwhelmed by the vast array of exchangeable resources, he couldn't help but check his own resources. Resources are categorized into conventional and special. Conventional resources include gold, food, wood, stone, and iron ore, while special resources encompass crystal, sulfur, mercury, and gems. The former is used for the daily sustenance of the Lord's subjects and for recruiting troops, while the latter is required for constructing special buildings and recruiting powerful units. He found himself possessing 2,000 gold, 1,000 units each of food, wood, stone, and iron ore, while all special resources were currently at 0. This was the game's initial resource allocation, placing all lords on an equal starting line. Additionally, the lord's resources do not count towards weight limits and can be stored separately from the territory, serving as invaluable assets in warfare. Reopening the trading panel, Qin Feiyu entered lottery ticket into the keyword search function, causing all other items to vanish, leaving only the red icon of the lottery ticket and the items available for exchange. According to the data, there were at least tens of thousands of tickets available. He wondered why so many people were reluctant to seize this lottery opportunity. Perhaps they feared ending up with nothing, preferring to make advantageous trades instead. Lottery ticket, exchange for any 1-star unit, 5 units. Lottery ticket, exchange for 200 units of wood. Lottery ticket, exchange for 200 units of food. Qin Feiyu was elated. Lottery tickets were surprisingly affordable, with the cheapest requiring only 400 gold. The current trading market system has a fixed ratio for resource and gold exchanges, approximately 1:2. Unless the trading market experiences a fluctuation, significant changes in the near future seemed unlikely. Ultimately, to play it safe, Qin Feiyu exchanged for a total of 8 lottery tickets, spending 800 gold, 500 units of wood, 400 units of stone, and 400 units of iron ore. He couldn't help but imagine the expressions of those who sold him the tickets when they learned he obtained the coveted items through them. With excitement building, Qin Feiyu opened the lucky wheel, rubbing his hands in anticipation. With everything in place, he commenced the draw. Congratulations. You have won sulfur ore. Congratulations. You have won a 6-star Dragon Eagle Night Camp. Qin Feiyu drew all 8 tickets in one breath, and with each successive prompt, his heart swelled with joy. As he had anticipated, the 6 most precious prizes were unique. Once drawn, subsequent lottery attempts would only yield from the remaining 3 prizes. After materializing all these rewards, Qin Feiyu began to tally his gains. The 6-star Dragon Eagle Knight camp, which had no territorial level restrictions and required no construction, was immediately manifested in the vacant lot of the northern village, occupying 6 foundations at once. The tremendous rumble startled countless residents, who paused their tasks to witness a grand structure rising in the north. They couldn't help but bow in reverence, marveling at the miracle. Qin Feiyu said little. The Lord's proclamations held little significance. Only tangible benefits would truly win the loyalty of his subjects. Moreover, countless astonishing events awaited them in the future, and they would gradually grow accustomed to it. Indeed, the barracks produced by the system required no construction. The Dragon Eagle Knight camp quickly took shape after landing. With the prospect of officially forming his aerial squadron, Qin Feiyu felt a hint of excitement. Before long, the Dragon Eagle Knight camp was firmly established, and as Qin Feiyu looked up, he beheld its full grandeur. It was a stone-carved structure measuring 15 meters in length and width, standing approximately 8 meters high, resembling a giant eagle soaring with wings outstretched, exuding an imposing presence. Dragon Eagle Knight camp level, ordinary 6-star recruitable unit. Dragon Eagle Knight, ordinary 6-star, recruitable quantity, 3 weekly production, 3 recruitment conditions, 20,000 gold. 20 crystals. Description: a powerful aerial troop encampment, an unparalleled choice for elite combat and airstrikes against enemy backlands. Upon reviewing the panel, Qin Feiyu was thoroughly satisfied with the production capacity of the Dragon Eagle Knight. However, upon seeing the recruitment costs, his eyes twitched. 20,000 gold, far beyond his means. The plan to form an aerial squadron had faltered, leaving Qin Feiyu somewhat disheartened. He resolved to organize his resources, exchanging the unnecessary ones to see if he could gather enough gold to recruit the Dragon Eagle Knights. Smoothing over his disappointment, he reopened the lucky wheel and exchanged the remaining unmaterialized rewards one by one. The sulfur ore was manifested atop the abandoned mine to the east of the village, facilitating convenient extraction, with a guard team able to patrol the territory in tandem. The elven internal affairs hero, Catralan, appeared before him shortly after being summoned, a handsome male elf. After an exchange of pleasantries, he assigned this hero as the first of his territory, responsible for managing all affairs in Feiyu village. The 500 crystals were added to his resource warehouse, more than sufficient for recruiting Dragon Eagle Knights, though he currently lacked the means to convert them into conventional resources. After all, not everyone possessed his stroke of luck. The quarry was established beside the sulfur mine, allowing the guard team to manage both sites efficiently. Qin Feiyu contemplated whether to sell the 3-headed hound of 3 stars or utilize it as labor. After all, his ambition was to assemble an aerial squadron. The 3-headed hound was suitable for guarding but, in terms of finances, must be sold. He overlooked the 200 units of wood, having grown indifferent to it after witnessing so many valuable items. As he organized these resources, Qin Feiyu cast a glance at the 3-headed hound sitting beside him, its expression one of eager submission. He estimated its market value in his mind. There was no alternative. 3 stars could likely fetch a high price, providing a perfect opportunity for profit. Since he had no use for it, selling it for gold seemed the wisest choice. After all, recruiting Dragon Eagle Knights still requires significant funds. After much contemplation, Qin Feiyu decided to open the world channel to see if there were any lords in need of exchanging troop types. There were still many lords seeking assistance. After sifting through the options, he quietly initiated a private chat, naming himself Dragon Knight, and selected a lord by the name of I really don't want to cross over. Dragon Knight, what is your situation? I have a business proposal for you. I really don't want to cross over. Please save me. I've been stuck in a tree for a day, and those wolves down below are keeping a close watch on me. The area is surrounded by dense jungle, and I just want to go home. Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyu contemplated the lord's predicament. The wolves he referred to were likely phantom wolves and gale demon wolves, approximately of ordinary 2-star level. This must be one of the initial trials. Exchanging resources for troop types would be the most prudent course of action. It was fortunate he had not remembered he could trade troop types. Otherwise, he would be regretting it now. Since it was a trial, Qin Feiyu knew it wouldn't be excessively challenging. 3 3-star hellhounds should suffice to deal with those wolves. With this thought, he wasted no time. Dragon Knight, 3-star hellhounds will have no problem dealing with your wolves. Once they reach your territory, they can help clear some resource points for the early development of your domain. I only require gold. If you can gather 5,000 gold, I will trade them to you. I really don't want to cross over, Ordinary 3-star hellhounds for 5,000. That's highway robbery. Dragon Knight, consider it carefully. I have already put the trade up. Just a friendly reminder that 2-star troops may not be able to handle those wolves. Qin Feiyu had noticed the trade listings for 2-star big-eared monsters and archers, which were quite reasonably priced at 1,000 gold or 500 of other resources. However, he doubted that this lord could effectively use those troop types against such initial trials. Otherwise, the purpose of the trial would be lost. Sure enough, only a few minutes later, the lord messaged again. I really don't want to cross over. I can only gather 4,000 gold. Please. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Qin Feiyu calculated roughly that the exchange rate for ordinary resources to gold was about 1 to 2. Selling half of his resources would exceed 4,000. He was not a charitable figure, so he simply ended the private chat. Most lords in the forum were discussing the issue of food scarcity. He glanced at his territory S1, 500 units of food, and called for his steward, Catralan. Esteemed lord, how may I serve you? Catralan, an elven hero skilled in territory management, had been assigned to administration after Qin Feiyu discovered he was male. However, less than half an hour later, he summoned Catralan back, leaving the hero bewildered. Are there any surplus resources in the territory? I could use them. If resources are needed, I suggest that you and Lady Zawena clear the nearby resource points. I can send people to gather. We could reap significant rewards daily. Qin Feiyu's eyes lit up. He had been so focused on recruiting Dragon Eagle Knights that he forgot he had a powerful ally at his disposal. He noticed Zawena standing aloof in the Lord's manor and called her over, once transformed into her human form. Zawena's arms and legs were enveloped in silvery ice crystals, resembling a frost armor. The dragon wings on her forearms morphed into sharp spikes, and her head was crowned with an icy tiara, her gaze fierce like that of a frost queen from the north. As she approached with measured steps, she elegantly bowed, her right fist to her chest. How may I serve you, my lord? Seeing the fleeting flash of white across her chest, as she bowed caused Qin Feiyu's heart to flutter. He quickly shook off such thoughts and spoke earnestly. We need to eliminate some uncertainties nearby. I wonder if my presence will affect your combat effectiveness. It is my honor to accompany you, my lord. However, those pests are not worth your time. I can handle them all, Zawena said confidently. I merely wish to ride along. No, I also need to understand the situation around my territory. After all, I am the lord. Realizing his mistake, Qin Feiyu quickly corrected himself, relieved when he saw that Zawena had not noticed anything amiss. He silently warned himself to remain vigilant. I am at your service. Zawena nodded without hesitation. Qin Feiyu and Zawena departed the village, encountering numerous respectful glances from the villagers. He relished this moment. Yet the looming threat of the demons from Twilight City weighed heavily on him, fueling his desire to increase his strength. After Zawena transformed, Qin Feiyu gazed in awe at the 20-meter-long dragon before him, marveling at the perfection of such a creature, at least in his eyes. Carefully climbing up the crystalline spikes of Zawena's dragon wings, he finally reached her back. Her broad back was supported by ice crystal pillars, while not entirely comfortable. It was devoid of significant flaws. He would need to ask Catralan to create a cushion later. Feeling the chill beneath him, Qin Feiyu mused. Are you settled, my lord? We are ready to depart. After a brief wait, Zawena inquired. Let us depart. As Zawena ascended gradually, Qin Feiyu watched the ground recede beneath him, a surge of ambition swelling within. From this moment onward, both heaven and earth would have a place for Qin Feiyu. My lord, which direction shall we take? As they circled upward, Zawena asked softly. Feeling the fierce winds rushing past, Qin Feiyu pointed north, opposite the Lingtian cliff. Let us explore this way first. To the north of Feiyu village lay a hilly terrain, and at their current altitude, he could not discern any resources or mines. His choice was deliberate. He knew that behind Lingtian cliff lay Twilight City, and he had no desire to deliver himself into the enemy's lap for free. It was crucial to remember that the Lord enjoyed a 7-day protection period solely within their territory. Any self-destructive actions on the Lord's part would fall outside this protective range. Qin Feiyu had already plotted his course. He would explore northward, gather sufficient resources, seize wild nests, and continually recruit formidable troops to form an army. Only by amassing great strength could he effectively counter the impending attacks from the demon cult. He even conceived a brilliant plan that would inflict significant damage on the demon cult, though it required more elite warriors than just Zawena to execute. As Zawena flew a short distance northward, she suddenly spotted several monsters at the edge of a hilly area. Qin Feiyu signaled her to slow down as they approached the location. When flying low, he finally discerned the comical appearance of the creatures. They were a group of goblins, with the largest among them looking rather sneaky, likely the goblin chief. He also noticed that they were guarding a small lumber mill. Since he had come to search for resources, he signaled Zawena to land directly. Goblins were merely 2-star creatures, and even the goblin chief was only a 2-star elite. Upon sensing the overwhelming presence of a superior being above them, the timid goblins let out a few panicked cries before scurrying into the lumber mill. Qin Feiyu was taken aback by the goblin's reaction. After disembarking from Zawena at the lumber mill's entrance, he found himself momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. The lumber mill was modest in size. Upon entering, Qin Feiyu immediately spotted 5 kobolds lurking in the shadows. As they observed that Zawena did not attack them immediately, they seemed to come to a realization, promptly prostrating themselves on the ground and bowing towards Qin Feiyu and his companion. A group of kobolds admired him, eager to join his ranks. At that moment, a notification panel popped up before Qin Feiyu. Chapter 6. Return. Qin Feiyu cast a quick glance at the shifty-eyed kobold leader, pondering the intelligence of the kobolds on this continent. It was no wonder they had survived until now. They were indeed resourceful. Understanding that accepting this group of kobolds would pose no adverse effects, he consented to their enlistment. Esteemed Lord, Husky Hal pledges his service to you, the kobold leader said with a sycophantic grin, flanked by his covetous kin. After the kobolds joined, the panel automatically displayed a selection for the common tongue of the tribe, which Qin Feiyu defaulted to, enabling him to comprehend their speech effortlessly. Husky race, kobold class, kobold leader quality, elite 2 stars loyalty, 60 racial talent, digging deep bond. Numbers speak. Each additional kobold increases strength by 1%. Skills, champion of escape, taunt logistics, 10 gold per week, 2 units of food per day. Upon reviewing the information about the kobolds, Qin Feiyu felt somewhat dissatisfied, particularly with the ongoing food consumption, which felt burdensome to him. Disbanding them outright could lead to immediate hostilities, and he was not one to turn his back on those he had accepted. Thus, selling them seemed the best course of action. Contemplating the transaction panel, he decided that such clever kobolds should not be squandered but rather offered to other lords. He promptly listed the kobolds for sale, casting a somewhat guilty smile at the forlorn gaze of the kobold leader as they vanished from sight. The traded units would remain in a secure location until the buyer completed the payment, making it the continent's premier logistics service. Qin Feiyu lamented the exorbitant shipping fees, which were a staggering 1% of the item's value. Truly a ruthless merchant's practice. With the kobolds now part of Qin Feiyu's forces, this small lumber mill belonged to him, albeit temporarily unstaffed. He immediately summoned Catraland via the panel to send someone for resource extraction. The ability to issue commands to his heroes in real time was one of the perks of being a lord, and Qin Feiyu adeptly utilized this function. Having acquired his first outdoor resource point, he chose not to soar into the skies again, but continued on foot, with Zawena heading north. Traversing on foot allowed him to better explore, avoiding the oversight of small resources that might be missed from above, and he remained mindful of his primary quest. Before long, they encountered a group of centaurs. This band appeared quite formidable. The centaur chieftain, as Zawena surmised, likely possessed at least 3-star elite capabilities. Upon noticing the uninvited guests, the centaur chieftain commanded, "Halt. The path ahead is forbidden." Unlike the kobolds, the centaurs did not bow before Zawena's draconic presence, which provided Qin Feiyu with a sense of reassurance. While subduing foes without a fight was gratifying, he understood that in a land teeming with diverse races, each upheld its own survival laws. Intrigued by what could warrant the centaur chieftain's guardianship, he sensed it was no ordinary treasure. As Qin Feiyu and his companion remained unmoved, the centaur chieftain recognized their intent was not benign. He swiftly assumed a battle stance, raising his hoe, prepared to dispatch the intruders. Unfortunately for him, as they charged, Zawena unleashed her dragon breath, turning them into ice sculptures before they could even comprehend their folly. With the battle concluded, Qin Feiyu, as the leading hero, celebrated another resounding victory, marking his 3rd triumph following the Dark Sorcerer and the Dark Apprentice. The hefty experience gained elevated him to level 3. Behind the frozen centaurs, he discovered a gleaming 3-star treasure chest, which the centaurs had evidently been guarding. Qin Feiyu's excitement surged. What treasures might lie within? As an aficionado of chance, He felt a flicker of anticipation. Should he open the treasure chest? Approaching the radiant 3-star chest, Qin Feiyu activated the opening command. Upon confirmation, the chest automatically opened, revealing a construction blueprint inside. Simultaneously, a notification appeared. Congratulations! You have acquired the Centaur Barracks Construction Blueprint. Centaur Barracks Construction Blueprint enables the construction of Centaur Barracks. Centaur Barracks level, ordinary 3 stars recruitable units, Centaur Warriors, Centaur Scouts, with a very low probability of recruiting Centaur Leaders and Centaur Oracles. Description: a robust warrior barracks, suitable for mid-tier force reserves. Upon reviewing the blueprint's details, Qin Feiyu recognized his fortuitous stroke of luck. It was merely the first day of the game, and he had already secured a powerful 3-star barracks. Ordinary barracks had a chance to summon elite units, which could be deemed a minor treasure. Most importantly, this barracks produced multiple types of units. If he could trigger its talent probability reversal, the likelihood of producing elite troops might even increase, potentially transforming it into a quasi-elite barracks. While other lords toiled over meager resources, finding satisfaction in acquiring a 1-star elite unit. Little did they know that someone had already surged ahead. Suppressing his exhilaration, Qin Feiyu pressed on, having encountered just 2 waves of wild creatures and reaped such rewards. He felt a growing anticipation for the journey ahead. As they continued, Qin Feiyu and Zawena systematically cleared wave after wave of monsters. After completely depleting the orc troops at their nest and listing all orc units on the trading market, he halted Zawena, slightly out of breath, and suggested, "That should suffice for today. We can continue tomorrow." He felt too sheepish to admit his fatigue, given that he had been an ordinary person before this journey. Despite having leveled up to 5, his frail physicality remained a reality he could not escape. Zawena glanced up at the setting sun and nodded in agreement, transforming into her dragon form and crouching to await Qin Feiyu. With great effort, he climbed onto Zawena's back, having long lost the enthusiasm for riding a dragon. All he desired was to return to the warmth of his bed. In his eagerness to sweep away all obstacles, he had forgotten that this was not merely a game. He still needed sustenance. Upon manifesting his food supplies, he found nothing but raw tomatoes and potatoes. After dozens of attempts, he even conjured raw meat, which left him utterly disheartened, forcing him to endure his hunger. Had he not encountered some gnolls roasting meat along the way, he would have remained oblivious to how long he might have gone without food. Yet, he had to admit, the gnolls' cuisine was quite unpalatable. Upon his return, he resolved to seek out a skilled cook. He was far from accustomed to the culinary styles of this other world. During their flight back, he requested Zawena to take a winding path, and the fog surrounding his territory on the map began to dissipate. Aside from the stretches he had explored, the remaining areas remained shrouded in darkness. The resource points he had claimed were marked on the map, allowing him to send others to extract resources directly, as the game possessed its unique extraction mechanisms. Chapter 7. Recruitment of Dragon Hawk Riders. Upon returning to Feiyu Village, Qin Feiyu immediately summoned Catralan. "Esteemed Lord, I have arranged delectable food and steaming bathwater for you," the elven steward attentively announced, aware of Qin Feiyu's needs. With a clap of his hands, several elegantly dressed young maidens entered the lord's abode, setting down fragrant dishes on the dining table. 2 maidens remained nearby, ready to serve Qin Feiyu, one of whom was the girl he had rescued, Daya. Qin Feiyu had never experienced being served before, and for a moment, he felt a sense of novelty. However, being observed by a crowd while dining left him with an unsettling feeling. After a brief hesitation, he decided to send the 2 young maidens away. As they departed, the melancholic expression on Daya's face made him feel as though he had committed some grave wrongdoing. He was not a libertine, but aside from Daya, the other maidens were rather unappealing. Daya, although of age, was merely 16. Bound by tradition, he was not so desperate as to disregard the dignity of a girl so young. "Would you care to join us for a meal?" Qin Feiyu asked awkwardly, glancing at the waiting Catralan and Savina. Influenced by modern thoughts from Blue Star, he found it difficult to accept the idea of dining while others stood by. "Please, take your time, my lord. I shall take my leave." Catralan observed Qin Feiyu's discomfort and, after bowing, exited the dining hall, closing the door behind him. Being adept at reading the room, he recognized the distinct way his lord treated Savina. However, as a mere steward, this was not his concern. He would focus on managing the territory, leaving personal matters to the lord's discretion. Ultimately, Qin Feiyu chose not to retain Savina. believing that showing respect during their unfamiliarity was the hallmark of a good lord. Upon opening the dishes prepared by Catralan, Qin Feiyu tasted the food and shook his head in disappointment. It appears the culinary arts of this other world leave much to be desired. I must devise a way to import the 8 major cuisines. Alas, before my crossing, I was but a novice in the culinary realm. He contemplated inquiring if anyone specialized in food research, as the trading market offered remarkable convenience. He opened the World Channel on the forum and casually inquired, "Dragon Knight, I am willing to pay handsomely for ingredients and seasonings from the 8 major cuisines, along with their methods from this realm. Interested parties may contact me privately." However, his message quickly vanished into silence. The lords were preoccupied with survival, leaving little room for culinary concerns. Realizing that posting in the World Channel was futile, he refrained from further attempts. He estimated it would be some time before the lords could provide the items he sought. He was patient. Good things were worth waiting for. If only he could have a talented chef from his own world. He indulged in such fantasies for a moment, but soon roused himself, reminding that this was not a game, and life was singular. After an adequate meal, Qin Feiyu proceeded to the Lord's chamber, which included a backyard designated for the Lord's service. However, upon seeing 2 young maidens clad in scant attire beside a large bathing basin in the backyard, his expression turned somewhat rigid. Wasn't he the elven race reputed for its purity? It seemed the steward was busy with dubious arrangements. Perhaps next time he could request 2 more aesthetically pleasing maidens? Did the elves possess a different standard of beauty than humans? After dismissing the unwilling maidens, Qin Feiyu began to relish the pleasure of bathing alone. "I adore bathing. It is rejuvenating." Once refreshed, he felt all his fatigue dissipate and began to tally the day's achievements. Throughout the day, they had cleared 12 monster encampments, engaged in combat 8 times, and recruited monsters directly 4 times. They successfully acquired resources from 6 lumber mills and quarries, 5 treasure chests, and discovered an orc den, from which they recruited all the orcs before selling them, along with the recruited monsters, to other lords. Monsters recruited in the wild cost about half more than those in the territory. Nonetheless, they were still slightly cheaper than the market prices at that moment. Qin Feiyu, driven by the principle of not passing up easy profits, decided to recruit the orcs and act as a middleman. He understood that, as time progressed, the market prices would stabilize, diminishing his opportunities for profit. The price for ordinary 1-star units was approximately 200 gold coins, with elite units costing double. Ordinary 2-star units were about 600 gold coins, and elite 2-star units around 1,000 gold coins. Ordinary 3-star units were recruited at around 1,600 gold coins, with elite prices fluctuating around 2,400 gold coins. The market prices for the various star-rated units were markedly different. 1-star units still had a market, but the price was nearly equivalent to the recruitment price, yielding little profit, essentially a break-even situation. 2-star units were scarce, as most lords exchanged resources for armies to raid wild encampments and sustain themselves through warfare. Consequently, the demand for 2-star units outstripped supply, elevating their prices by about 20% compared to recruitment costs. As for 3-star units, they were exceedingly rare. Once available, they would be snatched up immediately at prices reaching twice that of standard recruitment for 3-star units. Qin Feiyu came to terms with this reality. Higher-star units not only boasted superior combat capabilities, but also greater vitality, making them far more suitable for raiding compared to 1-star fodder. Especially elite 3-star units, which could potentially annihilate dozens of ordinary 1-star units, served as remarkably effective tools for early conquests when the nearby wild monsters were relatively weak. The transactions he completed for all units amounted to a staggering 30,000 gold coins, primarily driven by the sale of an elite 3-star orc vanguard and 5 ordinary 3-star orc warriors at high prices. Additionally, his treasure chests had yielded 8,000 gold coins in 2 openings, bringing his total gold reserves close to 50,000. The previously recruited 3-star hunting dogs had also been successfully traded, and upon checking, he found they had been purchased by an entity named I Really Don't Want to Cross Over. In the end, it seems even they capitulated. After redeeming some standard resources, Qin Feiyu finally amassed a total of 60,000 gold coins. The thought of finally summoning the Dragon Hawk Knight filled him with excitement as he made his way to the Dragon Hawk Knight camp. As evening approached, the exhausted inhabitants were preparing to retire for the night. Catralan was still busy, having just assumed his position and faced numerous tasks awaiting his attention. Qin Feiyu did not wish to disturb him. Upon arriving at the Dragon Hawk Knight camp, he summoned all 3 Dragon Hawk Knights. With the confirmation of the recruitment information, a brilliant white light illuminated the majestic Dragon Hawk Knight barracks. The sound of stones shifting echoed as a valiant figure clad in crimson armor appeared, seated upon an 8-meter wingspan Dragon Hawk. Upon spotting Qin Feiyu, he beckoned the circling Dragon Hawk to descend, creating a gust of wind before landing gracefully before Qin Feiyu. Saluting, Dragon Hawk Knight Longwu, at your service, my lord. Simultaneously, the other 2 Dragon Hawk Knights descended slowly, each more imposing than the last, truly befitting those capable of commanding Dragon Hawks. After inspecting their profiles, Qin Feiyu finally gained some insight into the Dragon Hawk Knights. Longwu race, human class, Dragon Hawk Knight quality, ordinary 6 stars loyalty, 100 talent, beast mastery bond, Skyrider sovereign. Each additional Dragon Hawk Knight increases agility by 1%. Skills, Eagle Strike, Whirlwind Howl, Sky God of War Logistics. 200 gold coins per week, 6 units of food per day. Chapter 8. Current status of the territory in summary. The combat prowess of the Dragon Hawk Knights was impressive, though their striking crimson armor paired with the red feathers of the Dragon Hawk was somewhat ostentatious. With the Dragon Hawk Knights, Qin Feiyu's aerial squadron had taken shape, albeit with numbers that were rather sparse. With this thought, he dismissed the Dragon Hawk Knights to rest and summoned Catralan once more. What is the current state of the territory? Catralan appeared ready to report, leisurely retrieving a notebook from his chest. After a cursory glance, he spoke. Esteemed Lord, Feiyu village currently has a population of 82, with 25 engaged in mining, 10 in the lumber mill, and 10 in the quarry. 20 individuals are involved in farming, while another 17 are occupied with various other tasks. The population is somewhat insufficient and requires timely replenishment. Why are so many needed for mining? Qin Feiyu was surprised to learn that the number of individuals required for resource gathering reached as high as 45, constituting half of the population. The ordinary resource gathering site requires 5 individuals daily, while a site for special resources necessitates 10. Currently, the Lord possesses 1 gold mine, 2 iron mines, 1 sulfur mine, 2 sawmills, and 2 quarries, resulting in a substantial workforce dedicated to resource collection. However, this raises concerns about the increasing manpower needed at each resource point, and whether it is feasible to gather resources in a single day given the distance from the territory. Qin Feiyu harbors deeper apprehensions. This could significantly diminish efficiency and hinder the territory's development. Fortunately, there is no need for the Lord to worry. Once the territory is upgraded to a town, it will be possible to construct workshops for resource machinery production and create resource transport vehicles to ensure that all resources are safely delivered daily. Furthermore, by maintaining logistical support at the resource points, workers can build rudimentary shelters nearby, allowing them to live and eat at the sites and transport resources once a week, saving time and effort. The only drawback is that resource transport vehicles require a small escort. For less significant resource points, 1 or 2 star guards will suffice, while special resource points necessitate stronger protection. The wilderness is rife with marauders who frequently target weaker escort teams. I am even contemplating whether, given the Lord's substantial control over the Legion, it might be prudent to recruit other races suited for labor to relieve the populace, allowing them to contribute more effectively to the territory's development. The construction of the territory is divided into 8 stages, from village, town, city, stronghold, main city, royal city, imperial city, culminating in the development of a sacred city. Each stage encompasses 10 levels, and while levels do not alter the territory's nature, they expand its boundaries and enhance its developmental capacity. Only by advancing through different stages will there be a qualitative improvement. Upon hearing Catralan's insights, Qin Feiyu recognized the significance of forming an escort team. He was eager to hear Catralan's suggestions. Today, I gathered information from Dyson and others regarding the surrounding conditions. Most villages under the jurisdiction of Twilight City are struggling, with some having been obliterated for resisting the Dark Sorcerer, coupled with rampant thieves and marauders. Many villagers have become refugees. I plan to shelter some of these displaced individuals to enhance the Lord's control over the resource points. However, a level 1 village has a total population of only 100, and only upon reaching level 2 can it accommodate around 200 people. I estimate that at least 500 individuals are necessary to fully control and supply food for resource points within a 10-mile radius. Qin Feiyu calculated that upgrading to a level 5 village entails considerable expenses, compounded by the necessity of constructing certain buildings to meet upgrade conditions. Thus, the financial gap remains substantial. First, elevate Feiyu village to level 2. I will devise a strategy for the resources and escort team, he instructed Cartralan. He allocated some resources to the territory panel, granting the appointed hero authority over all resources and population within the territory. Although certain procedural confirmations would still require his approval to ensure the Lord's oversight, personal resources would remain with him, and only by returning them to the territory could the heroes utilize them. Additionally, arrangements must be made for establishing a heroes' hall and a temporary military camp. Presently, the Dragonhawk Riders and Lady Zavina can be accommodated in the Lord's residence, but as the number of combat personnel increases, alternative arrangements will be essential. You will manage all these aspects, following the developmental standards for the coming week, gradually advancing thereafter, Qin Feiyu affirmed. He continued, if alternative beings can be employed for resource collection, prioritize their use. As for our citizens, let them focus on agricultural development. The human race excels in cultivation. Indeed, being a lord is no trivial endeavor. Even the smallest village presents numerous matters requiring attention. It is daunting to contemplate how to manage higher stages in the future. Qin Feiyu felt that the path to a postmodern existence is fraught with challenges. Very well, construction requires time. I will handle these matters. Moreover, here is a blueprint for a Centaur barracks. Arrange for its completion by tomorrow. He solemnly handed the Centaur barracks construction blueprint to Cartralan, emphasizing, do not recruit until I arrive tomorrow. Qin Feiyu yearned for a leisurely morning, anxious that his talent might go underutilized, and thus, he made a pointed reminder. Today had been exhausting, and he intended to sleep in. Cartralan accepted the command, but as he turned to leave, Qin Feiyu suddenly recalled something and called out, have the seamstress craft a comfortable backrest for me. Using the finest materials, comfort is paramount. Cartralan paused, realizing it was not that the Lord disliked women. It was merely that his choices had not been ideal. With this in mind, he resolved to prepare something unique for the Lord the next opportunity he had. The following day, Qin Feiyu awoke contentedly, the sun already high in the sky. He had not anticipated such a restful first day in this new world, a fortunate outcome of his lottery talent. Upon opening the forum, he found the world channel rife with hardship. Some had spent the night in trees, while others had sought refuge in heaps of refuse. Waking to such grim circumstances must have been a struggle for them. After a moment of secret satisfaction, he began to strategize for the day ahead. Based on Cartralan's observations from the previous night, resource limitations posed a primary challenge to upgrading the village to the town stage. Thus, it was crucial to ensure rapid construction of the village while also guaranteeing sufficient combat strength and manpower for resource collection during expeditions. This would test his capabilities. Fortunately, with Cartralan's managerial prowess and Zavina's warrior leadership, he needed only to oversee the broader strategy. Having swept through the area with Zavina the day before, he noted that while their levels had risen to 5 and physical capabilities had improved, Zavina's intimidating presence had caused some wild creatures to surrender, preventing him from sharing in the experience gained. Today, it would be more efficient for Zavina to conduct the sweep alone, allowing him to avoid hindering her progress. As for the Dragonhawk Riders lacking aerial units for themselves, he decided to send Cartralan to scout from another direction while he remained in the territory to delve deeper into the local culinary offerings. If he could acquire food and fruits that suited his palate sooner, it would be a delightful endeavor. After all, can a lord truly be called a lord if he does not engage in farming? Chapter 9. Visitors from Twilight City. After adjusting Zavina's role to that of a leading hero and offering her some guidance, he dispatched her to continue gathering resources. Despite the Dragonhawk Riders being unable to venture out for resource collection, Qin Feiyu ultimately decided to send Cartralan on an expedition to clear resources from a different direction. Meanwhile, he intended to utilize the panel's trading capabilities to exchange surplus resources for those needed, prioritizing the upgrade of the village to level 2. Upon reviewing the construction status of the territory, he noted that some necessary buildings for upgrading to a level 2 village, such as housing and resource depots, had already commenced construction. These were standard structures that could be directly renovated as long as resources were sufficient. Perhaps due to a shortage of population, the number of concurrent construction projects was limited. Just moments ago, the Centaur barracks had been completed. He retained this barracks for personal use due to the potential for elite units to emerge from it. and his talent would enhance those probabilities significantly. "Welcome, my lord," greeted Dyson, who had been entrusted with overseeing the progress of the Centaur barracks, upon noticing Qin Feiyu's arrival. Qin Feiyu nodded and examined the barracks, shaped like a half-man, half-horse statue. He found the distinct appearances of all barracks to be easily recognizable. Upon opening the recruitment interface, he discovered that the Centaur barracks differed from the standard barracks, with recruitment resembling a card-drawing mechanic, akin to a nurturing game, requiring 1,800 gold coins for a single recruitment attempt. In the recruitment pool, 4 distinct units are present: Centaur warriors, Centaur chiefs, Centaur scouts, and Centaur oracles. Among them, the Centaur warriors and Centaur scouts are ordinary 3-star units, while the Centaur chiefs and Centaur oracles are elite 3-star units. The recruitment count currently displays 13, indicating that one can attempt recruitment 13 times. In the realm of nurturing card-drawing games, Qin Feiyu possesses remarkable skill. Prior to his journey across realms, he was honored with the title of Great Chieftain of Africa, reigning above countless others. However, before proceeding, he must actively utilize his talent ability. Otherwise, recruiting a bunch of ordinary 3-star units would surely lead him to despair. Yet, upon noticing that his talent ability, probability reversal, was cooling down, he felt perplexed. Could it be that it was activated while he slept? Only after checking the message bar did he realize that the lucky wheel had automatically triggered the probability reversal, an exceedingly rare occurrence that extended the wheel's duration. Nevertheless, having already claimed all the beneficial rewards from the lucky wheel, he wondered if anything remained of significance. After some contemplation, he decided against relying on his luck for regular recruitment, bidding farewell to Dyson and returning to the Lord's Manor. With the probability reversal still cooling down, an hour is neither long nor short. Resting a while before returning poses no issue. Dyson assumed that Qin Feiyu had come merely to oversee the work and thought little of it, continuing on to another construction site to check progress. Upon returning to the Lord's Manor, with nothing pressing to occupy him, Qin Feiyu opened the trading interface to see if any new goods were available. The trading of lottery tickets was ongoing, but without the lucky wheel, these trades would automatically refund when their time expired. As no one would buy such worthless paper, except for Qin Feiyu, he knew well that the rewards in the lower 3 sections were infinite. As long as the value of the lottery tickets was significantly lower than the rewards, he was more than willing to engage in such transactions, as they proved quite profitable. The exchange rate in today's trading market remained stable. After posting a recruitment request on the gathering interface, he intended to check the world channel. In his recruitment post, he specified a purchase of lottery tickets for 50 gold coins, setting his sights on acquiring 1,000 tickets. He was confident that there would be sellers, and he would see what he could harvest later. After shouting for a while in the world channel, Qin Feiyu once again reveled in the joy of listening to the amusing anecdotes shared by other lords. The channel buzzed with tales like, "I recruited a group of beautiful elven archers yesterday. Their figures are simply breathtaking, and I discovered that my territory can grow mangoes. I can enjoy exotic fruits." Others pondered whether hunting dogs could mate with werewolves and whether units could mutually breed to expand their armies. Amidst the discussions, most lords had found their footing and uncovered many novel experiences. One couldn't help but admire the boundless imagination of people, given the right conditions. He too wished to create his ideal units. His territory seemed relatively normal, situated at the confluence of plains and hills, presenting a manageable survival and development challenge. As the cooldown for his talent skill elapsed, Qin Feiyu ventured out once more. With the territory's defenses being weak, he needed to recruit some centaurs. Upon reaching the Centaur barracks, just as he was about to reverse the recruitment probability and eagerly await the appearance of elite 3-star units, a figure stumbled into his view. Looking up, he saw Daya, her eyes brimming with tears, approaching him with a mix of fear and urgency. She fell to her knees before him, sobbing. "The evil witch has come. Please, my lord, save us." Hearing Daya's words, Qin Feiyu's heart tightened. Currently, Zavina and the Dragon Knights were dispatched, leaving the territory vulnerable. If enemies were to appear now, the situation could turn dire. He had been careless, focusing solely on the 7-day protection period of his territory, forgetting that it could not prevent the evil witch from harming the village and wreaking havoc. Though he found himself in a position of relative safety, he needed to figure out how to protect the villagers and safeguard his land. With his current manpower already insufficient, losing more would render his territory unmanageable, a fatal scenario for someone striving to outpace other lords. Realizing this, he promptly inquired, "How many foes are there?" What is their strength? There is only one, but he is stronger than the last witch, accompanied by a dozen hellhounds and a three-headed hell dog. My father and others have already been injured by him. I implore you to let Zavina take action to save us. This posed a dilemma. Zavina was out today. Qin Feiyu understood Dyson's intentions. He wanted Zavina to intervene, but alas, she was unavailable at the moment. What to do? It seemed he could not escape this fate. Dia, hearing Qin Feiyu's words, fell pale and sank to the ground, realizing that the witch sought not only revenge, but also to complete an unfinished sacrificial ritual. Overwhelmed by despair, her face turned ashen. Noticing her expression, Qin Feiyu grasped her hand to offer comfort, saying, "Do not worry. It is merely a minor character. I will gather a few allies." Determined, he immediately opened the recruitment interface for the Centaur barracks, executing a tenfold draw +3, successfully recruiting all available Centaurs. As beams of light flashed, 13 Centaur units surged forth from the barracks, forming 3 rows before Qin Feiyu. Bowing their heads and raising their weapons, they declared in unison, "We heed your call, my lord." Chapter 10. The Gates of Darkness. Centaur Warrior Race. Centaur Quality. Ordinary 3-star Loyalty. 100 Talent. Roar Bond. Heavy Cavalry Charge. Each additional Centaur Warrior increases trampling effectiveness by 1%. Skills. War Trample. Charge Logistics. 16 gold coins per week. 3 units of food per day. Centaur Chief Race. Centaur Quality. Elite 3-star Loyalty. 100 Talent. Roar Bond. Leading Charge. Each additional Centaur Chief increases charge distance by 1%. Skills. War Trample. Charge. Strong Strike Aura Logistics. 25 gold coins per week. 3 units of food per day. Centaur Scout Race. Centaur Quality. Ordinary 3-star Loyalty. 100 Talent. Nature's Power Bond. Child of Nature. Each additional Centaur Scout enhances spell effectiveness by 1%. Skills. Heal and Tangle. Seal Logistics. 18 gold coins per week. 3 units of food per day. Centaur Oracle Race. Centaur Quality. Elite 3-star Loyalty. 100 Talent. Nature's Power Bond. Child of Nature. Each additional Centaur Oracle enhances spell effectiveness by 5%. Skills. Purify. Seal. Heart of Healing Logistics. 27 gold coins per week. 3 units of food per day. Among the summoned Centaurs, there were 3 Centaur Chiefs, 3 Centaur Warriors, 3 Centaur Scouts. And surprisingly, for Centaur Oracles, upon reviewing the unit panels, Qin Feiyu was filled with resolve and addressed the assembled Centaurs. "Our territory is under grave threat. I require your assistance. Follow me. It is our honor to fight for you." The 13 Centaurs marched proudly behind Qin Feiyu, their spirits soaring at the prospect of battling alongside him. Despite harboring no complacency, Qin Feiyu recalled Savina and the Dragonhawk Knights from their exploration to ensure absolute security, though their return would take some time. The nascent stages of the territory's development were of paramount importance, and sacrificing several Centaurs to resolve the crisis would be a detrimental loss for him. Surrender the girl. None can impede the advent of the Demon Lord. Pledge fealty, and we shall bestow upon you the status of demonic thralls. Upon arriving at the village entrance, Qin Feiyu beheld a grotesquely hideous man in black robes, bellowing with unrestrained laughter. Dyson lay prostrate in the mud, his face contorted with humiliation. The remaining inhabitants of the territory were scattered on the ground, each bearing considerable injuries. Before the man stood a pack of hellhounds, their fangs bared, poised to strike. Dominating the vanguard was a Cerberus, the size of a calf, its gaze fixed upon the villagers with savage cruelty, deterring any rash actions. "Cease your insolence. When our lord arrives, you shall rue the day," Lin Xiang, a spirited young villager, retorted at the warlock's audacious pronouncements. He was well aware that their lord possessed a dragon at his command, capable of obliterating a warlock with a mere flick of the wrist. Huh, an emissary from the Empire? The Chuyan Empire is beset by internal and external strife. Hardly in a position to dispatch lords to your insignificant hamlet, the warlock scoffed, halting the Cerberus's advance. He ambled towards Lin Xiang, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling. "Even if an emissary were sent, now that you fall under the jurisdiction of Twilight City, we would be the ones to appoint a governor, not allow other factions to meddle." In his estimation, some faction, like themselves, was exploiting the internal discord within the Chuyan Empire, seeking to gain an advantage. You merely exploit the internal strife of the Chuyan Empire to seize Twilight City, vainly attempting to subvert the monarchy and realize the ambitions of your demonic cult. When the Chuyan Empire regains its composure, we shall see how you fare, Lin Xiang retorted, spitting blood as he rose to his feet, his neck craned defiantly. Such fortitude. Yet you shall not witness that day, for I shall dispatch you to the afterlife forthwith. Bucko patted the Cerberus, poised to strike. A cruel smile etching his face as he observed Lin Xiang's stubborn defiance. My pets, partake of your repast. At the command. The Cerberus lunged at Lin Xiang with unrestrained fervor, only to be intercepted mid-air by a sudden shadow, which sent it careening. Regaining its footing, it shook its dazed head. Discerning the true form of the shadow, a centaur clad in crimson armor, its head protected by iron, wielding a shovel of considerable size. Its gaze fixed upon it with palpable eagerness. Simultaneously, Qin Feiyu's wrathful roar reverberated. I shall see who dares to wreak havoc upon my territory. And who granted them such audacity. Taken aback by the sudden appearance of the centaur chieftain, Bucko raised his gaze at Qin Feiyu's bellow. Beholding a handsome youth emerging from the village, his countenance etched with fury. His own visage, already marred by ugliness, was now consumed by a profound jealousy towards Qin Feiyu. However, upon observing the 12 centaurs arrayed behind Qin Feiyu, he was immediately overwhelmed by an immense pressure. As a high priest within the demonic cult, his power surpassed that of the ritualistic priests who performed sacrifices. He had initially considered the bishop's decision to send him on this mission to be an egregious waste of his talents. Now, however, he questioned whether he could even escape unscathed. With this realization, he abandoned all pretense of restraint, biting his finger and chanting in hushed tones. Invoking his most potent ability, Demonic Gateway. By summoning a 5-star demon, the centaurs would pose no significant threat. Moreover, he deemed the acquisition of the handsome lord's skin to be worth any sacrifice. Disaster. He is opening a demonic gateway, summoning more formidable monsters from the infernal realm. He must be stopped. Dyson, rescued from Bucko's clutches, cried out in alarm upon hearing the incantation. Having witnessed this tactic employed by a previous warlock, he could not help but feel a sense of urgency. Stop him. At Dyson's words, Qin Feiyu, who had presumed victory was assured, was taken aback. He directed the villagers to retreat while commanding the centaurs to attack. The centaurs, heeding Qin Feiyu's command, surged forward, led by their chieftain, who spearheaded the charge, scattering the hellhounds that dared to impede their advance. The Cerberus, recognizing Bucko's precarious situation, flanking one centaur warrior, the centaur chieftains had no alternative but to immediately provide assistance. For they could not afford to allow the enemy to launch a surprise attack on their lord. The centaur seers and pathfinders had already encircled Qin Feiyu. At Qin Feiyu's command, the pathfinders began to weave entangling spells, seeking to ensnare the Cerberus. Meanwhile, the seers turned their attention to Bucko, who was in the process of opening the demonic gateway, raising their staves and chanting in unison. Purification. Seeing the nascent demonic gateway on the verge of disintegration under the opposing spell, Bucko cursed inwardly and bit his finger once more, allowing the blood to drip onto the gateway's form. The demonic gateway, like a ravenous vampire, greedily absorbed Bucko's blood, causing its crimson light to intensify dramatically, expanding to a height of over half a man's height, with glimpses of small demons visible from within. Purification cannot impede him. The centaur seers, having cast purification again, observed that the demonic gateway had already taken shape and furrowed their brows as they spoke. Chapter 11. Savina's return. Prepare for battle. The centaur chieftain roared, leading the charge. The remaining hellhounds were slain one by one under the centaur's onslaught, while the Cerberus was closely watched by the centaurs, who were waiting for an opportunity to surround it. Had the Cerberus not possessed considerable intelligence, it might have already been trapped. However, with the formation of the demonic gateway, a horde of lesser demons and margos, common denizens of the infernal realm, emerged, joining the fray, and a delicate balance was maintained with the centaurs. Qin Feiyu was now seized by anxiety. Although Bucko appeared to be extremely weakened, the monsters emerging from the demonic gateway were growing increasingly formidable, with new hellhounds appearing. His territory, with the exception of those present, was bereft of any other combatants, and the longer the battle raged, the more dire his situation would become. With this in mind, he immediately accessed the trading market. For the sake of his territory's security, he had no choice but to play the fool. My fellow villagers, charge. Send these monsters back to their infernal home and defend our lord with our lives. At that moment, the group of villagers reappeared, brandishing an assortment of crude weapons. Lin Xiang, wielding a hoe, led the charge, cleaving the head of a lesser demon with a single blow, displaying extraordinary ferocity. Qin Feiyu was surprised by the villagers' return. Despite the uncertainty of victory, they were willing to defend this place, and even to defend him. Qin Feiyu could not remain unmoved. However, the summoning of the centaurs had depleted most of his gold reserves. With a determined resolve, he purchased 2 royal griffins, spending 8,000 gold coins. A sum that caused him considerable pain. Royal griffins, mere 3-star units, were being sold on the trading market for an exorbitant 4,000 gold coins. However, Qin Feiyu had already planned to assemble an aerial force, and the royal griffins were within his consideration. This was an opportune moment to assess their combat capabilities. The 2 royal griffins materialized instantly, disrupting the balance between the 2 warring factions and tilting the scales once more in Qin Feiyu's favor. Witnessing Qin Feiyu summon reinforcements from thin air, Bucco's heart skipped a beat, and he accelerated the incantation for summoning demons. Simultaneously, he cried out, "Who are you? How dare you offend the demonic cult?" Upon hearing Bucco's words, Qin Feiyu found them both laughable and indicative of a desperate bluff. Having located Zawena and the others on the map, now exceedingly close to his territory, he chuckled, stating, "I am an officially appointed lord of the Izumo Empire, unlike you. The demon sect, who gather in the mountains and claim dominion over them. The Izumo Empire would never recruit warriors of other races. Cease your pretense. Are you not affiliated with the beast supervisors of the Yellow River Valley? Centaurs form the backbone of legions, even within their tribes, and a rare centaur prophet has emerged." Qin Feiyu mentally noted the Yellow River Valley, suspecting a connection between this organization and the demon sect. To think that our ritual was only one step away from completion, and you from the Yellow River Valley disrupted it. I shall certainly inform the high priest. Once the demon lord returns, we will deal with you first. Bucco, interpreting Qin Feiyu's silence as confirmation, grew indignant. I suggest you consider your own predicament first. Observing the 2 griffins slay the lesser demons and mag at the demon gate, Qin Feiyu calmly remarked, "Do you truly believe you can defeat me with these newly summoned beasts? I shall demonstrate the true power of a demon." Bucco, completing the final incantation, plunged his dagger into a nearby hellhound. The crimson blood soaked the ground, forming an eerie array. "Arise, fiend from the depths of hell." A 3-meter-tall humanoid creature with a goat's head ascended from the array, its scarlet eyes burning with sanguinary desire. "Insolent brat, you did not expect this, did you? I was merely stalling for time. Regardless of who you are, you shall now become food for the fiend." Bucco, witnessing the arrival of the fiend, once again turned audacious. Fiends are 5-star beings, and even a common one is more than a match for a group of centaurs. This is assured. Qin Feiyu, though surprised by the fiend's summoning, did not display the panic Bucco anticipated. Instead, he smiled and said, "Do not celebrate prematurely. Did you think you were the only one capable of delaying?" Bucco, having been deceived once before, grew wary upon seeing Qin Feiyu's unexpected composure. He frantically scanned his surroundings, fearing another sudden summoning that might disrupt his plans. After confirming that no new presence was emerging, he relaxed, a hint of mockery in his voice. "Do you think I would fall for that again? Your end has arrived. Fiend, slay them." Anxious to avoid any complications, he immediately commanded the fiend to eliminate the centaurs and royal griffins. The fiend, heeding the command, brandished its ghostly whip and slowly approached the nearest centaur chieftain, salivating as if anticipating a delectable feast. "Are you not supposed to be looking around? Look above." Qin Feiyu chided Bucco for his obtuseness. "What?" Bucco, upon hearing Qin Feiyu's words, glanced upward and was met with a colossal shadow descending with a chilling frost. The fiend, about to devour the centaur chieftain, was seized by enormous dragon claws and lifted into the sky. Overwhelmed by the intense draconic aura, it was frozen solid by the frigid breath of the dragon before it could even beg for mercy. After ascending to a sufficient altitude, Zawena released the fiendish ice sculpture. With a resounding crash, the frozen fiend shattered before Bucco's eyes. Bucco's eyes were now filled with terror as he trembled before the behemoth in the sky. An ice dragon. Witnessing the ice dragon's appearance and its instant annihilation of the fiend he had relied upon, Bucco lost all will to fight. His eyes were filled with despair. He never imagined that in this remote corner, in an obscure village, he would encounter a legendary 7-star being, a dragon. This was an entity on par with demons. One he had only heard of in the occasional pronouncements of the demon lords, but never seen. Now, He looked at Qin Feiyu not with contempt, but with a fear bordering on awe. He had been so smug, feeling in control of everything, only to realize that he had been nothing more than a jester all along. Zowena, having dealt with the fiend, transformed back into her human form and knelt before Qin Feiyu, saying, "Your subordinate is late in rescuing you. Please punish me, Lord." Chapter 12. Forming an exchange delegation, it is of no consequence. I did not anticipate the demon sect's arrival so swiftly. Qin Feiyu, touched by Zowena's worried and self-reproachful expression, waved his hand, signaling her to rise, before turning his gaze to Bulko. The centaurs had eliminated all the creatures from the demon gate after Zowena had dealt with the fiend, even slaying the hellhound. Bulko had ceased the summoning of the demon gate after the fiend's demise, now truly isolated. Qin Feiyu's forces, on the other hand, had completely surrounded him, leaving him no room for resistance. "Are you silent now?" Qin Feiyu approached the now surrendered Bulko, a harmless smile on his face. "The victor reigns, the vanquished perishes. I, Bulko, accept it," Bulko said with a brazen expression. "Did you think I would let you go?" Qin Feiyu, devoid of any sympathy for these treacherous individuals of the demon sect, waved his hand. "Eliminate him." With a scream from Bulko, the centaur warriors dragged his and the hellhound's corpses out of the territory and cast them into the wilderness. The panel once again indicated a resounding victory, and a flash of white light signaled Qin Feiyu's ascension to level 6. It was then that he had time to examine the Royal Griffin's stats. Royal Griffin race, Griffin quality, common 3-star loyalty, 100 talent, infinite counterattack bond. In numbers, each additional Royal Griffin increases counterattack power by 1%. Skills, long-range flight. Evasion logistics, 16 gold coins per week, 3 units of food per day. The attributes and skills were commendable. He had observed during the battle that they possessed both resilience and agility. Most importantly, they infinitely countered any attack, making them excellent tanks. Moreover, with griffins, he could be transported, eliminating the need for Zowena's constant accompaniment and enabling him to operate on 2 fronts. "Lord, we discovered this on the corpse of the evil warlock." As he pondered how to acquire more griffins, a centaur chieftain hastily approached him, presenting a black crystal. "What is this?" Qin Feiyu, holding the black crystal with some bewilderment, placed it in the trade bar, revealing its true name, Demon Crystal. Beyond that, there was no further information. With many pressing matters at hand, he placed the Demon Crystal in his backpack and inquired about Zowena's acquisitions. As he had anticipated, many wild monsters guarding resources and treasures had chosen to submit to Zowena's formidable power. Zowena, lacking Qin Feiyu's trading system, could only station them at the nearest resource points as guarding forces. After Zowena's return, the resources and treasures she had acquired along the way were finally transferred to Qin Feiyu's panel. Overall, the gains were less than the previous days, as Qin Feiyu had prematurely summoned Zowena back, limiting the area explored. Later, Carter returned with 3 Dragon Eagle Knights. To Qin Feiyu's surprise, their gains surpassed even those of his previous excursion with Zowena. After setting aside some resources for emergencies, Qin Feiyu transferred the remaining resources and gold coins to the territory, instructing Carter to allocate the resources appropriately for territory upgrades. Upon hearing Qin Feiyu's instructions, Carter appeared troubled. "I am capable of handling territory upgrades and resource management. However, as the village soon ascends to level 2, the source of population remains a problem. I hope the Lord can summon Dyson and the others to persuade people from the surrounding villages to join us." Upon this realization, Qin Feiyu recalled that while the village upgrade permitted a larger populace, it did not spontaneously generate inhabitants. Expansion of the territory could only be achieved through recruitment from nearby settlements or the relocation of other villages. Population was indeed a significant concern, though the level 2 village had a capacity of only 200 inhabitants, necessitating further upgrades. To what level can we realistically elevate the village, and within what time frame? Based on the resources provided by our esteemed Lord, we should attain approximately level 4 in about 2 days, Carter estimated. This afternoon, the Lord's Manor can undergo its final upgrade, at which point the village will automatically advance to level 2. The Lord's Manor, being the most integral structure of the domain and the last to be upgraded, required the prior enhancement of all other subsidiary buildings. The prospect of the manor's expansion post-upgrade filled Qin Feiyu with anticipation. He mused that upon the domain's elevation to a sacred city, the Lord's Manor would likely be analogous to a royal palace. After discussing the direction and strategy for the domain's development with Carter Qin Feiyu journeyed to Dyson's residence. I intend to assemble a delegation to visit other small villages and extend invitations to those villagers who wish to join our community." Upon hearing Qin Feiyu's intentions, Dyson was overjoyed and enthusiastically declared, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall personally oversee these matters." Qin Feiyu's objective was to entrust this task to a respected and well-connected native like Dyson. Carter Rowland, being an outsider, had yet to fully earn the trust of the populace. Furthermore, persuading others to join required someone intimately familiar with the surrounding environment. With the recruitment of external villagers settled, Qin Feiyu turned his attention to the equally pressing issue of food supply. Fortunately, he had discovered a variety of plantable grain seeds in the marketplace. His only uncertainty lay in determining which grain would yield the most abundant harvest in the current environment. After mentally selecting several grains and fruit seeds from the marketplace, he shared his thoughts with Dyson. Dyson, with his extensive experience as a longtime village resident, possessed an unparalleled familiarity with the surrounding environment. Upon hearing Qin Feiyu's needs, he immediately identified several suitable locations based on his years of experience. Having witnessed Qin Feiyu's decisive defeat of the evil warlock and subsequent protection of the villagers, Dyson held him in boundless reverence. Consequently, he was eager to fulfill Qin Feiyu's every request. Qin Feiyu, having grown up in a plains environment, found the geographical location of Feiyu village quite agreeable. After Dyson confirmed the suitability of the selected grain crops for cultivation, he promptly purchased them. Despite being in a different realm, the Miraculous Continent shared similarities with Earth in terms of most plants. For grain crops, he chose the most common varieties: wheat, corn, and rice. For fruits and vegetables, he opted for apples, peanuts, watermelons, and sweet potatoes. Tea, however, was not yet a priority and was not considered for the time being. Upon witnessing the materialization of these seeds, Dyson prostrated himself before Qin Feiyu, who in his eyes had become the epitome of omnipotence. After suppressing his excitement, Dyson, brimming with enthusiasm, departed to rally his old comrades and commence their work. Qin Feiyu assigned several centaurs to protect them as they cultivated the wasteland, and then patiently awaited the harvest. Cultivation required a considerable amount of time, and the villagers' food supply during this period was a major concern. With his current food reserves dwindling, he needed to acquire more through other means. Chapter 13. The New Dragon. With this in mind, he opened the trading interface and noticed that over 10 lottery tickets had been successfully traded. Apparently, some individuals had recognized the futility of holding onto lottery tickets after the disappearance of the Wheel of Fortune and had wisely chosen to make use of them. Reopening the Wheel of Fortune, he prepared for another round of trading. The Wheel of Fortune still offered 3 categories of prizes: 3-star hellhounds, 100 units of lumber, and 100 portions of high-quality food. Through Qin Feiyu's probability reversal, the chances of obtaining the high-quality food were minimized, while the chances of obtaining the hellhounds were maximized. Even the 100 portions of food would be a profitable outcome, but the hellhounds would be an absolute windfall. Ding! New items detected. Refresh the Wheel of Fortune? A prompt suddenly appeared on Qin Feiyu's screen, accompanied by a soft chime. Qin Feiyu was taken aback by the unexpected notification. When had he acquired a refresh item? He hadn't even left his residence today. Refreshing the wheel could potentially yield another powerful unit, an opportunity he couldn't possibly refuse. Without pondering the source of the refresh item, Qin Feiyu, having already benefited greatly from the Wheel of Fortune, naturally selected yes. Demon Crystal X1. The panel notification revealed that the Demon Crystal, a spoil of war from the slain evil warlock, was the refresh item for the Wheel of Fortune, something he had previously overlooked. He wondered if he was simply fortunate or exceptionally fortunate to have someone deliver such a benefit to his doorstep. As the Wheel of Fortune updated its items, he suddenly remembered that he had intended to use the lottery to stockpile food. However, that was no longer an option. Nevertheless, the Wheel of Fortune never disappointed. As the icons were replaced one by one, Qin Feiyu's eyes grew increasingly brighter. Tempest Dragon, 7-star ordinary unit, quality D, skills, Tempest Fury, Gale Assault, Storm Body, Summon Storm. Obtain probability 0.000000000000001. S-rank skill, Astral Metamorphosis. Allows the user to assume a permanent transformed state based on any creature. Once chosen, the template is permanently fixed. This skill becomes available at level 20, and the duration of the transformation depends on the level. Obtain probability 0.0000000000001. Elite Royal Griffin Encampment. Can recruit elite 3-star Royal Griffins with a weekly production of 10. Recruitment conditions, 2,500 gold coins. Obtain probability, 0.00000001. Qin Feiyu had not expected a 7-star unit in this refresh, perhaps a treasure at most. Yet, it had presented him with a Tempest Dragon, significantly bolstering his aerial forces. Even more unexpected was the appearance of the elite 3-star Royal Griffin encampment, providing a solid foundation for establishing his aerial army. The combat capabilities of the Royal Griffins were already exceptional among 3-star units, and these were elite grade. As for astral metamorphosis, the image of Savina's silvery white dragon form surfaced in his mind. What could be more fulfilling than transforming into a dragon? However, the skill required him to reach level 20. To become a dragon-like being sooner, it seemed he would need to personally lead his troops into battle. He did not examine the remaining prizes in detail, as they were mostly minor resources and units that would merely be icing on the cake for him at this point. With his probability reversal talent ability still available, Qin Feiyu skillfully initiated the reversal process. After spending over 10 lottery tickets, he successfully acquired all the valuable rewards. He realized that he had a peculiar affinity with the demon sect. Each appearance of an evil warlock invariably brought unexpected surprises. Considering that the demon sect might possess more demon crystals, Qin Feiyu designated Twilight City as his next strategic target. However, before that, he needed to learn astral metamorphosis, which was crucial for his survival. He decided not to immediately redeem these rewards, as he intended to lead his troops into battle and avoid aimless sweeps that would hinder his leveling progress. Returning to the Lord's Manor, he found Carter Rowland already overseeing the upgrade and renovation project, with a team of professional construction workers in place. Qin Feiyu did not disturb him, and instead went to the Centaur barracks. Noticing an empty space next to it, he materialized the elite Royal Griffin encampment. The nearby inhabitants, upon seeing the Lord build another barracks, expressed their admiration before resuming their tasks. The Lord consistently brought them surprises, and they were gradually becoming accustomed to it. Only Lin Xiang, seeing Qin Feiyu materialize the Royal Griffin encampment and finding himself with nothing to do, excitedly ran over and said, "Lord, I wish to join the delegation." "Oh, and what is your reason?" Qin Feiyu harbored a profound admiration for the young man who could bravely confront the dark sorcerer. After the latter expressed his aspirations, Qin Feiyu patiently inquired, "Is this truly all?" Lin Xiang's words were overly idealistic. He understood the young man's determination to achieve greatness. However, the elders in the village held more sway, and he believed that Dyson was the best choice for guidance. "So, you agree to my joining?" Upon hearing Qin Feiyu's affirmation, Lin Xiang leapt with joy, as simply being part of the exchange group sufficed for him. Qin Feiyu watched Lin Xiang's retreating figure, shaking his head in amusement. Completing the mission of the exchange group would not be a simple task, and he hoped the young man would truly learn something. Finding the construction of the barracks somewhat monotonous, Qin Feiyu decided to summon Savina and the Dragonhawk Knights to witness the addition of a new companion. Considering that manifesting the storm dragon in the territory might incite unnecessary panic, he briefly instructed Savina upon her arrival before mounting the dragon's back and soaring into the sky. The cushion commissioned by Catralan had been completed, and as Qin Feiyu settled onto the dragon, the previous stiffness and chill dissipated. Once a suitable altitude was confirmed, Qin Feiyu summoned the storm dragon midair. With a series of gusts erupting from the clouds, a massive azure dragon, approximately 25 to 26 meters in length, spread its wings, unleashing a formidable tempest. Each flap of the dragon's wings generated small cyclones, akin to miniature storms. Qin Feiyu beckoned it to descend, transforming into a robust middle-aged man. Upon Qin Feiyu's landing, the imposing figure immediately knelt before him, proclaiming, "The wrath of the storm, Kono, heeds the call of the Lord." Kono race, storm dragon occupation, dragon warrior quality, 7 stars, D-grade loyalty, 100 racial talent, humanoid form. Spell affinity bond, child of nature. Each additional dragon increases all attributes by 1%. Skills, Wrath of the Storm, Gale Charge, Storm Body. Summon Storm Logistics, 700 gold per week, 7 units of food daily. It seemed that not every 7-star entity could serve as a hero. Qin Feiyu mused upon realizing that Kono lacked the capabilities to fill such a role. Chapter 14. The unknown passage. Kono's arrival did not stir any waves, only Catralan. Upon noticing the unfamiliar man beside Qin Feiyu, raised an eyebrow in speculation. In the afternoon, Dyson, having addressed the agricultural matters, led the group out. The exchange group comprised 10 individuals, including Lin Xiang. To ensure their safety on the journey, Qin Feiyu assigned both centaur warriors and centaur chieftains to accompany them, along with a centaur oracle. Since this was merely an escort mission, no heroes were necessary to lead. A privilege reserved for the territory's denizens, a form of welfare bestowed by the Lord. Their destination was Nanshan Town to the south, the closest town to Feiyu Village, surrounded by numerous smaller villages that were their primary target. Following Kono's appearance, Qin Feiyu wasted no time instructing Catraland to recruit all available royal griffins for the territory's defense once the construction of the royal griffin camp was complete. The previously recruited 2 royal griffins were also left behind, as the 3-star aerial unit was deemed a burden for Savina and her companions. He himself formed an elite aerial unit with Savina, Kono, and 3 Dragonhawk Knights, setting off directly west. According to Dyson, there had once been a sizable town in the west, which was subsequently ravaged by a sudden beast tide. Now, the area was infested with powerful monsters, presenting an excellent opportunity for Qin Feiyu to level up by slaying these creatures. With the destination clarified, Qin Feiyu refrained from lingering on the journey, instead utilizing the map's vague guidance to locate the abandoned town from the sky. My lord, a large structure has been detected ahead. Before long, the keen-eyed Kono reported the target to Qin Feiyu. Find a safe spot to land. Under Kono's protection, Qin Feiyu gracefully descended back to the ground, with the objective of his expedition, Westvale Town, just 300 meters ahead. Westvale Town had lain abandoned for many years. Most buildings were in ruins, the edges overrun with weeds, and the area was desolate. Occasionally, tiny wild rodents would dart from the collapsed structures, and distant roars from beasts confirmed that the area was overrun with monsters. My lord, be cautious. I sense some hidden presence within this town, Savina remarked, her brow furrowing as she surveyed the decaying settlement. Let us hope it is not a 7-star beast, Qin Feiyu murmured, inching closer to Savina. As a lord lacking combat prowess, he felt somewhat out of place. Advancing through the entrance of the forsaken town, Kono forged ahead, clearing the path, while a Dragonhawk Knight followed closely behind. Qin Feiyu was flanked by 2 Dragonhawk Knights on either side, with Savina bringing up the rear to guard against any sudden threats from behind. Not long after, they glimpsed a towering figure over 3 meters high wandering within a large courtyard. It was a colossal dire bear, its body akin to granite, with dark golden claws beneath its arms, clearly not of the ordinary bear variety. This was a dark gold dire bear, boasting approximately 4-star elite strength. An experienced Dragonhawk Knight recognized the creature and whispered, "We've encountered a 4-star elite even on the outskirts. Westvale Town is indeed remarkable." Qin Feiyu appeared contemplative. Encountering a 4-star elite right off the bat suggested the town harbored secrets. Upon noticing Qin Feiyu and his companions, the dark gold dire bear, enraged, charged at them. Savina and Kono had already suppressed their dragon might to avoid attracting the attention of such a formidable prey, and the Dragonhawk Knights posed little threat, explaining why the elite 4-star dark gold dire bear had chosen to challenge them. Witnessing the audacity of a 4-star creature attacking the Lord, Kono revealed his true form, unleashing his furious wings. Countless wind blades surged forth as the storm dragon spread its wings, hurtling towards the dark gold dire bear. However, the bear's thick hide and muscle withstood the initial barrage, merely slowing its advance. Realizing it could not contend with Kono, the dark gold dire bear attempted to flee into the ruins, hoping to evade the onslaught. Kono, however, denied it an escape, unleashing a relentless wave of wind blades. The dark gold dire bear barely managed to cover any distance before being shredded into meaty fragments, leaving Qin Feiyu momentarily nauseated. "Next time, let us be a bit gentler," he remarked to Kono, who had reverted to his human form, scratching his head in confusion at the Lord's peculiar comment, for in the eyes of dragons, hunting other beings bore no notion of elegance. As they continued their journey, they encountered a pack of 3-star black wolves, dispatched effortlessly by the Dragonhawk Knights, as the dragons deemed it unnecessary to transform for such weak foes, conserving energy for potential unknown dangers ahead. After navigating several waves of monsters, they finally reached the center of Westvale Town. In addition to the previously encountered 4-star elite dark gold dire bear, they faced 2 more 4-star elite creatures, the Gale Demon Tigers, which the 3 Dragonhawk Knights dispatched with ease. What puzzled Qin Feiyu was that despite the abundance of monsters around, none seemed to guard any resources or treasures. Ultimately, his level merely rose to 9. My lord, look, there is a massive nest. As they advanced further, Kono observed a vast courtyard ahead, where an enormous pit suddenly caught his attention, prompting an exclamation of surprise. Upon approaching, Qin Feiyu discovered that this pit spanned several dozen square meters and contained a deep, ominous passage that seemed to lead into the unknown. The subtle aura he had sensed earlier undoubtedly emanated from within, and he discerned the scent of his own kind. While contemplating whether this passage could be the lair of a monster, Zavina furrowed her brow and spoke after a moment of keen perception. Could it possibly be a dragon's den? Qin Feiyu trembled at the thought, formulating a bold hypothesis. If it truly was a dragon's lair, there might be wild dragons within, though it was more likely that treasures and gold awaited. After all, dragons were notoriously greedy. Should they conquer the lair, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Yet, with their current numbers and his own perceived ineptitude, greed could lead to their utter ruin. Reluctantly, he grappled with the notion of abandoning this opportunity. My lord, I wish to venture inside, Zavina offered, sensing his hesitation. Her words stirred something within Qin Feiyu. As a hero, she was more than capable of acting independently and scouting the area with greater caution. Very well, proceed, but retreat at the first sign of danger. Ultimately, Qin Feiyu acquiesced to her request, unwilling to take unnecessary risks himself. However, he was also unable to dismiss the allure of the opportunity within, so allowing Zavina to investigate first seemed prudent. Kono, you should accompany her. It should be safe outside for now, and I worry for her alone. As he watched Zavina approach the passage, Qin Feiyu decided that Kono should join, ensuring mutual support between the two dragons. Understood, Kono replied, following Zavina into the unknown. 3 Dragon Eagle Knights stood guard by Qin Feiyu, awaiting news of their companions. Chapter 15. The Invitation of the Succubus Queen. Before long, as Qin Feiyu's thoughts wandered, the sound of rustling footsteps echoed from the passage once more. Dragon Eagle Knight Longwu quickly recognized that there were more than 2 individuals and immediately assumed a defensive stance before Qin Feiyu. Qin Feiyu's heart raced as he checked the status of Zavina and Kono, finding them in good condition, yet puzzled by the additional sounds approaching. As the footsteps drew near, Zavina and Kono emerged first, followed closely by 7 or 8 imposing figures with the heads of bulls and human bodies. The leader among them was a towering figure, radiant in crimson, standing over 4 meters tall. Once Qin Feiyu discerned who had arrived, his eyes widened, and he muttered, "How could an elite Minotaur king appear here?" "My lord, it seems there is indeed a ruler within," Zavina reported, gesturing toward the Minotaur kings, revealing that they were her subordinates and that she wished to discuss a transaction. "My lord is unable to greet you in person for certain reasons. If you are willing, you must make the journey to meet him." The Minotaur king leader, Ms., smiled wryly, bowing in invitation. Noticing the confusion on Qin Feiyu's face, Zavina whispered, "My lord, I believe it's worth considering. They harbor no hostility." Qin Feiyu, having complete trust in Zavina, weighed his options and quietly instructed her. "One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. If anything seems amiss, we retreat immediately." Zavina nodded in agreement. "Very well, lead on." Since both Zavina and Kono felt no immediate threat, Qin Feiyu decided to be magnanimous, gesturing for the Minotaur king leader to guide them. "Please, lead the way." Ms., relieved to have completed his task, courteously invited them forward. He had feared that this lord would be obstinate, jeopardizing the Queen's singular opportunity for liberation, which would have dire consequences for him. With the task accomplished, he turned and led the Minotaur team into the passage. Qin Feiyu signaled for his companions to follow, eager to discover what lay at the end of the passage. Descending into the pit, they advanced along the passage, which towered over 5 meters high, littered with decaying bones, evidence of countless lives lost. After several minutes, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, revealing the end of the passage, which opened into a vast cavern capable of accommodating even a dragon in flight. "What is that?" Qin Feiyu suddenly noticed the enormous skeleton of a dragon below, spanning several hundred square meters, upon which rested a grand crown. It was the remains of a black dragon, its size indicative of a power far exceeding his own in life. Upon seeing the remains of her kin, Zavina's expression soured. The Minotaur king leader guided Qin Feiyu to circumvent the black dragon skeleton, as if it were a source of great fear. After continuing onward for a while, they finally beheld the other side of the cavern, where numerous nests had been constructed. In the center of these nests lay a desolate, dilapidated city, so expansive that its entirety was beyond their immediate view. At last, you have arrived, the chosen one of destiny. At that moment, a sultry figure clad in revealing pink garments and black stockings approached gracefully, flanked by two stunning young women. Were it not for the succubus's distinctive horns and long tail, Qin Feiyu might have mistaken them for ordinary human women. Are you the master of this place? Seeing Ms. bow humbly before the succubus queen, he wore an expression of confusion. Is this a gateway to the underworld? How did a demon of the abyss come to be here? Since when have succubi begun to revere destiny? Zavina, harboring no fondness for demons, stepped forward to obstruct the succubus's advance toward Qin Feiyu. Respectfully, my lord. Afia harbors no ill intent. After bowing, the succubus queen Afia began to recount her past. It turned out that this had once been the stronghold of the Black Dragon Emperor Nidhogg, and Afia had been his favored consort. This place had been isolated from the surface until, 10 years ago, the proud Nidhogg sought to conquer the overworld and carved a passage to it. Unbeknownst to him, the other side led to the town of the human empire of Outcloud, which resulted in immediate conflict and the obliteration of the underground city, drawing the empire's attention. Upon recognizing the threat, the empire dispatched several heroes alongside elite crusader troops, including a small contingent of archangels. The outcome was a narrow victory for the underground city, but the angels were buried within. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon Emperor realized his ambitions had outstripped reality, understanding that the surface was not as easily conquered as he had imagined. He subsequently sought to seal the passage to prevent a human counterattack. Yet, instead of humans, it was the Beastmen's expeditionary force that first discovered this place, igniting another monumental battle. Ultimately, while the Beastmen's vanguard was annihilated, the elite forces of the underground city suffered grievous losses. And Nidhogg himself was mortally wounded by a dying Beastman prophet's counterattack. Why did the people of the empire not come? Qin Feiyu inquired. I heard that the empire of Outcloud was engaged in conflict with the barbarian empire. The vanguard was from the barbarian empire, leaving both sides preoccupied, Ms. explained. That does not add up. You mentioned that this passage was opened 10 years ago, even if there had been a battle with the vanguard afterward. It should have been many years ago. How could you have survived all this time without issue? Qin Feiyu suddenly realized the inconsistency and questioned warily. It is due to that wretched Valnardo. Last month, the demon cult approached Afia with a lucrative proposal, which she naturally declined. In response, Valnardo conspired with the demon cult, seizing the treasures of the underground city and fleeing with the Black Dragon squad during Afia's moment of vulnerability. Ms. replied indignantly. Valnardo was one of the last remaining Black Dragon heroes after Nidhogg's demise and had once been part of Nidhogg's elite forces. Why don't you run away? Staying here. Aren't you afraid that the people from the Empire of Clouds and the Savage Empire will come to settle scores with you? Qin Feiyu was utterly perplexed by the purpose of lingering in this dilapidated underground city. Nidhogg has cursed me. I am forever bound to a 10-kilometer radius around it. At this, a glimmer of sorrow flickered in Afia's eyes. Anyone imprisoned for a decade would struggle to endure, yet Afia had persevered. You can take its remains and leave. Can't you? Kono couldn't help but interject. No, Nidhogg is a rare calamity dragon, possessing formidable devouring power. Should one remain in contact with it for too long, it could easily siphon life energy and resurrect. As this thought crossed her mind, Afia's face hardened. I shall never grant it the opportunity to continue enslaving me. Then there is nothing to be done. Qin Feiyu shrugged. No, I have perused all the tomes of the underground city and, having mastered the art of divination, fate has led me to wait here. A lord will reclaim this city and rescue me. Afia gazed at him with fervent expectation, as if he were the one she had been waiting for. Chapter 16. A deal strikes. Seeing Afia's hopeful demeanor, Qin Feiyu shook his head with a chuckle. I am but a minor lord. The one you seek is surely not me. It was ludicrous to have the demon queen wait for years. Such a person was most likely a fated child blessed by fortune, and that could very well be him. He had the least faith in his own luck. No. During my divination last month, I forcefully glimpsed a fragment of the future, which provided Valnardo with an opportunity. Afia turned her gaze toward Kono and Shervina beside Qin Feiyu. Although I did not see what my savior lord would look like, I was fortunate enough to behold the two colossal dragons circling him, Frost and Storm. I knew upon their revealing their true forms that the one I awaited had arrived. Afia looked earnestly at Qin Feiyu, her demeanor starkly contrasting with that of a succubus. Did your divination not yield any other hints? Qin Feiyu remained skeptical. It seemed too fortuitous, and there was a possibility that the other party had ulterior motives, using divination to lull them into complacency. Otherworldly star spirits, void creations, embodiments of calamity, reversing fate. Afia recited the prophecy she had divined. Though I do not comprehend its meaning, if you truly are the one, you ought to understand. Upon hearing Afia's words, Qin Feiyu's expression shifted. If he had not traversed here to become a lord, he would not grasp the significance of those 4 lines. At this moment, he could no longer dismiss the notion that the demon queen, Afia, was genuinely versed in divination, despite being a succubus. Only those foretold can rescue you? What exactly is this curse? Contemplating that this matter might indeed pertain to him, Qin Feiyu felt compelled to approach it with caution. It is a mental contract. When Nidhogg ravaged hell, it captured me, and to survive, I had to sign this contract, thereafter remaining by its side as a mere plaything. The demon queen Afia seemed reluctant to revisit that humiliating past. Surely you know the conditions for breaking the contract? Is it as simple as the fated one arriving to free you? That seems rather far-fetched. Qin Feiyu struck at the crux of the matter, although Afia spoke with grandiloquence. His cautious nature left him doubtful, and he would not take everything at face value. At present, I cannot disclose the method unless we first establish an equitable contract. The demon queen was no fool, likewise proposing her terms. As long as it poses no harm to me, I am willing to assist. But what will I gain in return? Qin Feiyu was certainly no altruist. Considering Afia's claims, this task was far from simple, and he was not magnanimous enough to rush to the aid of a distressed beauty without a suitable offer. What do you think of this underground city, my lord? Afia gestured toward the vast metropolis, smiling as she inquired. Not much. Qin Feiyu surveyed the area, surrounded by damp caverns and dilapidated structures, grimacing. Who would wish to reside in such a dark and damp place? What if I told you it is a capital city? Afia's expression faltered as she sought to sway Qin Feiyu from another angle. This underground city could rival any surface capital, including the 4 great capitals of the Empire of Clouds. After all that, what use is this capital city? Qin Feiyu remained unmoved by Afia's self-promotion. He sought tangible value. Once you activate the crystal, you will immediately obtain ownership of this abyssal underground city. You may dispatch personnel to repair all structures, with all facilities at your disposal. Afia produced a blue diamond crystal from her belongings, smiling as she spoke. You can learn powerful magic from the Magic Guild, or recruit the occasional heroes visiting the tavern. I wonder if that value suffices. Qin Feiyu's eyes gleamed at the sight of the diamond crystal. He knew well that every territory, upon upgrading to a city, would generate a central crystal that could control all buildings within the city. Despite the underground city's dilapidation, it was still a complete entity, and the central crystal remained intact. As long as resources and populace were adequate, it could be reactivated. It was crucial to note that if a lord were to go a month without territory, they would likewise lose their eligibility to compete. For Qin Feiyu, this represented a perfect fallback, albeit under harsh conditions. Allow me a moment to ponder. Qin Feiyu feigned restraint for a while, already feeling reasonably satisfied with the offer. Currently, the Black Dragon camp still had 3 black dragons awaiting recruitment. As long as the lord had sufficient resources, he could immediately enlist them for battle upon inheriting this underground city. Afia dropped a bombshell. Very well, I accept this task. Let us establish the contract. Qin Feiyu was struck by Afia's mention of the unrecruited black dragons and promptly agreed. Since you consent, please follow me in reciting. Afia stated, this is an ancient contract. It will remain in effect until the conditions are fulfilled. She cast the contract's text onto the ground, and after Kono confirmed its accuracy, Qin Feiyu followed Afia in reciting the text. As 2 beams of white light flashed above their heads, the contract was sealed, and both parties officially became temporary allies. Now you may tell me the method? Qin Feiyu asked after the contract was completed. It is quite simple. By consuming Nidhogg, you will become the new Calamity Dragon, thereby transferring the contract to the Devourer. With an equitable contract in place, breaking the mental contract will grant me freedom, resulting in a mutual victory. Afia revealed the method only after confirming the validity of the equitable contract, for she harbored concerns about Qin Feiyu turning against her, leaving her in a state of irreparable doom. Fortunately, nothing unexpected transpired, and avoiding a backlash from the equitable contract, Qin Feiyu would be her best option. Naturally, Qin Feiyu was not overly concerned. The truth was, the Demon Queen held little allure for him compared to the Black Dragons, as he was far more enamored with dragons. As for Afia's assertion, the only potential solution may lie in the star's spirit transformation he had yet to master. Given that Nidhogg was not completely vanquished, it could indeed transform into its kin, wielding the power of devouring to claim its strength. Can you truly accomplish this? Afia's eyes sparkled upon witnessing Qin Feiyu's lack of dissent after she divulged the method. I am confident, but I will need to reach level 20. Upon seeing the immense skeleton of the black dragon, Qin Feiyu felt a twinge of envy for Nidhogg's dragon form. Now, acquiring a free underground city was simply too good an opportunity to pass up. Is that true? The two succubi beside Afia exclaimed in delight. One eager succubus attempted to approach Qin Feiyu, only to be halted by Shervina. If you can lift Lady Queen's curse, I, Avel, am willing to serve you loyally for eternity. Averil's ardent gaze caused a tremor in Qin Feiyu's heart, wondering if the succubus was captivated by his physique. Chapter 17. The Minotaur King Squad, acquired. There's no need for such formalities. Now that we've reached an accord, I shall fulfill my promise, Qin Feiyu stated, waving his hand. Slightly overwhelmed by the succubus's innate allure, I require some time to elevate my level to 20. Reaching level 20 is hardly an ordeal. I've waited years. A little more time is inconsequential, Evia chuckled, refraining from inquiring about the significance of level 20, acknowledging that everyone possesses secrets. For her, as long as the curse could be lifted, a period of waiting was a mere trifle. Is there a more expeditious method? Avril interjected, finding 2 weeks somewhat protracted. Currently, my territory is under the watchful eyes of malevolent warlocks besieging Twilight City. Whether I can survive their threat remains a question. I must first resolve my survival before assisting you, Qin Feiyu declared, glancing meaningfully at the Minotaur King leader and his squad, subtly hinting at his desire to acquire them. Myth, lead the Minotaur King squad and temporarily accompany the Lord, clearing obstacles for him, Evia instructed, deeming Qin Feiyu's request reasonable. The Minotaur Kings were, after all, part of the dungeon's forces, and she had no intention of taking anyone else with her besides her kin when Qin Feiyu assumed control. After so many years, she yearned to return to the infernal realms. Moreover, transferring the hero's authority to another lord would free Myth from the confines of the dungeon, restoring his liberty, which would be advantageous for him. Lord, I would like to trouble you with one more matter. We are currently facing a food shortage. Could we perhaps trade for some food with gold coins? Evia inquired, bringing up a crucial matter. Of course, Qin Feiyu replied magnanimously, his heart soaring as the system notified him of the Minotaur King squad's integration into his legion. How much do you require? Currently, our dungeon only has 2 Medusa squads. 2 Minotaur King squads, 1 Scorpion Lion squad, and 1 Succubus squad. With Myth's squad accompanying you, we need not concern ourselves with them. That leaves us with a total of 5 squads, Evia calculated meticulously. Since you will require several days to fulfill our agreement, I believe it is prudent to prepare adequately. In the Miracle Continent, a squad comprises 12 units, a company 60 units, and a battalion 300 units. However, with Varnado having plundered the dungeon's treasury, we only possess approximately 5 million gold coins. I am uncertain whether this sum is sufficient for the food exchange. Evia lamented, lacking any grasp of food and gold coin values, as these matters were previously managed by others. Since Varnado absconded with his men, she had been unable to cope with these trivialities. 5 million gold coins should suffice. Let's exchange at a rate of 50 gold coins per food unit. After all, procuring such a quantity of food will also be a considerable undertaking, Qin Feiyu remarked, feigning reluctance while inwardly exulting. It seemed the succubus queen had no concept of monetary value. With the current market rate at 1 to 5, he would reap immense profits from reselling. An utterly delightful prospect. The succubus queen nodded in agreement. Having previously received food from the goblins without payment, she was unaware of the exchange rate. However, she saw no reason for Qin Feiyu to deceive her in this regard, as the dungeon would eventually belong to him, and consequently, the 5 million gold coins as well. Little did Qin Feiyu know that his attempt to profit from his own assets while feigning advantage would have made her spit blood in anger. We had previously maintained a stable food supply through our partnership with the Goblin tribe. However, Varnado, intending to eliminate us without bloodshed, exposed our greatest vulnerability to the goblins. These opportunistic creatures, aware that we could not stray far from the dungeon, promptly migrated to the eastern coast. Without a reliable food source, and with the queen bound by her shackles, we lacked confidence in our ability to endure for long, Avril recounted, her emotions sinking as she recalled the past terrors. Then, she turned to Qin Feiyu, her eyes gleaming. Fortunately, you arrived. Perhaps it was destiny. Here we go again, another devotee of destiny, Qin Feiyu retorted, rolling his eyes. Then, something occurred to him, and he inquired, are there no means to resolve the food issue with so many beasts in the ruined town? This was a question that had been perplexing Qin Feiyu. Everything had been fine for the past few years, but now that the Black Dragon had fled, problems had arisen. Had there been no emergency plans in place to address these issues? It was astonishing that they had managed to survive for years on mere luck. Besides myself, there are only two other heroes. Myth, the Minotaur King leader, and Zilene, the Medusa Queen, Evia replied with a helpless smile. Nidhogg had assigned Myth and Zilene the duty of guarding the territory, and without a new lord's appointment, they are unable to leave. So, the Black Dragon Varnado and the goblins dared to flee. Does this mean that if I hadn't entered, you would have been left to fend for yourselves? Qin Feiyu jested. Indeed, Evia freely admitted, which explained why she, a succubus, believed in destiny. Take Myth and the others to the vault and have them move the gold coins. Evia instructed a nearby succubus maiden after reaching an agreement with Qin Feiyu regarding the food issue. I hope you can bring us sufficient food tomorrow, Lord. There's no need for such trouble. I'll personally go to the vault and resolve the food issue for you on the spot, Qin Feiyu replied. He was preoccupied with leveling up and had no time to waste here, so he decided to use the trading panel to resolve their current predicament. You should have a cold storage, right? Qin Feiyu inquired, as if something had occurred to him. Of course, they replied. Qin Feiyu and the others proceeded directly to the gold coin storage room. He was astounded by its scale. It was a 100-meter-high room spanning 10,000 square meters. As they entered, torches automatically ignited around them, casting an orange glow. The floor was almost entirely covered with gold coins, but the upper space was rather empty, indicating that the fleeing Black Dragon had plundered a significant portion of the treasure. This was his bedroom. You know, dragons enjoy sleeping on shiny gold coins, Evia said with an awkward smile, glancing at the remaining gold coins. I shall begin, Qin Feiyu declared after Evia nodded. He opened the panel and confirmed the storage of the gold coins. With a clatter, the gold coins on the ground converged into a golden river, flowing into his sleeves. The onlookers were dumbfounded by this miraculous feat after more than 10 minutes. The gold coins on the ground had vanished completely. Avril and the others stared at his empty sleeves, their curiosity piqued. Had Savina not restrained her, Avril would have pounced on Qin Feiyu to see where he had hidden the gold coins, as if he had performed a magic trick. Evia, however, was contemplative. Having heard of spatial storage equipment, she suspected that Qin Feiyu had stored the gold coins in such a device. However, the quantity of gold coins required a considerable space, and it seemed this young lord possessed both a dragon and storage equipment, indicating that he hailed from a prominent background. Qin Feiyu was oblivious to the awe his actions had inspired in the onlookers. It was merely a basic operation granted by his lordly privileges. Chapter 18. Sudden riches. After collecting the gold coins, Qin Feiyu was led to the cold storage by Evia. Although not as vast as Nidhogg's bedroom, it was still over 20 meters high and thousands of square meters wide. A chilling draft emanated from the vents, and Qin Feiyu felt as if he would freeze just standing at the entrance. The food in the cold storage had been depleted, with only a few frozen beasts scattered about. On the journey, Qin Feiyu had already identified a favorable trade order in the market. After confirming the placement of food, he proceeded to finalize all transactions for the food using the reserved gold coins. Subsequently, a cascade of small ingredients descended from above, resembling a rain of provisions, quickly filling 1/3 of the cold storage. As the last transaction concluded, Qin Feiyu turned to the dazed Ifia and remarked, based on my calculations, this should sustain you for a month. Unfortunately, for now, we only have small ingredients, but it should suffice for your needs. Mr. the Bull King gazed hungrily at the fresh wolf and bear meat, his mouth watering as he chuckled. Finally, we are free from consuming those frozen blocks from months past. This fresh meat looks utterly delectable. Come back with me later. There's even more delicious fare. Qin Feiyu replied with a smile, while internally calculating the profits from this transaction. He had acquired 20,000 units of food, including various fruits and vegetables, spending nearly 100,000 gold coins. With 4.9 million gold coins still at his disposal, he felt as though he had struck it rich overnight, free from financial worries for the foreseeable future. At this moment, the admiration in the eyes of the onlookers, including Ifia, was palpable. A person capable of such feats would undoubtedly shine brightly in the future. Qin Feiyu chuckled to himself, observing the naivete of these indigenous people, marveling at their lack of exposure to such wonders. After all, those who performed such magic typically dealt in the realm of millions. After trading some vegetables, fruits, and timber with Ifia and her companions, Qin Feiyu bid farewell to Mr. the Bull King and his team. This expedition had yielded significant rewards, most notably the discovery of a perfect vessel for unleashing the star spirit transformation. The prospect of becoming the legendary Calamity Dragon filled him with anticipation. After thoroughly cleansing the monsters from Xiva Town, Qin Feiyu leveled up twice, reaching level 10. He was confident that 2 weeks would not be necessary, however. With the threat posed by Twilight City, he had to remain vigilant against potential ambushes from the demon cult. Should he be absent when his territory was attacked, the destruction of Feiyu village would spell disaster for him. While power could be gradually enhanced, the defense of his territory required unwavering attention. As dusk approached, having completed the cleansing of Xiva Town, Qin Feiyu led his small army towards Feiyu village. Due to his previous aerial route, his return via the ground encountered numerous wild monsters. After deftly resolving these issues, a new pathway was forged. At this pace, he might thoroughly explore the surrounding area within the 7-day novice protection period, allowing him to prepare wholeheartedly for the challenges posed by the sinister warlocks of Twilight City. Surprisingly, having been blessed by the demon crystal, he found himself eager to engage with the warlocks. He even contemplated that if he were sufficiently powerful, perhaps he could outmaneuver them for gain. Of course, this would require ample intelligence and strength on his part. Upon returning to his territory, Qin Feiyu began to assess his recent gains. In just 2 days, he had made considerable progress. Feiyu village had completed the construction of a level 2 settlement and was rapidly advancing towards level 3. After exchanging for 30,000 units of food at the trading market, he utilized a substantial portion of his recent resources to continue developing his territory, reserving half of his gold for future recruitment and trade endeavors. When he next reviewed the territory information, the panel revealed significant changes. Territory: Feiyu village level 2 settlement next stage, level 3 settlement. Upgrade requires 5,000 gold coins, 2,000 units each of stone, wood, and iron ore, regular buildings. Level 2 Lord's Residence, unique. Level 2 houses, 40 for 5 residents each. Level 2 resource storage, 7. Level 2 freezer, 1. Level 2 apothecary. Level 2 blacksmith. Level 2 tailor special buildings. None foundation, 40 residents. 82 humans, capacity for 200. Territory resources, 2,000. 000 gold, Lord's Residence. 7. 240 units of wood, level 2 resource storage. 6. 500 units of stone, level 2 resource storage. 4. 620 units of iron ore, level 2 resource storage. 30,000 units of food, level 2 freezer, special resources. 440 units of crystal, 20 units of sulfur. 10 units of mercury, 0 units of gemstones resource points. 2 gold mines, 3 iron mines, 3 sawmills, 3 quarries, 1 sulfur mine. 1 mercury mine, captured from Zavina. Territory attributes: none barracks. Ordinary 6-star Dragonhawk Knight barracks. Ordinary 3-star Centaur barracks. Elite 3-star Royal Griffin barracks. Unit types: Dragonhawk Knights, Royal Griffins. Elite Royal Griffins, Centaur Warriors, Centaur Chieftains, Centaur Seers, 3-star Centaur Scouts. Hero, Kataraland. Description: a vibrant little village. As Qin Feiyu was both the lord and the leading hero, his resources and territory were entirely separate, and his legion operated independently. Thus, he could only access the troops he led through his legion panel. Upon opening the legion panel, the information of Zavina, Kono, and the elite flying squad of Dragonhawk Knights, alongside Mr. the Bull King's elite squad, appeared before him. Qin Feiyu swiftly bypassed the flying squad and concentrated on the specifics of the Bull King squad. Mr. Race, Bull King class, elite Bull King leader quality, elite 5-star A class, can substitute for hero at level 25. Hero title: courageous hoof loyalty, 70 racial talent, fearless heart bond, fearless vanguard. Each additional Bull King increases strength by 1% skills. Charge: shockwave aura, earth shatter logistics, 200 gold per week, 5 units of food per day. While Mr. was a notably powerful substitute hero, the other Bull Kings possessed rather average attributes. However, with 12 Bull Kings alongside Mr., they could certainly match the strength of 3 Dragonhawk Knights. The most significant gain from the recent expedition to the dungeon was not the Bull King squad, but the 5 million acquired from trading food with Ifea. Unfortunately, his territory was currently unable to recruit heroes or learn occupational skills, limiting him to gaining experience through clearing monsters with his legion. Striving to reach level 20 to gain control over the dungeon. Level 20 would signify a new path for him. Contemplating a hopeful future, Qin Feiyu reclined on the soft bed in his chamber, savoring the moment. Zavina and the others remained stationed at the Lord's residence. While Kataralan was diligently working on the construction of the Hero Hall and temporary barracks, expected to be completed by tomorrow. At that point, Zavina, Mr. and the others would have a stable place to rest. Chapter 19. The disappearance of the exchange team as for the logistics escort. After observing the trading market for a while, Qin Feiyu noted that many elves and short-eared beastmen were being sold. Upon delving into the specific trading information, he discovered that the mode of trading these ordinary creatures, akin to units, was entirely different from that of unit types, resembling more a slave trade. Was it possible that this game allowed for human trafficking? A profound sense of doubt stirred within him. Uncertain of the implications, Qin Feiyu refrained from purchasing these creatures for his logistics team, wary of potential pitfalls. If it were a cunning tactic employed by other lords, he could unwittingly fall victim to a trap. With this in mind, he opened the forum to seek information on this matter. In the World Channel, the incessant chatter filled the screen, mostly comprised of boastful banter reminiscent of the once popular online chats on Blue Star. Qin Feiyu pondered why these lords seemed so leisurely as to engage in idle chatter all day. Were it not for his awareness that this was a perilous real world with only 7 days of protection, he might have mistaken it for merely a sophisticated virtual game. Perplexed by the mindset of these lords, he shook his head, preparing to close the forum when a private message notification suddenly appeared in the lower right corner. Brother, I was once a chef from New Winter. I have recipes for you. Would you like them? Upon discovering that the Blue Star delicacies he had been longing for were making an appearance, Qin Feiyu felt a sudden spark of interest. He promptly replied, Dragon Knight, which cuisine are we discussing? Male Falcon Marksman, I have only managed to gather some ingredients and spices for Sichuan cuisine over the past couple of days. I can provide you with both the ingredients and the prepared seasonings. Dragon Knight, what dishes can you make with these ingredients? Male Falcon Marksman, mashed potatoes. Dragon Knight, is that all? Male Falcon Marksman, I am still in the development phase. As you know, the outside world is fraught with dangers, and I require sufficient startup capital. Dragon Knight, so you intend to swindle me? Do you take me for a fool? Male Falcon Marksman, Great One. If you can provide me with a small squad of 2-star soldiers to clear the area, I assure you I can present you with 10 dishes within a week. I have discovered that my surroundings are particularly suitable for farming. As long as we ensure safety, I will gladly serve as your personal chef. Dragon Knight, so you plan to sell me overpriced dishes every day? Be practical, otherwise, there's nothing to discuss. Male Falcon Marksman, how about you find a talented native cook to come and learn from me? Just a small deposit is needed to teach me, and you can pay the rest upon completion. Dragon Knight, natives aren't soldiers. Can they even be traded? Male Falcon Marksman, allow me to share some information for free. I have tried it, and it is indeed feasible. Dragon Knight, let me think about it. Qin Feiyu ended the private chat, lost in contemplation. It turned out that the natives could indeed be traded, though it was certainly not as simple as the Male Falcon Marksman suggested. He had never considered such transactions in the marketplace. After all, to put it bluntly, it resembled human trafficking. Having received a basic education, he harbored a deep-seated aversion to such practices, and he would never aid in such vile acts. He would have to find another way to resolve the food situation, and in the short term, he didn't expect to enjoy meals that suited his palate. However, the Male Falcon Marksman had provided him with a valuable insight. He could indeed seek out natives with culinary talent to collaborate with him. Furthermore, if ingredients were available for trade, he could purchase them and invite others to try them. Cooking for himself was out of the question. After all, despite having lived on Blue Star for over 20 years, he had not learned to make even a few decent dishes. My lord, none of the members of the exchange team have returned, and I suspect they have encountered trouble. Just as Qin Feiyu was pondering how to resolve his dietary needs, Catralan approached him with a grave expression. Upon hearing the news, Qin Feiyu immediately straightened up. The disappearance of dozens of individuals with a centaur guard could signify significant trouble. After checking the detailed information about the territory's legion, Qin Feiyu finally sensed something amiss. 2 centaur warriors were missing, and one centaur chief was severely injured. It appeared they had encountered some danger, as even 2 3-star centaur warriors had perished. With the sudden emergence of unknown threats surrounding the territory, a surge of crisis awareness washed over Qin Feiyu, prompting him to get ready. He then instructed Catralan to take good care of the territory, and summoned the elite flying squad, who had yet to rest, to venture out to South Mountain Town to investigate. He left the Bullhead King squad within the territory to prevent any potential ambush by a lord attempting to deceive him. Even if the territory faced danger, they could hold out until his return. South Mountain Town was a considerable distance from Feiyu village, taking less than 2 hours to reach. Thus, after Dyson and the others had set off, Catralan had advised them to return before dinner. Unexpectedly, the exchange team, which Catralan had anticipated would return by dinner, had yet to make any contact as night fell. He immediately sensed something was amiss and hurried to report to Qin Feiyu, due to their status as a flying unit. And with Savina consciously releasing her dragon might, they encountered no obstacles along the way. In just 10 minutes, they spotted the silhouette of South Mountain Town from the sky. At this time, most of the lights in South Mountain Town were extinguished, with only a few remaining lit, making it impractical for Qin Feiyu to fly boldly into the town. To avoid being mistaken for an enemy, which would waste valuable time and provoke unnecessary alarm, they descended near a cluster of brightly lit houses, leaving Kono and the Dragon Hawk Knights behind, while taking only Savina, disguised as lost travelers. Nyonya, it's time to sleep. If you don't, the big bad wolf will come. As Qin Feiyu and his companions approached the door of an ordinary household, they faintly heard a young woman inside urging her child to sleep. I heard there were centaurs in Rain Village this afternoon. Is that true? A little girl asked in a sweet voice. It's just Mrs. Wang next door talking nonsense. Who knows? The young woman replied dismissively, tucking her daughter's blanket. I'll sing you a song, Lupin Flower. So be a good baby and sleep well, okay? Okay, Mom. Hurry and sing. Seeing that she had successfully calmed her daughter, the young woman began to softly sing. Every night, I remember what Mother said, sparkling tears of Lupin Flower. Qin Feiyu decided against disturbing the mother and daughter, turning instead to head towards Mrs. Wang's house, believing she might know something. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A voice resembling that of an elderly woman called out, accompanied by the slow shuffle of her feet. Who is knocking at this hour? Upon opening the door, Mrs. Wang, upon seeing a handsome young man and a stunning girl at her doorstep, immediately shifted from her initial impatience to a warm demeanor, asking, Young man, whom are you looking for? However, the fleeting excitement in her expression was keenly observed by the perceptive Qin Feiyu, raising his vigilance. Hello, madam. I am a villager from Feiyu village, not far from here. My father came here for an exchange this afternoon and hasn't returned. I am worried for his safety and thus took the liberty of bothering you. I wonder if you know the whereabouts of anyone who went to Rain Village this afternoon? Despite suspecting that Mrs. Wang might have ulterior motives, Qin Feiyu maintained his composure, pretending to be a regular young man searching for his missing father, hoping to glean more information. Rain Village? Upon hearing this name, Mrs. Wang's expression changed drastically. She peered around to ensure no one was watching and quickly pulled Qin Feiyu and his companion inside, shutting the door tightly behind them, as if fearing something dangerous might approach. Qin Feiyu observed her actions closely, noting her adeptness at acting. Had he not sensed other discrepancies, he might have been easily deceived. Please, take a seat. Mrs. Wang brewed a pot of tea and poured it into small cups for Qin Feiyu and his companion before sitting down to share what she knew. Her demeanor appeared natural, even kind, and typically one would expect her guests to drink the tea and continue the conversation. However, Qin Feiyu was not so easily fooled. He feigned a nervous expression and asked, So, people near Rain Village have been disappearing lately? If he was to participate in this charade, he would play his part fully. He wanted to ascertain what Mrs. Wang was truly up to. Since yesterday, people from Rain Village have been vanishing one after another. Originally, many from South Mountain Town would come from Rain Village. We're all connected, and there would occasionally be interactions. Yet, no one has returned from Rain Village. Mrs. Wang seemed to recall something dreadful, whispering, I suspect Rain Village is involved in some sinister ritual. Otherwise, how could not a single person return? What about the town mayor of South Mountain Town? Isn't he doing anything? What can he do? That old fool is deeply superstitious today. He even advised the townspeople not to go out for a while to avoid trouble. Mrs. Wang spoke with a hint of disdain for the town mayor. Did she perhaps have some grievance against him? How do you know that centaurs have appeared in Rain Village? Qin Feiyu pushed the teacup towards Mrs. Wang with a smirk, saying, Could it be you've been to Rain Village? Mrs. Wang's expression shifted, and she replied, how could I possibly go to Rain Village? It's far too dangerous. So you lurk here, waiting for the willing to take the bait? Qin Feiyu stood, his gaze sharp as a blade. Stop pretending. Who are you really waiting for? As Wang Per realized that her disguise had been unraveled, she pondered the reason behind it and decided to abandon her pretense. As she shed her former facade, her visage gradually transformed into that of a beguiling and enchanting succubus. Qin Feiyu observed the succubus with contemplative intrigue, a spark of insight flashing through his mind. It seemed that fortune favored more than just himself. He felt as if he had grasped the crux of the situation, though it awaited further validation. The succubus, Lilith, could not comprehend his words. Gazing at Qin Feiyu's handsome countenance, she licked her lips and remarked, I have been waiting for you, such a delectable physique, I long to taste it. Qin Feiyu felt an alluring gaze directed at him, and he found himself entirely bereft of control over his body, saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. Like a lovesick fool yearning to prostrate himself at the feet of the succubus. Begone! Savina, witnessing Qin Feiyu's plight, could no longer conceal her strength. With a thunderous roar, she unleashed her draconic might. The succubus, poised to exert her influence over Qin Feiyu, was abruptly repelled by the overwhelming force, crashing against the wall and spitting blood. Her eyes reflecting disbelief. A dragon? How is this possible? After the succubus's attack, Qin Feiyu regained control of his body, though the aftereffects of the enchantment left him somewhat dizzy. Reflecting on his vulnerability and reliance on Savina's protection, his sense of crisis intensified. Thinking of fleeing? Savina shouted in anger as she observed the succubus transform into a wisp of smoke and vanish. Furious that the assailant would attempt to escape after injuring someone in her presence, Qin Feiyu restrained Savina, who was eager to assume her dragon form and pursue. Since the succubus had been fishing for information, the identity of those behind her was becoming increasingly clear. Coupling this with the private discussions regarding human trafficking and the disappearance of the exchange group, Qin Feiyu felt an 80% certainty that the shadowy figure orchestrating these events was likely a lord. Pulling Savina back into her seat, Qin Feiyu began to ponder the lineage of dragons. It was evident that this succubus was likely a subordinate of the aforementioned lord, as there were bound to be a few fortunate individuals among billions. Regarding the succubus's earlier statements, Qin Feiyu believed them to be partially true. The presence of a succubus lurking in this town suggested that the lord harbored ulterior motives. However, with the scant clues at his disposal, he found it challenging to piece together the full picture. Nevertheless, he had formed some hypotheses. While he was uncertain if Rain Village served as the lord's stronghold, there was undoubtedly a base nearby. Now that both parties were aware of each other's existence, the time for open confrontation was at hand. One could not allow others to slumber peacefully beside their own bed. Qin Feiyu refrained from heading directly to Rain Village, as the recent encounter had heightened his wariness. After all, he remained significantly vulnerable. The ability to dispatch a succubus indicated that the lord possessed other formidable assets, and he could not afford to be complacent. An immediate offensive was out of the question, especially since the lord enjoyed a 7-day grace period. Any rash attack could lead to disastrous consequences. However, he could not remain idle either. Having captured his people, the lord could not expect to proceed unchallenged. Summoning the waiting Koner and others back to Feiyu Village, Qin Feiyu promptly called for Catralan. After instructing Catralan to remain vigilant of unfamiliar faces in the vicinity over the next few days, he allowed his companions to rest. The following morning, he set out with Savina to seek assistance from Afia. With an imminent threat looming, he needed to prepare adequately. Having witnessed the succubus's ability to disguise herself, he intended to inform Afia of the truth in hopes that she would lend her support. Upon hearing of a lost succubus sister, Afia, while excited, was puzzled as to why this wandering succubus would serve another lord. Their kind was traditionally scarce and tightly knit. Ultimately, she decided to temporarily assign her entire succubus squad to Qin Feiyu, led by Aver, with strict instructions to retrieve the wayward succubus and guide her back to the right path. Qin Feiyu was quite pleased with Afia's arrangement. Although the succubus squad might not necessarily follow his command, Afia had made it clear that Aver was to gather intelligence, which was sufficient for him. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle, as long as he could discern the circumstances surrounding that lord. Qin Feiyu felt confident that by the time the grace period expired, he would be able to deal with the lord decisively. Once Aver and her succubus squad were assigned to him, Qin Feiyu directed them straight to South Mountain Town. Initially, he believed that while the succubi were rated 6 stars, their abilities were not commensurate with such a ranking. However, after reviewing their profiles, he realized how misguided he had been. Chapter 21. The Goblin's Allegiance. Aver Race, Succubus Class, Mage Quality, Elite 6 stars. B Grade Loyalty, 75 Racial Talent, Ever-Changing Bond, Phantom Shadows, increases charm duration by 1 for each additional succubus. Skills: Charm, Transformation, Shadow Strike. Logistics: 420 gold per week, 6 units of food per day. A talent for transformation is an immense asset for a lord. It signifies that any succubus can assume the guise of an ordinary being, unrestricted by geographic limitations, making them ideal stealth operatives. No wonder the succubus who impersonated Wang Pa could act independently. It was all due to the unique talents of her kind. Coupled with their formidable mental abilities and charm spells, they could yield remarkable results in many situations. With this in mind, Qin Feiyu considered negotiating for the succubus squad after completing his transaction with Aphia. If Aphia, the affluent beauty, were to take a liking to him, it would be even better. My lord, there is someone requesting an audience outside. Catralan interrupted Qin Feiyu's daydream, pulling him back to reality. Who is it? Qin Feiyu inquired, puzzled by the sudden visit so soon after discovering the new lord. Could there be complications? We have already investigated and found that they are merely nearby refugees. After yesterday's interaction with the exchange group, some expressed a desire to relocate to our village. Handle the matter yourself. There is no need to consult me on everything. Qin Feiyu thought to himself, finding the small incident of sheltering to be trivial, yet Catralan continued to report it, proving to be a source of annoyance. They are not ordinary individuals. They are goblins, Catralan explained awkwardly, given that he himself was an outsider. Very well, then let us meet. I have yet to see a goblin. Qin Feiyu conceded with a wave of his hand, signaling for them to enter. Before long, a group of diminutive, green-skinned, monkey-like beings entered, looking rather shabby, as if they had been starving for years. Great Lord, we beseech you to take in our goblinkin. Upon seeing their sovereign, the lead goblin bowed deeply, as if he had found a long-lost father, nearly leaping forward to lick Qin Feiyu's toes. Goblins, mind your place, Catralan interjected, sensing Qin Feiyu's displeasure and quickly halting the goblin's advance. Speak, if you wish to become my subjects, what can you offer me? Qin Feiyu sat in the main seat, adjusting his sleeves as he awaited to discern what these unremarkable goblins could contribute to his domain. We have lived here for generations and know the surrounding resources, mines, and power distribution like the back of our hands. We are your living map. Not sufficient, Qin Feiyu replied, shaking his head. Exploring the area was hardly challenging. It merely required time. Why would he want to support a host of useless beings? We goblins excel in crafting tools. With adequate resources, we can develop devices to enhance your lordship's life. Now that piques my interest. Do you have any results? Qin Feiyu, accustomed to high living standards after coming from Blue Star, found it difficult to adapt to a primitive lifestyle. If the goblins genuinely possessed such capabilities, they warranted further consideration. This is our invention, the Firefly Lamp, created from special firefly stones, though the stones need to be replaced each time. A goblin named Rob pulled out a long, thin object from his pocket and pressed a button, causing a faint light to emanate from the front. Upon observing the rudimentary flashlight, Qin Feiyu mused that it would indeed prove somewhat useful at night. Moreover, these items were the fruits of their labor. Noticing Qin Feiyu's interest, Rog swiftly produced an array of trinkets from his pocket. When Qin Feiyu laid eyes upon the assortment of tools, including screwdrivers and wrenches, he was internally astounded. It appeared they had developed a complete set of equipment for machinery. Do you possess the skills to construct houses? A sudden thought struck Qin Feiyu, prompting him to inquire. Our other clan excels in crafting machinery and alchemy. This lineage has lost such skills, and we are not adept at building houses, Rog replied, shaking his head with a hint of melancholy. Their other lineage, the towering gnomes, was renowned in the Miraculous Continent, having once created formidable alchemical beings akin to titans. As explained by Catralan, though their legacy had been severed, Rog believed that with time, they could relearn these skills. Reflecting on the gnome engineers and repairers, both hailing from the same gnome race, Qin Feiyu felt less disheartened. In his previous life, he had been a professional architectural engineer. As long as the gnomes could keep pace intellectually, he could cultivate them into a proficient engineering team. The game's limitations on territories were excessive. He aspired to create a realm of his own. Congratulations to the Rogo Island Gnome clan for joining Feiyu village. With the notification echoing, Qin Feiyu officially acknowledged the Gnome clan as his subjects. Do you have a place to reside? Qin Feiyu expressed concern about the original inhabitants adapting to the integration of other races. We dwell underground, but we have been frequently besieged by monsters, forcing us to relocate numerous times. By aligning with you, we hope to find a refuge where our Gnome clan can thrive without fear of displacement, Rog replied, anticipation gleaming in his eyes as he laid bare their predicament, apprehensive that Qin Feiyu might disdainfully cast them away. That does pose a challenge. You may need to wait for a while. In the meantime, you can temporarily reside in the military camp we are about to establish. Qin Feiyu decided against placing the gnomes in Feiyu village, opting instead to designate them as inhabitants of the forthcoming underground city. Are you the chief of the gnomes? How many of you are there? Yes, my lord. I am Rog, the current chief of the Rogo gnomes. We number 428 in total, Rog promptly responded. Very well. You may take your leave. Catralan, construct several temporary barracks for the gnomes to inhabit, Qin Feiyu commanded, pondering the need for defensive measures in his territory, suggesting that Catralan consult Rog for collaborative planning. Understood, my lord. After Catralan escorted the gnomes to their new accommodations, Qin Feiyu reopened the trading panel. Lacking the bandwidth to oversee his territory, he scoured the market for blueprints of effective defensive structures. With the village expanding, it was imperative to bolster their defenses. Days passed, and while numerous special defensive structures appeared in the market, they were predominantly simplistic designs, lacking any offensive capabilities. As Qin Feiyu perused page after page of architectural blueprints, he yearned for a more suitable defensive mechanism. Just as impatience began to set in, a particular blueprint captured his attention. Demon Spirit Tower, exchange for 100,000 gold. Demon Spirit Tower, unique, level, 1 quality. S-class category, architectural treasure function, capable of launching attacks of varying attributes against hostile creatures within its range. Current range, 200 meters, upgradable for 1,000 gold. Current firepower, ordinary 1 star, upgradable for 1,000 gold. Current attack speed, 0. 2S, upgradable for 1,000 gold. Disassemblable for 10,000 gold. Evaluation, mediocre. Remarkable, a tower defense structure has arrived. But the cost is exorbitant, truly a construction that devours wealth. Without further deliberation, the affluent Qin Feiyu proceeded to complete the transaction. Chapter 22. Continued advancement. After acquiring the blueprint for the Demon Spirit Tower, Qin Feiyu entrusted it to Catralan, instructing him to oversee its construction adjacent to the Lord's estate for optimal coverage of the territory. With substantial funds still at his disposal, Qin Feiyu requested the tower be upgraded to elite 3-star status. Despite the considerable expense, it relieved him of the costs associated with recruiting territorial guards. To be candid, assembling a large contingent of 3-star soldiers to defend the territory was a futile endeavor. With the Demon Spirit Tower, he could momentarily alleviate his concerns regarding Feiyu village's defenses. Next on his agenda were 3 paramount matters. The first was to enhance his own capabilities. The sole means being rapid leveling to acquire the Star Spirit transformation as soon as possible. The second was to address the threat from the unknown forces or lords responsible for the disappearance of the envoy. The third was to preempt any retaliatory actions from Twilight City. With the tower in place, he could afford to navigate the latter 2 issues during the novice protection period, making leveling up his immediate priority. Recognizing that the newly joined gnomes possessed the most intimate knowledge of the surrounding biological distribution, Qin Feiyu summoned Rog once more. Esteemed lord, how may I serve you? Rog appeared somewhat flattered, donning a sycophantic smile. Are there any formidable creatures nearby? Not too powerful, yet not too weak. There exists a colony of harpies in the east at Scarlet Eagle Ridge. Those harpies are too weak. What else? Qin Feiyu shook his head, finding the 2-star harpies insufficient for his leveling needs. To the west, there are trolls dwelling in the giant troll forest, and to the south, a pack of fearsome bears occupies Gray Bear Ridge. Nodding, Qin Feiyu acknowledged that trolls were 3-star creatures and acceptable, while the fearsome bears were 4-star beings, warranting higher priority. Is there anything else? In the north, Lightning Cliff is home to a flock of thunderbirds. They are quite powerful. Even dragons have fled in disarray when pursued by them. Rog added, a hint of trepidation in his voice. My lord need not seek trouble with the thunderbirds. They are known to hold grudges. A flock of thunderbirds, you say? Qin Feiyu pondered. Thunderbirds were likewise 6-star creatures, and based on Rog's description, it was likely that there were more than one elite Thunderbird capable of threatening dragons. Why would a dragon provoke the Thunderbirds? He found it perplexing. One would think that higher-tier creatures, being more intelligent, would value their lives and avoid unnecessary conflict with other formidable beings, especially a vengeful lineage such as the Thunderbirds. Surely, there must be some treasure atop Lightning Cliff, or else the Thunderbirds would not remain there for decades. Having never encountered Thunderbirds, Rog could only speculate on their protective nature regarding treasures. Qin Feiyu shared this sentiment. Despite its realism, the world still operated under certain game-like rules, particularly in areas populated by wild creatures. Clearing them typically yielded rewards, clearly serving as a means to provide the Lord with combat opportunities. Yet he remained merely a pawn on this vast chessboard, obliged to act within the confines established by the game master. Ultimately, he set his sights on Grey Bear Ridge as his first target. Uncertain of the number of Thunderbirds, he deemed it prudent to first tackle the more manageable fearsome bears, as they were merely fledglings in comparison to dragons. Should future opportunities arise, he might engage the flock of Thunderbirds then. He was not foolish enough to risk elite troops for the sake of leveling. A slower pace would yield less adverse effects on his progress. This is a map of the Lingtian Cliff area, meticulously crafted by our gnome clan over the years. It is now presented to you, my lord. Rog, recalling the inquiry regarding their surroundings, promptly produced a rough map from his pocket. He had forgotten to present the map that day until he realized that the lord was paying close attention to the surrounding situation, which reminded him of it. Seeing that there was a complete map, Qin Feiyu was pleasantly surprised and quickly took the simple animal skin from Rog's hand. However, it was covered with words he couldn't understand, leaving him momentarily bewildered. As Rog explained bit by bit, he understood the approximate distribution of power near Lingtian Cliff. Combining this with the areas he had previously explored, he had a rough idea in his mind. After arranging the territory's planning, Qin Feiyu led Zywina's elite flying squad and Mrs. Minotaur's squad, detouring to sweep eastward. Grey Bear Ridge was a bit further east than Nanshan Town, specifically located in the southeast area. Qin Feiyu deliberately avoided the Nanshan Town route, proceeding from the east, because he didn't want the hidden forces to discover his true strength. Based on Avril's condition, he determined that the succubus squad had completely infiltrated the vicinity of Nanshan Town in less than half a day. All that remained was for them to transmit specific intelligence, with the Minotaur Kings and 2 dragons as deterrents. Monster clusters below 4 stars either scattered and fled or joined out of admiration. Qin Feiyu grew numb after seizing 2 ordinary resource mines and several treasure chests, until a sulfur mine appeared. He remembered that there were several black dragons waiting for him in the dungeon, and black dragon recruitment required sulfur. Although he already had a sulfur mine, its production was too low. Naturally, it would be beneficial to have another one. However, before the battle could even begin, Zywina and Kono released their dragon might, and the Cyclops guarding the sulfur mine scattered in all directions. Qin Feiyu facepalmed, realizing they were just a bunch of bullies who preyed on the weak. In the Lord's mode, wild monsters would trigger 3 possibilities when encountering him. The first was direct combat, which was the most common situation. The second was scattering and fleeing, which mostly occurred when the enemy and the player had vastly different combat power, making it difficult for the enemy to survive, but also causing the player to suffer some losses. The third was when the difference in strength was so great that only a glorious victory could be achieved, triggering the wild monster surrender mechanism. Qin Feiyu was able to enjoy the third benefit because he obtained a dragon in the initial novice village. As the explored area expanded, the strength of these monsters gradually increased, and the opportunities to trigger combat would become more frequent. As a lord who wanted to level up, he naturally hoped for more battles now, so that he could gain more experience and reach level 20 as soon as possible. However, it would be too detrimental to the ecosystem if he chased after and killed the wild monsters that had already fled. He would leave that pressure to the unknown lords around him, as Qin Feiyu wasn't interested in doing good deeds. However, the location of this sulfur mine was too unsafe, and it wasn't suitable for him to arrange for manpower to take over at this time. With hidden lords watching covetously, Qin Feiyu finally chose to temporarily abandon it, waiting for Avril to send sufficient intelligence before launching an attack to eliminate future troubles. After another period of clearing, Qin Feiyu had leveled up to 12 after experiencing several glorious battles, making him full of anticipation for the bear friends of Grey Bear Ridge. Finally, they arrived at the periphery of Grey Bear Ridge. This was a relatively short mountain range that stretched endlessly to both sides. It was called Gray Bear Ridge simply because it was mostly occupied by various bear monsters, the largest group being the Gray Bear tribe. Later, the dark gold terror bear rose to prominence and became the overlord here, but the name of the mountain range remained. This area covered dozens of miles, and clearing Gray Bear Ridge was not something that could be accomplished in a day or two. Qin Feiyu had prepared for a long battle when he set out, bringing all the outdoor camping gear from the trading market. However, food had always been a major problem for him. Fortunately, he had communicated with the previous gunslinger, who had agreed to make Qin Feiyu's food for the next few days. Gunslinger originally wanted to refuse, but Qin Feiyu offered a price of 1 2-star unit per meal, instantly making him agree and even wanting to recognize Qin Feiyu as his father. He naturally wouldn't recognize this cheap son, but Gunslinger also gave Qin Feiyu a pleasant surprise. In addition to mashed potatoes, he had discovered some of the essence of the continent's roasted meat. Thinking about being able to eat roasted meat, Qin Feiyu was quite happy. After ordering a 3-day package, he officially began his hunting journey in Gray Bear Ridge. The journey to clear Gray Bear Ridge was not easy, as it was, after all, the territory of various bears. During the day, the entire team could maintain a certain level of combat power, but at night, Qin Feiyu and the others needed to rest, and the strength of the night watch was inevitably inferior to that of the day. On the first day, they were strong and quickly advanced to the outermost black bear tribe. Black bears were the second largest species of bear monsters, each with an elite 3-star strength. When Qin Feiyu and his team surrounded and suppressed the lone black bears wandering on the outskirts of the tribe, they had already aroused the vigilance of the black bear tribe. It seemed like this was going to be a tough battle. Looking at the dozens of black bears gradually surrounding them from the surrounding forest, Qin Feiyu clearly felt somewhat troubled. The combat power of the Dragon Eagle Knights was already greatly weakened in the mountains and forests. Zywina and the others also found it difficult to unleash their true forms and exert their full strength in the low trees, effectively reducing the elite flying squad's combat power by half. Fortunately, the Minotaur King squad was very effective. In the previous battles against lone black bears, they had achieved victory without injury through tacit cooperation between the squads. At this time, there were several larger black bears among the dozens of black bears. Qin Feiyu could tell at a glance that these were the elite giant-toothed black bears, which not only had sharp claws but also powerful teeth, capable of wrestling with ordinary 4-star creatures. Taking advantage of the time difference as the black bear tribe surrounded them, Qin Feiyu called on the elite flying squad to launch an attack first. Because his own strength was too weak, Qin Feiyu had to break through the black bear's encirclement and find a safe place for himself to ensure that Zywina and the others could exert their strength. The 3 Dragon Eagle Knights took the lead on their dragon eagles, brandishing their great swords in the southeast, where there was only one giant-toothed black bear, and slashing down with a roar, eagle strike. 3 strands of crimson battle energy suddenly condensed into sword energy from the great swords, rushing straight towards the giant-toothed black bear. The giant-toothed black bear sensed the danger and merely adopted a defensive stance as 3 scorching fire lines swept over its body. As if dry firewood had been ignited into a torch, it roared miserably in intense pain, constantly patting its body in an attempt to extinguish the flames. However, all of this was in vain, and even several black bears that were close to it were affected and began to burn. Cries of agony rose and fell, and before long, the giant-toothed black bear and several black bears that were affected became charred corpses. This attack did not ease the black bear's offensive. On the contrary, the sacrifice of several of their comrades aroused the ferocity of the black bear group even more. They did not hesitate and actively launched an attack on Qin Feiyu and the others. After opening a gap, the Dragon Eagle Knights quickly protected Qin Feiyu, seeking a safe position to hide in the southeast. After confirming that all the black bears had been attracted by Zywina and the others, Qin Feiyu left only one Dragon Eagle Knight to protect him, while the remaining 2 Dragon Eagle Knights rejoined the battle. Even though the black bear tribe had dispatched dozens of black bears, they were still unable to resist the powerful magic of Zywina and Kono, the 2 dragons. Coupled with the frontal confrontation of the 2 Dragon Eagle Knights and the Minotaur King squad, the black bear tribe was soon defeated again. When the leading giant-toothed black bears realized that they could not win, they all let out strange howls. Qin Feiyu frowned. Although he didn't understand what the giant-toothed black bears' howls meant, he could clearly judge that this was a means for them to call for reinforcements. However, With the battle now in a stalemate and the black bears at a disadvantage, but still fighting bravely, Qin Feiyu dared not easily issue orders, fearing that the black bear group would seize the opportunity to counterattack and cause losses. Now he could only wait patiently, hoping that the giant-toothed black bears had not summoned any powerful creatures. Roar! Roar! Another kind of bear's roar gradually approached from not far away. Qin Feiyu clearly saw the trees in the southern forest shaking and falling, as if being destroyed little by a giant force. Before long, Qin Feiyu saw more than a dozen giant terror bears appear in his field of vision. The dire bear is an advanced form of the giant black bear, larger in size and with a body as hard as iron, making it a formidable elite 4-star creature. The addition of over a dozen giant black bears intensified the pressure on the Minotaur King squad. Initially, Savina and Kono were only casting minor spells to aid the other warriors. Upon recognizing the dire bear's exceptional strength, they revealed their dragon claws as formidable weapons in their human forms, meeting the dire bears head-on. Even in their human forms, their combat prowess was evident as they gracefully navigated the clumsy assaults of the dire bears, their dragon claws tearing through their defenses, exposing the dire bears to Savina's savage rending. Before long, the wounds of the dire bears became too numerous to heal, causing them to grow sluggish and eventually succumb to blood loss under Savina's decisive strikes. Meanwhile, the Minotaur King squad, relieved of much of the pressure by Savina and Kono, also concluded the battle swiftly, with only minor injuries sustained by some of the Minotaurs. Following the battle, Qin Feiyu's interface automatically calculated the results, and he ascended to level 14, just 6 levels shy of the level 20 threshold. The entire campaign, from the Black Bear tribe's mobilization to their ultimate demise, lasted less than 2 hours. Rather than pressing on, Qin Feiyu opted to rest. The Minotaur King squad had suffered some injuries, diminishing their short-term combat effectiveness, and Savina and Kono had expended considerable energy in their all-out assault. Seizing the opportunity during lunchtime, Qin Feiyu promptly contacted Monsheng the Quickshot to prepare a meal for them, trading an eagle-bodied harpy he had prepared in his trading space. Half an hour later, Quickshot delivered the food punctually. Qin Feiyu materialized a roasted wild boar, its aroma filling the air. Without ceremony, he grabbed a prepared short knife, cut off a trotter, and began to devour it. "Why are you all standing there? Dig in," Qin Feiyu exclaimed, noticing his troops' hesitation. After Qin Feiyu provided the utensils, they joined him in savoring the unique wild boar meat. According to Quickshot, this roasted wild boar was still somewhat crude, lacking the distinctive flavors of Earth. However, after 2 days of local cuisine, Qin Feiyu found it delicious. Savina and Kono, having had little cooked food, nearly came to blows over another trotter. Qin Feiyu pacified Savina, promising to have Quickshot roast another one for her that evening. Much to Kono's envy, Qin Feiyu had not expected Savina, usually stoic and taciturn, to have such a penchant for food, a discovery that amused him. He resolved to share any new delicacies he encountered with her. With the meal concluded, everyone was content. Even the ordinary Minotaurs regarded Qin Feiyu with greater affection. As the saying goes, food is the ultimate truth, and beauty is justice. After lunch, Qin Feiyu began clearing out the remaining ordinary black bears left behind in the tribe. Although numbering nearly 100, they lacked the combat prowess of their predecessors. With no surrender forthcoming, Qin Feiyu had no choice but to convert them into experience points. However, even this substantial number of bears did not elevate him to the next level, so Qin Feiyu continued south, seeking new prey. After vanquishing the black bear tribe, Qin Feiyu's legion spent the next 2 days eliminating brown bear tribes and small clusters of grizzly bears. On the 3rd day, they ventured deep into the heart of Grizzly Ridge, engaging with pairs of dark gold dire bears. In those 2 days, Qin Feiyu finally reached level 18, just 1 step away from level 20, sooner than expected. However, the Minotaur King squad had lost 1 member, and the rest were wounded. Qin Feiyu realized that even upon reaching the true dark gold dire bear tribe, combat would inevitably lead to further casualties. Bears were known for their tenacity, and he had witnessed their ferocity firsthand, even harboring a desire to recruit them. During another rest period, Qin Feiyu, noticing the deep fatigue in Savina and Kono's eyes, made a firm decision, ordering the troops to take stock and prepare to return to the city. This was a real world, and even the most powerful beings would tire after prolonged combat. Moreover, he had made rapid progress in the past 2 days and felt content with his achievements. This world was inherently dangerous, and there was no need to put himself in harm's way. Savina and Kono were his only reliable assets, and he needed to consider the well-being of his troops. Upon hearing the order to return, everyone visibly relaxed. Even Savina's icy countenance softened slightly. Even as a mighty dragon, she could be worn down. After some deliberation, they decided to return along the same route they had taken, which was now clear and unobstructed, saving them considerable time. On the third day in Grizzly Ridge, Qin Feiyu purchased 2 more roasted wild boars from Monxiang the Quickshot, having grown accustomed to the taste. "You are truly my benefactor," Quickshot exclaimed during the transaction, as Qin Feiyu generously paid 1,000 gold coins, bringing tears of joy to Quickshot's eyes. With his territory in the midst of development, Qin Feiyu's gold coins were like a timely rain, falling right where they were needed most. The transaction is temporarily suspended. Focus on training a chef and send them over here. I'm waiting, Qin Feiyu continued, unfazed by Quickshot's flattery. The requirements aren't too high. Someone with the same skill as you these past few days will do. Quickshot was convinced that Qin Feiyu was a true magnate and resolved to seize the opportunity to curry favor. However, the requirement to send a chef with the same skill as the one who had been roasting the wild boars these past few days left him disheartened. He had been personally cooking, and training a chef to his level in such a short time seemed impossible. He had no ambition for conquest and simply wished to create and discover more culinary delights in the Miraculous Continent. However, with the dangers lurking outside, surviving in this world felt incredibly challenging. After the satisfying meal, Qin Feiyu and his troops marched on, eventually exiting Grizzly Ridge. However, as they passed the sulfur mine, they noticed something amiss. The mine was supposed to be an unclaimed resource point after the defending monsters had fled. However, they now saw several human laborers had constructed huts and begun mining. Qin Feiyu, recognizing the similarity between the huts and his own citizens, halted and approached to speak with them, taking Savina with him for protection. As they neared the huts, several long-armed laborers wielding whips emerged, led by an elite long-armed overseer with an unfriendly expression. "Who goes there?" The elite 2-star long-armed overseer demanded, eyeing Qin Feiyu and Savina with malevolence, contemplating enslaving the 2 ordinary humans. He had heard from his lord that anyone who captured ordinary humans would be handsomely rewarded. Had it not been for his hero's order to guard the newly excavated mine, he would have joined the Orcish raiding parties pillaging nearby villages. However, he had only been here for a day when he stumbled upon these lost humans, a stroke of good fortune. The man was fair-skinned and the woman alluring, and their capture would surely earn him a substantial reward from his lord, perhaps even the admiration of his hero. As the long-armed laborers surrounded them, Qin Feiyu remained unfazed and quietly instructed Savina, "Leave the one in front, eliminate the rest." He also intended to interrogate who was behind these individuals, and whether they were connected to the previous demon lord. "All right," Shervina nodded, her figure suddenly vanishing from the spot. With a series of thuds as bodies fell to the ground, she reappeared beside Qin Feiyu. The long-armed overseer had just begun to comprehend the situation when he noticed his fellow long-armed laborers silently collapsing around him, oblivious to the cause of their demise. Terrified, he plopped down to the ground, his expression filled with dread as he looked at Shervina. "Demon, please don't kill me. I know nothing." Seeing the long-armed overseer utterly terrified, Qin Feiyu chuckled darkly and approached him, patting the overseer's gaunt face. "I ask, you answer, or I shall end your life. Do you understand?" I know nothing," stammered the long-armed overseer. "If I don't know, I might as well kill you now. Do you understand?" Qin Feiyu mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. "My lord, please ask whatever you wish, as long as you spare my life. Which faction do you belong to? And where is your territory?" "I don't know. I'm new here." "Know nothing? Then die." "My lord, I will tell you." Under pressure, the long-armed overseer finally divulged everything he knew. In Chengfeng village of Nanshan town lay the territory of his lord. As Qin Feiyu suspected, this lord was involved in human trafficking, which allowed his power to grow rapidly. As for the missing trade caravan and centaurs, the overseer knew nothing, as they were acquired from the later trading market. He only knew that the lord had an elite orc raiding squad specifically tasked with plundering, which had nearly captured the villagers from the surrounding villages. However, he found it strange that many villagers disappeared shortly after arriving at the territory. Being a somewhat dim-witted long-armed overseer, he hadn't thought much of it, focusing instead on joining the raiding team, only to be assigned here to supervise disobedient miners. After the long-armed overseer had revealed all he knew, Qin Feiyu instructed Shervina to grant him a swift end. After dealing with the guards, Qin Feiyu gathered new information from the miners who were currently toiling. These miners were originally villagers from nearby settlements, captured and brought to Qingfeng village, where they, along with a large group of similarly captured villagers, underwent a magical cleansing in the square and were then assigned to work in the mines. When Qin Feiyu inquired about the other villagers, they claimed they had simply vanished, their expressions hinting at the fear of invoking something terrible. Qin Feiyu had initially intended to rescue them, but the system prompt revealed something enlightening. Current villagers belong to Qingfeng village. Do you wish to initiate a villager raid? Villager raid. When one lord raids another's villagers, both parties will enter a mirrored space to engage in battle. Only by annihilating the opposing forces can one claim victory and obtain the rights to the villagers. Note, units that perish in the mirrored space are unaffected in reality. Seeing this new combat mechanism against other lords for the first time, Qin Feiyu's expression grew grave. Although the destruction of all units in the mirrored space would not affect reality, all his strength would be fully exposed to his opponent. The two lords competing for villagers likely had territories in close proximity, making it possible for other scheming lords to scout their military capabilities in advance. This could lead to targeted attacks in reality, resulting in the annihilation of his territory. Thus, the strength of a lord's army is merely one aspect. The greater test lies in their adaptability and strategic deployment. If a villager raid could reveal the strength of the opponent, the threat would be considerably lessened. As Qin Feiyu contemplated this prompt, he began to think far ahead. Would you be willing to return to my territory? Although you will not become my villagers immediately, I can ensure your safety, allowing you to mine without fear in this perilous wilderness. Wanggu, perhaps we should heed this lord's words. After all, we do not belong to Qingfeng village. We are merely unfortunate souls captured to mine. There's no need to risk our lives for this. Wang Wei, one of the questioned miners, pondered his companion's words, uncertain whether this lord was friend or foe. He feared that escaping one peril would lead him into another. Ultimately, the miners agreed to follow Qin Feiyu. They were not loyal subjects of Qingfeng village, and relocating was not an insurmountable issue for them. Qin Feiyu's decision was well considered. He did not wish to confront this unknown lord directly just yet, as he had an opportunity for significant growth ahead. However, once his strength was formidable, he would need to engage with that lord eventually. On the way back to Feiyu village with the miners, no further complications arose. Upon returning to the territory, Catralan reported on the progress of the village's construction. With ample resources and wealth, Feiyu village was transforming rapidly. Just 5 days in, the village had reached level 3. With some level 4 structures already completed, it was expected that by tomorrow evening, the village would officially upgrade to level 4, showcasing remarkable speed. Meanwhile, other lords remained stagnant at level 1, living precarious lives, with even level 2 villages being a rare occurrence. With this realization, Qin Feiyu felt a surge of confidence. Even if the neighboring lord was currently formidable, the gap would gradually widen, making it easy for him to deal with them later. Upon briefly examining the trading market, Qin Feiyu noted that the sale of population had saturated the entire market, indicating that most lords sought shortcuts. However, such an approach was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Without adequate territory development, they would only weaken over time. Trading population for short-term gains was not a wise strategy. As for seizing nearby populations, Qin Feiyu believed it was not so simple. Though he was unaware of how the neighboring lord managed it, the game could not possibly harbor such a significant loophole. After reflecting on recent events, Qin Feiyu opened the forum panel to see if there were any new developments. With the beginner's protection period nearing its end in 2 days, many lords had their territorial construction on track. Due to varying geographical environments and the lord's needs, the forum had devolved into a chaotic marketplace, with fresh news becoming increasingly scarce. After 2 exhausting days of camping in the wilderness, he was about to take a nap when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. With so few inhabitants in the territory, and given that others had already relocated to the Hero Hall and temporary military camp, Qin Feiyu found himself alone in the lord's residence. Before he could speculate on who it might be, a sweet, youthful voice called from outside. "Lord, are you there?" Recognizing it as Dia's voice, Qin Feiyu instantly deduced her purpose. Considering the recent events surrounding Dia, he did not refuse and opened the door for her. Dia entered. Her delicate features adorned with light makeup, her fair skin revealing the unique blush of youth. Dressed in a light blue silk shirt, her fur shorts did little to conceal her long legs. Even at this youthful stage, She possessed the many charms of a beautiful girl, a true beauty in the making. However, traces of tears lingered on her exquisitely made-up face, clearly indicating she had just been crying. "My lord, is it true that my father has been captured by the wicked sorcerers?" Upon entering the lord's residence, Jia could no longer contain her emotions, her tear-filled eyes pleading with Qin Feiyu for a definitive answer. Her father was her only family, and during the days of Dyson's disappearance, she had lost her appetite, visibly losing weight. She had been holding on to hope, waiting for her father to return from Nanshan town, so they could continue their lives together as they had for so many years. However, 3 days had passed without any news from Dyson, and she could no longer suppress her urge for clarity, desperately seeking a final answer from Qin Feiyu. Qin Feiyu gazed at the pitiful Daya, his heart filled with sympathy. As an ordinary young girl, enduring such experiences repeatedly would test even the strongest of spirits. Previously, he had learned that Daya had grown up without a mother, raised solely by her father, leading to her somewhat reclusive disposition. The fact that she had waited until his return to seek answers indicated that her mental state was on the brink of collapse. After all, she was the first person he encountered after his arrival in this world, and his heart softened. He resolved to investigate the situation thoroughly, aiming to rescue Dyson and the others, thereby providing Daya with the closure she sought. During the Lord's plunder war and the analysis of the territory board, he had deduced that Dyson and the others were still alive and, based on the information from the long-armed overseer, inferred they were likely trapped in Windward Village. However, he was perplexed as to what the Lord was waiting for, as he neither initiated the plunder war nor dealt with Dyson and his companions. Today, while observing the condition of the territory, he noticed that the Centaur guards protecting the exchange party had vanished, indicating they had likely met with disaster. This suggested that the Lord's intentions were not rooted in compassion for Dyson and his group, but rather in ulterior motives. Shedding the Lord's imposing presence, he reverted to the handsome youth Daya had first met, helping her to her feet and offering a warm smile. They have not been captured by the evil sorcerer. They are merely trapped temporarily, but are safe. Upon seeing the gentle light in Qin Feiyu's eyes, Daya nodded instinctively, believing his words wholeheartedly. She felt that Qin Feiyu was an angel sent from above to save her, providing her with an unwavering sense of security. "I'm not certain if I can ensure their safe return," Qin Feiyu remarked, noticing Daya's hesitation. "As long as the Lord can rescue my father, I would do anything for him," Daya impulsively declared, perhaps too desperate for her father's return, or perhaps harboring other hopes. After uttering those words, a sudden realization dawned upon her, and her ears flushed crimson. Qin Feiyu, taken by her bashfulness, wore a mischievous smile. "Really willing to do anything?" He extended the last word, the implication unmistakable. "I am willing." Daya's voice was barely a whisper, her head bowed in shyness. "I was just teasing. I will certainly rescue your father." Qin Feiyu chuckled lightly, his gaze shifting southward as his tone grew serious. "Those who provoke me will pay the price." Upon hearing this, Daya's expression grew complex. She was unsure whether to feel relieved or disheartened. After reassuring her, he suddenly recalled the evil sorcerer from Twilight City. After summoning Katerolan, he learned that there had been no unusual occurrences in the territory in recent days. Qin Feiyu gazed towards Ling Tian Cliff, sensing that the demon cult was brewing something dreadful. Yet, he found himself hindered by this enigmatic lord, leaving him to confront Twilight City matters at a later time. Although it had only been the 5th day since his arrival, it felt as though an eternity had passed. Overwhelmed by fatigue, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Not long after, Qin Feiyu awoke. A brief rest was sufficient. He was tantalizingly close to level 20 and yearned to achieve it today. The troll forest to the west was near Shiwa town, and he intended to remain there until he reached level 20. During this period, he had invested hundreds of thousands of gold coins in territory construction and the Spirit Tower, yet saw no returns, especially from the Spirit Tower, which had consumed a staggering amount without yielding any visible results. Had there been higher-tier units available, he would have preferred to allocate some funds to form an elite squad for greater cost efficiency, accompanied by his well-rested Minotaur King squad and elite flying unit. He set off towards the Troll Forest. Passing through Shiwa town, he borrowed a team of Medusa from Ifaya. Upon learning that Qin Feiyu was already level 18 and nearing the threshold to lift Ifaya's curse, she even dispatched another female hero, Queen Medusa Ziling. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Feiyu led the Medusa squad into the Troll Forest, clearing their path. As he collected resources and treasures along the way, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a purple experience card within a chest for the first time. The purple experience card contained 1,500 experience points, and upon eagerly using it, a flash of white light enveloped him, effortlessly propelling him to level 19. He had never imagined that leveling up could be so easy. He had previously toiled for mere increments. Realizing this, he whimsically opened the trading panel. Unfortunately, the marketplace only featured green and blue experience cards, with no purple ones available. The green experience card offered 500 points, while the blue provided 1,000, yet the exorbitant prices deterred him from purchasing them outright. The cheapest green card sold for 100,000 gold coins, a blatant extortion, while the others were even more outrageous. With only a short distance remaining to level 20, Qin Feiyu closed the trading panel, opting to grind monsters instead. As dusk fell, and with a final flash of white light after vanquishing a battle deep within the troll forest, Qin Feiyu finally achieved his much-anticipated level 20. He had not expected the addition of the Medusa squad to expedite his leveling process so dramatically. Reflecting on the importance of unit composition, he was eager to manifest the Star Spirit transformation skill. With a confirmation prompt, he finally acquired this long-coveted powerful ability. Star Spirit Transformation, S-Grade, level requirement, 20, met, can transform into any biological template it touches, acquiring a permanent transformation form. Duration, unknown. Note, once a template is chosen, it is permanently fixed. Transformation duration depends on level. Returning to the underground cave of Shiwa Town with a large entourage, he met Ifeya's gaze, filled with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, and disclosed his plan. Upon hearing that Qin Feiyu must personally approach Nidhogg, Ifeya's initial excitement turned to concern. She understood that Qin Feiyu was merely an ordinary person, even if slightly stronger than the average human. Maintaining consciousness under Nidhogg's soul pressure would be exceedingly difficult. If he were ensnared by Nidhogg's devouring ability, she feared he might not withstand it. After deliberating on a strategy, they decided to proceed in 2 steps. The first step involved Ifeya immediately enchanting Qin Feiyu to draw him away from Nidhogg upon sensing any disturbance in his soul's vibrations. The second step required Zavina to sever his contact with Nidhogg's body the moment she detected any signs of weakness in him. With both measures in place, they awaited Qin Feiyu's final decision. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyu stepped forward, eyeing Nidhogg's colossal form. He understood that today was the day he would transform into a dragon. Chapter 27. Abyssal Black Dragon Calamity. Qin Feiyu chose to contact Nidhogg's arm, ensuring that should any uncontrollable events arise, Zavina could swiftly sever the connection, avoiding complications from harder points that might escalate the situation. The group waited with bated breath. Even one of the succubi accompanying Ifeya was more anxious than Ifeya herself, her arms intertwined, and her alluring features glistening with sweat. The Minotaur King leader Miz and Queen Medusa Zeline shared the same anticipation, their eyes fixed on Qin Feiyu's movements. They had awaited this day for nearly a decade, hoping that Ifeya could once again gaze upon the sky. The scorpion lion, perhaps lacking in wits or simply dull, stood nearby, expressionless, resembling a silent statue. Activate Star Spirit Transformation. Qin Feiyu opened the panel and directly utilized the skill. Please confirm the current target. Once bound, it cannot be replaced or revoked. Qin Feiyu stepped forward and grasped the first digit of Nidhogg's cold, unyielding claw. This was the smallest part he could hold, requiring both of his hands for a complete grip. Do you confirm the disaster dragon as a binding subject? The prompt on the panel appeared, and Qin Feiyu clicked to confirm. Immediately after his confirmation, a flash of lightning surged through his mind, striking at his very soul. He shuddered as a distant, primal aura enveloped him, plunging him into a peculiar dream. Qin Feiyu awoke from the darkness, groggily hearing a distant voice reading, as he was shaken vigorously. Suddenly, a rough voice boomed. Qin Feiyu, the teacher calls you to read a passage. He opened his eyes to find himself in a spacious, pristine classroom, with his public course teacher standing at the podium, gazing sternly at him. His classmates surrounded him, their eyes fixed upon him, awaiting something. Beside him sat his roommate, Gua Gang, who had roused him from slumber. Where am I? Qin Feiyu thought in confusion. Wasn't I in the midst of a star spirit transformation? Qin Feiyu, please turn to page 38 and recite the English letter Li Hua wrote to Emily, the teacher repeated, noticing Qin Feiyu's drowsy expression. So it was all a dream. Qin Feiyu felt as if he had been transported to another world, mechanically flipping to page 38 of the English textbook and beginning to read. Without much difficulty, he attended class dutifully for the entire morning. When lunchtime arrived, he picked up his textbook and headed to the cafeteria, his demeanor still dazed. So the journey was merely a dream, he mused. He was in his freshman year, and the previous night he had played games late into the night, falling asleep unknowingly and waking up groggy today. There was no crossing over, no lordship. There was no Jia, no Zavina. They were merely figments of his imagination. Yet, why did it feel as if the present was the illusion, while Zavina had truly existed? Qin Feiyu found himself engulfed in confusion. In the underground city, Ifia observed the convulsing Qin Feiyu with a grave expression. She sensed his soul was in turmoil, as though it were undergoing some tribulation. At that moment, Qin Feiyu's body was exhibiting pronounced veins, the unique aura of the black dragon fluctuating in intensity. Zavina watched him anxiously, her arm transforming into a sharp claw, crystallized with ice. Should danger arise, she would sever the black dragon's claw without hesitation. What is happening? Ifia asked, unsure whether Qin Feiyu's condition was good or bad. This is the evolution of the dragon vein. It is a chasm that separates other life forms from dragons. Only by enduring can one truly transform into a dragon. Otherwise, the opportunity is lost and one descends into the abyss, Kono explained. As a fellow dragon, he was well versed in the ingrained traditions of the dragon race. It was an innate talent for every dragon. Is there no way to assist him? Ifia questioned, her anxiety mounting. If Qin Feiyu failed, it would mean her eternal confinement here, devoid of hope. No, he must rely solely on himself, Zavina replied solemnly. She feared not his failure, but hoped he would protect himself, for such evolution could be fatal. Unbeknownst to Qin Feiyu, all was transpiring in the underground city. He continued with his daily studies in life, swiftly moving through university. Eventually, he entered society, enduring a series of struggles to become an ordinary worker. Yet, every night, he felt an incongruity, as if he did not belong to this world, as if something awaited him, someone still waiting. Each evening, he sat idly, his sleep dwindling day by day. He felt that if this continued, he would lose everything. Suddenly, he recalled the dream he had during his freshman class. Gradually, he awakened to the realization that all was amiss. This was not real. This was not the future he desired. He was a lord, surrounded by loyal warriors. He had merely fallen into a dream, a wondrous dream that did not belong to him. As he jolted awake, the bustling world around him transformed into ephemeral illusions, gradually dissipating. He found himself enveloped in an endless darkness, a faint glimmer flickering before him. To his surprise, it was a fellow from Blue Star. This light conveyed a sentiment, imbued with the loneliness of traversing millennia. Thank you for allowing me to revisit that marvelous world. I, Nidhogg, have never been outdone, yet ultimately, I became a mere pawn. Nidhogg's emotional essence conveyed a profound melancholy, seemingly harboring unfulfilled desires. Qin Feiyu attempted to speak, but found himself devoid of form, like a wisp of air, only able to perceive the light's intent without the capability to communicate. I understand what you wish to convey. A new game has commenced, to unravel the mysteries. Strive to become the strongest. The light flickered, infused with a sense of regret, longing to return home to gaze once more at the blue irises. As the last vestige of intent faded, the light dimmed, and Nidhogg's essence vanished completely. Qin Feiyu sensed the once pure white surroundings gradually acquiring color, as if the white canvas was unveiled, and he felt his corporeal existence return. He gently moved his slightly numb body and discovered his hands were no longer ensnared by Nidhogg's claws, while Zavina and Ifia watched him with concern. It turned out that the disaster dragon, Black Dragon Emperor Nidhogg, was also a traveler. But what did it mean to be a pawn in a new game? The sentiments conveyed by Nidhogg still echoed within his mind, causing him a moment of distress. A new game? Was Nidhogg a participant in the lordship game as well? Or had the game he experienced already been played before? After pondering for a considerable time without clarity, he ultimately chose to relinquish the thought. Did it succeed? Ifia, noticing Qin Feiyu's furrowed brow and silence, appeared anxious. The panel confirmed the binding of the star's spirit transformation target and the completion of the skill lock-in. Qin Feiyu nodded and replied, it should have succeeded. Emerging from the emotions evoked by the earlier intent, he opened the panel to examine the full form of this skill. Star's spirit transformation, S-Class, target locked, Abyssal Black Dragon Disaster can transform into the Abyssal Black Dragon Disaster form. Lasting duration level X 60 seconds. Abyssal Black Dragon Disaster Race. Abyssal Black Dragon Class. Dragon Battle Mage Quality. Elite 1 star. Level 20 star. Devour 02 stars. Title: Disaster Racial Talent. Magic Immunity. Spell Affinity Special Talent. Devour 010. Can acquire greater power by devouring formidable beings. Note: devouring ordinary 1-star beings adds 1 layer. Elite 1-star beings add 2 layers. And so forth. Devouring at level 1 adds half a star attribute. Daily devouring limit. Full layers at level 20. Chapter 28. Ifia departs excellent, truly formidable. Upon reviewing this skill, Qin Feiyu felt only this sentiment. Turning to the still anxious Ifia, he confidently declared, "I will transform now. Everyone, please step aside." Ifia, hearing they were nearing the final step, was overwhelmed with joy and quickly retreated, fearful of disturbing Qin Feiyu. The other creatures in the underground city, alongside Zavina and others, also stepped back to provide Qin Feiyu ample space for his transformation. Seeing it was nearly time, an inexplicable excitement surged within Qin Feiyu. He could finally embody a true dragon, a moment he had long awaited. Star Spirit Transformation, activate. As the skill was invoked, Qin Feiyu felt enveloped in a fervent energy. His body momentarily numb as his bones began to swell, and his blood boiled. When he raised his hand, he beheld his palm transformed into a massive dragon claw, covered in fine black scales. On his back, it seemed as if a new pair of arms extended outward. With a slight movement, a tremendous gust of wind was summoned, and he staggered into the air. Qin Feiyu tumbled back to the ground, gazing upon the colossal form of Nidhogg before him, suddenly feeling a faint connection. Remembering Avia's anticipation and Nidhogg's words before his disappearance, he suppressed his discomfort and activated his devouring talent. Transforming into the Abyssal Black Dragon, Qin Feiyu opened his great maw, enveloping Nidhogg's body in a colossal force of consumption. As time passed, fragments began to appear on Nidhogg's form, which soon transformed into countless starlit specks, all flowing into Qin Feiyu's jaws. After absorbing Nidhogg's strength, Qin Feiyu felt as though his muscles and bones were on the verge of being torn apart. Enduring the excruciating pain, he maintained his Abyssal Black Dragon form, understanding that releasing it would cause his frail human body to burst under the immense power. After more than 10 minutes of this strain, Qin Feiyu finally felt the sensation of being torn apart dissipate. Instead, a warm current flowed through his limbs, soothing the ruptured veins caused by the overwhelming energy. As time continued its march, Qin Feiyu could no longer withstand the pressure and reverted to his human form. Collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat, his forehead still glistening with cold perspiration, and his complexion pale as that of a critically ill patient. All eyes were upon him, and Avia's gaze shimmered with unshed tears. As a succubus who had not seen the light of day for a decade, her former splendor was long gone, all for the hope of one day being liberated. Yet, when that moment of true freedom arrived, her mindset had shifted, resembling that of a weary, ordinary person. Upon checking his panel, Qin Feiyu discovered that the contract once forged between the Black Dragon Emperor Nidhogg and Avia had indeed transferred to him. Without a moment's hesitation, he dissolved the contract, granting Avia her freedom. As she felt the shackles that had bound her dissipate, Avia gradually fell into a state of clarity. As if this decade had merely been a trial, she slowly closed her eyes, attuning herself to the life energies of the various beings around her. Subsequently, something within her shattered, and her essence surged, instantly surpassing Zavina and ascending to a higher plane. Qin Feiyu watched as Avia's once fiery red horns became more slender and crystalline, and the tail behind her bifurcated, leaving him astonished. He found himself utterly captivated by Avia's exquisite visage and enchanting form. Avia had not anticipated that years of accumulation would culminate in such a transformation. Upon breaking the contract, she had advanced further. This marked her third ascension in her demonic existence, enabling her to stand independently in the infernal realm as a true succubus queen. The succubus lineage comprises 4 stages: succubus maiden, succubus general, succubus queen, and succubus empress. At this juncture, Avia had ascended to the highest form of her kind, achieving elite 7-star prowess. Noticing that Qin Feiyu was momentarily overwhelmed by her suddenly released aura, she quickly reined in her energy and offered an apology to the awakened Qin Feiyu. He dismissed it lightly, instead joyfully congratulating her. After exchanging compliments, Avia presented Qin Feiyu with the central crystal of the dungeon. This transaction was successfully concluded, with both parties gaining significantly, resulting in mutual satisfaction. Rather than hastily claiming dominion over the dungeon upon receiving the crystal, Qin Feiyu observed Avia as she hesitated to speak. "What is it, my lord?" Avia, a master of manipulating hearts, was not oblivious to Qin Feiyu's intent. However, having just regained her freedom, she had too many matters left unresolved, opting to feign ignorance. Seeing Avia's pretense, Qin Feiyu felt reluctant to press for anything further. Avia had already cared for him extensively. He was not one to take advantage of her kindness. "There's no news from Ivy yet. Since the transaction is complete, I will return Ms. and Ivy to their rightful owners." Reflecting on the threats posed by other lords, Qin Feiyu transferred command of Ms. and the others to Avia. "Ivy once said that upon your release from the seal, she would serve you forever. Do you not desire a personal maid?" Avia teased as she beheld Qin Feiyu relinquish Ivy's command. "No, I do not wish for that." The thought of daily yielding to a succubus's temptations made Qin Feiyu shake his head vigorously, adding silently in his heart, "Unless it's you." Noticing his reaction, Avia chose to remain silent, accepting command of Ivy's succubus team while declining authority over Ms. and the others. With a smile, she said, "I wish to return to the infernal realm. It would be inconvenient for Ms. and Zelene to accompany me. Since you have taken over the dungeon, you will be responsible for Ms. and Zelene from now on. Should I find that you mistreat them in the slightest, I will return to seek you out." With her final remark, Avia cast a coy glance toward Qin Feiyu. Although Avia did not possess any skill effects, her pure allure rendered Qin Feiyu somewhat flustered. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he replied, "How could that be?" After the handover was complete, Avia bid farewell to Ms. Zelene and her former subordinates. She planned to set off for the infernal realm immediately. Though no direct passage existed, she was certain the demon cult would have a means. Qin Feiyu considered warning her that the demon cult might not agree to her request, but upon realizing her newly acquired elite 7-star strength, he decided against it. Knowing that the demon cult's members would likely be unable to challenge her. Before departing, Avia informed Qin Feiyu about the dungeon's particulars, concerned that he might waste too much time exploring once he activated it. Ultimately, she advised him to recruit a hero skilled in territory management at the tavern after gaining control of the dungeon. Qin Feiyu understood the significance of territory management, but his thoughts were also on the information regarding the nearby lord. After some consideration, Avia suggested that Qin Feiyu arrange for Zavina to accompany her on her trip. Having been imprisoned for so long, her longing to return home was overwhelming. She did not wish to linger here for even a second longer. Qin Feiyu empathized with her feelings and, after consulting Zavina, permitted her to accompany Avia to South Mountain Town, with the intention of returning with concrete information. After parting ways in Shiwa Town, Avia soared into the sky with another succubus team, disappearing from sight. Qin Feiyu watched her enchanting figure fade into the distance, feeling a twinge of regret for not having kept the succubi. Chapter 29, A New Territory, Recruiting the Black Dragon. After a moment of reflection, Qin Feiyu opened his panel and discovered that his star spirit transformation had once again altered after consuming Nidhogg. Star spirit transformation, S-Class, target locked. Abyssal Black Dragon Catastrophe can transform into the Abyssal Black Dragon Catastrophe for a duration of level X60s. Abyssal Black Dragon Catastrophe Race, Abyssal Black Dragon Profession, Giant Dragon Battle Mage Quality, Ordinary 2-star, level 20-star with 2nd level Devouring, Title, Calamity Racial Talent, Magic Immunity. Spell Affinity Special Talent, Devouring level 2, 3080, can grasp greater power through the devouring of formidable beings. Note, devouring an ordinary 1-star being accumulates 1 layer. An elite 1-star being accumulates 2 layers, and so forth. Currently, 15 layers of Abyssal Black Dragon have been devoured, doubling the attributes of similar devouring. Devouring level 1 grants half a star attribute. Daily devouring limit. Full layer level 20, skills, reverse scale, defense 100, void black flame, frenzied tier. Quintuple strike. The previous title of Calamity had transformed into Catastrophe, and his strength had evolved from elite 1-star to ordinary 2-star. Observing the required layers for devouring, Qin Feiyu felt that upgrading his strength would indeed be a swifter endeavor. When he produced the central crystal of the dungeon, his expression was filled with exhilaration. This was his second territory, a stronghold propelling him towards a broader future. Placing the central crystal into the core of the dungeon, which was already cloaked in dust and cobwebs. The entire dungeon trembled as though a slumbering dragon had suddenly awakened. The colossal edifices seemed to awaken at some unseen command, shedding their accumulated dust and gradually illuminating. Before long, the entire subterranean city was once more operational. At that juncture, a prompt appeared on the interface. Confirm this territory as your second domain? Confirm. Designate a name for the new domain. Abyssal Dungeon is now fully operational. Domain information is available for review at your convenience. With the final notification, a new entry emerged on the domain construction panel beneath the existing information for Featherwing Village. Domain, Abyssal Dungeon level. Tier 3 Metropolis next stage. Tier 4 Metropolis. Upgrade requires 10. 000 gold. 1,000,000 units each of stone, wood, and iron or standard structures. Lord's Manor. Unique. Crypts. 100 capacity. X 5,000 2,000 damaged. Requiring repair. Colossal Resource Vaults X 70. Colossal Freezers X 10. Apothecary. Blacksmith. Tailor. Special Structures. Tier 4 Magic Guild. Tavern. Portal. Damaged. Requiring repair. Mobile Barracks. Damaged. Requiring repair. Foundations. 60. 000 inhabitants. 0. Capacity. 1,000,000. Domain Resources. Gold. Lord's Manor. 0. Wood Resource Vaults. 0. Stone Resource Vaults. 0. Iron Ore Resource Vaults. 0. Food. Freezers. 15,000. Special Resources. Crystal 0. Sulfur 0. Quicksilver 0. Gems 0. Resource Nodes. None Domain Attribute. Dungeon Barracks. Troglodyte Barracks. Damaged. Requiring repair. Harpy Barracks. Damaged. Requiring repair. Evil Eye Barracks. Damaged. Requiring repair. Medusa Barracks. Minotaur Barracks. Manticore Barracks. Black Dragon Barracks. Units. Medusa, Minotaur, Manticore Heroes. Mirth, Zealine Description. A once splendid royal city. Upon surveying the multitude of ruined structures awaiting restoration within his domain, Qin Feiyu felt a wave of disquiet wash over him. The absence of any inhabitants within the dungeon only compounded his unease. Without denizens, productivity would be impossible to restore, and even a metropolis would offer scant benefit to Qin Feiyu. The sole advantage lay in the presence of existing barracks, including the potential for recruiting black dragons, which could serve as a rapid unit production hub for bolstering Qin Feiyu's forces. As a metropolis, Qin Feiyu's abyssal dungeon, Lord's Manor, had expanded to encompass tens of thousands of square meters, boasting an array of structures, including the Hall of Internal Affairs, the Council Chamber, and the Management Hall, each serving distinct functions. The Hall of Internal Affairs provided real-time status updates for each barracks, and even facilitated the remote recruitment of new troops, sparing the Lord the inconvenience of traveling to each military installation. Given the scale of the metropolis, personally visiting each barracks would indeed prove somewhat cumbersome. Qin Feiyu made his way directly to the Hall of Internal Affairs, where he finally beheld the full extent of the Black Dragon Barracks on the hall's display screen. It was a dragon-shaped sculpture, exuding an aura of formidable power, nestled against the eastern stone wall of the main city. Black Dragon Lair Level. Ordinary 7-star recruitable unit. Black Dragon, Ordinary 7-star, recruitable quantity. 3 weekly production. 1 recruitment requirements. 66,000 gold. 100 sulfur. Upon examining his available resources, Qin Feiyu found only a few dozen units acquired from clearing wild monsters, far insufficient to recruit even a single black dragon. Qin Feiyu accessed the trading market, initiating a search using keywords to locate transactions involving sulfur in exchange for other resources. 100 sulfur for 100 crystal, 50 sulfur for 50 gems, 30 sulfur for 30 quicksilver. Nearly all listings involved sulfur in exchange for other special resources, with no lords offering special resources in exchange for ordinary resources or gold. The exchange rate for special resources remained at a 1-to-1 ratio, and there were at least 100 such transactions available. It appeared that many lords had already amassed considerable gains in the wild, and he was not alone in his progress. As it happened, he currently possessed a substantial quantity of crystals and promptly acquired several large orders exchanging crystals for sulfur, bringing his sulfur reserves to over 300. Crystals were also an important resource, and he required them for the recruitment of Dragonhawk Knights. However, with 3 black dragons eagerly awaiting recruitment, the 100 or so crystals he retained would suffice for recruiting the Dragonhawk Knights produced next week. Furthermore, Upon the refresh of the Wheel of Fortune, he had received 300 gems as part of his rewards. Should crystals prove insufficient, he could exchange gems once more. In the early stages of the game, lords exhibited limited demand for special resources, and price discrepancies had yet to emerge, which was advantageous to him. With sulfur now in hand, he accessed the Black Dragon Lair information and initiated the recruitment of Black Dragons directly from the Hall of Internal Affairs. Recruit Black Dragons. 3 cost. 198,000 gold. 300 sulfur. Recruitment successful. Qin Feiyu then examined the Manticore and Minotaur barracks, where the available numbers generally ranged from 30 to 50. The recruitment of Manticores also required sulfur, which Qin Feiyu promptly dismissed. In his estimation, Manticores were less useful than ranged units like Medusas, and he would not squander resources on their recruitment. As for Minotaurs and Medusas, Qin Feiyu already possessed 2 small squads of each, and the Minotaur squad had suffered 1 casualty. Qin Feiyu opted to reinforce both squads to medium size. The recruitment cost for Minotaurs was 12,000 gold, while Medusas cost 5,000 gold each. After this flurry of activity, Qin Feiyu's gold reserves had dwindled by another 636,000. Gazing at his rapidly diminishing gold and contemplating the logistical expenses of maintaining these troops, Qin Feiyu suddenly realized that even several million gold would not last long. Esteemed Lord, Blackwing, Blackwind, Blackthorn, heeds your summons. Before long, the newly recruited Black Dragons materialized in humanoid form and reported to the Lord's Manor. Chapter 30. The Tavern. Blackwing Race. Black Dragon Class. Dragon Warrior Quality. 7-star D-grade Loyalty. 100 Racial Talent. Magic Immunity. Spell Affinity Synergy. Nature's Darling. Increases all attributes by 1 for each additional dragon present. Skills. Reverse Scale. Defense 100. Black Flame. Savage Rend. Triple Strike. Logistics. 660 gold per week. 7 units of food per day. Qin Feiyu examined the 3 dragons' attributes, noting their similarity to those of abyssal black dragons. After all, abyssal black dragons were an advanced form of black dragons, and even their skills were largely analogous. Subsequently, the newly recruited Medusas and Minotaurs arrived, and Qin Feiyu assigned them to Mirth and Zeline outside the Lord's Manor before proceeding to the tavern. The tavern was indeed a tavern, occupying a space no larger than a residential dwelling within the vast expanse of the abyssal dungeon. Were it not for the marker on the map, Qin Feiyu feared he might lose his way. It was a tavern in the distinctive style of the dungeon, and Qin Feiyu was reminded of the taverns of Yulin Road by the orange light emanating from the entrance. Shaking his head to dispel the distractions, Qin Feiyu opened the door and entered. As Qin Feiyu stepped into the tavern, the surroundings abruptly became clamorous, and a cacophony of voices assailed his ears. Looking up, he found himself in a warm, brightly lit hall. Rows of stylish sconces lined the walls, and the opulent decor made him feel as though he had returned to the modern world. A diverse array of beings sat together, some engaged in animated discussions, others raising their glasses in convivial toasts. At the far end of the hall was a resplendent bar, where a bartender was demonstrating the art of mixology to a patron seated at the counter. Occasionally, rabbit-eared waitresses would glide past, delivering drinks to the guests, and Qin Feiyu could not help but steal a few glances. Beside the bartender sat a bored-looking human youth. Perhaps drawn by a sense of kinship, Qin Feiyu headed directly toward the youth, intending to inquire about the situation. "Welcome. Are you looking for work, or are you hiring?" Seeing a customer approach, the human youth straightened up and asked with a polite smile, "I am the lord of the abyssal dungeon, and I wish to recruit a hero skilled in management." "Excellent." The human youth retrieved an electronic screen from beneath the bar and handed it to Qin Feiyu. "My lord, the information of wandering heroes from across the multiverse is displayed here. Simply inform me of your selection, and I will bring them to you." Qin Feiyu gazed at the display screen in the boy's hands, surveying the modern surroundings, and was struck by an absurd sensation. After a brief silence, he decisively picked up the screen to peruse the information about these heroes. Vinier, human, level 25, combat hero, skill, frenzy. Adams, beastman, level 20, domestic hero, skill, negotiation expert. Abu, elf, level 18, logistics hero, skill, culinary mastery. Flipping through page after page, he found the hero's abilities rather mediocre, leaving him momentarily at a loss for suitable candidates. After all, heroes like Cardarolin were exceedingly rare. In comparison, these wandering heroes could only be described as subpar. Were there no more formidable options? After some contemplation, Qin Feiyu inquired with the human boy. Unwilling to believe that such talent was ubiquitous across realms, there must be some hidden restrictions he was unaware of. Becoming a member grants you VIP access, allowing you to choose from a wider array of powerful heroes. Upon hearing the boy's practiced advertisement, Qin Feiyu was taken aback. The notion of membership entailing a fee prompted him to retreat decisively. This was clearly not the place for him. He resolved to consult Carter first, hoping to balance matters here while feeling mentally fatigued. Exiting the tavern, he found himself back in the underground city, as if the tavern door itself were a portal transporting him to a different dimension. Next, he ventured to the level 4 Magic Guild. Although the guild's structure remained intact, the lack of operational power in the underground city had deprived it of the magical crystals necessary for training heroes in the arcane arts. He would need to locate new sources of magical crystals to reactivate the guild before he could learn any potent spells therein. Another seemingly impressive but ultimately useless endeavor. Qin Feiyu mused, before deciding to return to Feiyu village. After reporting the arrival of 3 black dragons, he assigned them to the elite flying squad led by Zavina. With Zavina currently absent, Qin Feiyu took the reins, personally leading their return. He had instructed Ms. and others to remain in the underground city, despite its current sparsity of inhabitants. Yet, he firmly believed it would flourish in the future. Upon returning to Feiyu village, Qin Feiyu promptly summoned Carter. "What commands do you have, Lord?" Carter asked earnestly, ready to note down Qin Feiyu's new directives. He had just completed his tasks. The resource gathering and territory development were proceeding smoothly, and he was not overly occupied. "There is an underground city that requires management. I wonder if you might be interested?" Qin Feiyu sincerely inquired, wishing to respect Carter's own aspirations. The stability of Feiyu village had instilled in his subordinate a desire to embrace the management challenges of the underground city. Carter was somewhat surprised to hear of Qin Feiyu's proposal for new responsibilities. However, he recognized that the Lord always deliberated thoroughly. Since the invitation to discuss had been extended, it was clear that his management abilities were acknowledged, and he was indeed willing to accept a new challenge. Qin Feiyu was quite pleased with Carter's response. "There exists an underground passage in the ruins of Xiva Town. I have already conquered the underground city within, but it currently lacks personnel for management. You could lead the low-footy goblins there to establish order." Very well. Carter was astonished to learn that Qin Feiyu had successfully conquered another territory, especially a unique underground city, within just a few days. His admiration for Qin Feiyu deepened. It was evident that such an accomplishment indicated the Lord's extraordinary talent. Unbeknownst to Qin Feiyu, Carter's esteem for him had risen yet another notch. With preparations underway, Qin Feiyu was poised for battle. Once he confirmed the specific details regarding that provoking lord, he would set out to enact retribution. After organizing the construction efforts, Carter planned to accompany the low-footy goblins to Xiva Town the following day. Upon hearing of the impending relocation, Rog excitedly rallied his entire clan to pack their belongings overnight, as residing in a temporary military camp left them feeling unwelcomed. Now that the Lord had personally ordered a move to the new territory, and according to Carter's steward, they would be among the first residents, he was utterly thrilled. They, too, would soon inhabit a true city. As evening fell, Zavina, who had accompanied Ifaya to South Mountain Town to gather intelligence, finally returned. Observing the weariness in Zavina's eyes, Qin Feiyu called upon the swift marksman to prepare a roasted wild boar for him. The marksman, having recently received several orders, including one for roasted wild boar, promptly redirected that order to Qin Feiyu. He certainly did not wish to keep this esteemed figure waiting, as he might need to rely on Qin Feiyu's goodwill for future business. "My lord, I have obtained intelligence regarding the unfamiliar lord from Aviar and her companions." Upon entering the conference hall, Zavina began to relay the information gleaned from the succubi. "Not so fast. After so many days of hard work, let us dine first." Qin Feiyu manifested the roasted wild boar provided by the swift marksman, transforming the conference hall into a makeshift dining area. Zavina, unable to resist the temptation of the golden, juicy dish, swallowed hard and took a seat at Qin Feiyu's invitation. The relentless battles of recent days and her hurried return to report had indeed left her fatigued. Chapter 31. The return of the delegation now. Please share your findings. After satisfying his appetite, Qin Feiyu set aside the special cutlery gifted by the swift marksman and inquired about the specific intelligence. Aviar and her companions, after 2 days of reconnaissance, discovered that the succubus was in the employ of the new lord of Changfeng village. Wiping her mouth, Zavina continued, initially, they intended to confront the succubus directly in Changfeng village, but upon arrival, they observed signs of a demonic cult's presence and chose to refrain from acting rashly. Another demonic cult? Qin Feiyu furrowed his brow. He had encountered warlocks before and was surprised to learn that a lord was colluding with such dark forces. It made sense. However, the initial development for any lord was fraught with challenges. Aligning with local powers could significantly enhance one's prospects. Yet, any lord associated with a demonic cult was unlikely to be virtuous. Does this mean Ifaya and her group have not departed yet? Qin Feiyu raised an eyebrow. They should be setting out soon. Ifaya plans to rescue the members of the delegation from Changfeng village first. Zavina, unaware of Qin Feiyu's underlying thoughts, added, she asked me to convey that she will fulfill your request. That individual certainly seemed averse to owing favors, Qin Feiyu thought with a chuckle. He had previously considered Ifaya's journey to that region as an opportunity to enlist her help in locating the missing delegation. If she managed to rescue them and return them safely, it would be a most fortuitous outcome. AVR and her companions had gathered intelligence regarding the military deployment in Changfeng village. Zavina stood up, retrieving paper and pen from the conference room's storage cabinet to illustrate her findings. Changfeng village, like Feiyu village, is a small settlement, but unlike Feiyu, it is surrounded by several similar villages, forming a cluster. South Mountain Town is positioned at the forefront of this cluster, being the closest to us. The rear of Changfeng village borders the Grey Bear Ridge mountain range, providing a natural barrier. Nearby, a detachment of 2-star wolf cavalry is stationed, while Rain Village adjacent to South Mountain Town hosts a squad of 3-star half-orcs, suggesting a potential offensive against South Mountain Town. Qin Feiyu stroked his chin thoughtfully. A detachment of 2-star troops and a squad of 3-star half-orcs did not pose a significant threat. Recruiting such a formidable army within a few days indicated that he was already among the stronger lords, yet it remained insufficient in Qin Feiyu's view. His current forces were not necessarily the strongest among lords. They were merely adequate to deal with a lord whose rise had stemmed from human trafficking. Are there any other high-tier units besides the succubi? Qin Feiyu believed that as long as the lord was not completely foolish, given his limited military strength, he should be retracting his defenses and hastily developing his territory after realizing he had offended a lord who possessed the 7-star giant dragon. Instead, he seemed to be amassing troops, exuding a rather reckless bravado, as if challenging, come and strike me. Unless this lord had some hidden trump card that Qin Feiyu was unaware of, perhaps a small squad of thunderbirds and a succubus. After some deliberation, Zawena continued, according to Avril, this lord recently led a team to Twilight City, the stronghold of the demon cult. Perhaps there is some connection between them. Not being in his territory, it appeared this lord was rather audacious, gallivanting about even after learning of Qin Feiyu's presence. Qin Feiyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he rose with a smile. He surmised that the lord was likely seeking external assistance, emboldened by the fact that he could not act against him for the next 7 days. Little did he know, in situations where both parties were evenly matched, seeking opportunities was an admirable struggle, but when the disparity was too great, his actions could only be likened to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Clenching his fist with confidence, Qin Feiyu felt little apprehension about the lord's intentions. Since the lord had ventured to Twilight City, he would most likely return within the 7-day beginner-s protection period, and it was imperative to prepare a grand surprise for him. With that thought, Qin Feiyu formulated a perfect plan. After Zawena relayed all the information she had gathered from Avril and the others, she returned to the Hall of Heroes to rest. Qin Feiyu, having exhausted himself over the past few days, collapsed onto the grand bed in his chamber and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening the next day, he found himself approaching noon. Observing the vast lord's estate devoid of any inhabitants left him feeling somewhat desolate. He mused that he should recruit some logistical personnel. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped outside the lord's residence. The entire village had undergone a remarkable transformation, with many villagers actively repairing their homes, embodying a spirited atmosphere of industriousness. However, something felt amiss. As he circled around, he noticed a troubling detail. Many of the villagers were unfamiliar to him. Had he wandered into the wrong village? Just as confusion enveloped him, a fragrant breeze swept by, catching him off guard. Thank you, Lord. He looked down to see Daya, her face slightly flushed, raising her small head. Embarrassed, he gently supported her shoulders, carefully detaching her from himself, for he feared that if she did not release her hold, he would have to resort to magic. Seeing Qin Feiyu's puzzled expression, Daya exclaimed excitedly, "Father and the others from the exchange group have returned, along with a large contingent." She spread her arms wide to illustrate the size of the group, but then her expression dimmed as she recalled something. "But it's such a pity about brother Lin Xiang. What happened to Lin Xiang?" Qin Feiyu had a profound impression of the young man who dared to confront the dark sorceress. Having arranged for Lin Xiang to join the exchange group at his own request, Daya's tone suggested something tragic had transpired. "Brother Lin Xiang is dead." Daya recalled her childhood with Lin Xiang, who had always been a gentle older brother figure, caring for her. Now, the thought that she would never see him again overwhelmed her with grief, her tears flowing freely. How could this be? Qin Feiyu was astonished. Setting aside the initial intentions of the Lord who had not harmed his subjects, just recently he had noted the population of the territory was still 82. How could it be that within less than a day, Lin Xiang met such a fate? Clearly, there were matters he was yet unaware of. It seemed he needed to inquire with Dyson about the situation. "Where is your father?" Qin Feiyu asked. "When I left, Lord Catrolan had just visited my home. So my father should still be there," Daya replied. "Then let us proceed to your home. I must ascertain the truth behind this matter." Qin Feiyu's expression grew somber. As a lord, he owed it to those who served him to uncover the truth behind their sacrifices, not only for the sake of the loyal subjects who trusted him, but also for the memory of Lin Xiang. He, Qin Feiyu, would not betray anyone's trust. Chapter 32. The march to Changfeng village. On their way to Daya's home, Qin Feiyu fortuitously encountered the departing Lord Catrolan. The Rofu Goblin clan had finished their preparations, and he was on his way to bid farewell to Qin Feiyu at the Lord's estate. Is it possible to reconstruct Xihua town? Qin Feiyu had pondered this question the previous night and seized the opportunity to consult Catrolan. It should be feasible, although it would require substantial manpower and resources. "I will review some texts," Catrolan replied after a moment's contemplation. He understood that Qin Feiyu was not referring merely to the repair of buildings, but rather to an ambitious endeavor aimed at transforming it into a manageable territory, effectively creating a third domain. Nodding in agreement, Qin Feiyu acknowledged the complexity of establishing a territory. After bidding farewell to Catrolan, he finally met Dyson. "Welcome, my lord." Dyson greeted Qin Feiyu with a smile as he ushered him into his home. The hint of gray at his temples suggested he had endured considerable hardship in recent days. "Speak plainly. What have you encountered during these days?" Qin Feiyu asked directly after sipping his tea. "My lord, please seek justice for Lin Xiang." Dyson's face turned mournful as he immediately knelt before Qin Feiyu. Lin Xiang, having grown up as an orphan and a companion to Daya, was like a son to Dyson, who had watched him grow. Now, faced with such tragedy, Dyson was desperate for justice for Lin Xiang. "Rise, and tell me what transpired," Qin Feiyu urged, helping Dyson to his feet. "It all began when the exchange group traveled to Rain Village," Dyson recounted, taking a sip of tea that Daya had offered him. "Upon arrival, we found the villagers under siege by a band of half-orcs, and the situation was dire. Seeing his fellow villagers oppressed, I implored the centaurs for assistance, and thus battle ensued. However, we underestimated the strength of this faction, and before long, we were all captured by reinforcements from the half-orcs. They brought us to the square in Changfeng village, where we were subjected to a speech that left many of the captured villagers in a daze. Only we from the exchange group remained unaffected. Subsequently, the Lord of Changfeng village met with us briefly before leaving, and we were imprisoned in a room with someone assigned to attend to our needs. Unwilling to accept our fate, we devised a plan to escape. Just as we were about to execute it, a complication arose. The person attending to us turned out to be a girl from Rain Village, the one whom Lin Xiang harbored feelings for. He insisted on taking her with us, only to be betrayed by her. The result was a brutal punishment and even stricter confinement. Lin Xiang, unable to fathom why she had turned against us, confronted the Lord in a fit of youthful indignation and ultimately met a tragic end amidst immense humiliation. As Dyson spoke, tears streamed down his face, his body trembling with rage. The fate Lin Xiang suffered was unimaginable. "My lord, you must avenge Lin Xiang." Dyson knelt once more, and Daya, equally distraught, joined him, her heart aching for the brother figure Lin Xiang had represented. "Rest assured, I will bring him before you to face justice," Qin Feiyu vowed, clenching his fists. He had not anticipated such a grim conclusion for the brave youth. As his lord, it was his duty to claim justice on his behalf. Upon returning to the lord's estate, Qin Feiyu summoned Zawena. I may need you to venture into the Abyss dungeon to gather Miss and Sir Zilin, along with all the warriors from the dungeon, to assemble at Feiyu village. Zavina, observing Qin Feiyu's grim countenance, promptly obeyed the unexpected order. Qin Feiyu, ensconced in the Lord's manor, reflected somberly. Despite possessing a significant advantage, he had suffered a minor setback, attributable to his overly cautious approach. To avert future losses among his loyal followers, he resolved to adopt a more assertive strategy, nipping potential crises in the bud. This incident marked a profound shift in Qin Feiyu's mindset. 2 hours later, the outskirts of Feiyu village were engulfed in billowing smoke. As a series of tremors prompted the villagers to emerge from their homes, fearing an attack by a monstrous horde. A contingent comprising a squadron of Minotaur kings, a squadron of Medusas, and a small detachment of scorpion lions materialized before Feiyu village. Recognizing Zavina at the helm, the villagers immediately discerned that this was Qin Feiyu's legion, and erupted in cheers, their hearts swelling with admiration for their lord. Humans invariably revere strength, and the revelation that these formidable warriors were under Qin Feiyu's command instilled in them an even greater sense of security. Some of the original villagers even boasted to the newcomers, "Behold, our lord." As Qin Feiyu emerged from the lord's manor, Minotaur King Misai and Medusa Queen Zilin were already awaiting him with their troops. Simultaneously, Zavina, Kono, and the newly recruited Blackwings, among other dragons, assumed human form, aligning themselves with Dragon Knight Long Wu and the rest of the assembled forces. They had been informed that their lord was about to lead them into battle. Observing the formidable legion arrayed before the lord's manor, Qin Feiyu was deeply moved. No longer a solitary figure, he now commanded 2 territories and a cadre of powerful warriors. He would continue to grow in strength until he could transcend the confines of this game board. Noticing the villagers gathering around him with curiosity, he deemed it necessary to address them. Clearing his throat, he began, "Perhaps you are unaware of the reason for this sudden assembly. To our south, a threat to our very existence has emerged. They engage in wanton destruction, pillaging and plundering without remorse. Our delegation of envoys narrowly escaped annihilation, and our goodwill has been scorned and trampled upon." Qin Feiyu clenched his fist, his voice laced with fury. "Our kindness has gone unnoticed. Therefore, we shall reveal our claws. We shall demonstrate to them that debts of blood must be repaid in kind. This time, we shall exact retribution with blood and tooth. Blood for blood, tooth for tooth." Minotaur King Misai roared, leading the chant. The rest of the crowd echoed his cry, some of the villagers equally inflamed, yearning to join the fray. The surviving members of the delegation, in particular, understood that Qin Feiyu was avenging them. Their faces flushed with emotion, they were overwhelmed by a sense of Qin Feiyu's greatness. With such a lord, what more could they desire? Hearing the thunderous roar of the crowd, Qin Feiyu instructed Zavina and the others to revert to their true forms, unleashing a spectacle of colossal dragons blotting out the sky. Enhanced by the star's spirit transformation and devouring effects, Qin Feiyu's physical prowess had reached extraordinary levels. With a single bound, he landed on Zavina's back, standing tall on the frost dragon's spine. Qin Feiyu declared with vigor, "All forces, advance. Our destination, Fengqing Village. Forward." Chapter 33. The demise of the Orc Legion. Qin Feiyu, mounted on the frost dragon, spearheaded the advance, followed by Kono and the other 4 dragons, Dragon Knight Long Wu, and 3 Royal Griffin Knights, along with a small squadron of Royal Griffins. On the ground, Minotaur King Misai's Minotaur Squadron and the Scorpion Lion Squadron kept pace with the aerial forces, while the Centaur Pioneers and Centaur Seers brought up the rear, with Medusa Queen Zilin's Medusa Squadron guarding the rear. This all-out assault was aimed at annihilating the remaining forces of Fengqing Village. Although lords enjoyed a 7-day grace period of protection, safeguarding their legions within their territories, the fact that this lord had dared to station troops outside Fengqing Village meant that Qin Feiyu would show no mercy. Feiyu Village and Nanshan Town were in close proximity, typically a 2-hour journey on foot. To accommodate the ground forces' marching speed, Qin Feiyu's aerial troops slowed their pace. Consequently, they arrived at the outskirts of Nanshan Town in a mere 2 hours. After a 15-minute respite, Qin Feiyu unfurled a pre-prepared map, convening a strategy session with the elite aerial squadron and the 2 ground unit commanders to discuss the attack plan. According to prior intelligence, this lord had already seized control of Yuan Village, Wu Village, and Shui Village, in addition to Nanshan Town. The fact that Nanshan Town remained unconquered was a stroke of good fortune. Qin Feiyu pointed to Fengqing village, located beyond Yuan village, Wu village, and Shui village, and circled it. Turning his gaze to the 3 black dragons, who had assumed human form, he said, "Blackwing, the 3 of you shall encircle Fengqing village from 3 directions, ensuring that no creature escapes back to Fengqing village. Can you accomplish this?" "Yes," the 3 Blackwings responded, striking their chests with confidence. "Good. You shall depart immediately. Kono, Zavina." "At your command," Zavina and Kono replied, stepping forward. "You shall lead Dragon Knight Long Wu and his 2 compatriots as a mobile force, intercepting the retreat of the 3-star orc forces stationed near Nanshan Town." Qin Feiyu indicated the distance between Nanshan Town and Fengqing village. Then, he drew a large X over the outskirts of Nanshan Town, saying, "Misai, lead the Minotaur King squadron in a frontal assault, striving for a swift and decisive victory." "As you command." The assembled forces responded, dispersing to their respective assignments. Qin Feiyu noticed Zeline gazing at him expectantly, and gently tapped his head, realizing that he had overlooked the Medusas, who were ideally suited for large-scale engagements. "Zeline, you shall lead the Medusa squadron and follow behind us, providing covering fire." Qin Feiyu issued his order and set off with the assembled Misai, refraining from direct intervention, while the Centaur Seers and Royal Griffins remained by his side to ensure his safety. In the meantime, at the orc encampment outside Nanshan Town, a group of orc warriors were gathered around, watching an orc wrestling match organized by the orc hero Sinan. 2 burly orcs were locked in combat, employing the most basic of grappling techniques. "Go, Wurha! Crush that son of a Rorkon, have you not eaten? Pummel him!" The battle raged on, accompanied by the cheers of the crowd, who had wagered on the outcome in a betting pool run by the old gambler Sinan. With the Lord absent, no one could prevent them from indulging in the pleasures of gambling and combat. Sinan smiled contentedly, pleased with his arrangements. Orc warriors were a restless bunch, and without such diversions, they would be unable to patiently await their lord's return. Moreover, this allowed him to turn a small profit, making it a win-win situation. As Wurha pinned Rorkon to the ground, another orc warrior stepped into the ring, his eyes bloodshot with desperation to recoup his losses. This was Sinan's rule. The orc warrior who won the bout would receive a share of the betting pool, ensuring a steady stream of contestants. Incoming. An orc scout materialized beside Sinan in a flash. Upon hearing the scout's report, Sinan's face paled. Seizing an axe from the ground, he roared, "Form ranks." The orc warriors, caught up in their revelry, immediately ceased their chatter at Sinan's command, hastily grabbing their weapons and forming ranks. The 2 orcs engaged in their struggle also recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly rejoined the ranks. As they arrayed themselves, a rustling sound emanated from the thickets lining the road. A squadron of Minotaur kings, wielding their weapons, charged towards the orc warriors' formation under the leadership of Misai, followed by a swarm of Medusas. Before the orc warriors could prepare for battle, they were met with a volley of arrows launched by the Medusas. Observing the charging Minotaur kings and the rain of arrows descending from the sky, Sinan roared, "Take cover! Engage!" The orc warriors of Samsung, unaccustomed to such an onslaught, were disoriented. Some sought immediate cover, while others adopted defensive stances, disrupting their previously cohesive formation. Snam, observing his troops' clumsiness, issued a second command, "Prepare for defense." Unfortunately, the orc warriors were primarily assault troops, lacking substantial defenses. They could only rely on their robust physiques for protection, but after enduring the initial volley of arrows, countless more awaited them. The arrow rain inflicted heavy losses on the undefended orc legion, with wave after wave turning numerous orcs into sieves. "Brothers, charge! Don't let those women steal our glory." Miz, eager to claim credit, shouted and accelerated his advance, observing the enemy's vulnerability. Snam's face darkened with apprehension. Having evaded 2 waves of arrows, he realized that without retaliation, his legion would be helplessly kite by the Medusas concealed behind the Minotaur kings. He couldn't comprehend the strength of this opposing army, which his own forces were no match for. Fortunately, he could retreat to the second line of defense, where a large squadron of warg riders was stationed to withstand the enemy's advance. If necessary, they could fall back to the territory, where the Lord had personally constructed magical cannons. Should the enemy dare to press the attack, they would face a severe setback. "Retreat to the second line of defense." Snam roared, leading the remaining orc warriors in a retreat towards the second line. The 2 volleys of arrows had already decimated nearly a quarter of his legion. and further exposure would lead to complete annihilation. To his dismay, as they retreated, two colossal dragons stood as an insurmountable barrier across their path to the territory. In the sky, three fully armed six-star Dragonhawk knights calmly surveyed them, their long swords gleaming with white light, regarding them as prey. Snam realized that the enemy had anticipated their strategy, and the Ward Riders were likely in dire straits as well. Chapter 34. Su Qingfeng's advance, since there is no escape. We must fight to the death, Snam resolved, gazing at the approaching Minotaur King. Even in death, he would exact a price. He charged towards an advancing Minotaur King. As a level 20 orc hero, his strength surpassed that of ordinary Minotaur Kings. Relying on his extensive combat experience, he withstood the Minotaur King's attack and ultimately killed him. At the same time, he roared, "Brothers, charge!" The orc warriors, emboldened by Snam's bloodied figure, regained their morale, briefly causing the vanguard Minotaur Kings to suffer minor setbacks. Ms. Witnessing Snam's slaying of his subordinate, beheaded an orc warrior and charged toward Snam, who succumbed to the overwhelming disparity in strength. Before long, the remaining dozen demoralized orcs on the battlefield surrendered. After clearing the battlefield, Qin Feiyu approached the surrendered orc warriors. Noticing that their allegiance remained unchanged, he prepared to order their execution. Ms. knelt and pleaded, "Please, Lord, grant me the female orcs as a reward." Qin Feiyu, surprised, examined them more closely and noticed several female orcs, previously obscured by their dishevelment. Considering Miz's recent unwavering service, he waved his hand, allowing Miz to take them. Miz gleefully ordered his subordinates to drag the female orcs away before mercilessly executing the remaining orcs. How ruthless, Qin Feiyu mused, heading towards the village, where another battle awaited them. The battle with the Ward Rider squadron was resolved even more swiftly, with the enemy offering little resistance. The entire affair was a massacre. Fearing another request from Miz, Qin Feiyu ordered them to capture any prey they desired while killing the rest as the enemy crumbled. These captives could not be converted, and their continued existence posed a threat. Qin Feiyu intended to grant Miz only one night. After reorganizing his forces, Qin Feiyu rearranged the battlefield, intending to lie in wait. Now, he would patiently await the Lord's arrival. Since his men had been slain, Qin Feiyu would not let him off easily. Before that, he would engage in a game of cat and mouse. Su Qingfeng emerged from Twilight City, feeling smug as he observed the demons solemnly following him. Just moments ago, by betraying the coordinates of nearby lords and revealing the secret of the 7-day newbie protection period, he had earned the allegiance of a 7-star demon from the demon sect as a reward. Thinking of the 7-star dragon that had been a thorn in his side, he smiled ingratiatingly at the demon, whose body radiated magma heat. "Evil Soul, could you defeat a dragon in a one-on-one fight?" The demon Evil Soul paused before replying. "It depends on the type of dragon. I could contend with a chromatic dragon, but I might not be able to defeat a black dragon. Although it wouldn't be able to catch me either." Hearing this, Su Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Lilia had informed him that the dragon was likely an ice dragon, so he should be able to handle it. However, to be safe, he had to take Nanshan Town first. It was a village of thousands of people, and their sale would yield a considerable sum. It was just that those damned crusaders were immune to Lilia's charm, and coupled with Nanshan Town's defensive formations, he had been unable to do anything before. But now, with Evil Soul as a spearhead, he could quickly acquire a large amount of resources by eliminating the crusaders. He could then summon more legions and crush the enemy with overwhelming force. Numbers could overwhelm even a dragon, and with Evil Soul personally dealing with the dragon, the opposing lord stood no chance. After all, he also had Lilia, whose charm might even induce the opposing lord to surrender. It would be even better if he could subdue the opponent's dragon. Su Qingfeng pondered, wanting not only to eliminate the lord, but also to capture his dragon for his own use. With the support of the demon sect, he would become the sole ruler of this land. By developing steadily, he might even be able to replace the demon sect. Su Qingfeng harbored great ambition, with clear goals and plans. By progressing methodically, he might emerge as the ultimate victor, imagining beauties of all races filling his lord's mansion. Su Qingfeng couldn't resist the urge to return to Chengfeng village and guide the aspiring heroines he had gathered. Something's not right. Just as Su Qingfeng was riding on his thunder rock, fantasizing about a blissful life, Evil Soul's voice startled him. He looked up and saw a group of alluring succubi. Each succubus was vying for attention, with several even more captivating than Lilia. The leading succubus, in particular, was wearing black stockings, and her every smile and gesture was enchanting, almost causing Su Changfeng to fall off the thunder rock. A succubus empress? Evil soul exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Eva. He had spent so many years in hell, yet he had never encountered a real succubus empress. After all, she was half a level above him, and one rarely appeared in a century. That was why he was so surprised to see Eva upon arriving in the outside world. Could it be that the succubus empress was also here to cooperate? Su Changfeng wondered, exchanging glances with Lilia, who appeared bewildered. So there was another demon, but it shouldn't be a problem for him. Eva surveyed Su Changfeng's party and, exuding the aura of an empress, declared imperiously, "Human, hand over my kin. Respected succubus empress, Lilia is following me willingly. I have not forced her," Su Changfeng explained, trying to appease her, sensing that she was an existence he couldn't afford to offend. He feared that the succubus empress might misunderstand, potentially leading to the destruction of his elite forces. After all, the two succubus squads behind the succubus empress were not to be trifled with. "Our succubus kin have been scattered for too long. I am here to bring them home." Epheria's words were remarkably resolute. Should the other party refuse to cooperate, she would conveniently assist Qin Feiyu in resolving this minor inconvenience. This, Su Changfeng dared not retort, gesturing for Lilia to speak up quickly. Lilia hesitated for a moment, ultimately falling silent. Witnessing Lilia's demeanor, Su Changfeng cursed inwardly, promptly opening the panel to discover that, unbeknownst to him, Lilia's loyalty had plummeted below 40. It appeared she had been overused recently. Su Changfeng exhaled a heavy sigh of frustration. Under normal circumstances, with tender words and small gifts, he could still restore Lilia's loyalty. However, in this critical moment, such tactics were utterly futile. Yet, Lilia was fundamental to his growth. Without her to sway the villagers, he could never gain their temporary loyalty, let alone sell them to other lords. Resolving himself, he knew he had to take action. Chapter 35. Plunged into despair. Lilia. "I cannot lose you." Su Changfeng gazed at Lilia with profound affection, his acting prowess surpassing even that of the most celebrated stars. Epheria snickered, thinking them naive to believe that succubi were innocent maidens. Were it not for Lilia's constraints of the rules, she would never have lingered by Su Changfeng's side. She had come to take Lilia away and would not permit him to persuade her otherwise. With the ultimate allure activated, Lilia, under Epheria's enchantment, coldly exited Su Changfeng's military camp. Naturally, Su Changfeng was oblivious to the magic being cast. He assumed Lilia had chosen to follow her companions due to her low loyalty. Conflicted, he felt a pang of panic. Unable to fight back or retain her, would he simply watch as Lilia was taken away? No. It was evident that the other party did not belong to the Lord's faction. Thus, Lilia remained within his camp, and he could track her location on the map. If only he could grow strong enough to stealthily reclaim her. Ultimately, Su Changfeng chose not to engage in battle. He recalled that a lord with a dragon resided nearby. If he could defeat that lord and acquire the dragon, he could then rescue Lilia, ensuring the future remained in his favor. After Epheria lured Lilia away, she promptly instructed Avelini and the others to continue the enchantment and then gracefully departed with her team of succubi. Throughout, Su Changfeng clenched his jaw, refraining from uttering a single word. This was no trivial matter. Following Epheria's departure, she sighed, hoping that Qin Feiyu would manage to resolve the situation. She had merely enchanted Lilia. Under the rules, Lilia still belonged to Su Changfeng's faction, so she would not be particularly warm towards them during the journey. She could only hope that Qin Feiyu would swiftly deal with this lord, allowing Lilia to return to her succubi sisters soon. Damn it! Watching the succubi vanish with Lilia, Su Changfeng's expression twisted in rage as he struck his fist against the back of a thunderbird. He had lost his best card, and his subsequent plans were completely disrupted. Memorizing the face of the succubi queen, Su Changfeng silently vowed that one day, she would beg for mercy beneath him. After releasing his frustrations, Su Changfeng commanded his army to advance. No matter what, the plan must continue. With the novice protection period nearing its end, he was unaware of the unknown risks that awaited him. He had to prepare for the worst, as misfortune rained down upon him. Just when Su Changfeng was lamenting Lilia's departure, a notification on his panel sent him into a state of alarm. He had already lost a crucial asset. He could not afford to have his home taken away by others, for that would leave him utterly bereft. The entire army accelerated, returning to the territory. With a commanding shout, he ordered the Thunderbirds to hasten. The threats surrounding his territory had been eliminated, The only remaining possibility was that Lord leading troops to rescue someone. Little did he know, the card he intended to use against Qin Feiyu had also been unraveled by Ephyria. On the outskirts of Chengfeng village, Qin Feiyu marveled at the expansive structures that surpassed those of Feiyu village. He initially thought his own construction had progressed swiftly, soon to become a level 5 village. To his surprise, Chengfeng village had already reached level 6, complete with fortifications and formidable defenses, evident from the dark cannon ports on some buildings. He wondered how that lord had managed to acquire such resources. To prevent that lord from escaping, Qin Feiyu decided to position 3 black dragons and Kono along the critical route to the temporary orc camp, concealing the rest of his army within 3 modified villages. After ensuring everything was in place, he called for Savina to set up a bonfire and exchanged dishes for roasted bear paws from the sharpshooter, relishing the feast. He was unperturbed by the notion that the opponent might be stronger, for Ephyria had undoubtedly encountered them. If they posed a significant threat, Ephyria would have issued a warning. Since she departed with ease, even if the adversary were formidable, they could not be overwhelmingly so. Besides, they were merely a lord. Even if collaborating with the demon cult, they could not achieve meteoric success, having failed to conquer Nanshan town, indicating limited forces. Before long, Qin Feiyu had accurately gauged Su Qingfeng's military strength. Mid-March, Su Qingfeng's face turned pale. His panel displayed that the orc and wolf cavalry regiments had been reduced to merely a couple of stragglers. The enemy had annihilated nearly a platoon of orc warriors and a battalion of wolf cavalry in under half an hour, indicating a formidable military presence. If not a battalion of higher-tier troops, then at least a platoon of 4-star or 5-star units. He even suspected the presence of multiple 7-star creatures. However, if that were the case, it could imply the involvement of other factions. Just as he could ally with the demon cult, other lords could similarly collaborate with local forces. After all, the succubi queen he had encountered was no ordinary character. Should local forces intervene, he risked unwittingly walking into a trap. Yet, if he remained hidden, and with the novice protection period concluding, should his territory be destroyed, and if no other lord sheltered him or he failed to seize new land within a month, death would be inevitable. He had invested all his assets in his territory. Abandoning it would mean he could never catch up with other lords, a fate he could not abide. Thus, he resolved to gamble. As he pondered his strategy, Su Qingfeng soon recognized familiar surroundings. Contemplating the crisis facing his territory, he intended to march directly past 3 villages back to Chengfeng village when he suddenly spotted 2 individuals leisurely feasting on roasted meat at the perimeter of his territory. His heart ignited with fury. How audacious it was for them to linger at his doorstep after slaughtering his troops. Did they consider him a soft target? For now, he would spare them. Su Qingfeng snorted coldly, suppressing his impulse, and led his army on a detour. He was no fool. If they could wait for him there, they undoubtedly possessed means to deal with him. He would not be foolish enough to pit his elite soldiers against them. Regardless of the outcome, he would suffer significant losses. Moreover, Lilia had previously informed him of the appearance of nearby lords. The woman devouring meat should be that 7-star ice dragon. Impulsive action would be ill-advised. Observing Su Qingfeng, flanked by demons and thunderbirds, preparing to circumvent his return to the territory, Qin Feiyu was taken aback. He had not fallen for the bait. It was no wonder he had developed so quickly. He possessed some skill. With this thought, Qin Feiyu promptly adjusted his strategy, calling out with a smile, "Hey, brothers up there, come down and join us for some roasted meat. Who are you? Why are you sneaking around my territory?" Su Qingfeng, realizing the other party sought to detain him, halted and questioned with a hint of resignation. Even with only this small squad, he felt confident that the other party could not overpower him. However, he deemed that a mutually destructive confrontation would be of no benefit to him. "Heh, you captured my people and still inquire about my identity? Brother, you seem rather forgetful," Qin Feiyu replied with a smile, gradually approaching Su Qingfeng, step by step. His expression growing increasingly frigid. "Are my people someone you can touch?" As the final word fell from Qin Feiyu's lips, Su Qingfeng suddenly felt an encroaching darkness. A vast shadow rose from all directions, and colossal figures gradually materialized in the sky, obscuring the sun. He sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence surging from every corner, and his complexion turned ashen. "It's over." This singular thought consumed his mind. Chapter 36. Captive, it's impossible. You cannot be this powerful. Su Qingfeng exclaimed incredulously as he gazed at Qin Feiyu. You must have allied with some formidable force to gain such assistance from the dragons in such a short time, correct? You must have brokered an exchange with the dungeon to receive their support, am I right? Su Qingfeng could not fathom how Qin Feiyu could amass such formidable strength in just a few days, a feat he himself had struggled to achieve with every ounce of his being. Oh, the dungeon. I have indeed relied on them, Qin Feiyu replied, suddenly finding it somewhat laughable that he had been so ostentatiously waiting for Su Qingfeng. This lord was not as formidable as he had imagined. What does relying on external forces even signify for a lord, if one possesses true capability? Let us engage in a duel between lords. Su Qingfeng was filled with jealousy. Why should Qin Feiyu receive assistance from the dungeon? Summoning 3 7-star black dragons at his first command, while he had to betray the coordinates and information of nearby lords and sign countless unequal treaties to procure a single 7-star demon. The demon sect even mocked the dungeon as lacking any threat. Was this truly a lack of threat? Su Qingfeng's mind was a tumult of emotions. Had he chosen the wrong side? A duel between lords was nothing less than a legion battle. Come on, let us proceed. Seeing the desperate state of his opponent, Qin Feiyu waved his hand, summoning all the legions hidden nearby. Spare only the lord, annihilate the rest. Understood. Misai and the others replied respectfully, leading their troops into the fray. No, it cannot be like this. Su Qingfeng sank to the ground, disheartened as he watched the formidable legions under Qin Feiyu, including the bull-headed king and the Medusa squad. This round was lost for him. The price of defeat was the loss of everything. The evil spirit felt like it was facing a formidable adversary when the dragons appeared. He had not anticipated Su Qingfeng's enemy would be so powerful, or he would not have waded into this murky water. However, the dragons had already marked him as their primary target. It was too late for words. As an experienced demon, he could only pray that his opponent lacked experience, hoping to find an opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, when he prepared to use his teleportation ability to flee, he discovered that his innate skill had been sealed. Surprised? Unexpected? Qin Feiyu observed as Misai and Longwu systematically dispatched the Thunderbirds, leaving only Su Qingfeng, who had surrendered, and the evil spirit, seeking an opportunity to break free. Qin Feiyu smiled. To prevent your escape, I have invested a considerable sum. Upon receiving news of Su Qingfeng seeking reinforcements, he had surmised that a 7-star demon might join the fray. To diminish the demon's combat prowess, he had purchased a temporary space-sealing talisman in the trading market for 10,000 gold coins. However, he had not expected the demon sect to be so impoverished, sending only a single demon, a waste of resources. After a fierce battle, the evil spirit was pinned down by Zavina, battered and bruised, losing all capacity for resistance. Su Qingfeng found himself surrounded by Misai and the others. His legion, apart from the evil spirit, had been obliterated, rendering him a mere figurehead. Qin Feiyu approached Su Qingfeng, shaking his head at the lord's despondent visage. I had thought you would be a worthy adversary, but alas, not everyone is as fortunate as you. If I were in your position, I would have fared better. Su Qingfeng retorted, still unwilling to accept defeat. He could not comprehend how Qin Feiyu had acquired such a powerful army in mere days. Even the dungeon would find it no small feat to present such a formidable lineup. Was he perhaps a son-in-law of the dungeon? Why else would the dungeon lord regard him so highly? Perhaps in this world, luck is indeed a form of strength. Qin Feiyu looked up at the nearly dusk sun. Had it not been for a reversal of fate, he might have been the one to fail. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, strengthening oneself remained the sole means of survival. Lords need not always engage in mutual slaughter. I could submit to you and assist you in any endeavor, as long as you spare my life. Upon sensing the growing murderous intent in Qin Feiyu's eyes, Su Qingfeng panicked and hastily pleaded for mercy. We are compatriots from Blue Star. Could you spare my life? I can offer you a chance, but I cannot guarantee your survival, Qin Feiyu replied after a moment of silence. As long as you provide me with valuable information, I may spare you. However, that does not mean others will. Hearing there was still a chance to live, Su Qingfeng's hope ignited, and he quickly bowed, saying, I will speak, I will speak. The demon sect is searching for individuals with demonic physiques to serve as vessels for the demon king. They intend to summon the demon king through ancient rituals. Continue. People can be traded, as long as the local population has not been absorbed by lords. They can be plundered and then enchanted to pledge temporary loyalty to you, becoming your subjects. Interesting. The demon sect is already aware of our existence as lords and will begin harvesting nearby lords once the novice protection period concludes. Qin Feiyu listened intently. Su Qingfeng, having allied with the demon sect, had learned many secrets in just a few days that Qin Feiyu was unaware of. Coupled with his own knowledge, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of the demon sect's plans. The situation remained perilous. Qin Feiyu felt a weight in his heart. What was the combat strength of the demon sect? Were there many demons? The immediate priority was to ascertain the enemy's strength. I do not know. You must inquire with the evil spirit. Su Qingfeng gestured toward the battered evil spirit beside him. Very well, I will keep my word and spare you. However, there are matters you must clarify to certain individuals. Qin Feiyu turned to Misai and Kono, saying, ensure this demon does not escape. Zavina, take this lord with us. We will regroup at the village. Yes. The group marched back, their numbers swelling as they returned. By the time they arrived at Feiyu village, the sun had fully set, and most villagers were resting in their homes. Upon hearing the commotion outside, they rushed out to watch. Misai and Kono led the way, escorting the demon, followed by Zavina, who kept a close eye on Su Qingfeng, while Qin Feiyu was well protected at the center of the procession. Hero! Hero! Upon discovering that Qin Feiyu and his company had captured the lord who had tormented them, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Seeing the villagers welcoming him with open arms, Qin Feiyu beamed with joy. As a lord, what could bring greater happiness than the affection of his subjects? Kono and Misai escorted the demon to the lord's manor, while Zavina instructed Su Qingfeng to follow her. The others dispersed, heading off to rest. You promised not to kill me. Where are you taking me now? Su Qingfeng asked, sensing anxiety as Qin Feiyu dismissed the army without escorting him to the lord's manor for the formal surrender process. Do not worry, I will not kill you. But certain matters must be addressed, Qin Feiyu replied, leading Su Qingfeng to the doorstep of the Dyson residence. He knocked on the door. Is Uncle Dyson home? Lord, I am here. Dyson opened the door with a bewildered expression and, upon seeing Su Qingfeng in Zavina's grasp, his face shifted dramatically. It's you. Chapter 37. Devouring the evil spirit. Dyson had never anticipated that after being rescued earlier that day by the Lord's appointed personnel, he would find the perpetrator captured and delivered to his doorstep by nightfall. Upon seeing Su Qingfeng's visage, he was reminded of Lin Xiang's tragic demise from the previous day. He suppressed the overwhelming urge to eliminate his counterpart and patiently awaited the Lord's directive, fully aware that he could always place his trust in the Lord. Qin Feiyu observed that Dyson soon regained his composure, mentally nodding in approval. This was precisely why he had brought Su Qingfeng to this place. Considering the circumstances, Dyson had every reason to harbor resentment towards Dyson for the humiliation, imprisonment, and even the murder of his child. Such a reaction, though extreme, was understandable. To his surprise, Dyson managed to restrain himself in the presence of his lord, proving to be a valuable ally. It was evident that Dyson held faith in him, which sufficed for Qin Feiyu. This was his rationale for bringing Su Qingfeng along. As a lord, one must treat their subjects with kindness to earn their genuine trust and support. Was it you who killed Lin Xiang? Qin Feiyu inquired earnestly. Dyson, his eyes reddened, nodded in affirmation, acknowledging that this executioner had personally taken Lin Xiang's youthful life. It seems that you possess quite formidable power indeed, Su Qingfeng remarked with a bitter smile. Realizing the implications of Qin Feiyu's statement about sparing him, he had underestimated him. He had not anticipated that those he captured had already been rescued and that he had inadvertently murdered one of their own. The desire for vengeance was not misplaced. Rather, he lamented his own lack of strength, which left him unable to dominate. Now, I present to you an ultimatum. How shall we proceed? Qin Feiyu said gravely. Taking a seat on a stool, Lin Xiang was admitted to the exchange group at my behest, and I bear responsibility for it. I will do my utmost to make amends. Your lordship, I am certain Lin Xiang would be grateful for your benevolence if he were aware, Dyson replied, shaking his head. He continued, many others who have suffered under his tyranny have recently moved here. If it pleases you, I wish to gather everyone and burn him alive in the open space outside the village, to appease the spirits of the departed. Very well. I shall assign this scoundrel to the temporary military camp under guard. Following this incident, I will arrange for the construction of a sturdy dungeon to house future offenders, Qin Feiyu declared, suddenly recalling the numerous adversaries he would inevitably encounter in the future. It was time to establish a prison. He instructed Zavina to escort Su Qingfeng to the temporary military camp and ensure he was monitored before returning to the Lord's manor. Today, He had finally alleviated a lingering concern, and his spirits were considerably lifted. Next, he would have to confront the imminent onslaught of the demon sect. With only 1 day left in the safety period, he needed to act swiftly. Inside the Lord's manor, Miss and Kono remained on guard against the captured demon, awaiting Qin Feiyu's arrival. Upon circling the captured demon, he took a keen interest in its appearance. Contrary to expectations, the demon was not as grotesque as imagined. Rather, it exuded a unique sense of might. The evil spirit stood over 2 meters tall, adorned with fiery red broken horns on its forehead. Resembling a hell Baron Qin Feiyu had once encountered, radiating an aura of ferocity. The evil spirit remained defiant. Had it not been for the numerical superiority and restraint of its captors, it would not have succumbed so easily. Unyielding are we? Qin Feiyu remarked, arching an eyebrow at the demon's expression. We demons only respect the strong. When outnumbered, we naturally refuse to submit. The evil spirit snorted, clearly incensed. I might consider allegiance if we could spar, but otherwise, it would be better for you to perish. Qin Feiyu felt a twinge of temptation towards the demon, for it was indeed a 7-star warrior. My lord, demons are notoriously treacherous. I believe it is wiser to eliminate him, Zavina interjected, having just finished attending to Su Qingfeng and now displeased by the demon's arrogance. I am a valiant warrior under the command of Lord Yulizan. To ask for my surrender is but a dream, the evil spirit retorted, maintaining the pride inherent to its kind. To capitulate before a lord would forever shatter its dignity in the eyes of its kin, preferring instead to die valiantly in battle. Very well, your fate is sealed. Qin Feiyu sighed inwardly, resolving to eliminate any potential future threats. The menace of the demon sect still loomed, should a surrendering demon turn against him. The consequences would be beyond his capacity to endure. Lord Yulizan will avenge me, the evil spirit bellowed defiantly as Zavina drew her sword. With Qin Feiyu's approval, she swiftly executed the defenseless spirit. To her, anything obstructing her lord's path was deemed an enemy, and enemies were to be vanquished without hesitation. Initially, Qin Feiyu had intended to transform into the abyssal dragon form, but upon reviewing his skills, he discovered that he could directly assume human form through star spirit transformation. Upon executing the skill, he felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through his body, as if he could effortlessly shatter mountains with a mere punch. Sensing the evil spirit's essence rapidly diminish, he swiftly disengaged from the euphoric sensation and activated his devour skill against the spirit. A quarter of an hour later, the devouring process concluded, and the evil spirit dissolved into stardust. Qin Feiyu noted a slight increase in his own strength and opened the panel to check the latest information regarding Star Spirit Transformation. Star Spirit Transformation, S-Class, Target Locked, Abyssal Black Dragon Disaster able to transform into the Abyssal Black Dragon Disaster form. Duration, Level X 60 seconds Abyssal Black Dragon Disaster Race, Abyssal Black Dragon Class, Giant Dragon Battle Mage Quality, Ordinary 2-star, Level 20-star Devour Level 2 2-star, Title, Natural Disaster Racial Talent, Humanoid Form, unlocked at Level 25. Magic Immunity, Spell Affinity Special Talent, Devour Level 2, 4380, can gain greater power by consuming formidable beings. Note, consuming an ordinary 1-star being adds 1 layer. An elite 1-star being adds 2 layers, and so forth. Currently, 15 layers of Abyssal Black Dragon consumed, similar attributes doubled. Devour Level 1 adds half a star attribute. Daily Devour Limit, Full Layer Level X20, Skills, Reverse Scale, Defense 100, Void Black Flame, Frenzied Rending. Quintuple Strike. Upon reading the description, Qin Feiyu realized that after enduring a series of battles, he had ascended to Level 25. Beyond this level, the giant dragon's humanoid form had been unlocked, allowing him to engage in combat as a humanoid dragon, with a duration exceeding that of the dragon form. In other words, he was no longer a feeble lord without strength, but a true dragon warrior. Although he had only half an hour, it was sufficient to handle most typical crises. Qin Feiyu nodded in satisfaction, knowing that one day he would command the elements like a dragon, perhaps even surpassing them to become the Dragon Lord. After dismissing Miss and the others, Qin Feiyu finally settled in for a well-deserved rest. Leading troops into battle was, after all, a physically demanding endeavor. Chapter 38. Destroying Changfeng Village. The following day marked the final day of the novice protection period. Qin Feiyu summoned the commanders from the previous battle to the Lord's Manor to report on the casualties from the previous day. Mrs. Minotaur's squad suffered the most, losing 8 valiant Minotaur warriors. The Black Dragons and Dragon Hawk Knights sustained minor injuries, but were otherwise unharmed. The Medusa squad had not given the enemy a chance for close combat, and remained completely unscathed. He was relatively pleased with this outcome. Only by overwhelming the enemy with absolute power could he minimize his own losses. However, the elite corps remained his core fighting force. He planned to replenish the Minotaur Legion during his next recruitment. Let us see how that lord is faring, he mused, recalling that Su Qingfeng would soon face the wrath of the villagers. Despite sharing the same origin as a Blue Star denizen, the theme of this game revolved around warfare and bloodshed. To survive until the end, they must eliminate one adversary after another or risk being eliminated themselves. As enemies, there was little to be said, only a sincere apology. Dyson had chosen the very site where Qin Feiyu first arrived, Ling Tian Cliff, a place once marked by a demonic ritual that he had disrupted. Little did he know that today, he would witness the game's brutal reality. Upon his arrival, he found all the villagers gathered, parting ways to grant passage to their esteemed lord. Bound to the pyre, Su Qingfeng's eyes, once filled with despair, reignited with hope upon seeing Qin Feiyu. Weeping and confessing, he lamented, "I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. I swear I will become a good person henceforth." Witnessing Su Qingfeng's pitiful state, tears streaming down his face, Qin Feiyu reminded himself that failure culminates in such a fate. "My lord, it is time," Dyson remarked, having already prepared a torch and handed it to Qin Feiyu. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted it. In the future, he would have to extinguish one adversary after another that obstructed his survival, and he must learn to be ruthless. With a swift motion, Qin Feiyu tossed the torch beneath the pyre, and flames engulfed Su Qingfeng's feet in an instant. "You beast, you monster, you butcher. You promised not to kill me." Su Qingfeng, seeing no hope for survival, screamed in a fit of rage at Qin Feiyu. "I merely ignited a flame," Qin Feiyu replied softly. He watched in silence as the fire consumed Su Qingfeng, his steps heavy as he departed. Uncertain of whether he would face a similar fate in the future, Qin Feiyu returned to Feiyu village and set out for Chengfeng village with 5 dragons. The absence of a lord had rendered the territory a desolate wasteland. Upon reaching Chengfeng village, he finally entered. As he had witnessed from the outskirts the day before, only a handful of villagers and a small band of ogres remained, the entire area feeling eerily vacant. Approaching the lord's residence, Qin Feiyu was startled to find over a dozen breathtakingly beautiful women of various races inside. And he couldn't help but sigh at Su Qingfeng's indulgent lifestyle, unaware of their newfound freedom following the lord's demise. These women were taken aback by the sudden intrusion of Qin Feiyu. "The territory can be occupied or destroyed. Please select," a prompt appeared, plunging Qin Feiyu into contemplation. It became clear that the territory could either be seized or obliterated, fostering a culture of mutual slaughter among lords to sustain their conflicts. Everything that had puzzled him before suddenly made sense. The so-called territorial contests were merely a means to perpetuate the existence of lordly warfare. He already possessed 2 territories, making the establishment of a third unnecessary. Ultimately, he chose destruction. With a resounding crash, all structures in Chengfeng village crumbled as if the heavens had fallen, transforming into heaps of resources. Soon, the surroundings were left barren. The ogres, now without a lord, scattered in fright, disappearing in an instant. Only a few former villagers and the beautiful women from the lord's residence stood dazedly in place, unsure of where to go. Realizing that these individuals were now exposed to danger without the protection of a lord, Qin Feiyu approached them, saying, "This village has vanished. Seek a new path. I have lived here for generations, never leaving the village. Where should I go?" One villager gazed blankly at the emptiness, utterly lost. "Nanshan Town will take you in. Go there," he suggested. "But we cannot find Nanshan Town. We do not even know where this is," lamented another villager. "I once had a home of my own. Suddenly, I find myself here, forced to do the Lord's bidding. Is that wretched lord dead?" A graceful elven woman asked hesitantly. "Yes, you are free now," Qin Feiyu nodded. "But we have no home. We have nowhere to go," another alluring foxwoman murmured. "My lord, I see your lord's residence is lacking in staff. Why not let them assist you?" Zavina, also a woman, could not bear to see these women wandering aimlessly, and spoke up. That may not be appropriate," Qin Feiyu replied, feeling conflicted. A large group of exotic women residing in the lord's residence could disrupt his focus. Ultimately, he reluctantly agreed, pondering that a growing lord's residence might become unmanageable without help. After all, a group of beautiful women was preferable to a crowd of boisterous men. Qin Feiyu would not admit to harboring his own ulterior motives. Collecting the scattered resources, he discovered a substantial bounty. Not only 250,000 gold coins, but also approximately 30,000 units of common resources, 20,000 units of food, and 23 units of mercury. Most importantly, he obtained the blueprint for constructing a magical cannon, allowing him to establish a secondary line of defense around Feiyu village. Despite his current wealth, amassed through the lucky wheel and transactions with Ifea, it was a one-time gain. Once depleted, it would be gone. He was still far from achieving self-sufficiency for his territory. Congratulations on becoming the first player to eliminate another lord and obliterate their territory. Reward: 1 migration crystal. The system's notification arrived belatedly. Qin Feiyu was astonished by the unexpected reward and opened the panel to examine it. Migration crystal, consumable, function, allows complete relocation of all structures within any territorial range to a designated location, provided the geographical structure is similar, plane to plane. Elated by the crystal's attributes, Qin Feiyu felt fortunate as it perfectly aligned with his desire to rebuild Shiwa Town. He wondered if he could transfer the territory onto the ruins. After resolving the issues left by Su Chengfeng's territory, Qin Feiyu proceeded to Nanshan Town, where he entrusted some homeless villagers to the town's mayor. To his surprise, the dozen exotic women from Su Chengfeng's territory unanimously chose to follow Qin Feiyu, perhaps aware that life in a commonplace human town would not be particularly promising. Upon their arrival at Feiyu village, they further affirmed the wisdom of their decision to accompany him. Chapter 39. The maidens of the Lord's residence. A few minotaurs and medusas were patrolling the village entrance, while centaurs and royal griffins leisurely roamed the plains outside, all races coexisting in remarkable harmony. Qin Feiyu summoned Dyson to discuss the inconveniences caused by the migration of the territory. Dyson, however, remained unfazed, observing the flourishing state of the territory and firmly believing in Qin Feiyu's foresight, deeming his decisions immensely wise. After instructing Dyson to inform all residents to prepare their belongings for a temporary departure from the village within 2 hours, Qin Feiyu activated the special function of the migration crystal. Do you wish to use the migration crystal? Yes. Please select the territory to migrate. Feiyu Village Abyss Dungeon. Feiyu Village. Please select the migration destination. Upon receiving Qin Feiyu's confirmation, the migration crystal began to dissolve slowly. A spatial rift materialized, enveloping all structures within the territorial range of Feiyu Village, before gradually vanishing, leaving only a patch of ochre-colored land where Feiyu Village once stood. The Lord's power is formidable. Is this the legendary void relocation? You are new here. You will soon grow accustomed to it. The Lord possesses remarkable abilities. The original residents of Feiyu Village regarded the newcomers with astonished gazes, as if they were country bumpkins unfamiliar with the world. He would not admit that he too had been awestruck the first time Qin Feiyu performed such a miracle. Now seeing it again, it was merely a routine operation for their lord. After spending half a day, Qin Feiyu successfully relocated all residents and troops to the new Shiwa town. As the entire territory had been moved, the covered area closely matched that of Shiwa Town's construction zone, effectively filling in the ruins of Shiwa Town. However, the area designated for Feiyu Village still only encompassed that of a level 5 village, with the remainder comprising fertile fields and mines within Feiyu Village's bounds. Qin Feiyu nodded at the unchanged Feiyu Village. The previous underground passage had been covered by the vacant land adjacent to his lord's residence. It merely required excavation to construct a more stable underground passage. Fortunately, with each upgrade, he could adjust the positions of the buildings. Otherwise, rebuilding from scratch would be a daunting task. Observing the haphazard arrangement of the current military camp made Qin Feiyu feel somewhat fatigued. After settling the residence, he commanded the Minotaur squad to excavate the passage and then summoned Catralan to discuss matters at the lord's residence. My lord, what is happening? Catralan inquired with confusion upon arriving at the lord's residence. He had only left Feiyu Village for a day, yet the entirety of Shiwa Town had vanished. More strikingly, Featherwing Village seemed to have materialized out of thin air, almost leading him to believe he had stumbled into an illusion. After a brief explanation, Qin Feiyu entrusted Carter Roland with the responsibility of managing both territories. Now that Featherwing Village served as the first line of defense, it would be developed as a military stronghold. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feiyu stated that while the underworld city might not have the best environment, it offered ample space, making the construction of new residences preferable to the outside. He knew that his future adversaries would only grow stronger, and these two interconnected territories were his foundation, not to be compromised. Carter Rowland also reported the most pressing issue facing the territories, a dearth of manpower, a shortage of both people and talent. Let me ponder how to augment the population. You may take your leave for now. After Carter Rowland departed, Qin Feiyu found himself troubled by the dozen or so exotic beauties awaiting his instructions. It wasn't that he had excessive demands. He had simply grown accustomed to the modern lifestyle of Blue Star and, upon reflection, realized there were indeed many tasks that required assistance. After carefully examining the diverse group of exotic beauties, Qin Feiyu noticed that, aside from those with particularly distinct racial features, such as elves, rabbit folk, fox folk, and winged folk, he couldn't immediately identify the races of several others. Upon opening the panel to inspect the exotic individuals belonging to Featherwing Village, Qin Feiyu was astonished to discover that those he couldn't identify included blood elves, Draenei, and trolls, which was quite an eye-opener. My lord, what will be our duties here? The captivating fox beauty who had spoken earlier inquired proactively. She was the most outgoing of the group, possessing enchanting peach blossom eyes, furry ears, and 3 white tails that swayed gently, captivatingly. Qin Feiyu quickly regained his composure. This little fox was manageable, but the previous encounter with Lilia had been a disaster, making him wary of beauties with potentially seductive abilities. What are your talents? Qin Feiyu asked, needing to understand their strengths to assign them to suitable roles. I am proficient in musical instruments, the 3-tailed fox beauty replied with a slight bow, modestly covering her chest. I am adept at both the flute and the xiao. Qin Feiyu turned to the lithe, elven beauty. And you? I am skilled in archery, the elven beauty replied, her pointed ears flushing with shyness, her voice barely audible. Qin Feiyu proceeded to inquire about the talents of each exotic beauty, discovering that they were versatile but lacked practical skills, a testament to Su Qingfeng's meticulous selection. In the end, he assigned them roles. What is your name? Qin Feiyu asked the 3-tailed fox beauty. Fox Lina. How fitting, Qin Feiyu thought, recalling a similarly named female character from an IP he knew before his transmigration, though not as attractive as the Fox Lina before him. Ahem, Fox Lina. You will be the logistics manager here, overseeing the others, taking care of the Lord's manor, and attending to my needs. Qin Feiyu instructed. The elves will tend to the flowers, the Draenei will chop wood, the rabbit folk will do the laundry, and the winged folk will clean. As for cooking, I'll figure something out. For now, that's how it will be. And what shall I do? Warm your bed, my lord? Fox Lina asked, her peach blossom eyes fluttering seductively. Qin Feiyu shook his head in refusal. You will plan the layout of the Lord's manor. Consult Carter Rowland for any requirements. My only request is comfort. As you wish. My lord, I think your attire needs a redesign. It's not aesthetically pleasing, Qin Feiyu said, shaking his head at the coarse linen garments of the beauties. I'll find a way to customize exclusive outfits for you later. For now, you may leave. After dismissing the maids, Qin Feiyu opened the panel and searched for several keywords in the trading market. Stockings. No results. White stockings. No results. Uniforms. No results. Cosplay. Unrecognized. It seems no one has realized the potential in this area yet, Qin Feiyu mused. They're still struggling to survive, so why would they think of such things? He then opened the solicitation interface of the trading function and posted a request. NX10,000 gold coins for various sets of stockings, white stockings, uniforms, and cosplay outfits, details in private chat. With such a substantial reward, he was confident that any lord with a fashion designer profession would come forward. Chapter 40. The goblin's whereabouts. After posting the message, he instructed Fox Lina to train the exotic beauties, aiming to turn them into competent maids as soon as possible. As employees of the Lord's manor, their compensation would meet Qin Feiyu's standards. To live well and prosper, they would need to work diligently in the Lord's manor. What is needed to restore the underworld city? Thinking of the dilapidated state of many buildings in the underworld city, he summoned Carter Rowland, intending to transform it into a suitable residence. Residential buildings can be repaired by recruiting artisans who use wood, stone, and other resources, Carter Rowland said, seemingly anticipating Qin Feiyu's questions. Barracks and special buildings may require specific conditions to be met for restoration. After all, it is the main city. and only when the population and building requirements are met can it be fully restored to its former glory. The others can wait. Prioritize residential issues, Qin Feiyu instructed. First, recruit some artisan-class heroes from the tavern and expedite the restoration of the crypt. I suggest that you lead troops to the goblin tribe, my lord. As former inhabitants of this place, they have a large population and are excellent laborers. Although they lack intelligence, they can create considerable value for you if managed properly. Carter Rowland hesitated before offering a reasonable suggestion under Qin Feiyu's questioning gaze. Qin Feiyu smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about the goblin tribe. As residents of the underworld city, the goblins must be familiar with the city's layout. They would make excellent workers as he replanned the city. Gnomes were excellent creators and inventors, but not physically strong. They were now focused on research and not suited for repetitive labor. Only goblins were sturdy enough for manual labor. Moreover, Carter Rowland had mentioned a shortage of manpower. The goblin tribe must be of considerable size to have previously operated the underworld city. Remembering this, Qin Feiyu gave additional instructions, including proposing feasible plans for the Lord's Manor's redesign and the cultivation of the surrounding wasteland. The extent to which these plans could be realized depended on having a larger population. After communicating with Carter Rowland, he decided to take Savina and the others to the goblin tribe. Savina, Kono, Blackwing. We're going to the eastern coastline to invite the goblins home, Qin Feiyu said, summoning Savina and the other 5 dragons. He planned to travel light, as it was the last day of the novice protection period, and he might encounter unexpected situations later. He decided to bring only the dragons for an aerial descent. According to Mrs. Information, the goblin tribe had migrated to the eastern coast, about 100 kilometers away according to the map. At a dragon speed of 200 kilometers per hour, it would take only half an hour. My lord, hold on tight. Let's go. Mounting Savina's back, Qin Feiyu directed them to search southeastward. After half an hour, they finally saw the outline of the coastline. The route was mostly flat plains, with some monsters guarding mines and treasure chests, as well as special buildings that Savina found threatening. Qin Feiyu resisted the urge to land and investigate. Time was of the essence. Once the goblin tribe was persuaded to return to the dungeon, there would be ample opportunity to harvest resources later. At last, Qin Feiyu and his companions circumnavigated the coastline, spotting a few rudimentary earthen houses. They found a secure spot to land, and Qin Feiyu, accompanied by the transformed Savina and the others, made their way toward the goblin camp. Just as they caught sight of the outlines of the earthen houses, a group of goblins obstructed their path. Humans, cease your perilous actions, warned the lead goblin, clutching a shovel. As Qin Feiyu halted, he scrutinized the legendary goblins closely. Their faces were broad, noses flat, ears pointed, and mouths large, revealing sharp, venomous teeth. Their foreheads sloped backward, and their dim eyes ranged from red to yellow. Being humanoid, they walked upright on 2 legs, but their arms were disproportionately long, nearly reaching their knees. Their skin varied from shades of red to deep orange and crimson. Clad in dirt-stained, tin leather, they appeared quite unkempt. Aside from the goblin leader wielding a shovel, the others brandished stones as makeshift weapons, a stark contrast to the image he had envisioned. In comparison, the gremlins seemed far more agreeable. The thought of his dungeon being filled with such grotesque creatures sent a shiver down his spine, and he began to regret his decision to persuade them. However, the issue of population loomed over him. Aside from goblins, he could scarcely conceive of other means to populate his domain. The trafficking of people was a principle he would never entertain. Ultimately, he resolved to accept the goblins as subjects, reasoning that perhaps, with time, they might grow on him. We seek to meet your leader. Lead the way, commanded Blackwing, observing the disrespect shown by the ugly creatures towards their master. The goblins, startled by the sudden display of dragon might, fell to the ground, struggling to articulate their words. The goblin leader, displaying some awareness, stammered a reply of yes before scrambling to his feet and trembling as he led Qin Feiyu and his entourage. Witnessing their abrupt change in demeanor, Qin Feiyu recognized them as a group that thrived on the weak. If left unchecked in his territory, they might become troublesome. Inside the goblin camp, there was a sprawling expanse of tan earthen houses, surrounded by several arrow towers with other goblins on watch. Budira, why aren't you stationed at the village entrance? A goblin clad in red leather armor questioned as he emerged from a nearby earthen structure. Upon hearing that Qin Feiyu and his companions wished to see the leader, Budira scurried over to whisper to the patrolling goblin, Bruno. "Oh, please, allow these esteemed individuals to enter." Bruno quickly understood the situation and bowed deeply. As Blackwing strode past, he let out a cold snort, causing Bruno to flinch, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Silently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he waited with utmost respect until Qin Feiyu had moved on, finally exhaling in relief. He was acutely aware that the individuals before him were not to be trifled with, and even in defeat, he dared not voice his grievances. The goblin chief, a rotund figure with a plump visage, donned a loose robe that accentuated his wealth. After Budira's introduction, Chief Bugatti appeared somewhat dazed. "Did Lord Varnado not just inform us yesterday that our services were not required for the time being? Why then, are we being summoned today? Who are you?" Bugatti inquired, his wisdom rivaling that of any sentient being. Quickly realizing the visitors bore ill intent and could not possibly be allies of the Black Dragon, prompting a sense of wariness. "Indeed, I sense the might of the Black Dragon," Budira remarked, noting the tense atmosphere. Observing the contrasting reactions of Budira and Bugatti, Qin Feiyu jested. "It's no wonder you hold the position you do. While he can only serve as a guard, there is a distinct difference. Our purpose today is straightforward. We invite you to return home," Qin Feiyu asserted, taking a few steps forward to caress the throne behind Bugatti, then turning to address him. "You are an astute individual. Make your choice." "Who are you?" Bugatti repeated, his earlier bravado faltering. Despite the armaments hidden within the camp, he sensed a familiar aura among the visitors, one that hinted at the Black Dragon's presence. The Black Dragon was a force they could not contend with, hence his reluctance to act rashly. "I am the new lord of the dungeon, and my time is precious. You have 1 minute to decide. Submit or perish," Qin Feiyu proclaimed, slowly taking a seat upon the goblin chief's throne. Simultaneously, the dragon might emanating from Savina and the 5 other dragons surged forth, sending Bugatti and Budira tumbling several meters before they fell to the ground, their faces pale. "I submit," Bugatti uttered, bowing his head in submission, realizing the terrifying consequences of refusal. Being subjugated by Varnado and this new lord were two sides of the same coin. The goblins could not escape their fate as slaves. "Very well, gather your belongings and bring everyone with you. My time is valuable, so I shall allow you half an hour," Qin Feiyu remarked, his expression revealing no surprise at Bugatti's capitulation, well aware of the goblin race's tendencies. Had he not intended to develop the dungeon properly, he would have never considered such potentially treacherous subjects. Given the circumstances, he would utilize them for now. The goblin tribe chose to join your territory. Please select Feiyu Village Abyss Dungeon. Current population 523 for 800-1000-000. Half an hour later, Bugatti led the goblin tribe in a complete migration, with all resources and goods transferred into Qin Feiyu's personal inventory. Along the way, Bugatti disclosed the dire predicament the goblins faced. "Oh, so Varnado incited your escape for his own selfish interests?" Qin Feiyu remarked, surprised to hear a new rendition of the story. "Indeed, there is no turning back now. I can only lead them onward into the abyss," Bugatti lamented, reflecting on the precarious existence he had shared with the goblin tribe. "Fear not. Now that you have joined the abyss dungeon, I shall ensure that outsiders do not bully you," Qin Feiyu reassured him, patting his chest. "However, you must provide me with detailed information about them to prevent any unforeseen visits that might lead to your capture. Do not play the fool, it will end poorly." The weight of Qin Feiyu's threat hung heavily in the air, forcing Bugatti into silence. As a goblin, he was acutely aware of his race's inherent flaws and thus could not guarantee anything to Qin Feiyu. Yet, Qin Feiyu placed no faith in the goblin's integrity. He understood that only formidable strength would mitigate all risks. To the south of the coast, the Black Dragon, Varnado, had established a lair in the Chilean mountains, leading his dragon squad on occasional raids against nearby fishing vessels and traveling merchants for amusement. Bugatti calmly informed Varnado of the current situation, reminding him that their sustenance had always relied on the goblin tribe. Once it was discovered that the goblin tribe had migrated, there would undoubtedly be repercussions. A few black dragons? Qin Feiyu indeed felt a sense of threat. However, as a defector from the underground city, he was not averse to cleansing his domain if they were to encounter him. Previously, during a confrontation with the ultimate Hydra along the coastline, the Varnado squad suffered the loss of 3 members to eliminate that menace, and it was estimated that approximately 5 black dragons still roamed. Bugatti speculated, uncertain, that there was also one severely wounded, unsure if it had perished, bringing the total to a maximum of 6. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feiyu remarked, "This poses a considerable threat. We must remain vigilant." Their return journey with the goblin tribe had consumed an inordinate amount of time. By the time they reached Feiyu village, the afternoon had already waned. After entrusting the goblin tribe to Kataraland, Qin Feiyu returned to the Lord's manor to rest. Engaging in every task personally was indeed exhausting. It was time to establish various specialized institutions, allowing his heroes to focus on their strengths, which was the foremost consideration for him as a lord. After a brief respite, Qin Feiyu could not resist opening the World Channel on the forum, eager to see if any lords had provided new information. Channel 613725. I love bathing for healthy skin. Today is the last day. Does anyone know what to expect tomorrow? I feel something ominous. Greasy's senior sister finally gathered a small team of half-orc brothers, 2 a day. It's quite delightful. Tom, who loves milk tea. Can the lady above elaborate? Big shot. Tomorrow, there will be a wave of beast tides. Don't ask how I know. My fairy maid informed me. Centaur Knight. There's a horde of hellhounds outside my territory. Are the beast tides lurking at our doorstep? After scanning the messages, Qin Feiyu filtered out the irrelevant information, extracting key details. Key information 1. Possible beast tide tomorrow. Key information 2. A significant presence of hellish creatures reported in certain areas. While pondering how to respond, the regional channel buzzed for the first time. Regional channel Centaur Knight. There's a swarm of hellhounds outside my territory. Is anyone else experiencing this? To his surprise, it was near him. Upon seeing the message, Qin Feiyu immediately realized the implications. The demon cult was targeting the lords. Previously, Su Qingfeng had mentioned that his demons had sold information about the lords. The lords possessed what the demon cult desired. A plethora of thoughts flooded Qin Feiyu's mind. Chapter 42. The urgent plea of the fast shooter regional channel Big Blade Cute Girl. I have them outside my territory too, along with goat-headed creatures. They look fearsome. Grandpa eats axe. Why are there scythe wielders at my door? Do they know we are still under protection? Brother of Bear 2. No way, these monsters are that clever? We're doomed. Qin Feiyu was taken aback. There were numerous lords in his vicinity. In a matter of moments, over 10 lords had commented, most encountering similar situations. Considering the coverage of Twilight City, Qin Feiyu gained a basic understanding of the regional channel. Whether this area was merely within the bounds of Twilight City or extended further remained uncertain, as no other lords had reported different experiences. Despite their competitive nature, he felt it was his duty to share the information he possessed with them. It was not a matter of humanity. Rather, it was about acting with integrity. He did not need to rely on enemies to eliminate rivals. Strength was the true path to success. Regional Channel Dragon Knight. There's a traitor exposing our information to local forces. You are being targeted by the demon cult. Grandpa eats axe. What is the demon cult? Big Blade Cute Girl. I heard from the village chief that the demon cult is a group of wicked sorcerers who summon demons. Brother of Bear 2. Why are the wicked sorcerers targeting us? We have no enmity with them. Centaur Knight. I just want to ask the big shot what I should do. Dragon Knight. Wait for death. Brother of Bear 2. Big shot. We're in the same region. Save me. I'm willing to work hard. Centaur Knight. Get lost. You look down on horses, huh? Big shot. I'm a horse. You can ride me if you want. Dragon Knight. I can't help you. They have 7-star demons. You should try to flee or band together for a chance. Qin Feiyu observed the regional channel fall silent, uncertain whether sharing this information was right or wrong. Should he allow them to resign themselves to despair? He believed that as long as there was a glimmer of hope, it was worth fighting for. After all, they had endured the preceding 7 days. Private Channel Brother of Bear 2. Big shot. My coordinates are from Blue Star's actor, Jean Fugo. Can you save me? Dragon Knight. Then you should trust in your fists. Big Blade Cute Girl. Big brother, I can take any position. Please save me, and I will serve you however you wish. Dragon Knight. What is the point of riding you? Isn't riding a dragon more appealing? Fast shooter. Boss, I didn't realize you were nearby. I have small demons and hellhounds here. I want to join you. Take me with you. Dragon Knight. Send me your coordinates. Fast shooter, crying. Dragon Knight. I can only take one person. If you have someone you want to bring, trade with me first. Fast shooter. Thank you, boss. You will always be my boss. Dragon Knight. For the trade, we can use an elite royal griffin. That way, I can carry you easily. Fast shooter. Half an hour later, Fast shooter privately sent a link. Fast shooter, more great goods X available at Qin Feiyu clicked on it to find it mainly consisted of a population nearing 100, mixed with various oddities. Human race, 123 exchange for 1 elite royal griffin sprite. Water exchange for 1 elite royal griffin sprite. Fire exchange for 1 elite royal griffin sprite. Wood exchange for 1 elite royal griffin. Private channel. Dragon Knight. Do you think I'm a griffin wholesaler? Pack it up for exchange. Fast shooter. These sprites are precious. They will be vital food sources in the future, and they are very fragile. If they are lost on the way, they cannot be retrieved. Dragon Knight. Fine. But don't think you can compensate me with good food in the future, or I'll stew you. Qin Feiyu proceeded to summon 4 elite royal griffins from the elite royal griffin camp to finalize this transaction, then went to an open space outside Feiyu village to manifest all these individuals. Congratulations, cute villagers of Mengmeng village. 125 have joined your territory. Please choose Feiyu Village Abyss Dungeon. Feiyu Village. Current population of Feiyu Village. 324 plus 125. 600 Feiyu Village has leveled up to 6. Qin Feiyu was somewhat surprised. It seems Katerraland is quite competent. As a white light flashed, a multitude of ordinary, unfamiliar villagers appeared in Feiyu Village, looking around bewilderedly at their strange surroundings. Simultaneously, 3 creatures resembling colored sprites emerged, and Qin Feiyu promptly brought these bewildered little beings to his side. Clearing his throat, he addressed the villagers. Fear not. Your lord sensed the impending crisis outside and has transported you here. Once the danger has passed, you will be returned. Arrangements will be made for your accommodations. So do not worry. I knew there were many monsters outside the village recently. I didn't even dare to venture out to gather firewood. I heard that Zhang San was devoured by a goat-headed creature out there. It's terrifying. There shouldn't be any of those monsters here, right? The newly arrived villagers whispered among themselves, but soon stabilized. Qin Feiyu summoned Katerraland to assign these villagers their new homes, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Based on the map coordinates, a distance of 1 point equated to 25 kilometers. He was approximately 700 kilometers in a straight line from Fast Shooter's location. The journey would take at least 2 hours or more. Furthermore, encountering obstacles or special circumstances along the way would further delay him. A round trip would take at least half a day, and he needed to return promptly during the novice protection period. After all, no one knew what awaited them once the protection period ended. Considering this, it seemed prudent to forego resting and continue onward. With 5 colossal dragons in tow, Qin Feiyu pressed on toward Fast Shooter's position, feeling somewhat weary. The final day was fraught with numerous tasks, and the threat from the demonic cult loomed large. Furthermore, the Black Dragon squad of Valnardo required vigilance, leaving him with insufficient resources at hand. It was imperative to enhance his strength without delay. After soaring through the skies for over an hour, Qin Feiyu distinctly sensed an increase in the presence of monsters on the ground below him. It was evident that they had encroached upon the territory of the demonic cult. He urged Zavina and the others to maintain their distance to avoid alarming the enemy. And after a brief period of rapid flight, they finally reached the coordinates provided by the marksman, Naxiang. Summoning the dragons to circle downwards, Qin Feiyu gradually discerned the outline of a small mountain village nestled on the slopes of a low hill, flanked by a mountainside on one side and a winding path on the other. This path was now teeming with small demons and mages, while a squad of hellhounds patrolled nearby. An unsightly warlock had taken residence in a makeshift camp that had recently been established, surrounded by a few malevolent spirits. The village was shrouded in a faint golden barrier, an invulnerability state that had been activated due to the malicious actions of the indigenous people against the lords just days prior. This novice protection period offered only a single chance for activation. Once initiated, no one could enter or exit, effectively severing their escape routes. It appeared that the monsters had driven the marksman, Naxiang, to a desperate situation. Regrettably, the warlock was evidently biding his time until the novice protection period elapsed, intending to consume the territory of the marksman entirely. Had Qin Feiyu not arrived, the ultimate fate of Naxiang was all too predictable. In the private chat channel, Dragon Knight remarked, "You are quite fortunate." Naxiang replied. Without further elaboration, Qin Feiyu found the prospect of dealing with the immediate adversaries exceedingly simple, devoid of any desire to engage directly. Instead, he coordinated a remote strike from 3 black dragons. Within 2 minutes, the path leading to the village was blanketed in black ash, and the warlock's camp had been reduced to ruins. The nearby demonic cult members were completely eradicated. After descending onto the path and confirming the absence of any remaining foes, he opened the private chat channel once more. Dragon Knight, I've arrived, waiting at your doorstep. Na Xiang, don't deceive me. It hasn't been long at all. How could you be here already? Did you fly? Dragon Knight, what other means could there be? Na Xiang, impossible. There are throngs of monsters outside my territory. I wouldn't dare venture out. How could you possibly be outside my village? Dragon Knight, enough chatter. Are we going or not? Na Xiang, let me see. Closing the private chat, Qin Feiyu formed a new assessment of Na Xiang's character, timid and indecisive. Such a personality was easier to manage, as he had no desire to reclaim territories held by ambitious lords, uncertain of whether they might turn against him in the future. Soon, Qin Feiyu noticed the invulnerability shield surrounding the village gradually dissipating. A short, stout figure came into view, notably bald. Qin Feiyu frowned. Could this be the marksman, Na Xiang? This was rather disappointing. However, since he was merely a logistical figure, there was no need for aesthetics. After all, even goblins, 100 times more unappealing, could be of value if they possessed the right skills. At that moment, various thoughts crossed Qin Feiyu's mind. Dragon Knight, my leader? Observing a handsome young man encircled by four burly figures and a striking woman, Du Mingming hesitantly called out, Are you the marksman? I am indeed Qin Feiyu, he replied, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. Where are my elite royal griffins? They're inside. Come in, I have something remarkable to show you. A few minutes later, Qin Feiyu stood before two large greenhouses, astonished. This fellow had indeed accomplished something, establishing a planting base. It seemed that his trip had been worthwhile, he mused. Unfortunately, these resources could not be taken, necessitating a fresh cultivation effort. Du Mingming expressed a hint of regret. Well, let's head to my place. There you'll find ample opportunity to showcase your skills. Qin Feiyu urged, as he had no time to linger and admire Du Mingming's accomplishments. Now that he had made contact, he could proceed to take him along. Just as he was about to ask Du Mingming to prepare for their return, he suddenly noticed a youthful, golden-haired girl with an innocent visage emerging from the village. He remarked with surprise, Is this your companion? That stout fellow is rather fortunate to have attracted such beauty. This is my apprentice, AI Mingming. She possesses a remarkable talent for cooking. Do not underestimate her, Du Mingming replied proudly. Indeed, she seems quite capable. Qin Feiyu acknowledged after sizing up AI Mingming. He estimated her potential to be at least of E grade. AI Mingming represented a logistical hero with considerable future promise. As Du Mingming spoke of AI Mingming, his pride swelled. The chances of encountering a hero were already slim, let alone one that aligned with his abilities. Qin Feiyu understood the pride that filled Du Mingming's heart. After all, to encounter salvation in a seemingly hopeless situation was indeed fortuitous. By comparison, discovering AI Mingming was not particularly surprising. Master, who are these individuals? AI Mingming, noticing the unfamiliar faces, shyly hid behind Du Mingming and inquired. This is our future boss. Our chain of restaurants will rely on him, Du Mingming succinctly explained, fully aware of AI Mingming's tendencies. AI Mingming gazed at Qin Feiyu with gleaming eyes, then politely bowed, saying, Please take care of us, boss. As Qin Feiyu observed the tremors caused by AI Mingming's movements and her words, he felt an unexpected sense of delightful contrast. Her demeanor was entirely unlike that of the indigenous people. Lord Du Mingming has sworn allegiance to you. Do you accept? Yes. Congratulations, Hero Du Mingming has joined your legion. Congratulations, Hero AI Mingming has joined your legion. Congratulations, Elite Royal Griffin 4 has joined your legion. Congratulations, you have acquired a new territory, Mingming Village. A series of notifications chimed, signifying that Du Mingming had officially joined his legion as a follower hero. Qin Feiyu had no intention of retaining this territory and turned to Du Mingming, stating, This territory likely holds little value. I plan to destroy it and extract the resources. Du Mingming cast a reluctant glance around at everything he had painstakingly created, nodding firmly. He understood that he had no choice. For him, all that mattered was having a stable environment to research his culinary recipes. He had no desire to manage the affairs of a lord. It was merely unfortunate regarding the greenhouses. Indeed, I have primarily utilized the resources for research and cultivation, so destroying it is not a loss, he confirmed. Once Du Mingming assented, Qin Feiyu decisively obliterated Mingming Village. One by one, the structures crumbled into ordinary resources, and as Qin Feiyu collected them, he gazed at the barren landscape in silence. This time, No exceptional items were yielded. It appeared that only by concurrently defeating the Lord and destroying the territory could one expect to acquire valuable rewards. Unsurprised by the lack of additional gains, Qin Feiyu recognized that his primary purpose was to escort Du Mingming away. As the sky darkened, he resolved to return. "Let us go, Kono. Take the stout fellow along. And Ai Mingming, you head over to Blackwing." "Understood, my lord." Kono nodded and approached Du Mingming, saying, "Take my hand." Du Mingming gazed at Kono in confusion, unsure why he was being asked to shake hands. Was there some special ability involved? "I'm not interested in men," he awkwardly declined, then asked, "Brother, how are we going back?" Kono, bemused, grasped Du Mingming's hand and, shifting form, soared into the sky. Du Mingming felt a rush of wind buffeting him, causing him to squint his eyes, and then a tremendous force tugged at his arm, lifting him off the ground. In a state of panic, he clutched Kono's claw tightly, his heart racing as he opened his eyes to find himself suspended in midair, grasping the finger of a colossal green dragon ascending into the heavens. The overwhelming sensation of vertigo washed over him as he clung desperately to Kono's claw, fearful of plummeting from such heights. Suddenly, a massive shadow swept past him, and Ai Mingming, seated atop the black dragon's back, laughed heartily while calling out, "Teacher, you're so lame. All right, Kono, stop playing around. We must return before nightfall. Accelerate." Qin Feiyu's voice floated from behind. Kono responded with a deep, rumbling "oh," before gently tossing Du Mingming from his grasp. In an instant, Du Mingming was left terrified and flailing her arms, desperately trying to grasp something. She cried out repeatedly, "Ah, ah, ah." Bang! Contrary to her expectations, she did not shatter upon impact. Slowly, Du Mingming sat up from Kono's back, rubbing her behind in disbelief as she surveyed her surroundings. Ahead, Qin Feiyu rode a colossal frost dragon, leading the way, flanked by 3 black dragons and the storm dragon beneath him. Beside him, Ai Mingming beamed with joy from her perch on one of the black dragons. 2 elite royal griffins, resembling quails, perched atop the remaining black dragons. He soared through the sky at an altitude of several thousand meters, riding dragons, and it all felt like a dream. Chapter 44. A New Week. Recruiting warriors. By the time Qin Feiyu returned from Mingming village, night had completely fallen. He dismounted and led the wide-eyed Du Mingming and her companion to the Lord's manor. Simultaneously, he summoned heroes such as Katerilan and Miss to the conference hall for a brief meeting. With the novice protection period behind him, he needed to focus on enhancing his own strength, necessitating a strategic plan for the development of his territory. These heroes would serve as the practical executors of his policies and directives. Half an hour later, after the last hero, Miss, arrived, Qin Feiyu officially declared the meeting open. "You all are the backbone of my territory," he stated succinctly. "I intend to refine the functional core of our territory to prevent unnecessary conflicts in the future." Qin Feiyu addressed the assembled heroes, regarding them as the current core strength, and continued. First, the logistics department. Though Du Mingming is new, his culinary skills have already been experienced by everyone. Thus, I plan to appoint him as the logistics director, with Ai Mingming as his assistant. Next, the domestic affairs department. Katerilan has made significant contributions to the construction of Feiyu village in recent days. Therefore, I shall appoint him as the domestic affairs director, continuing to jointly manage both territories. In my absence, he will oversee the planning and organization of the territory. Finally, the combat department will be divided into 2 branches, one for the close combat legion. Miss will temporarily serve as the melee commander, overseeing the centaurs, royal griffins, and future ground troops. The second branch will focus on ranged combat, with Zeline as the ranged commander. Should new archers and mages join us, they will also fall under Zeline's command. The second direction will involve elite squads, with Zawena leading the elite team of dragon and dragonhawk riders. "My lord, I have a question," Du Mingming asked hesitantly upon hearing Qin Feiyu's arrangements. "I need substantial funding to develop ingredients and such. Can I apply for it?" 200,000 gold coins in equivalent startup resources. Should you achieve results, we will supplement further. If not, you will have to rely on yourself, Qin Feiyu replied, fully aware of his concerns. At this moment, prioritizing the cultivation of combat power was essential, and he could not afford to squander excessive resources. To Du Mingming's surprise, Qin Feiyu readily allocated such resources to him, filling him with joy. It was worth noting that the resources he had painstakingly accumulated previously amounted to barely 20,000 000 gold coins, achieved through frugality. I will surely deliver results, Du Mengmeng declared, thumping his chest as he pledged. He did not wish to disappoint Qin Feiyu's trust. What is the Lord's short-term goal? Katerilan inquired. To enhance the combat strength of our legion. A new crisis is imminent, and we require strength. Qin Feiyu disclosed his premeditated plan, which essentially involved clearing the surrounding area, accumulating resources, and establishing a self-sustaining cycle for the territory. After the meeting, Qin Feiyu instructed Du Mengmeng to select a site atop the remaining foundations in Feiyu village, intending to construct a hero's dining hall the following day. This would serve as the dining point for all heroes under his command, including himself. For tonight, Du Mengmeng would have to make do with a simple meal at the Lord's manor, as Qin Feiyu did not expect every day to be a feast. An occasional delightful meal would suffice. After a satisfying dinner, Qin Feiyu returned to his bedroom. Tomorrow marked the final day, and he needed to rest well to confront the potential crises ahead. The following morning, Qin Feiyu was abruptly awakened by a notification on the interface, revealing that the novice protection period had ended, and indeed, troubles had arisen. Combat power evaluation system activated. Treasure system activated. Accessible through exploring secret realms, trading, or plundering native forces and clearing outdoor resources. Lord's first round of challenges begins. Territory defense battle. Different level territories must face varying enemy attacks. 5 days. This week is Dragon Week. All dragon productivity is doubled. After reviewing all the notifications on the interface, Qin Feiyu frowned in contemplation. He understood the combat power system as necessary for evaluating the gradually strengthening Lord, enabling a comparative assessment of power among different races of the same star level. With this system, at least the traversing Lords could more easily gauge their opponent's strengths. Relatively speaking, Lords would have more space to survive within the native forces domain. The treasure system likewise aimed to bolster Lords, mitigating the external suppression from native forces on the emerging Lords. The strategic skills system enhanced tactical applications, allowing for the reversal of fortunes through special strategic capabilities, encouraging Lords to develop comprehensively rather than relying solely on military might. As for the territory defense battle mentioned later, it aligned with what the renowned figures in the World Channel had previously discussed. However, Qin Feiyu remained uncertain about the nature of the enemy's appearance, whether they would manifest as monster legions formed by local creatures or as special beings materializing from the void due to game mechanics. What concerned Qin Feiyu was that different levels of territories corresponded to different enemies, potentially including his Abyss dungeon. If that were the case, it would certainly be a headache, as enemies capable of assaulting a main city were far beyond what a small lord like him could handle. He also had another query. The demon cult had inadvertently become a lurking threat to Lords. How would the unfortunate Lords be accounted for? The last notification was a delightful surprise. Dragon productivity had doubled, indicating that there were now 2 black dragons awaiting him in the Black Dragon camp. Eagerly, he rose and made his way to the Lord's manor in the Abyss dungeon. Upon arriving at the Domestic Affairs Hall, he immediately spotted 2 black dragons available for recruitment in the Black Dragon camp. Unfortunately, he had previously run low on sulfur. When he opened the panel to exchange for rare resources, he discovered that the exchange ratios had changed significantly. 100 gems exchanged for 50 sulfur. 100 crystals exchanged for 50 sulfur. 100 mercury exchanged for 50 sulfur. Cursed. Is everyone conspiring against me this week? Qin Feiyu grumbled. After gathering a variety of special resources, he found that 300 gems, along with the previous 100 crystals, were just enough to recruit 2 black dragons. As a dragon enthusiast, nothing could deter him from recruiting dragons. Without further ado, Qin Feiyu exchanged for the sulfur and successfully recruited the 2 black dragons, named Black Tooth and Black Qilin, who proceeded to stand by with Zawena. The production of the Minotaur King and Medusa was still too low this week. Qin Feiyu planned to gather enough for a full squad before recruiting them. After all, logistics also required funding, and with no pressing need for mass recruitment, it was prudent to conserve resources. Of course, the Dragonhawk Riders remained indispensable. After emptying the Dragonhawk Rider camp in Feiyu village once more, Qin Feiyu found himself with scant special resources left. The new Dragonhawk Riders also went to stand by with Zawena. Elite Royal Griffins are not within Qin Feiyu's immediate recruitment plans. He can always establish a legion when the need genuinely arises. For now, his focus is on actively preparing for an assault by an unknown adversary. Qin Feiyu's chief concern is that the abyssal dungeon might be classified as an anchor point for territory defense, which could result in an unprecedentedly intense attack. Chapter 45. Varnado's new mission, the Chilean Mountains. Within the shadowy expanse of the Black Dragon's lair, adorned with a profusion of gold coins and treasures, a robust, 20-meter-tall black dragon slumbered. Suddenly, a beam of light emanated from a rusty bronze mirror nearby, projecting the silhouette of a black dragon onto the damp wall. Varnado, your hour has arrived. Startled awake by the voice, the black dragon hero Varnado swiftly rose to his feet upon seeing the dragon's form in the projection, exclaiming respectfully, Elder Black Gold, the game has commenced. Within these 5 days, you must reclaim control of the dungeon and establish a conduit between the dragon realm and the continent. Only then will the Black Dragon clan avoid elimination in this contest. Time is of the essence. Elder Black Gold solemnly conveyed Varnado's charge, then added with a hint of a smile, should you succeed in this mission, the king will secure you a place in the Dragon Tomb trials. This is your opportunity. Seize it. Yes, I shall not fail the king's trust. The prospect of the Dragon Tomb trials ignited a fervent gleam in Varnado's eyes. He had languished at the 7-star rank for far too long, and the Centennial Dragon Tomb trials were his only means of ascending to the elite echelon. Upon concluding the transmission, Varnado reverted to his humanoid form and stowed away the shadow mirror. This artifact, capable of transmitting messages across dimensional barriers, had been procured from the demon sect at the king's behest. Although many such mirrors existed, their creation demanded rare materials, necessitating its return upon completion of the task. Elder Black Gold, both his elder and a fellow member of the Black King's faction, had contacted him immediately after receiving the mirror a month prior, instructing him to defect from the dungeon and await further orders. Despite his uncertainty, Varnado had ultimately obeyed, seizing the opportunity to pilfer the dungeon's treasures and flee while the succubus queen was wounded. In the interim, Varnado had endured a nomadic existence, even stooping to coerce goblins into procuring sustenance, a task that affronted his dignity. Formerly, these goblins had groveled before him. Now, the contrast was stark. As the Black Dragon hero of the dungeon, he had lived a life of opulence, focused solely on honing his combat skills. The necessity of hunting was foreign to him. Alas, his current circumstances were a far cry from his former glory. Stretching languidly, Varnado emerged from his lair, casting a satisfied gaze upon the young black dragon's training in the distance. His days of hardship were nearing their end. With the arrival of orders from above, his departure from this place was imminent. His month of exile had not been entirely unproductive. He had established a lair and nurtured the unhatched black dragon eggs he had salvaged from the Black Dragon camp. To his astonishment, these eggs had hatched spontaneously within his lair, their growth rate exceeding that of normal black dragons by an order of magnitude. In a mere fortnight, the hatchlings were nearing adulthood and rapidly mastering the full repertoire of black dragon abilities, poised to become formidable entities in their own right. With these dragons joining his ranks, his Black Dragon squad would once again be at full strength, an unexpected boon. But what of the current state of the dungeon? Apprehensive of facing the formidable Ifea, he resolved to refrain from hasty actions. However, the Cyclops and Harpy tribes under his dominion could be dispatched to probe the situation. After careful deliberation, he dispatched his Black Dragon minions to deliver orders to the Harpy and other allied tribes. Du Mingming, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. In the hastily erected mess hall, Qin Feiyu and his heroes savored the delicacies prepared by Du Mingming and AI Mingming. Kono, who had given Du Mingming a ride the previous day, could not help but express his admiration. Brother Kono, you flatter me. I would be delighted to cook for you every day. Du Mingming demurred modestly, then eagerly inquired, but would you be willing to take me for another spin? Her face alight with anticipation, she awaited Kono's response. Kono, momentarily taken aback, deftly changed the subject, remarking, the weather is quite pleasant today. Indeed it is. If little AI were to provide me with such delectable fare every day, I would gladly be ridden at any time. Hei quipped, seizing the opportunity to tease Kono, casting a knowing glance at Hei Feng and the other 3 black dragons. Wouldn't you agree? Hei Feng and the others remained silent, being newcomers who had arrived later than Kono. Only Hei dared to jest with Kono, as they were of equal rank. Of course, Hei's teasing was confined to light-hearted banter, as others would not presume to do so. Undeterred by Kono's evasion, Du Mingming remained optimistic. After all, Kono had not explicitly refused. She resolved to redouble her efforts, devising even more enticing dishes to win him over. Perhaps we could fly out for some recreation this afternoon? AI Meng Meng suggested with a familiar air, her eyes gleaming at the prospect of riding a dragon. That depends on whether the Lord permits us to leave. He mentioned the possibility of danger to the territory today, so our priority should be our duties, Hei replied, shrinking back slightly as he glanced at Qin Feiyu, who was barbecuing with Zaiwina. He had spoken impulsively, not anticipating that AI Meng Meng would take his words to heart. Qin Feiyu, pleased by the camaraderie among his subordinates, relished the harmonious atmosphere, which he believed fostered the prosperity of his territory. However, mindful of the potential challenges posed by the abyssal dungeon, he pondered for a moment before stating, "Let us wait until these 5 days have passed." Given the paramount importance of the 5-day territory defense war, Qin Feiyu refused to be lulled into complacency by temporary tranquility. "Understood, Lord," Hei responded promptly, relieved that Qin Feiyu had not dismissed the idea outright. The prospect of occasional excursions was indeed appealing, and the Lord's words seemed to imply tacit approval. "By the way, Lord, I find myself short-handed. Would it be possible to borrow some personnel from you?" After the meal, Du Mingming approached Qin Feiyu discreetly, broaching the subject. "As long as they are not members of the legions, I have no objections," Qin Feiyu replied with a nod. Observing the furtive glances Du Mingming cast towards the maids clearing the tables. "You sly dog, you're setting your sights on my maids." "No, I merely find that Drenii lass to be comely and strong, which would be a great asset to my endeavors," Du Mingming demurred, his voice barely audible. "I say, your tastes are quite unique." "I approve," Qin Feiyu remarked, turning to observe the Drenii maid, whose musculature rivaled that of Kono. He raised his thumb in admiration at Du Mingming. "Thank you, Lord," Du Mingming replied, his face alight with gratitude. "Work diligently, and do not disappoint me," Qin Feiyu said, patting Du Mingming on the shoulder before departing, leaving the latter to revel in his visions of a brighter future. Du Mingming mused that Qin Feiyu was truly his benefactor, granting him his heart's desires time and again. Chapter 46. Devouring wild monsters. As the day wore on without any activity outside the territory, Qin Feiyu, who had been on high alert, grew increasingly anxious. He had learned from the forum on the panel that most lords had been subjected to attacks by wild monsters, though the intensity of these attacks had generally been limited to ordinary one-star monsters. He surmised that the first day's monster attacks would be the weakest. By the standards of Feiyu Village, even on the 5th day, he would likely encounter monsters of no more than 5 or 6 stars. Even if the monster leader were a 7-star, he could handle it with ease. His concern lay in the possibility of the abyssal dungeon also being attacked. In that case, the monsters he would face would be far from 1 star. Conservatively, they would be at least 2-star, and on the 5th day, a 7-star monster would inevitably appear. In a worst-case scenario, he might even encounter a 7-star wild monster as early as the 4th day. Yet, as he waited for most of the day, the monsters had yet to appear, and he grew increasingly agitated. The unknown was the most unnerving. Around 3 in the afternoon, I finally caught sight of the wild monsters outside Feiyu Village. A squadron of half-orc warriors, accompanied by 3 teams of harpies and 6 cyclopes, approached from the southeast. Upon discovering the traces of the monsters, Qin Feiyu immediately organized the army. He had already arranged all the legions earlier in the morning, establishing temporary positions around Feiyu Village to prepare for a potential beast tide. Despite the significant disparity in strength between the two sides, Qin Feiyu commanded the entire army to engage. His purpose was to enhance his own abilities. At present, even in his transformed state, his power was merely equivalent to that of an ordinary 2-star entity, rendering him incapable of confronting the impending onslaught that his forces might face. Thus, strengthening his capabilities was imperative. It was fortuitous that on the first day, the wild monsters did not possess overly high star ratings, allowing Qin Feiyu to devour them and consequently elevate his own strength. However, the duration of his transformation was limited, necessitating precise strategies to maximize gains. "Kono, you and the Blackwing team unleash your dragon might to intimidate the enemy," Qin Feiyu commanded. "Zelene, take the Medusa squad and shoot down all the harpies in the sky, ensuring their survival as much as possible. Miss, you lead the Minotaur team to subdue the enemy. As long as they remain alive, it matters not if they are maimed. Prioritize your own safety." Following the assaults initiated by Miss and Zelene, Qin Feiyu instructed Savina to remain by his side for protection. After all, even in his transformed state, he only possessed 2-star strength, and a sudden ambush could result in injury. The battle concluded swiftly. Under the intimidation of the multi-headed dragons, the half-orc warriors and harpies were already trembling in fear, while only the cyclopes could barely withstand the dragon's might, ultimately being pierced by the charging Minotaur team. 10 minutes later, the ground was strewn with the groaning remnants of defeated foes. Qin Feiyu was somewhat surprised by the efficacy of the dragon's might and activated his star spirit transformation to devour these low-star monsters one by one. Half an hour later, only ashes remained around him. Apart from the 3 deceased half-orc warriors and 5 harpies, Qin Feiyu had consumed nearly all the remaining wild monsters. Exhausted, he lay on the grass, gazing at the data on his panel with a satisfied smile. Though fatigued, it was undeniably worthwhile. Star Spirit Transformation, S-Class, Target Locked, Abyssal Black Dragon Calamity transformable into the Abyssal Black Dragon Calamity form. Duration level X 60 seconds Abyssal Black Dragon Calamity Race, Abyssal Black Dragon Class, Dragon Battle Mage Quality, Ordinary 3-star, Level 25, Star Enhanced. Devour Level 6 2-star, Title, Disaster Race Talent, Humanoid Form, Unlocked at Level 25, Magic Immunity, Spell Affinity Special Talent, Devour Level 6. 414-700, can gain greater power by devouring formidable beings. Note, devouring an ordinary 1-star beast adds 1 layer, an elite 1-star beast adds 2 layers, and so forth. Current devour count, 371 layers. Daily devour limit, full layer level X20, skills, reverse scale, defense 100, void black flame, frenzied tier. Quintuple strike. He suddenly realized that he had previously been overly cautious, focusing solely on devouring high-level beings. He had overlooked the fact that qualitative change arises from quantitative accumulation. Devouring a multitude of low-star monsters was far more advantageous than consuming high-star ones. However, by employing the devour technique, he also forfeited the opportunity to acquire victory experience from the defeated monsters, a trade-off, indeed. Meanwhile, he confirmed that the Abyssal Dungeon would serve as the anchor point for this territorial defense battle. All lords began with an assault of 1-star monsters. Yet he commenced with an ordinary 2-star level, peaking at elite 3-star. It was worth noting that the Cyclopes were elite 3-star creatures, and with 6 of them assaulting at once, it was evident they were targeting the Abyssal Dungeon. However, he remained uncertain whether these monsters were summoned from thin air or were part of a local creature cluster. With these thoughts in mind, he summoned Rog, who was well acquainted with the local region. Rog was engrossed in researching a new invention, but rushed over upon hearing the Lord's call, fully aware of who his benefactor was, and that no task could delay the Master's time. "Sir, you called for me?" Rog inquired, bowing respectfully upon seeing Qin Feiyu. "Do you know the locations of the nearby half-orc, harpy, and cyclopean clusters?" Qin Feiyu aimed to ascertain the general distribution of these 3 clusters. "There are indeed several races in the vicinity. It's essential to identify their directions," Rog replied, considering the southeast direction. Qin Feiyu recalled, "That area should be along the coastline, near the Chilean mountain tribes, coinciding with their activity traces." After pondering for a moment, Rog added, "There are clusters in other directions as well, but the tribes in that area are quite close to one another." Qin Feiyu contemplated for a moment before connecting all the clues. He was confident that the beast tied the Lord was about to encounter originated from the surroundings. Thus, it was highly likely that the Black Dragon squad led by Valnado would be the ones to attack him. However, based on today's intensity, Valnado's forces should not meet the criteria for the 5th day's beast tide. Could it be that Valnado was not the primary offensive force, and there were other unknown wild monster factions? Were there any concentrations of 7-star monsters nearby? After a while of contemplation, Qin Feiyu resolved to inquire Rog once more. The largest force nearby should be the demon cult, right? The Yellow River Valley is too far. Otherwise, that would also be a contender. Seeing Qin Feiyu place great importance on the matter, Rog recalled the surrounding powers thoroughly before affirming, "The demon cult? It is indeed a possibility." Qin Feiyu remembered that the demon cult had been targeting lords recently. Could this be a test for the region? Regardless, it warranted serious attention. If it truly was the demon cult, with his current military strength, the outcome remained uncertain. Glancing at the magical tower spinning beside the Lord's estate, he resolved to invest resources. After Miss and her team had cleared the battlefield, Qin Feiyu allowed the various legions to engage in free activity. Today's battle could be deemed concluded, and he returned to the Lord's estate to prepare for a well-deserved rest. The act of devouring was indeed exhausting, leaving him nearly depleted. In Qin Feiyu's view, he should be able to devour some wild monsters to enhance his strength over the next 3 days. Although it would become increasingly challenging. To avoid undermining the army's combat effectiveness and minimize losses, he needed to contemplate various strategies. However, he could only enhance himself slightly over the next couple of days. With the intensity predicted for the final 2 days, he would need to exert himself fully, lest he risk failure. Chapter 47. The Maiden's Thoughts in the Backyard of the Lord's Estate. Did you all see today? Our Lord's army is exceptionally powerful. The dragons are so imposing. I wonder how the Lord managed to tame them. Our Lord must be incredibly strong, but he seems different from other lords. Indeed. Delaney Mullo was summoned to assist this afternoon. Are we perhaps too useless? A few maids gathered together after completing their tasks for the day, whispering among themselves, some in admiration, others in disappointment. Despite hailing from different races, the shared experiences of their circumstances had gradually fostered camaraderie over the past 2 days, leading to more frequent exchanges. Does the Lord not fancy beautiful women? Yet, I see Lady Savina always by his side. The elven beauty, Loya, rested her chin on her hand, a hint of melancholy in her expression. After being sold to Su Qingfeng, she had learned much in those few days. Although she still appeared shy, she had come to understand that without the ability to please others, she risked losing her value and being discarded or transferred to another lord. Based on her observations of Qin Feiyu over the past 2 days, he seemed to be a commendable lord, as evidenced by his treatment towards his subordinates. Sigh. As long as we can still earn our keep here, once someone more skilled in our duties or more adept at pleasing the Lord arrives, we might just be replaced. The rabbit maiden, Tado Duo, sighed heavily. They needed to devise a way to showcase their worth. This had become their collective understanding. But aside from serving men, I possess no other skills. I can't even clean properly. The enchanting beauty of the winged clan, Fei Luer, fluttered her wings with a look of helplessness. Summer has arrived. Perhaps you could use your wings to fan the Lord and cool him down, teased Miao Qinchin, another clan beauty. I can only scratch the Lord's back, she lamented. If only I possessed the talent of our elven archers, I could assist the Lord in battle. Luo Yi pinched her nose, her brow furrowed in worry. Although you cannot shoot arrows, you might encourage the Lord to do so. Surely, he does not think us unclean? Heaven forbid, none of us have been touched by another. Fox Lena swayed her alluring tail as she sauntered in from the backyard. Her graceful figure instantly silenced the discussion among the girls. Greetings, Sister Fox, they politely acknowledged. Fox Lena was the most captivating among them. Yet the previous night, the Lord had not made any advances towards her, which was a source of their collective frustration. If even Fox Lena had no opportunity, what hope remained for them? We are all in the same trench, so I will speak frankly. I understand your concerns. I share them, Fox Lena said, surveying the girls around her with a cold demeanor. If you are unwilling to take risks, I shall. However, should success come, I hope you will be proactive and not squander the chance. Consider why the Lord appointed me as steward. Ponder that carefully. After voicing her thoughts, Fox Lena gracefully exited the yard. She recognized that the Lord valued those who could bring him worth. Since he had brought them here, it was clear he sought more than mere beauty. How to proceed, however, was a matter for each of them to discern for themselves. Upon returning to the Lord's manor, Qin Feiyu instructed Catraland to have the villagers resume resource gathering. Understanding the origin and intensity of the monster attacks, he was unwilling to squander 5 days on resource collection. He assigned a small team of 3-star legionnaires to defend each resource point, ready to retreat at the first sign of trouble. These legions would also serve as scouts, capable of detecting the approach of monsters and facilitating timely adjustments to their defensive measures. After attending to these essential matters, night began to fall. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, Qin Feiyu requested the maids to fetch food from Du Mingming. True to her reputation as a culinary expert, Du Mingming prepared a nutritious soup for him, understanding the toll the day had taken on him. After the meal, Qin Feiyu felt rejuvenated. Opening his panel, he discovered an array of treasures and strategic skill books in the trading market. These were likely spoils from the lords during the monster attacks earlier that day. While he felt a twinge of envy, Qin Feiyu also recognized that his gains far surpassed those of the other lords. Power was not easily attained. Before long, having adjusted his mindset, he began to assess whether these items would benefit him. Regrettably, the variety of loot from the lords seemed largely trivial in his eyes. Just as he was about to close the trading market out of boredom, a particular strategic skill book caught his eye. Its title immediately captivating him: Basic Pathfinding. Exchange for 100,000 gold. The skill effect reduces terrain impact by 25, increasing airborne movement speed by 25. For Qin Feiyu, who aimed to cultivate an elite air force, pathfinding was of paramount importance. Without hesitation, he purchased it, undeterred by the price. With the dragons now capable of 200 kilometers per hour, a 25 increase would elevate their speed to 250 kilometers per hour, an immense advantage for both surprise attacks and rapid marches. After browsing through other functions, fatigue washed over him, and he succumbed to sleep. Suddenly, Qin Feiyu jolted awake to find himself in a brightly lit office. Rows of computers around him had been powered down, and his colleagues had already left for the day, leaving him alone to work on designs. He glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of the monitor, 9:10 p.m. On the left screen, a futuristic building model was open in SketchUp, while on the right, the layout in AutoCAD was nearing completion. Was this another illusion? Or had he merely been dreaming? He distinctly remembered sleeping in the Lord's Manor. Perhaps it was a rare lucid dream. Qin Feiyu, will you finish the design today? Lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly enveloped by a rich fragrance that wafted into his nostrils, rousing him from his stupor. This feels exceedingly real, he mused. Looking up, he saw his direct supervisor, Yun Shi, leaning forward with a gentle gaze. Yun Shi, of similar age to Qin Feiyu, wore black-framed glasses and a white shirt paired with a tailored black blazer. Her forward-leaning posture allowed Qin Feiyu to catch a glimpse of a graceful curve. Everything's fine. I can handle it, he replied, realizing he had been staring and quickly averting his gaze, his cheeks flushing. Why am I blushing? He wondered, surprised by his own reaction. Given recent safety concerns at the company, would you like to come home with me? Yun Shi suggested with a slight smile, her eyes glinting with an unusual light as she bit her finger. If you're truly unable to continue, I could lend a hand. Qin Feiyu sensed something amiss, but he couldn't quite articulate it. This dream felt far too realistic. Aside from his own behavior, everything mirrored his life before the journey. His supervisor was indeed Yun Shi, and there had been a time when he almost pursued her, until he learned of her affluent background and chose to abandon the notion. To find himself in such a situation within this dream was unexpected. Is this appropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Working together can provide mutual validation. Yun Shi replied with a soft smile, circling the desk to approach Qin Feiyu, inching closer, her breath fragrant. Tell me, are you saying that designing requires such a lack of awareness? The warmth of her breath enveloped his ear, causing his cheeks to redden as he instinctively recoiled, unable to resist glancing at Yun Shi's long legs clad in black stockings. Then he noticed her slender fingers pressing the power button on the main computer, and he gasped. Standing abruptly, I haven't saved. Caught off guard, Yun Shi stumbled from the impact, her high heels causing her to lose balance as she tilted leftward. Reacting instinctively, Qin Feiyu reached out to steady her waist, but the sudden force sent them both tumbling to the floor with an ungraceful thud. Thankfully, the soft material of the office floor cushioned their fall. In that moment, Qin Feiyu's left arm encircled Yun Shi's waist while his right hand landed on her keyboard. As he noticed the bashful look in her eyes, he quickly stood, retracting his right hand. This dream felt astonishingly real. Shall we head home? Yun Shi murmured. Her cheeks flushed. All right, Qin Feiyu replied, realizing his unusual state. He felt acutely aware of his surroundings, while simultaneously unable to control his actions. He found himself following Yun Shi home, an act he would have never dared to consider before. Given the nature of the dream, he secretly hoped for something to unfold between them, especially in light of the vivid sensations he experienced, offering him a refreshingly novel encounter. As anticipated, events unfolded in a manner he had envisioned. Ultimately, he found himself in total control of his actions within this dream. Yun Shi's grasp of design was surprisingly precise, and with her assistance, he swiftly completed the initial design. They worked tirelessly through the night, refining the design until it was finally complete. As an exceptional designer, Qin Feiyu's prowess is undoubtedly formidable. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that Yun Shi possessed an even more profound understanding of design, revealing to Qin Feiyu the vast and intricate depths of the discipline. It was evident that her ascent to a leadership position was well-deserved. Qin Feiyu resolved to seek Yun Shi's guidance more frequently, believing that such interactions would significantly enhance his design capabilities. After completing a design project, fatigue overtook him, and he inadvertently fell asleep in front of Yunxi's computer. Upon awakening, he realized it was already midday. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, he sighed. Indeed, it was merely a dream. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss. How could a dream leave him feeling so drained? Furthermore, the room was filled with a fragrant aroma, reminiscent of the scent from his dream. Suddenly, he noticed a tear in the bedsheet. Who could be responsible for such a prank? The more he contemplated, the more uneasy he became. Having previously fallen victim to Lilia's tricks, he promptly summoned Catralan. Was there anything unusual last night? No, nothing at all, Catralan replied, bewildered by Qin Feiyu's serious demeanor. What happened, my lord? Recalling the vivid images of blood and chaos, Qin Feiyu felt a flush of embarrassment and waved him off. You may leave now. It's nothing. Catralan refrained from probing further, sensing his lord was preoccupied, likely due to concerns over the territory's safety. Qin Feiyu had intended to summon Zavina for inquiries but decided against it, realizing such delicate matters were better kept discreet. He resolved to revisit the issue later. As resources were still ample, he promptly instructed Catralan to develop Feiyu Village, aiming for it to reach town status. Achieving this milestone would allow the territory to choose its path, and Qin Feiyu, intent on transforming Feiyu Village into a fortress, could implement more defensive measures to enhance its security. In recent days, Du Mingming had been diligently re-establishing the greenhouse farming base alongside Dyson and other villagers, with the assistance of 3 small sprites significantly expediting the process. Qin Feiyu marveled at Du Mingming's fortune as a lord among billions. Fortunate enough to encounter rare sprites and the fitting native hero, AI Mingming, he believed that the ranks of billion-lord individuals were replete with both luck and ambition, and that in the future, these individuals would pose formidable challenges for him. Nevertheless, he was confident in securing his place in this grand competition, thus ensuring that each step was taken with careful deliberation. During lunch, he idly browsed the forum and was intrigued to find new messages in the regional channel. This piqued his curiosity, as he had presumed that all the lords in this area had fallen prey to the demon cult. He opened the regional channel. Blade Girl, is anyone still alive? Can someone rescue me? Upon reading this distress signal, Qin Feiyu instinctively sat up. He vividly recalled that this username had messaged him for help on the last day of the novice protection period, also targeted by the demon cult. How could she still be alive? Due to his position, he felt it inappropriate to converse directly with this endangered lord. Suddenly, he noticed Du Mingming tidying up nearby and formulated a plan. He called her over and instructed her on what to say, hoping to glean more about the situation. Regional channel, male sharpshooter, I am still alive. On the last day, someone ambushed the forces surrounding my territory, and I seized the opportunity to escape and align myself with him. Blade Girl, can you rescue me? These brutes are inhumane. If this continues, I shall not survive much longer. Male sharpshooter, what exactly have you endured? What is your current situation? Blade Girl, I have been captured in Twilight City. These wretches torment me daily. I am on the verge of death. Male sharpshooter, I cannot assist you. Blade Girl, since you managed to escape, you must have a way. As a fellow lord, please help me. Male sharpshooter, I am no longer a lord. I am merely a follower of a hero. Blade Girl, can you ask your lord to rescue me? Male sharpshooter, I lack the influence. My lord believes the demon cult is the dominant force in this region and feels powerless. Blade Girl, I possess crucial intelligence. They claim they will soon summon the demon lord, heralding the age of demons. Male sharpshooter, what else? Blade Girl, they plan to hold a summoning ceremony for the demon lord at Lingtian Cliff in 15 days. They said, Chapter 49. A clue. Qin Feiyu observed the incomplete message and surmised that this lord had likely faced dire consequences. He was uncertain of the circumstances on the other side, but the information disclosed by Blade Girl heightened his vigilance. A summoning ceremony in 15 days at Lingtian Cliff? This location was perilously close. If the ceremony were to summon the demon lord there, his territory would be the first to suffer. He had to intervene, but how? Frustration mounted as he realized that despite his steady growth in power, he was still inadequately prepared for the impending crisis. He recalled that Nanshan Town was also in a dangerous zone. It seemed imperative to schedule a discussion with the mayor of Nanshan Town following the territorial defense battle. He sensed that the mayor was not an ordinary individual and might yield unexpected insights. In the afternoon, the beast tide arrived more swiftly than the previous day, but fortunately, Qin Feiyu was better prepared. Upon discovering the enemy comprised 3 squads of troll spear throwers, 2 squads of giant eagles, and one squad of dark gold bear. He adhered to his previous strategy. However, when Du Mingming spotted the giant eagles and dark gold bears, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Fervently requesting Qin Feiyu to preserve part of their corpses for exquisite culinary preparations. Considering his recent fatigue with Du Mingming's regular dishes, he altered his decision and ordered the elimination of the dark gold bears and one squad of giant eagles, allowing the terrified troll spear throwers and the remaining eagle squad to escape. Having vanquished half the wild creatures, the layers of absorption he gained were less than the previous day. The elite 3-star troll spear throwers and the ordinary 4-star giant eagles collectively provided him with 300 layers of absorption, resulting in a total of 714 layers. Upon reaching absorption level 7, his transformation power matched that of an elite 3-star, placing him at a mid-tier level. Since he intended to keep some corpses intact, the dragons refrained from using their breath and magic, opting instead for close combat, leading to minor injuries among the dragons. Notably, Kolo bore a wound on his abdomen inflicted by a dark gold bear, causing him considerable discomfort post-battle. Had it not been for the Centaur Seer's healing, Kolo would have required several days to recover. Qin Feiyu instructed Miz to transport the corpses of the dark gold bears and giant eagles to Du Mingming, who would ensure that their pelts were carefully removed to craft several bear and eagle skin coats for him. The remaining flesh would be marinated by Du Mingming and stored in the freezer when Qin Feiyu required it. Du Mingming would creatively prepare various delectable dishes for everyone to enjoy. After witnessing the Centaur Seer's impressive healing abilities, Qin Feiyu visited the Centaur barracks to take part in a lottery, hoping to recruit more Centaur Seers to establish a medical team. Unfortunately, only 2 Centaur Seers emerged, while the other 11 did not significantly benefit the entire battalion. That evening, after a long day of toil, Qin Feiyu returned to the Lord's mansion, suddenly reminded of the unfortunate incident he encountered the previous day. Feeling a sense of caution, he promptly purchased a magic immunity talisman from the trading market, valid for 1 hour. If someone were indeed plotting against him, they would likely return, even if it were merely a figment of his imagination. The expenditure would not be in vain. After all, it was a modest sum of 500 gold coins. Once he affixed the magic immunity talisman to himself, Qin Feiyu swiftly drifted into slumber. Half an hour later, a shadowy figure stealthily opened his door, cautiously approached the foot of his bed, and gently lifted the covers, carefully slipping beneath them. Awakening from a hazy slumber, Qin Feiyu perceived a sensation akin to air conditioning, a chilling touch ascending from below. However, this coolness gradually morphed into a warm gust, prompting him to throw off the covers. Suddenly, awareness dawned upon him, and his eyes snapped open. He sat up to find his arms embracing a petite fox. "Huli, is that you?" Qin Feiyu regarded the sprite nestled against his chest with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, at a loss for words. Huli's delicate form trembled with bashful unease, and she remained silent. She had not anticipated her innate abilities to falter so quickly with the Lord, and she was vexed that she had succumbed to the urge to visit him yet again. Now, discovered by the Lord, she feigned unconsciousness. Seeing Huli's stillness and silence, Qin Feiyu felt a sense of being manipulated. His initial annoyance waned as he gently stroked her furry tail, an act that proved irresistible. Its softness evoked a familiar sensation, and as Qin Feiyu savored the moment, his anger dissipated. Huli murmured as her tail was caressed, her gaze growing distant. This was a natural vulnerability for the Fox clan, and she was surprised that the Lord also enjoyed it. It seemed the Lord was not entirely repulsed by her. Recalling the previous night's events, Huli subtly prodded Qin Feiyu's firm back with her little finger. Qin Feiyu's intense masculine aura was an addictive elixir, and she was drawn to him, unable to resist drawing closer. Remembering the previous night's fervor, she whispered in Qin Feiyu's ear, "Wouldn't it be beneficial for us to cultivate together?" Upon hearing the familiar words, the fog in Qin Feiyu's mind cleared, and he comprehended everything. "So, Yunqi from my dream was you?" "Yes, my lord," the little fox murmured. Qin Feiyu recalled the dream, his blood surging, and he could no longer restrain himself, pulling the little fox onto the bed. Reason be damned. As dawn approached, Qin Feiyu gazed at the slumbering fox beside him and sighed. He had not anticipated a night of such intense passion, a testament to the advantages of her race. Rising, Qin Feiyu ventured out to survey his domain earlier than usual. The villagers were already diligently tending to their fields, greeting Qin Feiyu with reverence. "Good morning, Lord." In their eyes, The lord was a figure of dignity and respect, their protector, and they held him in the highest esteem. "Good morning to you all," Qin Feiyu responded with a warm smile. If his soldiers were his sharpest spears and sturdiest shields, then the villagers were his foundation, the bedrock upon which his strength was built. Opening the interface, Qin Feiyu reviewed the current state of his domain. Territory: Feiyu village level 7. Next stage: 8. Requires 2,000 units each of gold, stone, wood, and iron. Standard buildings. Level 7 Lord's Manor, unique. Level 7 residences, 70, accommodating 10 people each. Level 7 resource warehouses, 7. Level 7 cold storage, 1. Level 7 apothecary. Level 7 blacksmith. Level 7 tailor. Special buildings: Magic Spirit Tower, Hall of Heroes, temporary barracks. Dungeon Prison Building Foundations, 140 residents, 543 humans, capacity 700, territory resources, gold, Lord's Manor 860,000, wood, level 7 resource warehouse 3485, stone, level 7 resource warehouse 4200, iron, level 7 resource warehouse 2710, food, level 7 cold storage 16,000, special resources, crystal, 20, sulfur, 0, mercury, 24, gems, 0 resource points, 5 gold mines, 9 iron mines, 6 lumber mills, 8 quarries, 3 sulfur mines, 1 mercury mine, 5 gem mines, 1 crystal mine. Territory attributes: none barracks, ordinary 6-star Dragonhawk Knight Camp, ordinary 3-star Centaur Camp, elite 3-star Royal Griffin Camp units, Dragonhawk Knights, elite Royal Griffins, Centaur Warriors, Centaur Chieftains, Centaur Seers, Centaur Scouts Heroes. Carter Lowland, Du Ming Ming. AI Ming Ming Chapter 50. Huli's talent. He suddenly recalled the activation of the combat assessment system. He had been so preoccupied with preparing for the territory defense war that he had forgotten about it. Opening Savina's interface, Qin Feiyu noticed a new attribute beneath her skills. Current combat power, 71975, 40,960 x 107 by 130 level x 1000. Clicking on Savina's combat power breakdown, Qin Feiyu discovered that the core of her combat power was the unit's star-level base combat power. The base combat power of an ordinary 1-star unit was around 10, while an elite unit doubled that to 20. An ordinary 2-star unit was twice as strong as an elite 1-star unit, and so on. As a 7-star unit, Savina's base combat power was around 40960, with a C-grade quality combat power increase of 30, and a hero-level combat power bonus of approximately level x 1000. Plus a dragon talent bonus of 7 from 7 dragons. Qin Feiyu calculated that the same formula applied to him when transformed. In this way, Qin Feiyu gained a clear understanding of his personal strength. In addition to strategic skills that could aid the Legion, treasures would also be a major asset in future military operations. Judging from the descriptions on the interface, treasures were powerful equipment that could directly increase combat power. With powerful treasures, overcoming the strong with the weak would be easy, which suited his current situation. Feiyu Village was vibrant and nearing the town stage. The Abyssal Dungeon was also much better than when Qin Feiyu had first taken over. With proper development, it might surpass its past glory. Today, Qin Feiyu visited the newly built Heroes Dining Hall, which reminded him of modern times. The Heroes Dining Hall was a 3-story, spacious, square building with modern decor. It was divided into 5 areas according to Qin Feiyu's instructions: a self-service barbecue area, a hot pot area, a regular dining area, a deli area, and an outdoor plaza. Du Mengming's greenhouse vegetables were not yet ripe, so most of the meals were meat-based, which Qin Feiyu was already satisfied with. The heroes under his command also had increasing respect for Du Mengming. On the 3rd day of the territory defense war, the monsters were stronger than on the 2nd day. Qin Feiyu added the 4-star wild bull that attacked to his recipe book, and the remaining monsters became nourishment for Qin Feiyu's growth. However, the Minotaur King and Medusa suffered losses in order to devour the monsters. Considering that the intensity of the upcoming battles would increase, Qin Feiyu gritted his teeth and spent tens of thousands of gold coins to replenish Miz's and Zeline's squadrons. The slain wild bulls also provided ample rewards. In addition to tender beef, they contributed a lot of materials. Qin Feiyu's level slowly advanced by 1 after killing the wild bulls, reaching level 26. At dusk, Qin Feiyu, emerging from the Lord's Manor, happened to meet Huli, who was instructing the maids. "Wait," Qin Feiyu called out as Huli swayed her hips and tail, about to leave. "What is it, my lord?" Hu Li turned around, flustered, with a flushed face, upon realizing that the lord had suddenly addressed her. For some reason, she always felt guilty when facing Qin Feiyu now. Yet, she was secretly attracted to Qin Feiyu's aura and often glanced at him. "Come to my place tonight. I have something to ask you," Qin Feiyu said, still having unresolved questions about what had happened the night before. Moreover, Hu Li did not seem as alluring as she had previously portrayed herself, so Qin Feiyu wanted to be honest with her. "Okay," Hu Li nodded, feeling a surge of elation. At least the lord did not dislike her after her transgression. Today's attitude even indicated that he had acknowledged her, which was good news. After Qin Feiyu left, the maids hiding behind the back door emerged, surrounding Hu Li like curious children. Duo, relying on her amicable relationship with Hu Li Na, sweetly inquired, "Sister Fox, how did you manage to win over the lord? Could you share your secrets with us?" She often shared a room with Hu Li Na, and with Hu Li Na's absence last night, it was evident where she had gone. Thus, she wished to learn a thing or two to ensure her own survival in the future. "I have not yet won over the lord," Hu Li Na replied, "but I believe he possesses a rather passive nature. Perhaps you might try your luck." Despite her recent closeness with Qin Feiyu, Hu Li Na did not let it inflate her ego. Instead, she viewed it as a promising beginning. If she could bring her sisters aboard, Qin Feiyu might further acknowledge her worth. "Is that true? But I lack anything that would attract the lord," Miao Chanchan lamented, scratching her adorable little head in confusion. "The lord seems to prefer those with unique traits. Here's a secret. He enjoys tugging at my tail," Hu Li Na revealed, playfully grasping Miao Chanchan's tail. "He says it feels delightful. You understand, right, Chanchan?" "Ah, so the lord has such a preference." Duo pouted. Her rabbit tail was too short for such antics. "What about us? Can we?" asked Luo Yi and Filiu Air. "Perhaps all of you can. The lord mentioned last night that the costume designer had not yet arrived. Otherwise, the maids would have been useful," Hu Li Na mused, her brow furrowing in contemplation, puzzled by the references to nurse, flight attendant, and Lolita. "Since the lord has invited you to his chambers tonight, do help us gather some insights," Duo pleaded, snuggling up to Hu Li Na. "From now on, I shall be yours. You little schemer, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions," Hu Li Na chided with a smile, but grew serious. "We are all sisters in the same trench. I won't say much else, just remember to be proactive." The maids responded with a chorus of "oh," before returning to their tasks in the backyard. Hu Li Na sighed, feeling a mix of exasperation and responsibility. Were it not for bolstering their confidence, she would not pretend to have successfully captivated the lord, as she too felt uncertain about the future. That night, Hu Li Na made her way directly to Qin Feiyu's bedroom. Contrary to her expectations, he was not resting on the bed but was seated at a desk, sketching and writing under the glow of a lamp. Dressed in a revealing nightgown, Hu Li Na swayed gracefully to Qin Feiyu's side, noticing peculiar designs adorned with holes, missing sleeves and collars, leaving her baffled. There were even triangular fabric strips that left her questioning how one might wear something so brief. After completing his design for a provocative thong, Qin Feiyu stretched with satisfaction and suddenly noticed Hu Li Na leaning over, her enchanting eyes intently studying his drafts, filled with intrigue. He gently pinched her tail and pulled her into his embrace, chuckling. "I've yet to ask how you made me experience that lucid dream. I used our Fox clan's innate skill, Fantasy Realm. You discovered it yesterday," Hu Li Na admitted with a pained expression. "Why did it feel so real? It's quite strange." Qin Feiyu teased, stroking her tail. He knew she was withholding the full truth. "I merely deceived your eyes. Everything else was genuine," Hu Li Na confessed after last night. "I figured you might deduce something, so I thought it best to be honest. Also, what else with the holes in the bed? Just a keepsake." He replied with a chuckle. "I assumed. But that fellow had other ideas, and the succubus was unwilling, huh?" In that moment, understanding dawned on Qin Feiyu, and any lingering doubts regarding Hu Li Na dissipated. "You need not worry. I am not one to be capricious." Having released all his concerns, he playfully pinched her nose, adding, "On the contrary, I admire your talent. It can assist me in realizing some long-held aspirations." "Is that so?" With Qin Feiyu's affirmation, Hu Li Na's tense demeanor relaxed, her eyes sparkling with delight. "If you don't believe me, why not test it again tonight?" Qin Feiyu gradually rose, lifting Hu Li Na and tossing her onto the bed. "In dreams, be bolder." He collapsed onto the bed, entering a new dreamscape under Hu Li Na's enchanting abilities. This time, he encountered none other than his longtime crush from high school, the beautiful English teacher, Yukai. Chapter 51. The final day and the following 2 days, Qin Feiyu diligently enhanced his capabilities, ultimately reaching the threshold of the elite 4-star rank. Concurrently, he unexpectedly acquired 2 treasures discovered after vanquishing monsters that day. Treasures are categorized into 7 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, sacred, and divine, and further classified into strategic, offensive, defensive, and special types. Qin Feiyu obtained a golden special treasure, the Eye of Detection, and a golden defensive treasure, the Crystal Barrier. The former allowed him to glimpse the basic information of his opponents, while the latter could withstand high-intensity attacks for a limited duration. However, being of the golden level, their effectiveness was somewhat restricted, a mere consolation. Throughout these 2 days, despite the fatigue of the daylight hours, the nights were considerably more pleasant with Hu Lina's companionship. The only concern was that the Minotaur King and Medusa's Legion had suffered heavy casualties after 2 days of intense combat, leaving Qin Feiyu troubled. Ultimately, he opted to upgrade the Spirit Tower rather than replenish his forces. Carter, is the upgrade time for the Spirit Tower lengthy? After estimating the costs, Qin Feiyu summoned Carter, inquiring if it could be raised to 7 stars by noon the next day. No problem. The Spirit Tower itself upgrades relatively quickly, but it does require substantial funds, Carter advised, frowning. Even if upgraded to 7 stars, it may not effectively target those agile monsters. After all, 7-star monsters possess considerable intelligence, and the Spirit Tower cannot move, making it only useful when the enemy is unaware. If it truly is the Black Dragon Varnado, it will undoubtedly breach the dungeon's passage. In human form, even a Black Dragon would be severely injured, if not slain, before the Spirit Tower. Rubbing his chin, Qin Feiyu remarked, "As long as we maintain our disguise, we shall manage." He commanded, "Inform all citizens to seek refuge in the dungeon. All legions should conceal themselves 2 kilometers to the northwest, setting up camp and awaiting orders." He added, "Gather some black cloth, ensuring it is ample enough to cover all surrounding structures." Though puzzled, Carter complied, executing Qin Feiyu's directives diligently. After organizing the arrangements, Qin Feiyu promptly accessed the Spirit Tower's panel, investing all his resources into upgrading it to 7 stars. Initially, he could have recruited a significant number of troops with the gold he possessed, but he poured it all into the Spirit Tower's enhancement. Instantly, he found himself in dire financial straits, yet upon viewing the Spirit Tower's attributes, satisfaction washed over him. Spirit Tower, unique, level, 7 quality, S-class category, building treasure function, capable of launching attacks of various attributes against hostile creatures within its coverage. Current coverage, 1,000 meters, upgrade cost, 0-100, 000 gold. Current firepower, elite 7 stars, upgrade cost, 0-1, 000 gold. Current attack speed, 2s, upgrade cost, 0-100, 000 gold. Dismantle cost, 0-10, 000 gold. Evaluation. Exceptionally powerful Qin Feiyu was engaged in a high-stakes gamble. He wagered that Varnado would lead a Black Dragon squadron to attack the dungeon tomorrow, and that Varnado's target was the Abyss dungeon. Therefore, the empty city ploy must succeed. That night, Qin Feiyu declined Hu Lina's offer of service, recognizing the critical importance of the next day's strategy, which allowed no room for error. He would not afford himself the luxury of making mistakes. The following day, in the mountains, at the Black Dragon's lair, Varnado, in his human form, paced back and forth. "General, shall we proceed?" his adjutant inquired, casting a glance at the sky outside. "Proceed, of course, we shall. I refuse to believe a mere subterranean city can consume me." Varnado snorted with a palpable agitation. He had been seething for days. Elder Blackgold had tasked him with seizing the subterranean city within 5 days, a feat he initially deemed rather facile. Hence, his inherent prudence led him to dispatch scouts repeatedly, only to encounter unforeseen complications. While the annihilation of the Harpy tribe, sent to gather intelligence on the subterranean city, could be excused due to their inherent weakness, the subsequent dispatch of mind-controlled chieftains, orchestrated by the sacred artifact, the Eye of the Harpy, met with a similar fate, vanishing into the depths without a trace. This left him utterly bereft of information regarding the subterranean city's current state, placing him at a distinct disadvantage. With Elder Blackgold's deadline looming, further reconnaissance proved futile. A full-scale assault was the only recourse, a do-or-die gamble. Resolute, Varnado summoned the newly matured Black Dragons still engaged in combat. "My brethren, He proclaimed, "Since our expulsion from the subterranean city by those scoundrels, I have yearned ceaselessly to reclaim our home and overthrow the tyrant who oppressed us. The time is ripe. You have grown strong. Join me in wresting back the subterranean city." Vornado delivered a stirring oration to the impressionable young dragons, igniting their fervor and painting the subterranean city as a den of iniquity that had once enslaved them. Unbeknownst to them, they were merely pawns in Vornado's ambition. Witnessing Vornado and their instructor's dedication to their ideals and justice, they charged valiantly towards Feiyu village. After an hour's flight, Vornado, leading the vanguard, noticed that the ruins of Xiva town had been supplanted by a nascent village. Puzzled, he descended outside Feiyu village, scrutinizing the burgeoning settlement. "General, have we taken a wrong turn?" the adjutant inquired, bewildered by the stark contrast in architectural style. "We have not. It is merely unexpected that this place has been reborn in a single month. Something significant must have transpired." Vornado, now in human form, stood outside Feiyu village, his gaze heavy with concern. He sensed an unsettling aura. "Shall we enter?" the adjutant asked, hesitant due to the bizarre structures at the village entrance, some shrouded in dark cloth. "Though the situation remains obscure, we have come this far. Let us proceed with caution." Vornado paused, then resolved to enter, leading the black dragons. Also in human form, he cautiously entered Feiyu village, encountering no resistance. The silence was unnerving. Vornado remained vigilant, recalling the lessons learned from Nidhogg during his years as a squad leader. He suspected a ruse, a ploy to lull him into complacency. The motives remained unclear. None of the subterranean city's heroes were known for their tactical acumen. Either he was overly apprehensive, or a formidable new player had emerged. In the latter case, he would need to be at his most alert, for even Ifea was a formidable adversary. "Uncover those drapes," he instructed his adjutant, tasking the black dragons to unveil the surrounding black cloths. Nothing happened. The black dragons, relieved to find ordinary dwellings beneath the drapes, relaxed their guard in the unfamiliar environment. Vornado ordered them to repeat the process, each time yielding the same mundane result. They grew complacent, concluding that their opponents were merely employing cheap tricks to deceive them. Further fueling their contempt for the subterranean city, they surmised that tyranny had corrupted the subterranean city, causing it to crumble from within. All that remained was to present Vornado with the crown and oversee his coronation. Vornado, privy to the truth, harbored no such illusions. He believed that a formidable presence had taken root in the subterranean city, and he maintained his vigilance. He had no desire to sacrifice his life to hubris before confronting the enemy. Remain vigilant. Something is amiss. Having traversed about a third of the distance, Vornado cautioned the increasingly lax black dragons once more. "Are we overthinking this?" Even the black dragon adjutant began to suspect that their fears were unfounded. Otherwise, how could not a single soul have appeared? Perhaps the inhabitants of the subterranean city had already fled, leaving them to simply take possession. Vornado silently lamented the adjutant's dim-wittedness, suspecting that this was precisely the effect their opponents sought. However, with such sentiments pervading his ranks, even reprimands would be ineffective, potentially breeding resentment and sowing the seeds of future problems. After a moment's deliberation, Vornado ceased speaking. He felt that their opponents, without making a single move, had already gained a significant advantage. They continued onward, and even Vornado began to question his apprehension, wondering if the inhabitants of the subterranean city were lying in wait at the other end of the passage. However, this thought was fleeting. His survival and rise to the rank of Black Dragon Squad leader were not solely due to his strength, but also to his keen intuition. He could not afford to be complacent. Having covered most of the distance, the Black Dragon Squad finally caught sight of the Lord's Manor, with the entrance to the subterranean city looming in the distance. The young Black Dragons surged forward, eager to prove their mettle and reclaim the city that Vornado claimed was rightfully theirs. While the older Black Dragons were less exuberant, they were equally moved by their return. It was only a month since they had departed, and now they were returning as conquerors. Vornado no longer bothered to order the Black Dragons to uncover the surrounding structures, convinced that it was merely a ploy to distract him. Regardless, they had reached the entrance to the passage, and he would meet any challenge head-on. Exercise caution. Beyond the passage lies the subterranean city, where our opponents are likely lying in ambush. Be prepared for battle at any moment. Vornado issued a final warning, approximately 200 meters from the passage entrance. "General, today will be a momentous day," a young black dragon declared excitedly, clenching his fist. "Perhaps, Varnado replied, touched by the young dragon's enthusiasm. Ifia, I wonder what emotions will greet our reunion. Varnado mused. Suddenly, a chilling premonition sent shivers down his spine. Before he could react, a concealed structure in the distance flashed with a crimson light. A surge of immense energy erupted from the building's apex, unleashing a torrent of searing shockwaves. Varnado barely managed to shout, "Take cover," before a violent explosion erupted around him. It was a dual assault of magic and physical force, the scorching energy accompanied by a hail of shrapnel. Varnado and the other black dragons hastily assumed their dragon forms to protect themselves. However, the attack was too swift and too fierce, and most of them were caught in the blast. Several young black dragons were grievously wounded, filling Varnado with alarm and rage. However, before he could offer assistance, the Magic Spirit Tower launched a second wave of attacks. This time, they were not caught completely off guard. However, in order to shield their incapacitated comrades, more black dragons were injured. At this moment, Varnado finally turned his gaze towards the instigator of the chaos. It was a formidable artillery structure nearly 30 meters in height, with a circular base that allowed its cannon to fire in a complete 360-degree sweep without any blind spots. The cannon, aglow with a fiery hue, was once again gathering power, poised to unleash its third assault. "Damn it," Varnado cursed, swiftly reverting to his human form and urgently signaling the panicked black dragons to transform and evade. He realized that the larger the target, the more formidable the attack, suggesting that this artillery was being manipulated by someone unseen. Seeking refuge in a nearby house, he searched desperately for the puppet master behind this sinister plot. Soon, disappointment washed over him. Aside from his own kind, there were no signs of life in the vicinity. He had intended to rally the lightly wounded black dragons to destroy the structure, but it seemed the mastermind had anticipated his strategy, keeping them confined within a calculated range, akin to a dull knife steadily slicing flesh. More and more black dragons fell to injuries, yet those gravely wounded were spared from the relentless bombardment. It appeared the enemy intended to capture them alive. Varnado had not foreseen such a fate. He was on the brink of defeat before he had even begun, while his adversary triumphed without shedding blood. Nevertheless, he was not one to concede easily. He still harbored hopes of winning this battle and seizing an opportunity for advancement. Gritting his teeth, he surged forth from the shadows, instantly transforming into a colossal black dragon, charging towards the arcane tower. With a thunderous crash, he was struck down by the shockwave of the tower, crashing into the residential structures and reducing them to rubble. In a single attack, Varnado was left severely injured. He had not anticipated that his adversary had prepared a countermeasure, enhancing the tower's firepower and rate of fire just as he launched his ambush, catching him off guard and leading to his downfall. Lying amidst the shattered debris, he watched as the arcane tower continued its relentless assault. With each strike, another companion fell. The young black dragons, bolstered by their convictions, rose time and again, only to be felled once more. Observing the unseen enemy, Varnado, in a gesture of surrender, raised a white flag. If this continued, these young ones might lose their lives due to his ambition. Despite his grand aspirations, he understood that this time he had lost. Indeed, upon his surrender, the arcane tower ceased its bombardment, deepening Varnado's impression of the unseen foe, who seemed utterly unafraid. "My lord, why have you ceased the attack? Are you not concerned that Varnado may feign surrender?" Miz questioned, observing the cessation of fire after Varnado's capitulation. As a former comrade in the Undercity, he harbored no illusions about Varnado's integrity, particularly after the latter's betrayal, when he absconded with the Undercity's resources and treasures. "I have no desire to see our kin turn against one another, especially among the black dragons, so I have granted him a chance," Qin Feiyu replied, gazing at the beleaguered black dragons in the distance. After a moment of silence, Miz recognized that the Lord was capable of transforming into a black dragon himself and wisely chose to remain silent. He had no intention of becoming an instigator. As long as the Lord made his own judgments, he merely needed to fulfill his duties. Chapter 53. Varnado's surrender. "Let us go and see," Qin Feiyu commanded, summoning all his legions that lay in ambush, mounting the back of Zavina, and proceeding toward Feiyu village with great pomp. Following his grievous surrender, Varnado remained motionless, anxious that any movement on his part might provoke further attacks on the wounded black dragons beside him. Hearing the anguished cries of the injured dragons, he bellowed, "We have all surrendered. Come out. You scoundrel! These young black dragons were innocent. He could only hope that the enemy would show mercy for the sake of their past camaraderie. As for himself, he felt indifferent to his fate. A traitor would never meet a favorable end. I once thought you to be a clever dragon, yet here you are, proving to be quite foolish, Qin Feiyu remarked, gazing down at Varnado from atop Zavina, shaking his head in disappointment. I concede, considering our shared past in the Undercity. Please bring out Avia and spare these young black dragons. They are innocent victims of my deceit. Varnado spoke dejectedly. General, we have not lost. Do not bow before a tyrant. A young black dragon stammered, struggling to rise despite the profuse bleeding from shrapnel embedded in his thigh and abdomen. Had it not been for their unique physiology, they would have been obliterated by now. Watching their once vibrant general now grovel before the enemy, his heart swelled with resentment. If only they had been stronger. You are indeed skilled at swaying hearts, Qin Feiyu observed with a smile, addressing the young black dragon who remained oblivious to the truth. I regret to inform you that I deceived you all. I was the one who stole you away from the Undercity. You were meant to stay with them. Varnado hung his head in shame. I do not believe it, the young dragon exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. His fight had always been to reclaim his home, never realizing that he had belonged here all along, forcibly taken by Varnado. Come back, children. This is your true home. Blackwing and Blackfawn called to the misguided young dragons after transforming into their human forms. Is this true? The other young dragons inquired of their instructor. The black dragons who had followed Varnado from the Undercity lowered their heads in shame. Dragons were proud beings, disdaining lies, yet they had deceived their own kin. Blackwing, take them to receive treatment, Qin Feiyu ordered, observing the vacant expressions of the young dragons. He believed that once they understood the truth, they would make the right choice. Now it is time to settle our accounts, Qin Feiyu remarked, his gaze fixed on Varnado. Who are you? Bring out Avia. I demand to see her. Do you still not comprehend? The Lord is now the master of the Undercity, misstepped forward, taunting Varnado, who remained oblivious to his predicament. You foul beast. How dare you accuse me of betrayal when you have done the same to Avia? Varnado scoffed upon seeing former comrades pledge allegiance to a new master. And you, Purple Scale, Avia treated you well. How quickly you have turned your back. Your tongue remains as foul as ever, Medusa Queen Purple Scale retorted, her expression icy. Do not sow discord. Avia has returned to hell. I am now the sovereign of the Undercity. Qin Feiyu shook his head, bemused by Varnado's desperate state. Is it possible that Lord Nidhogg has perished? Varnado gazed at Qin Feiyu, a mix of anger and disbelief on his face. Shall we cease this charade? I do not expect to win you over. Killing you would be a pity, so I shall merely confine you. Qin Feiyu leaped down from Zavina, stating, Do not entertain thoughts of rebellion. Remain compliant, and we shall converse further when you have come to terms with reality. Observing Varnado's silence, Qin Feiyu understood that he had tacitly acquiesced. Given Varnado's nature, he did not appear to be the type to recklessly attempt to reclaim the Undercity. There must be reasons behind his actions that remained unknown. Very well, we shall descend and inquire further. Qin Feiyu waved his hand, instructing Miz to lead the captured black dragons to the dungeons. This was a special prison constructed by Catralan, equipped with newly developed sealing locks to prevent the escape of seven-star beings. As for the young black dragons, Qin Feiyu remained vigilant until they pledged their loyalty. After administering preliminary treatment for their injuries, he ensured they were separated from Varnado. In the future, should they come to their senses, they would undoubtedly make the correct choice. Indeed, these young black dragons, lacking any criminal records, caught Qin Feiyu's attention. If he could truly win them over, he would have a full squad of mighty dragons, an unparalleled advantage. After the war, Qin Feiyu gazed at the surrounding ruins with a sense of melancholy. He summoned Catralan to arrange for repairs, then inquired about the condition of the returning Black Wings and other dragons. The brainwashing is quite severe. They will need some time to regain their senses. As per the adult's orders, I have taken them to the dungeon, Black Wing replied, shaking his head, his expression filled with regret. After all, these were his brethren, who rightfully belonged to their faction. Reflecting on this, Black Wing felt that Varnado had truly inflicted great harm upon the dragons. Come with me. Varnado likely hasn't had the chance to gather his spoils. We shall raid his lair for the loot, Qin Feiyu declared, his disdain evident as he recalled Varnado's theft of his rightful possessions. Once I reclaim what is mine, I shall demand double in return. My lord, I hope you can show mercy to these black dragons and spare their lives, Savina interjected, kneeling before Qin Feiyu in a plea. We too wish for you to show leniency towards the black dragons, Kanyuo and the other dragons echoed, kneeling in solidarity. Despite their enmity, as fellow dragons, they were loath to engage in fratricide, a tenet of their race and a principle they held dear. Savina, do you consider me a cruel and bloodthirsty individual? Qin Feiyu teased, lifting her hands to meet his gaze. Do not forget, I am also half-dragon, with bloodlines nearly identical to the black dragons. How could I harm my kin? At most, I would only imprison them. Seeing the sincerity in Qin Feiyu's eyes, Savina shook her head. My lord is a merciful sovereign, yet sometimes, to protect, one must wield the sword. You are all my closest companions. Should you ever find my actions questionable, do not hesitate to inform me. Qin Feiyu urged as he surveyed the mighty dragons around him, pointing skyward. I merely wish to break free from this chessboard and seize a measure of freedom. Perhaps in time, you will understand. Let us depart, he sighed, observing the bewildered dragons. Wherever my lord's blade strikes, that shall be our direction, Savina proclaimed with resolute conviction, transforming into a great dragon and soaring into the sky with Qin Feiyu. Chapter 54. The Eye of the Siren and the Eternal Gate in the Chilean Mountains, the lair of the Black Dragons, Qin Feiyu. Following the clues given by the goblin leader Bugatti, soon discovered Varnado's stronghold. Entering the cave with several dragons in human form, a damp atmosphere enveloped them, mingled with strange odors. Qin Feiyu pinched his nose. It appeared Varnado was not faring well, which explained his desire to reclaim the Underdark. Deep within the cave, Qin Feiyu noticed glimmers of gold ahead. He swiftly led the dragons upward, certain that this was the lair of the black dragon hero, Varnado. Upon entering, the floor was carpeted with gold coins, interspersed with countless gems and crystals, while various treasures lay scattered about. This is outrageous. He has stolen so much from me, Qin Feiyu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the golden mountain. After a brief moment of banter, he promptly began to store the coins in his lordly space. The game and reality differed in this regard. Anything seized could be claimed as one's own, without a notion of ownership. It was no wonder that thieves roamed freely outside. Plunderers indeed reaped bountiful rewards. After securing all the gold and resources, the cave felt desolate, with only a handful of treasures remaining scattered in the dirt. As he approached, Qin Feiyu picked up a spherical object the size of a soccer ball, resembling an eye. After examining it, the treasure revealed its true nature. Eye of the Siren level, sacred category, special loyal servant contract. 8-10 establish a contract with the target, ensuring their everlasting loyalty and unconditional obedience. Success requirements. Must willingly consent during the contract. Strength disparity within tenfold. Elated by this discovery, Qin Feiyu realized that with sufficient strength, he would no longer worry about the loyalty of those he sought to recruit. Collecting the remaining treasures, he stumbled upon another sacred artifact. Eternal Gate level, sacred category, special temporary portal. Establish a temporary teleportation channel, 100m x 100m, at a designated anchor point or coordinate within a radius of 500 miles for 10 minutes. A formidable weapon for Legion warfare. With a powerful enough Legion, he could use an elite squad as an anchor point, launching a surprise attack on the enemy's rear, catching them off guard. Qin Feiyu carefully stowed away the two artifacts, inspired with fresh ideas for his strategy against the demon cult. With the territory defense battle concluded and the demon cult occupied with summoning rituals, it was the perfect opportunity for him to grow stronger. He made sure to gather the other treasures as well. Just as he happily stored the last treasure, the shadow mirror, it suddenly emanated light, projecting the image of a black dragon. Varnado, have you completed your task? The black dragon's expression was grave, but upon realizing that the figure before him was not Varnado, he quickly demanded, Who are you? Where is Varnado? I have slain him. Who are you? Qin Feiyu countered, intrigued by the unexpected turn of events. The matter of Varnado's attack on the Underdark was already suspicious, and now he had stumbled upon a clue. This fool couldn't even handle such a trivial task. He's dead now, the black dragon spat angrily before abruptly cutting off the projection. Qin Feiyu had intended to glean more information, but the black dragon was surprisingly astute. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to pocket the shadow mirror for later inquiry regarding Varnado. On his return journey, Qin Feiyu took stock of the resources he had reclaimed from Varnado's lair, approximately 15 million gold coins, around 100,000 units of common resources, and nearly 4,000 units of rare resources, including crystals and gems. The most valuable were the treasures, dozens of golden grade items, over 10 platinum grade, 6 diamond grade. And only the Eye of the Siren and the Eternal Gate were sacred grade. The Shadow Mirror, merely a communicator, held no value for Qin Feiyu and was not included in his tally. These resources significantly replenished Qin Feiyu's coffers. Yet he understood that such fortune could not be relied upon repeatedly. His next focus would be on repairing the Underdark and establishing defenses for Feiyu Village. Once the Underdark was restored, its commercial potential would continuously supply him with gold and resources. Upon returning to Feiyu Village, Qin Feiyu ordered the entire army to rest for 3 days, a command met with jubilant cheers from his troops after a lengthy period of intense combat. Though the sacrifices of their comrades were mourned, the victory was worthy of celebration. That evening, Qin Feiyu convened the heroes once more to discuss the core objectives ahead. With Varnado's threat neutralized, the only remaining adversary was the demon cult. Qin Feiyu could not allow them to summon a demon lord, as it would pose a grave disadvantage to him. After drafting some preliminary plans, he proceeded to the dungeon prison. The young black dragons and Varnado's traitorous crew were positioned at opposite ends, casting wary glances at one another, their emotions starkly contrasting. The young black dragons bore despondent expressions. Realizing that their long-sought ambitions had merely been a ruse, their beliefs shattered mercilessly. Meanwhile, Varnado found himself lost in confusion. Having failed to carry out the king's orders and seeing his opportunity for advancement evaporate, he was imprisoned, unaware of what fate awaited him. "Now I believe we can have a conversation," Qin Feiyu remarked cheerfully, settling onto a bench outside the cell, observing Varnado's desolate demeanor. "To the victor belong the spoils." "There is nothing more to say," Varnado retorted, his spirits low, mistaking Qin Feiyu's presence for arrogance and victory, reluctant to engage in discourse. "Were you dispatched here on some errand by the Black Dragon clan? Otherwise, given your disposition, you surely wouldn't have returned after leaving. However, they don't hold you in high regard. They even derided you as a good-for-nothing." Qin Feiyu produced the shadow mirror and added, "Don't bother with such tactics before me. You have no intention of killing me, yet you aspire to subjugate this defector? You overestimate yourself." Valinardo retorted with a brazen sneer. "With this, controlling you shouldn't be problematic. Correct?" Qin Feiyu retrieved the Banshee's eye from his pocket. Upon beholding the Banshee's eye, Valinardo exclaimed in dismay, "You pilfered my patrimony. First, let's ascertain who pilfered from whom." Qin Feiyu's ire was instantly piqued upon hearing this. "Do you think I'm ignorant of the genesis of these items? You plundered my possessions from the underworld, yet you dare speak?" Valinardo pondered this, acknowledging that he had indeed taken them from the underworld, thus making him the original plunderer. Now, it was merely restitution. Observing Valinardo's silence, Qin Feiyu stated, "I comprehend your reluctance to submit. If you merely disclose why you defected from the underworld and why you sought to usurp its dominion, I shall grant you clemency. Humans are all perfidious scoundrels. I shall not be deceived by you." Valinardo spat lightly and resumed his silence. Qin Feiyu, realizing he was currently powerless against Valinardo, departed after a brief stay. He possessed ample time to see who would outlast whom. Chapter 55. The advent of a new generation of black dragons. Upon returning to the Lord's Manor, he sought counsel from Catriona on how to sever the Banshee's eye's binding. Catriona confessed his inability to do so. Either the host must voluntarily relinquish the bond and choose a new master, or the host's demise would render the artifact masterless. As both options were presently unfeasible, he reluctantly abandoned the attempt to bind the Banshee's eye for the time being. Having been on edge for the past 2 days, Qin Feiyu could finally enjoy a restful slumber. After a passionate interlude with Fox Liliana, he drifted into a deep sleep. The following morning, he arose early. Cognizant of Valinardo's recalcitrance, he resolved to first gauge the disposition of the young black dragons. Summoning Blackwing and Blackwind to serve as his bodyguards, Qin Feiyu once again descended into the dungeon prison. The young black dragons, still bearing injuries, glared at him with resentment, enduring the pain. "Spare me your glares. You've been revering a brigand as your sire. It's time to awaken from that delusion." Qin Feiyu regarded the hostile black dragons with derision, finding their animosity amusing. Verily, a child's education must commence from a tender age, lest they become incorrigible in adulthood. Yesterday's events had unequivocally demonstrated that they were in the wrong. Yet, these young black dragons remained obdurate, unrepentant. As their guardian, Qin Feiyu felt an urge to lash them with a whip to instill some sense into them. All this is the fault of your general and instructors. Upon hearing this obstinate retort, Qin Feiyu promptly removed his slipper and struck the young black dragon's face with it. The young black dragon, Blackrock, incensed by such humiliation, was poised to retaliate, but was suppressed by the faint aura of authority emanating from Qin Feiyu, instilling in him a sense of dread. Despite facing a seemingly feeble human, he instinctively recoiled from striking back. I anticipated a reprisal. Qin Feiyu, witnessing Blackrock's rage-filled yet restrained demeanor, erupted in laughter. Today, I shall impart upon you the meaning of seniority and deference. Smack, smack, smack. Blackrock's face was soon adorned with a dense array of slipper imprints. Despite his formidable strength, he dared not resist, ultimately pleading for mercy as his face swelled into a grotesque visage. Qin Feiyu, pleased with the other's wretched state, mused that the abyss black dragon's prestige was indeed efficacious. Naturally, he would not jeopardize himself, hence his summoning of 2 black dragons to protect him and his transformation into the abyss black dragon's human form, all to ascertain the existence of bloodline suppression among the same race. The results, he found, were remarkably pronounced. Thus, the time had come to confront these young black dragons directly. Very well, your attitude of contrition is acceptable, but your ideology has been severely poisoned. Qin Feiyu commenced his earnest and heartfelt instruction of the young black dragons. He had drafted these words the previous night, employing a dual strategy of manipulation and motivation, quintessential for a youth of the new era. Even the young black dragons succumbed to this approach. From dawn till dusk, the young black dragons finally began to heed his words with sincerity. This was an auspicious beginning. The 3-day furlough granted to the Legion was also a 3-day tug-of-war between Qin Feiyu and the black dragons. Valinardo remained steadfast in his obstinacy, but after Qin Feiyu's discourse with him, he comprehended that the young black dragon's return to the underworld was the true path forward. On the 4th day, through the candid revelations of Valinardo and the other black dragons, the young black dragons finally recognized their errors, lowered their haughty heads, and submitted to Qin Feiyu. However, they also stipulated a condition. We hope that your lordship will spare the lives of the general and the instructors. Blackrock articulated the desires of the young black dragons, as they still harbored affection for Valinardo and the others, who had accompanied them from birth to maturity. Provided Valinardo relinquishes the Banshee's Eye, this is not an issue. Qin Feiyu proposed an alternative condition as an exchange. Valinardo was indifferent to this, as the Banshee's Eye held significant importance for him. Under the persuasion of the young black dragons, Valinardo relented. The Banshee's Eye could not control their black dragon lineage, and to prevent the young black dragons from incurring Qin Feiyu's wrath, Valinardo dissolved the contract with the Banshee's Eye. After the Banshee's Eye recognized Qin Feiyu as its master, Qin Feiyu was greatly pleased, as this constituted an additional trump card. Subsequently, the young black dragons engaged in a period of exchange with Valinardo and the others, culminating in a system notification. Congratulations, 6 black dragons, including Blackrock, have joined the Abyss Underworld. With the system's affirmation, Qin Feiyu was thoroughly reassured regarding these young black dragons. Although their loyalty largely remained around 50 or 60, it was sufficient. Affection could be cultivated, and if Valinardo could nurture it, so could he. Witnessing the young black dragons departing with Qin Feiyu, Valinardo was overcome with a profound sense of despondency. Was the path he had chosen ultimately right or wrong? The comrades who had believed in him and followed him had not only failed to attain a better life, but had also endured considerable hardship. For the first time, he harbored doubts about his choices. The advent of the new generation of black dragons injected Qin Feiyu with a surge of confidence. Now, his dragon squad was officially at full strength. In particular, the black dragon contingent numbered as many as 11, if not for the absence of a black dragon hero. The black dragon squad could have been established as an independent entity. Valinardo was merely a prospective candidate in his mind. Even if he were to retain him, it would only be with the constraint of the Banshee's Eye. Otherwise, he might betray him again one day, and Qin Feiyu would plummet into the abyss. After 3 days of respite, a new week commenced. Qin Feiyu summoned the black dragons from the black dragon camp, who were clamoring for action. The members of the dragon squad increased to 14, constituting a formidable force. At this juncture, Qin Feiyu, with his burgeoning understanding of the surrounding area, resolved to expand his sphere of influence and bring more renewable resources under his dominion. Although he believed that the demon sect's current strength might not surpass his own, he was unwilling to place himself in harm's way due to the absence of exceptional units adept at infiltration and intelligence gathering. After considerable deliberation, he ultimately decided to verify the information left behind by the Greatsword Lowly and visit the mayor of Nanshan Town. Having been here for half a month, he possessed scant knowledge of the demon sect. Even with the Dragon Legion growing in strength, he still lacked a sense of security. On his 16th day in this world, Qin Feiyu, accompanied by Sylvia and 4 others, journeyed to Nanshan Town to call upon the mayor, Martin Luther. Lord Qin, I wonder what brings you to me. After exchanging pleasantries, Martin Luther inquired. It is thus, Mayor Martin. I have come to inquire about your knowledge of the demon sect. Qin Feiyu broached the subject directly. The cult of demons. Martin seemed lost in thought as he spoke. It is an ancient organization that venerates demons, aiming to summon infernal beings to enslave the creatures of this world. They are a common enemy that all races wish to eradicate. The demon cult possesses an uncanny ability to manipulate the hearts of men, with our human race being their prime target. Any harboring of malevolent thoughts invites the gaze of demons, leading one to become tainted and ultimately transformed into a servant of darkness, spreading their corruption to others. The more profound the corruption, the more susceptible one becomes to becoming a puppet of demons, eventually being reshaped as a manifestation of evil in this realm, even facilitating the entry of their true forms. The lunatics currently occupying Twilight City are likely engaged in such rituals. Does the Empire of Izumo intend to remain passive? Will they allow these demons to wreak havoc on human lands? They are beset by both internal strife and external threats. I have sought assistance numerous times, yet my pleas have largely fallen on deaf ears. Martin's expression was grave. The demon cult had become a significant threat, yet the Izumo Empire showed no inclination to intervene, casting a shadow over the future. I have received word that next week the demon cult will hold a summoning ritual for a demon lord at Lingtian Cliff. If action is not taken swiftly, the consequences could be catastrophic, Qin Feiyu remarked solemnly. His intention was clear. He hoped Martin would exert further effort to prompt the Empire to weaken the demon cult before it was too late. He did not wish to toil endlessly only to have others reap the rewards. After all, the demon cult was a foe to all. The more allies he had, the safer he would be, which was one of the reasons Qin Feiyu had come to Nanshan Town for assistance. Really? Then I must personally journey to the Holy City to present the matter to His Majesty and articulate the stakes involved. Upon hearing Qin Feiyu's words, Martin abruptly rose from his chair, his expression serious as he gazed at Qin Feiyu, distressed. However, if I depart, the safety of Nanshan Town will be compromised. If you do not mind, I could have the townsfolk come to my place. It should be relatively safe. After some contemplation, Qin Feiyu replied, I could send troops to protect this place, but if the demon cult were to act against Nanshan Town, I fear I may be unable to provide sufficient defense. This visit to the Holy City may prevent me from returning to live a tranquil life. And the only thing I cannot relinquish is this group of friends in Nanshan Town. I will do my utmost to persuade them to start anew in your territory. With a sigh, Martin lamented, I am not a competent mayor. You have done quite well already. Qin Feiyu offered a timely compliment. I shall set off this afternoon. I will need your assistance in accommodating them afterward. As Martin prepared to leave, he paused, recalling something. Deep within the Chilean mountains, there exists a community of elves residing in the elven forest. You might consider reaching out to them, as they would likely be the most opposed to the resurgence of the demons. After spending some time in Martin's residence, Qin Feiyu bid farewell. As he had suspected, Martin's status was indeed extraordinary. Upon his departure, Martin indicated that the townsfolk would gradually migrate to Feiyu village and expressed his hope that Qin Feiyu would treat them kindly. After assuring him, Qin Feiyu returned to Feiyu village. Upon returning, he immediately sought out Catrolan, instructing him to arrange for the reception and settlement of the townsfolk from Nanshan. Currently, Qin Feiyu had ample resources at his disposal. He allocated 2 million gold coins to Feiyu village, and with the existing resources, he directed Catrolan to increase the number of residences to accommodate the 1,000 or so inhabitants from Nanshan Town, with plans to upgrade other structures subsequently to elevate the village to town status. My lord, with so many people, employment will be a challenge. Catrolan raised a pertinent issue. It is impossible for such a population to remain idle. The daily consumption of resources would be substantial, and it would not be feasible for you to sustain them all. It seems we must also expand the scale of farmland cultivation. Qin Feiyu had not initially considered this aspect and felt a twinge of frustration. Perhaps we should arrange for more individuals to engage in mining? Were you not previously suggesting an expansion of resource production? I was concerned that goblins might not be efficient enough in gathering certain essential resources. Now that the population of Feiyu village has increased, we can fully consolidate the surrounding resources. Catralan contemplated and suggested Lady Shervina could lead a separate team, and both Lord Miz and Lord Zeline could also take their own teams. With your leadership, we could simultaneously sweep through the resources from all directions, saving time and significantly enhancing our resource extraction efficiency, thereby accelerating the development of our territory. Qin Feiyu smacked his forehead. Indeed, I have been operating along a single line of action, which is far too inefficient. Multi-pronged operations are the way forward. Today, I visited the mayor of Nanshan town and unexpectedly learned of the existence of elves nearby. Would you care to accompany me to meet them? Recalling Martin's mention of the elven community, Qin Feiyu felt it was necessary to inform Catralan. If he were willing to join, it might facilitate their engagement with this faction. Is that true? Catralan exclaimed with delight. He had been in the area for half a month, and aside from the elf, Leah, he had not encountered any others of his kind. However, there are many matters to attend to in the territory. If I leave, who will tend to these affairs? After a moment of contemplation, Catralan voiced his concern. You should decide. I still wish to visit the elven community, as we share a common enemy. Perhaps you could discuss this with Leah. Her lineage is unique, and having her accompany us may yield unforeseen benefits. Catralan identified a suitable candidate. Perhaps due to their shared heritage, Leah had previously consulted Catralan regarding her own troubles. Catralan held a favorable view of the elven girl, and they shared a bond akin to that of uncle and niece. That elven girl. Qin Feiyu pondered for a moment. I will ask her. If she is willing to go, I shall take her with me. If she prefers to stay, that too would be a positive outcome, as it would allow her to realize her ideal life alongside those homeless maidens. It would bring me a sense of fulfillment. Thus, Loya's return to her elven kin should be a rewarding conclusion for her. Upon returning to the Lord's manor, Qin Feiyu promptly sought out Loya. My lord, are you saying I should return home? Loya's face fell upon hearing Qin Feiyu's explanation, and she spoke with a quivering voice. My lord, if I have done anything wrong, I can amend it. Please do not cast me away. Qin Feiyu placed a hand on his forehead. Is returning home such a terrible fate? Do you truly enjoy being subservient? I merely believe that being among your kin would foster a greater sense of belonging. Qin Feiyu patiently clarified, not wishing to be misunderstood. The maidens in his manor were all without homes, and if they were to feel that he wished to expel them, it would create considerable discord. I do not want to go. That place is not my original home. Leah pouted, displaying a look of indignation. Very well, do as you please, Qin Feiyu sighed. He had never perceived the girl as having such a temperament before. Perhaps he had been too kind to them. Doubt began to creep into Qin Feiyu's mind regarding his lenient approach towards the maidens. With a furrowed brow, Qin Feiyu appeared before Catralan. It seems I must rely on you. Leah is rather unwilling. The elven community is quite insular. If I were to go alone, they may misconstrue our intentions and assume we are there to attack. This could lead to conflict, which would be detrimental to maintaining a peaceful rapport. That girl, I shall speak with her. Do not worry, my lord. If she refuses to go, I will accompany you, Catralan said with a smile. After discussing the matter, Qin Feiyu heeded Catralan's advice and divided his forces into 4 groups. Alongside his contingent of black dragons, Shervina would lead the other dragons. Under sufficient resources, Qin Feiyu cleared out the entire inventory of troops in the underground city, acquiring a squad of venomous scorpion lions, and replenished the ranks of Miz and Zeline. Miz would lead his Minotaur Legion and Dragon Hawk Knights to sweep the eastern resources, while Zeline would command the Medusa Legion's 2 squads of scorpion lions and centaurs to ravage the west. Zavina took the dragons to scour the north, and Qin Feiyu, accompanied by the black dragons, would sweep the south. The entire army regrouped and set forth, determined to completely deplete the resources within 100 miles in 2 days. Before departing, Qin Feiyu issued his orders. Meanwhile, Catralan was not idle, directing the inhabitants to hasten the construction of dwellings in anticipation of the forthcoming relocation of the townsfolk from Nanshan. Chapter 57. Journey to the Elven Forest as dusk fell. Catralan, having completed his tasks, made his way to the back courtyard of the Lord's manor to converse with Leah. The Lord informed me that you do not intend to accompany him to the Elven clan. May I inquire why? Catralan asked, observing the girl lost in thought. There is no one I know there. Why should I go? Luoya's response momentarily left Catralan speechless. It was true, though both were elves. They hailed from different tribes without familial ties. Catralan felt an affinity for Luoya not merely because she belonged to the elven race, but also due to her endearing personality. You have a rare opportunity for private interaction. Why not seize it? Catralan remarked as he noticed Luoya's hesitance. What opportunity? Luoya questioned. If you wish to remain by the Lord's side, you must take some initiative. I see that Helena has been quite adept at this. Catralan said, exasperated. With Zavina present, how could I possibly have that chance? Luoya replied, an expression of melancholy crossing her face. Fool, Zavina will be busy clearing the surroundings. The Lord may not take her along, and this is your opportunity. Catralan gently tapped Luoya's head. Once in the elven territory, you will hold the advantage. It would be simple to capture the Lord's attention. But I am an elf. Is it appropriate for elves to engage in such matters? Luoya expressed her doubts about Catralan's suggestion. What does race matter when it comes to justice and purity? Only the victor has the right to speak, Catralan replied sagely. Then I shall give it a try. Just don't let me down with this hard-won opportunity, Catralan admonished. Understood, Uncle Catralan, Leah said, impatiently pushing him out of the courtyard, where she squatted in contemplation. In these times, even being a maid required a competitive spirit. When Qin Feiyu returned to the Lord's manor, it was already late at night. Since his intended direction was south, he decided to lead the black dragons directly to the elven forest the following morning. After summoning Catralan, he learned that Leah was willing to accompany Qin Feiyu as an envoy to the elven forest. Qin Feiyu nodded and called for Leah, reminding her of the meeting time and place for the next day. After arranging these matters, he retired to his chambers with Helena, perhaps sensing Qin Feiyu's impending departure. Helena was particularly proactive that night, eagerly cooperating with him. The black dragon lineage seemed to be gradually altering Qin Feiyu's constitution, leaving him feeling increasingly unfulfilled. The next morning, Qin Feiyu rose early, finding Luoya and the 6 black dragons waiting at the village entrance. With a commanding call, the black dragons soared into the sky, hastening towards the Chilean mountains. Deep within the mountains, Qin Feiyu, accompanied by several transformed black dragons and Leah, traversed the dense forest, unable to suppress his complaints. After traversing the coastline, they noticed that the peaks of the Chilean mountains grew taller the further they ventured in. Initially, Qin Feiyu had intended to spiral around the mountains from the air, but unexpectedly startled a flock of thunderbirds nesting near a cliff. Hundreds of thunderbirds screeched, prompting Qin Feiyu and the black dragons to retreat in haste. Were it not for Luoya's ability to sense the unique aura of the elven forest, Qin Feiyu would have considered returning home. Even so, they walked for nearly 2 hours through the Chilean mountains, gradually losing patience. Almost there. I can already smell the fragrance of nature, Luoya exclaimed, bounding ahead. She had not felt such an atmosphere in a long time and was exhilarated. I hope we won't return empty-handed. It would be a waste of my shoes. Qin Feiyu glanced down at his almost worn-out leather shoes, his expression troubled. These shoes had been custom-made by a seamstress to showcase the uniqueness of the Lord, yet they had become a burden on this journey. Lord, I sense a multitude of life forces ahead. We must be close, reported Black Wing, who had scouted ahead. After walking some more, Qin Feiyu too felt the life forces around them growing stronger. However, suddenly, 2 massive ancient trees seemed to come alive as they entered the forest, their enormous branches stretching out like arms, blocking their path. Halt! Who goes there? The Treant sentinels issued a stern warning. Please announce that the Lord of Feiyun village has come to pay a visit. Blackwing stepped forward and politely stated. Very well, please wait. A small green sprite suddenly flitted out from the leaves above one of the Treant sentinels and buzzed into the forest to relay the message. Moments later, a group of well-trained elven guards appeared before Qin Feiyu and his party, both male and female, their finely pointed ears framing exquisitely beautiful features. Tall and graceful, they donned intricately woven light armor crafted from vines and leaves. Compared to Luoya, they exhibited a touch of maturity and allure. Had it not been for the distinct differences in male and female armor, Qin Feiyu would have found it difficult to discern their genders. At the forefront stood a commanding elven woman, her striking figure overshadowing some prominent streamers in the Blue Star live broadcast. Qin Feiyu couldn't help but acknowledge her allure. Greetings. I am Aileen, captain of the Elven Guard. We warmly welcome your visit. However, our Elven Queen is currently indisposed and cannot receive guests. I sincerely apologize. Aileen courteously declined their visit, bowing gracefully, her figure accentuating her ample bosom. Qin Feiyu was momentarily taken aback. After regaining his composure, he presented a treasured elven armband to Aileen, saying, "Miss Aileen, this is a small token of my esteem. Please convey to the beautiful elven queen that a demonic force is poised to rise again, and we must unite." Aileen's eyes brightened at the sight of the armband, contemplating Qin Feiyu's request for a moment. While she could relay the message, she would not admit to being fond of the armband he gifted. Ultimately, Aileen accepted the armband, agreeing to deliver the message. As for whether the elven queen would meet them, Qin Feiyu was confident in a positive outcome. Soon, Aileen returned with a message. "The queen has instructed me to escort you inside." Offering a gift had been Catralan's suggestion, and to Qin Feiyu's surprise, it proved effective. Following Aileen, Qin Feiyu entered the elven queen's council chamber, where she awaited them upon her throne. Dressed in a flowing blue ceremonial robe, the elven queen exuded elegance and grace. Beneath her mature visage lay an enigmatic allure, and the crown woven from branches adorned her head, enhancing her regal presence. Even cloaked in her attire, her extraordinary poise could not be concealed, a testament to the traces left by time, embodying a sense of composure and languor. Upon their entrance, the elven queen nodded politely. But when her gaze fell upon Lu Ye, the tranquility on her face shattered in an instant, and she stood up in shock from her throne. "Lu Ye?" Chapter 58. Lu Ye's identity. Who are you? Lu Ye gently touched her head, gazing in confusion at the suddenly pouncing fairy queen. "I am Aunt Xiao, have you forgotten?" The fairy queen joyfully rushed to Lu Ye, gently embracing her shoulders, and excitedly exclaimed, "I remember you, Aunt Xiao, weren't you in the misty forest? How did you end up here?" After a moment of quiet reflection, Lu Ye finally recalled her rarely seen aunt, deepening her bewilderment. Lu Xiao gradually recounted the past to Lu Ye, leaving Qin Feiyu and the others momentarily forgotten, causing Qin Feiyu to feel quite perplexed. He had not anticipated that he would arrive just in time for a family reunion, which was rather frustrating. However, he was taken aback by Lu Ye's extraordinary lineage. "So, does that mean my father and mother are no longer here?" Upon hearing Lu Xiao's words, a thin veil of mist gradually clouded Lu Ye's eyes. "After the final battle, only I remain of the mist elves. If it weren't for my elder brother casting the random teleportation spell, I believe we would have perished too. Those vile demons, Aunt Xiao, I yearn for vengeance." As the memories of her departed kin ignited a fierce rage within her, Lu Ye could not contain her feelings. "Now that you have returned, we mist elves have regained our backbone. Once I notify them, they must know that the princess of the mist elves has returned, and a day will be chosen for your coronation." Lu Xiao, in high spirits, affectionately patted Lu Ye's head, saying, "You are the last bloodline of the mist elf royalty. The future of the mist elves rests upon your shoulders." "Aunt Xiao, I do not wish to become the fairy queen." Glancing at Qin Feiyu beside her, Lu Ye shook her head in refusal. "I apologize, my lord, for keeping you waiting due to matters concerning Lu Ye." Lu Xiao turned to Qin Feiyu, offering an apology instead of addressing Lu Ye directly. "It's quite all right. I too was unaware that Lu Ye belonged to your lineage. I am genuinely happy for her return." Qin Feiyu felt relieved to finally gain Lu Xiao's attention. "I heard from Aileen that the demons are making a resurgence. Could you elaborate on the situation?" When the topic of demons arose, Lu Xiao's expression turned grave. It was evident that she regarded the demons with utmost seriousness. From their earlier conversation, he had learned that the demons were the culprits behind the destruction of the Mist Elves' homeland. Consequently, Qin Feiyu shared in detail the recent occurrences with Lu Xiao. "Now that Lu Ye has returned, we should prepare for her coronation ceremony," Lu Xiao stated solemnly. "And to the east, a group of marauders frequently steal our precious silver pegasi. Do you lack the strength to deal with these marauders?" Qin Feiyu questioned, puzzled. "Surely, their elven kind should not be incapable of handling mere bandits. It's not that the marauders are too strong, but they possess some peculiar means to control the teams I dispatch. Every time I send an elite squad to eradicate them, they inexplicably fall under their control." Lu Xiao hesitated before requesting, "If my lord could assist us in resolving this issue, we mist elves would be more than willing to lend you our support." "Control? Could it be enchantment?" Qin Feiyu inquired, tapping the table. "Our elven sentinels can only relay visuals, not sound. Thus, I am unaware of the exact means of control employed by them. If it is merely enchantment, we could certainly attempt to counter it." Qin Feiyu cast a glance at Black Wing and the others, quietly asking, "Can your black dragons resist such control?" Indeed, regardless of the opponent's strength, As long as it is not bloodline control, we black dragons are immune to such magic, Blackwing affirmed with a nod. Though Qin Feiyu was reluctant to take risks. The absence of a hero to lead them left Blackwing and the others with no option but to fight alone. Well, I shall give it a try. Qin Feiyu ultimately decided to proceed. Before doing so, he privately messaged the lord who had previously sold him the magic immunity talismans, purchasing a few at a high price as a precaution. After all, that talisman had previously dispelled the illusions of Huli Na, making it a trusted item. Simultaneously, he instructed Blackwing and the other dragons that if they discovered him ensnared by enchantment, they were to immediately attack the one casting the spell to awaken him. If that failed, they should simply carry him away. Even if he issued other commands, fleeing would be the priority. Blackwing thumped his chest, assuring that he was quite adept at escape. After leaving Lo Yi with the Mist Elf clan, Qin Feiyu and his companions followed Eileen out of another exit of the elven forest. Outside lay a series of undulating mountains, further beyond merging with vast plains. This was the lair of the marauders. Eileen pointed towards the sky between two distant peaks. I shall escort you this far. If you return, I will come to meet you. Understood. Watching Eileen sway as she departed, Qin Feiyu turned, pondering how to address this dilemma. From Lo Shao, he had learned that these marauders were cunning. They would flee at the sight of a large force while swiftly eliminating smaller elite squads, presenting a formidable challenge. If he were to fly directly with the black dragons, it might provoke an alarm. Should the enemy hide for days on end, he could not afford to linger here, thus losing the elves' assistance. It seemed he would have to act as bait. Qin Feiyu contemplated helplessly. The potential consequences of failing to resist control were too daunting to imagine. He prepared himself further. With that thought, he opened his panel and privately messaged Du Mengmeng. After relaying the situation, Qin Feiyu felt considerably reassured. With 3 layers of preparation, he was uncertain how he could fail. Let us proceed to confront this adversary that poses a challenge even to the elven race. Calling out, Qin Feiyu led the transformed Blackwing and the other dragons towards their target. After changing into a new pair of shoes from the elves, Qin Feiyu felt considerably more agile. 2 hours later, nearing the foot of the mountains, he activated 2 magic immunity talismans, initiating his first layer of preparation as he pressed onward. Let us see which brave warrior dares to challenge our Blackwind fortress. A group of primitive-clad indigenous people brandishing spears emerged from the surrounding jungle as Qin Feiyu and his companions reached the mountain's base. One young man, adorned with feather patterns on his face and wearing a leopard skin loincloth, leaped forward, saying, Old 3, why are you panicking? This tender-skinned young man is undoubtedly for the boss. However, we could certainly sample these burly fellows. Another similarly marked bald man gazed at Blackwing and the others with glistening eyes. You have no hope. Not even the strong ones are spared. The third elder of Blackwind Fortress laughed, unperturbed by the prospect of Qin Feiyu and his companions fleeing. The taste of elves has become monotonous. It is time for a change. Qin Feiyu, puzzled by how such insignificant figures could instill chaos among the elves, suddenly felt a languid, enchanting voice whisper near his neck, carrying a hint of hypnotic allure. Little brother, you are so handsome. Will you stay and indulge in some intimate activities with me? Qin Feiyu felt the magic immunity talisman pressed against his chest tremble slightly before it dissolved into powder. Soon, his head began to spin, and he found his body immobilized. This is bad, Qin Feiyu exclaimed inwardly. Fortunately, the talisman still held some effect. At least his consciousness was not entirely usurped. He could clearly see a pair of delicate white hands reaching for his waist, gradually moving up to his chest. At that moment, he felt utterly speechless. Who could have anticipated this was yet another enchantment? Chapter 59. Counteraction. Who are you? Blackwing was captivated by the 2 leaders of Blackwind Fortress, oblivious to the strange occurrence involving Qin Feiyu. I am your father. As the elder of Blackwind Fortress appeared to have succeeded, the second elder grinned, seeking death. Hearing such a feeble human insult, Blackwing seethed with rage and swung a punch at the second elder's head. Boss, cast a spell quickly. Seeing that Blackwing could still move normally, the second-in-command of Blackwind Fortress felt a surge of anxiety and called out hastily. It was only then that the woman standing behind Qin Feiyu noticed Blackwing's abnormality and immediately unleashed her full charm, attempting to control Blackwing, who was attacking the second-in-command. A delightful fragrance wafted from her, leaving a trail of pink mist in its wake. What is that strange smell? Blackwing frowned momentarily upon catching a whiff, but his fist had already met the second-in-command's face. Little did the second-in-command know that he had fallen prey to the boss's pink allure, yet he still moved with remarkable agility, without any defensive measures. He found his neck broken by Blackwing's immense power, his head and body flying over 10 meters away, lifeless. The onlookers were paralyzed in shock at the sudden turn of events, and when they noticed Blackwing's gaze sweeping over them, it felt as though they were being targeted by a dragon, rendering them motionless. Only the third-in-command of Blackwind Fortress, witnessing his comrade's death, let out a wail and collapsed before the corpse, shaking it and calling out, "Brother, what happened? Wake up." Upon seeing the fear in their eyes, Blackwing smiled with a sense of satisfaction. These insignificant creatures were utterly easy to deal with. Just as he was about to seek credit from Qin Feiyu, he suddenly noticed Qin Feiyu's dazed expression as a beautiful woman stood behind him. This woman had striking features, with long, jet-black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her slightly upturned lips held a hint of seduction, and beneath her exquisite visage lay an alluring charm. Standing at approximately 1.7 meters, she wore a tailored suit with a white blouse underneath, while her long legs, concealed beneath a black skirt, exuded temptation. At that moment, the woman was caressing Qin Feiyu's chest, whispering sweet nothings in his ear as if they were intimate lovers. Panic struck him as he recalled Qin Feiyu's earlier warning, realizing that Qin had succumbed to her control. In a fit of urgency, he unleashed his dragon might, which suddenly stunned everyone present. Nyayeti was momentarily taken aback by Blackwing's sudden display of power, causing her charm to falter just long enough for Qin Feiyu to break free from her mental grasp. Suppressing his pent-up rage, he seized Nyayeti's arm without regard for her cries of pain and forcefully pushed her back, causing her to tumble onto the muddy ground. Without hesitation, he then sat atop her, his legs entwining around her ribs, leaving her no chance to rise. "Get off me," she shouted in a mix of fury and fear as Qin Feiyu unleashed a flurry of punches upon her face, his fists crashing down like a tempest. "You think you can charm me? I'll make you pay." As he rained blows upon her, her initial curses transformed into pleas for mercy. "Please stop, I was wrong." Yet Qin Feiyu, still unsatisfied, continued his assault, determined to show this viperous woman that he would not be trifled with. After thoroughly bruising her features until they were unrecognizable, he finally felt a semblance of relief wash over him. Having dealt with her, he stood and kicked her for good measure, declaring, "Such a poisonous vixen should be dealt with decisively." Just as Blackwing was about to inquire about the fate of the remaining onlookers, Qin Feiyu waved his hand dismissively, deeming them all unworthy. Killing them would merely rid us of a nuisance. When Nyayeti, trembling in fear, crawled toward Qin Feiyu in desperation, pleading for her life, he could only shake his head in disbelief at her audacity. "You think you can bargain with me?" he scoffed, observing her attire, which was so distinctly different from the local style yet familiar to him. He suddenly squatted down and grasped her collar. "Where did you get that outfit?" Though her clothes were muddied, the modern design caught his attention. Given that the game had been ongoing for over half a month, it was implausible that she had worn the same outfit all that time. Thus, it could only mean one thing: she had recently acquired it. Previously, he had offered a bounty to contact professional designers to create special garments, yet no one had taken up the task. Now that he had a lead, he was determined not to let it slip away. As she coughed blood and struggled to breathe, Nyayeti, realizing the gravity of her situation, finally admitted, "I made it myself." "Cut the theatrics," Qin Feiyu replied, having seen through her ploys. "Are you from Blue Star?" "Yes, I'm a mixed blood from Sakura and Kimchi, a former fashion designer in Sakura. I merely wish to survive here," she confessed, her voice gaining strength as she sensed her body recovering. However, memories of his brutal assault ignited a fierce resentment within her. Had she brought her companion along today, things would have turned out differently. "Do you dare to defy me?" Qin Feiyu asked, noticing a flicker of defiance in her gaze, his guard rising. "Of course not, my lord. I am grateful that you have chosen not to kill me," she hastily corrected, her voice trembling with fear. Nyayeti appeared submissive on the surface, yet her mind began to devise strategies to counter Qin Feiyu. At present, she found herself at a disadvantage in his hands, and there was a lingering fear that he might be a deviant. The thought of suffering indignities at his hands was one she dared not entertain. A counterattack was imperative. She recalled her loyal guardian, Xiaojio, and her mind began to formulate a new plan. If you truly are a fashion designer, I might consider leaving you be." Qin Feiyu, calculating in his thoughts, continued, Submit to me, pledge your loyalty, and I shall spare your life. Upon hearing this, Nyayedi realized that Qin Feiyu harbored intentions towards her body. Indeed, men are creatures driven by their baser instincts. Having categorized Qin Feiyu in her mind, Nyayedi resolved to feign submission. As a lord, if one were to submit to another lord, the binding nature of the contract would be minimal. It sufficed to meet his demands to a certain degree without any coercive stipulations. Conversely, becoming a mere follower of a hero would lead to a true lack of prospects. Nyayedi intended to deceive Qin Feiyu into believing he had the upper hand, luring him back to her abode where Xiaojie would deal with him, returning to her the humiliation she had suffered 1,000-fold. Qin Feiyu was also aware of this, so when Nyayedi swore her fealty, he discreetly produced the eye of the succubus, employing the loyal servant contract upon her. This served as an excellent lie detector and was a cleverly devised trap of Qin Feiyu's. The contract would fail if the required conditions were not met. As expected, Qin Feiyu realized that this woman was not genuinely submissive. The moment he received the notification of the contract's failure, he rose abruptly and, with a single swift motion, struck her across the face. Do you take me for a fool? Do you not comprehend the concept of submission? Qin Feiyu chastised her, striking her face repeatedly. Then, gripping her delicate chin with force, he disregarded her struggles and hostile gaze, enunciating each word with precision. I demand your true submission, not this pretense. You have one final chance. Witnessing the intense murderous intent radiating from Qin Feiyu, Nyayedi was frightened. She knew he was not jesting. Burying her hatred deep within, she attempted to pledge her loyalty to Qin Feiyu with utmost sincerity, even convincing herself that he would be her lifelong master. She resolved to endure and bide her time, believing that if she could earn Qin Feiyu's trust, a day of reckoning would surely come. Meeting all the necessary conditions, the loyal servant contract was successfully invoked. Contract 110, current contractor, Qin Feiyu, contractee, Nyayedi. The contract was established. Upon seeing the contract's confirmation, Qin Feiyu exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as he had surmised, even a fleeting moment of submission from the contractee sufficed to fulfill the release conditions. The eye of the succubus proved itself to be a sacred artifact. As the second submission ceremony commenced, Nyayedi felt an invisible force surge into her mind. Upon careful inspection, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. Assuming it was merely a peculiar reaction to the submission ceremony, she gave it little thought, already fantasizing about how she would torment Qin Feiyu after subduing him. Arise. Where have the missing elves gone? After establishing the contract, Qin Feiyu no longer feared any resistance from Nyayedi. He stood, inquiring about the whereabouts of the elves. Now that this threat had been neutralized, assisting the elf clan in reclaiming their kin would be most fortuitous. With Loya just returning to the elf clan, Qin Feiyu was more than willing to extend a favor. Upon hearing Qin Feiyu's inquiry, Nyayedi thought it an opportune moment to lead him back to her territory. Once there, Qin Feiyu would be under her control. Truly, he was a masochist. Observing Nyayedi, who despite having been struck, still bore a smirk, Qin Feiyu muttered under his breath. Now that Nyayedi had established a contract, he was no longer concerned about her turning against him or fleeing. With a sense of ease, Qin Feiyu followed Nyayedi back to Blackwind Fortress. As for Nyayedi's subordinates, who sought to capture Qin Feiyu, he had Blackwing deal with them directly. He held these inept individuals in disdain. Had it not been for Nyayedi's unique talents, she might have met the same fate. Seeing Nyayedi's subordinates pleading for her while she displayed an indifferent demeanor, Qin Feiyu realized that she regarded these individuals merely as expendable pawns. Blackwind Fortress was nothing more than a dilapidated little village, her initial domain. Unlike Qin Feiyu, Blackwind Fortress thrived on a path of plunder, with its populace and army comprising bandits and robbers skilled in raiding. As Nyayedi led Qin Feiyu through the gates of Blackwind Fortress, she sensed the presence of Xiaojie within, and her heart found solace. While Qin Feiyu surveyed her territory, she dashed off towards a particular cave, disregarding all decorum. Was there truly something there? Qin Feiyu pondered as he watched her retreating figure with intrigue. My lord, shall we pursue? Blackwing, observing Nyayedi's departure, felt a mix of indignation and concern as he scrutinized Qin Feiyu's expression. Noting the absence of overt anger, he quietly inquired, suspecting that Qin Feiyu might be deliberately allowing this to unfold. Though he did not comprehend the reasoning, he remained prepared to protect Qin Feiyu. A thunderous rumble echoed from within the cave, as if the earth itself trembled. Qin Feiyu felt the ground vibrating increasingly closer. Be alert, something formidable is emerging. Blackwing sensed an aura more powerful than his own emanating from the cave, and his expression turned grave with caution. Indeed, there was a hidden trump card. As Qin Feiyu beheld the 9 colossal serpent heads emerging from the swirling dust, he murmured to himself, "The ultimate Hydra?" Chapter 61. Return to the Elf Forest. The ultimate Hydra? As the dust settled, Blackwing and the other dragons gazed in astonishment at the gargantuan creature before them. This was their first encounter with a being whose size dwarfed their own true forms, and the formidable presence of the ultimate Hydra filled them with trepidation. They had not anticipated such a powerful creature residing in this inconspicuous village. Upon spotting the familiar silhouette perched atop the ultimate Hydra, Qin Feiyu finally understood the source of Nyayeti's confidence. Yet, he wondered, would this be of any use? Qin Feiyu looked up at Nyayeti, who bore a haughty expression akin to that of a queen, and could not suppress a laugh. Did you expect this? The emergence of the ultimate Hydra reignited Nyayeti's confidence. Observing Qin Feiyu's silence, she mistook his shock for awe, her words dripping with arrogance. Believing victory was assured, she hesitated to end Qin Feiyu's life. Instead, she wished to repay him for the humiliation he had inflicted upon her 1,000-fold. The memory of being struck while pinned beneath him ignited a profound sense of humiliation within her, a feeling so deep that even slaying Qin Feiyu 100 times would not quell her rage. Is this all you've got? Qin Feiyu regarded Nyayeti, who seemed to swell with pride, shaking his head in disbelief. With such intellect, she would typically not survive 3 episodes in a television drama. Fortune had favored her to encounter Qin Feiyu, who just so happened to find her somewhat useful. Otherwise, she would not have made it back at all. Yet now, having returned, she was swelling with arrogance, leaving Qin Feiyu at a loss for words. Is this insufficient? Nyayeti patted the back of the ultimate Hydra, gesturing towards Blackwing and the other dragons behind Qin Feiyu, commanding, "Xiaojiu, eliminate them." Upon receiving the order, the 9 heads of the ultimate Hydra focused intently on Qin Feiyu and his companions. One head exhaled fire, another summoned wind, and yet another released poison. All 9 heads unleashed their might in a spectacular display. Qin Feiyu watched in exasperation as Nyayeti, oblivious to the precariousness of her situation, dared to attack him. His ire began to rise. Just as Nyayeti prepared to revel in witnessing her ultimate Hydra dispatch the nuisances surrounding Qin Feiyu, a sudden, piercing pain shot through her head, as if struck by a steel needle, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. The agonizing intensity nearly caused her to lose her balance atop the ultimate Hydra. Qin Feiyu observed the effective punitive measures of the loyal servant contract, nodding in satisfaction as he called back the few black dragons that had transformed and engaged in combat. He wished to prevent any unnecessary injuries to the Black Dragon squad. The ultimate Hydra, sensing the imminent threat as the black dragons soared into the sky and noticing Nyayeti's unstable condition, also ceased its attacks. Remaining vigilant towards the black-winged opponents, "Little Jiu, we shall retreat." Nyayeti, still recovering from her pain, recognized the black dragons and decisively ordered the ultimate Hydra to flee. She was unaware of the source of the sudden sting she had felt, and given the formidable strength of their adversaries, the ultimate Hydra might not prevail. Preserving one's strength for future challenges was prudent, and thus she resolutely issued the retreat command. "I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, should any unfortunate events occur, I shall not bear the responsibility." Qin Feiyu observed Nyayeti's growing panic with an air of leisure, fully aware that the initiative lay in his hands. As if struck by a revelation, Nyayeti widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "It's you? If you do not comply, I may resort to more severe measures." Qin Feiyu smiled, neither confirming nor denying, further unsettling Nyayeti. The profound agony that pierced her very soul was too intense to endure a second time. Yet, surrendering so easily was not in her nature. Noticing her lingering disbelief, Qin Feiyu's patience waned. "You squander your opportunity." A wave of pain, deeper than before, surged from the depths of Nyayeti's soul, causing her to collapse from the back of the ultimate Hydra, writhing on the ground in agony, emitting anguished cries. "Please, spare me, I was wrong." Under the torment of the loyal servant contract's cruel punishment, Nyayeti finally capitulated, pleading with Qin Feiyu to cease this harsh treatment. The ultimate Hydra, realizing Nyayeti was suffering from Qin Feiyu's invisible assault, prepared to retaliate, only to be sternly warned by Qin Feiyu. keep your beast in check. Fearing for her life at the sight of the ultimate Hydra's aggressive stance, Nyayati quickly soothed the creature, averting its impulsive attack. Was it a mistake? Qin Feiyu approached the disheveled Nyayati, who lay in the mud, and inquired with a smile. As she looked up to meet his gaze, she perceived a devilish grin. And she repeatedly bowed in submission. My lord, I was wrong. I truly regret it. What did you call me? Qin Feiyu leaned closer, reiterating his question. Master, please spare me. I was wrong. Upon seeing Qin Feiyu's discontented expression, Nyayati hastily corrected herself, fearing the demon might take further action against her. Her experiences today had nearly driven her to the brink of madness. That will suffice. Qin Feiyu nodded in approval. For now, Nyayati was compliant. And with time growing short, he decided it was time to return. As for her, he would gradually train her later. Remaining in this state was untenable. Having fully grasped the power of the loyal servant contract, he deemed it prudent to keep Black Wind Fortress for the time being. The ultimate Hydra would stay behind to guard, and once he had truly tamed Nyayati, he would bring it back to Feiyu Village. This was not an insignificant force, and Qin Feiyu was unwilling to relinquish it. Upon opening the prison of Black Wind Fortress, Qin Feiyu discovered a considerable number of elves still confined within. Most were elite members of the Mist Elves, numbering around 10. It was no wonder that the Elf Queen was troubled. Losing such high-caliber fighters would be painful for anyone. Among them, one particularly tall female elf warrior bore a striking resemblance to Eileen, albeit with more pronounced features that caught Qin Feiyu's attention. She introduced herself as Eileen's sister, Elu, the captain of the Mist Elf reconnaissance team. However, unlike Eileen, Elu was quite forward and, upon being rescued by Qin Feiyu, hinted at a desire to spend a delightful evening together. Qin Feiyu, however, respectfully declined such overtures, as he was already embroiled in enough complications. Regarding the stolen silver Pegasi, he regrettably informed them that they had already been sold by Nyayati, leaving him with no recourse. After escorting the rescued elves and Nyayati back to the elf forest, Eileen awaited them at the entrance. Following the handover of the elven warriors to Eileen, and amidst Elu's lingering gaze, Qin Feiyu sought an audience with the elf queen once more. Chapter 62. The Elven Banquet. I am deeply grateful for your assistance to our Mist Elves. Upon meeting privately with the Elf Queen, Luo Xiao expressed her formal thanks. And what of our dealings with the demon cult? Qin Feiyu's motivations were singularly focused on forging an alliance. Certainly, but a stable alliance requires a solid foundation. The Elf Queen nodded, then shifted the topic. What are your thoughts on Luo Yi? She is delightful, quite charming indeed. Qin Feiyu answered without hesitation. He held a favorable impression of Luo Yi, having found her to be a shy yet endearing young lady, easily likable. The Mist Elf lineage has only Luo Yi remaining of royal blood. For the continuance of our lineage, I am primarily concerned with her future. Luo Xiao stepped closer, scrutinizing Qin Feiyu as if appraising a potential son-in-law. I see that you, my lord, possess both talent and looks. If you were to consider uniting with Luo Yi, it would ensure our lineage's legacy. You would gain a beautiful companion and a steadfast ally in the Mist Elves. What's not to appreciate? Historically, alliances have often been sealed through marriage, a truth Qin Feiyu had recognized from ancient texts. Yet, he did not anticipate encountering such tactics on this continent. Confident in himself, he saw no need to sacrifice his marital prospects for political alliances. Is my lord dissatisfied with Luo Yi? Noticing Qin Feiyu's impassive countenance, Luo Xiao couldn't help but inquire. No, Luo Yi is wonderful. She simply isn't my preferred type. Qin Feiyu waved his hand dismissively before observing Luo Xiao with newfound interest, smiling as he added. In truth, I find myself more attracted to mature beauties, like your esteemed self. At his teasing words, Luo Xiao blushed, her demeanor reminiscent of a youthful maiden. Having lived over a century, she had never encountered such flattery before, and now this young man had playfully courted her, stirring complex emotions within her. If only I could be 100 years younger. Luo Xiao, what are you pondering? Do you wish to compete with your niece for a suitor? Luo Xiao quickly quelled her fanciful thoughts. It must be said that Luo Yi had excellent taste. Qin Feiyu's few words had stirred something within Luo Xiao, showcasing his remarkable charm. My lord is truly entertaining. Recognizing that this young man's perspective was indeed unique, Luo Xiao changed the subject and invited him to an evening banquet in gratitude. Given that he had rescued so many elves and resolved a significant issue for their race, Qin Feiyu graciously accepted. The matter of alliance would require further discussion. He hoped to win the elves' goodwill without compromising his own integrity. The elves prepared wooden huts for Qin Feiyu and his companions to rest in after the banquet, allowing them to recuperate before embarking on their journey the following day. You stay put. You know there's no escaping. Should you attempt to flee, you know the consequences. Qin Feiyu warned Nyayeti as he left her in the wooden hut. As for taking her to the banquet, that was absurd. The elves would never permit someone who had harmed them to roam freely within their territory. Merely sparing her life was already a concession to Qin Feiyu. Acknowledging her unpopularity, Nyayeti nodded obediently. She was loath to provoke Qin Feiyu's displeasure. The agony of the soul whip still haunted her, leaving her too fearful to harbor any rebellious thoughts. Observing Nyayeti dutifully remain indoors, Qin Feiyu felt reassured and ventured outside with Hai and others. Even if Nyayeti lacked intelligence, in such circumstances, she would surely make the right choice. Should she prove utterly foolish and engage in any mischief, Qin Feiyu would have no choice but to abandon her. The elven banquet was held in a grand hall, the very heart of their elven community, adjacent to the thriving ancient elven trees and the elven spring. Upon his arrival, Qin Feiyu found many elves gathered, engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere vibrant with clinking cups and laughter. You need not follow me. Feel free to enjoy yourselves, he smiled. Noticing Hai and the others gazing eagerly at the elven maidens. It was a rare occasion to be surrounded by such beauty, and he decided to grant them an evening of leisure. Thank you, my lord, they replied joyfully, departing in pursuit of their chosen companions. What a bunch of rascals. Qin Feiyu chuckled, shaking his head as he wandered about alone. The banquet hall was suffused with the harmonious essence of nature, with wooden tables crafted from branches, laden with exotic fruits and exquisite delicacies served in ornate vessels. As Qin Feiyu approached, Luo Xiaolian gracefully glided over, having just finished conversing with others. She elegantly accepted 2 drinks from a server and offered them to him. This is a celebration for Luo Ye's return, as well as a welcome party for our esteemed lord. I hope you find it satisfactory. Qin Feiyu accepted the drink and downed it in one go. A refreshing sensation coursing through him. He smacked his lips in delight, exclaiming, "Your elven beverages are quite exquisite. If the lord enjoys them, feel free to take some home." Luo Xiaolian smiled, already anticipating his reaction. "Then I thank you in advance." As a gourmand, Qin Feiyu could hardly resist such temptation. After some time conversing with the elven queen, Luo Xiaolian excused herself. Qin Feiyu settled at a wooden table, savoring the moment in solitude. "Would you mind if I join you?" A fragrant breeze wafted by as a lovely figure seated herself beside him. "Ai Lu," raising her glass with a smile. "Please sit." Qin Feiyu nodded, his gaze inadvertently drawn to Ai Lu's undeniable charm, only to realize his indiscretion and quickly avert his eyes. The lord may gaze as he pleases. "There is no need for such embarrassment," Ai Lu teased, her delicate laughter accompanied by a subtle sway that exuded an enticing aura. "You left in such haste today. I have yet to properly repay your life-saving grace." "No need. It was but a trifling effort." Qin Feiyu waved dismissively, his cheeks tinged with color. Despite his recent trials, he found himself ill-equipped to withstand Ai Lu's allure, ultimately succumbing. "To our esteemed lord," Ai Lu said playfully as she rose, expertly concocting a drink by mixing various ingredients before presenting it to Qin Feiyu. "Try this tequila I've prepared." Qin Feiyu watched in surprise as Ai Lu displayed her bartending skills, albeit somewhat clumsily, yet with an undeniable flair. Intrigued by her creation, he took a sip and was captivated by its delightful flavor, ultimately finishing it in one gulp. Seeing him relish her concoction, Ai Lu playfully touched her lips, a triumphant smile gracing her face. "This flavor is quite potent. I never expected you to be a mixologist," Qin Feiyu remarked, still savoring the taste. 3, 2. Ai Lu's gaze intensified as she silently counted down. "What are you saying?" Qin Feiyu, his appreciation for Ai Lu growing, had barely caught her words before he suddenly felt dizzy, collapsing onto the table. 1. Ai Lu completed her count, just as Qin Feiyu succumbed to intoxication before her eyes. "See, you couldn't escape my grasp," she thought, having prepared this very moment as her secret weapon. Studying Qin Feiyu's inebriated face, she realized how remarkably handsome he appeared. With a sudden flush, Ai Lu hesitated before making a difficult decision, turning to carry Qin Feiyu away. After departing, Hai and the others remained vigilant, their eyes occasionally darting toward Qin Feiyu, concerned for his safety. Upon witnessing Ai Lu escorting him away, They exchanged knowing, mischievous glances, aware of AI Lu's boldness after being rescued. With Lady Zawena absent, let the Lord enjoy himself tonight, Hai mused. In AI Lu's chamber, Qin Feiyu lay sprawled across the bed, utterly unconscious. AI Lu stood by the bedside, troubled, unsure of her next course of action. Having never been intimate with a man, she found herself at a loss. Recalling her friend's advice from decades past, she suddenly thought it necessary to remove his clothing. She slapped her forehead, realizing, of course, one must undress before sleeping. Just then, her sister Eileen barged in, intending to share youthful musings with AI Lu, only to be stunned by the sight of her sister bent over a man, her cheeks flushing crimson. She had not anticipated her sister's actions at such a pivotal moment. Embarrassed, Eileen turned to leave, but caught sight of Qin Feiyu's face and gasped, "Lord?" AI Lu, caught off guard, felt her cheeks redden as she released her hold on Qin Feiyu's shoulders, only to be met with a forceful shove as he slumped against her. I merely wish to engage in scholarly exchange with the Lord," AI Lu stammered, gently laying Qin Feiyu's head down as she turned to explain to her sister. "But you cannot do it like this," Eileen exclaimed, fully aware of what her sister had done. Should the Lord discover this incident, it could jeopardize their alliance, especially as the news of the demon's resurgence loomed. "I just didn't want any regrets," AI Lu confessed, recalling her recent torment. "During my time in Blackwind Fortress, I endured countless humiliations at the hands of that twisted woman, often contemplating suicide. Had it not been for the last remaining dignity of the elven race, I would not have persevered." As AI Lu spoke earnestly, she caressed Qin Feiyu's face gently. "When the Lord opened that prison door, he was like a beam of light piercing my heart. You cannot fathom the feeling of being rescued from the brink of despair. It is truly exhilarating. I know I am but a fleeting presence in the Lord's life, yet I do not wish to leave with regrets." AI Lu gazed sincerely at Eileen's sister. "You will help me fulfill this wish, won't you?" Eileen was taken aback by her sister's vulnerability, her heart softening. "But I am equally inexperienced." Her cheeks flushed. Eileen hesitated. "I've heard from my friends that silver dew might help. If we give it to the Lord, it should work, right?" "Then I must ask for your assistance, for I cannot leave him like this," AI Lu replied, her eyes brightening but then clouded with uncertainty as she glanced at Qin Feiyu. After a brief moment of silence, Eileen stepped outside. She never anticipated that one day she would become an accomplice to her sister's schemes, and the thought alone sent a thrill through her. In the Elven Banquet Hall, Luo Yi was pleasantly surprised by the warmth of the Mist Elves. She found herself mingling with various elves throughout the evening. If it weren't for Luo Shao emphasizing the importance of forming connections with these prominent figures from the various elven legions, she would have been disinclined to entertain them. With an alliance with the Lord imminent, cultivating good relations with these individuals could potentially be advantageous for him. This thought invigorated her, dispelling her earlier fatigue. Her aunt had mentioned that as long as she made frequent appearances among them and garnered their support, she might eventually serve as an envoy, regularly visiting the Lord. Should war arise, the Elven Legion she led could become a formidable ally to Qin Feiyu. As she wrapped up her tasks, Luo Yi intended to seek out Qin Feiyu to claim her share of credit, only to find that he had vanished, leaving behind his subordinates engaged in lively conversation with the beautiful long-legged elven maidens. Realizing her own status had transformed, she set aside her shyness and hurried to inquire about Qin Feiyu's whereabouts from Hei Yi and the others. Hei Yi, recognizing that Luo Yi was no longer the little maid of the Lord's mansion, subtly imparted some information, leaving it to her to decipher its significance. Luo Yi was taken aback to discover that some elves were bolder than she had anticipated. It was no wonder Uncle Carter had stressed the importance of seizing opportunities. With a determined huff, she set off to find the residents of the Mist Elves, unwilling to let others get there first. In the chamber of AI Lu, both AI Lu and AI Lin sensed the restless energy emanating from Qin Feiyu as he remained in a daze, exchanging worried glances. "Sister, are you certain this is all right for the Lord?" AI Lin asked nervously. "How would I know? Wasn't this your suggestion?" AI Lu retorted, standing helplessly by the bed, equally uncertain of what to do. "Then I shall take my leave." AI Lin began to retreat, sensing the increasingly bizarre atmosphere in the room. "No, it was your idea. If anything goes awry, you must face the consequences with me." AI Lu insisted, dragging AI Lin back, refusing to let her go. "What are you doing?" Luo Yi burst in unexpectedly, her gaze falling upon the disheveled Qin Feiyu, casting a furious glare at the two sisters. Chapter 64, Training the Female Slave. To her astonishment, These individuals had indeed acted first. Luo Ye's heart raced with alarm. Thankfully, she had arrived in time. Princess Luo Yi. Upon seeing her, the two sisters sprang to their feet, suddenly appearing guilty, stumbling over their words. They certainly couldn't confess to the princess that they were attempting to cast a spell on the Lord. If they did, the princess would likely have them executed. They had heard that Luo Yi was brought back by Qin Feiyu. If there was any connection between them, they would be irredeemably tainted. I advise you to abandon any ulterior motives and return the Lord to his rightful place, Luo Yi warned. She had not considered the deeper implications. She merely felt that the Lord might not be able to resist the allure of the two sisters. What if he took an interest and brought them back to the estate? At the moment Luo Yi entered, Ai Lu realized that any chance of deepening her relationship with Qin Feiyu had evaporated. With a hint of regret, she came to terms with it. Perhaps such matters could not be forced. There would be future opportunities, and she would not easily concede. Very well, we shall escort the Lord back immediately, Ai Lu replied, nodding while shaking her head at her sister, urging her to assist Qin Feiyu. At that moment, Qin Feiyu felt as though he were a furnace, and as the sisters grasped him, they were nearly overwhelmed by a wave of intense masculine energy, almost losing their footing. Once they regained their composure, under Luo Ye's watchful eye, they guided Qin Feiyu toward the temporary quarters. The night breeze was refreshing, fragrant, and invigorating. Gradually, Qin Feiyu awakened from his stupor, remembering only that he had consumed a drink concocted by Ai Lu, unaware that he had lost consciousness. His body was indeed weak. Qin Feiyu chuckled to himself, suddenly realizing that he was being moved. The cool air jolted his senses, clearing his head considerably. Noticing the various basketball-sized objects pressing against his arm, a surge of powerful desire ignited within him. He instinctively reached out with both hands, grasping the objects on either side. The two sisters were caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, losing their balance as all three tumbled to the ground. Princess, could you lend me a hand? Ai Lu, pinned beneath Qin Feiyu, was unable to move, while Ai Lin, also caught in his embrace, desperately sought Luo Ye's assistance. Luo Yi, taken aback by the unexpected situation, rushed to help, but Qin Feiyu's weight rendered all three immobile. The mischievous Qin Feiyu feigned unconsciousness, hoping to evade detection. However, he began to worry that if this continued, he might succumb to his primal instincts and devour them. Confused by his heightened impulses, which were unusual for him, he pretended to awaken, feigning ignorance of his surroundings. Upon realizing he was on top of Ai Lu, he was startled and quickly stood up, withdrawing his hand from Ai Lin's grasp. What happened to me? Standing upright, he appeared bewildered, turning to face the now upright Ai Lu and her sister, innocently inquiring. Naturally, Ai Lu and Ai Lin dared not reveal the truth, fabricating a story that Qin Feiyu had merely fainted and that they were assisting him back to rest. Qin Feiyu, dismissing any inconsistencies in their account, felt an unusual hunger burning within him. He yearned to return, take a refreshing cold shower, and sleep soundly. That drink had left him feeling disoriented, and he still had not fully recovered. As they approached the door, Qin Feiyu suddenly recalled something and politely declined their continued assistance. Ai Lu and her sister, realizing the situation, turned to leave, anxious that they might encounter something uncontrollable once inside. However, they cast worried glances at Luo Yi before departing. The Lord was so strong, they wondered if Princess Luo Yi could handle him. Despite Luo Ye's persistent offers to accompany him, Qin Feiyu remained resolute in his refusal. After all, Luo Ye's status had changed. Should anything untoward occur, he would find himself in a precarious position. With an alliance on the horizon, he could not afford to create complications through a moment of impulsiveness. As he dashed back to his quarters, under Luo Ye's lingering gaze, he felt the heat surging within him, desperately needing to cool off. Upon returning, he hurried into the bathing area, only to discover that there was no designated bathing space. As he searched the room, he found a large wooden tub behind a drawn white curtain, already filled with warm water and adorned with flower petals. Qin Feiyu marveled at the meticulous hospitality of the elven clan, appreciating that hot water had been prepared for him to bathe at night. Without further ado, he shed his garments and plunged into the tub. Splash! Initially filled with pent-up frustration, he hoped that the warmth would alleviate his agitation. However, as he felt something brush against him in the water, he wondered if a water snake had slithered in. Just as he was about to grab it, hoping to cook it for a meal, he felt something smooth and round, suspecting it might be the snake's head. A soft squeal emanated from beneath the surface, startling Qin Feiyu into standing abruptly, shocked. Has the water snake become sentient? Nia Yadi, her head emerging from the water, her hair drenched with petals, glared at Qin Feiyu with indignation. Get out. Qin Feiyu, already on edge, seethed at the sight of this woman who had repeatedly sought to bring about his demise. How dare she maintain such an audacious demeanor even in her current plight? Who gave her the audacity to shout at him? With a swift motion, he grasped her chin firmly, glaring down at her. Do you think you deserve a reprimand? Nia Yadi was initially engulfed in a tempest of offended rage when Qin Feiyu forcefully grasped her chin. Suddenly, the painful lesson she had received from him earlier that day flashed through her mind, quelling her desire to resist and leaving her feeling profoundly aggrieved. What pretense was necessary? Having committed those acts, she ought to have anticipated the inevitable consequences. I have already shown you sufficient mercy, yet you remain obstinately unyielding. It seems I must teach you the proper way to serve as a submissive. Qin Feiyu scrutinized Nia Yadi intently. As the petals unfurled, a graceful silhouette became discernible beneath the water's surface. Recalling the sensation of capturing a slippery water snake, he released Nia Yadi and commanded, "Now, stand up." Upon witnessing Qin Feiyu's wicked smile, Nia Yadi understood his intentions all too well. However, in order to survive, she had no choice but to endure this humiliation. Trembling, she rose from the water, acutely aware of Qin Feiyu's malevolent gaze. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding about her future. Finally, with no one vying for the barrel, Qin Feiyu enjoyed a refreshing bath, feeling considerably revitalized. Lying on his bed, he observed Nia Yadi, still shivering from the cold breeze. An amusing idea suddenly struck him. He dressed and retrieved a long iron rod from the railing beside the elven dwelling, placing it in the flames of the heater to heat it. Once the iron rod glowed red, he approached Nia Yadi with a smile and said, "I am, after all, a rather gentle person, typically allowing others some degree of choice. Nia Yadi, why not make a selection? Do you prefer this fiery rod, or?" Chapter 65. Returned to Feiyu village the following morning, Qin Feiyu awoke feeling invigorated. After a night of instruction, Nia Yadi finally comprehended her position, her learning accelerating, thus saving Qin Feiyu considerable effort. Last night's experiences also revealed to Qin Feiyu that the indigenous inhabitants here remained excessively conservative. Upon his return, he resolved to conduct a specialized course for the servants of the Lord's manor, confident that they would gain much from Nia Yadi's practical demonstrations. After engaging in light conversation with the elven queen, Qin Feiyu took his leave, stating, "I shall prepare my forces for 2 days, and on the 3rd day, I will personally lead the team to the Lord's domain to combat the demons." The elven queen promised to arrive with her army in 3 days' time. "I shall await your esteemed presence," Qin Feiyu replied with a smile, accepting the elven delicacy she offered. As for Luoye, considering her status, she would remain here to study until she became a qualified heir. "I wish to accompany the Lord back." Luoye expressed her dissatisfaction with Luoxiao's arrangement. "Very well. You shall stay here to learn. Perhaps one day, I may require your assistance." Qin Feiyu gently declined Luoye's request while offering encouragement. To his surprise, Luoye felt greatly inspired and returned with her tiny fists raised. It appeared that the Lord was adept at charming young ladies. Luo Xiao observed Luoye's contrasting demeanor with amusement and remarked, "You are too modest. It was merely a small encouragement among friends." After bidding farewell to the elves, Qin Feiyu did not forget about the ultimate hydra of Blackwind Fortress. This creature was even more formidable than the Black Dragon and must not be overlooked. Upon reaching Blackwind Fortress, Nia Yadi obediently surrendered the Lord's contract for the ultimate hydra and requested to become Qin Feiyu's following hero. "Congratulations, the 7-star unit, the ultimate hydra, has joined your ranks. Congratulations, Hero Nia Yadi has joined your ranks. Congratulations, you have acquired a new territory, Blackwind Fortress." The notifications appeared as expected, and Qin Feiyu nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the effectiveness of his previous teachings. This evening, he could reward her appropriately. After transferring the ultimate hydra, its animosity toward Qin Feiyu dissipated, though its loyalty remained low and it was somewhat unmanageable. Destroy Blackwind Fortress. Following Qin Feiyu's command, the fortress was swiftly reduced to rubble. As the ultimate hydra could not transform, they could not traverse the elven forest. Thus, after collecting resources, Qin Feiyu led his expanding army to navigate around to Feiyu village from the opposite side. perhaps due to the potent aura of the ultimate Hydra. Qin Feiyu and his followers encountered no significant obstacles along the way. Aside from treasure chests that piqued his interest, he refrained from disturbing any resource mines. The distance from their territory made extraction a daunting task. He decided to wait until Feiyu village upgraded to a town before attempting to utilize those resources. The pace of the ultimate Hydra was slow, and after taking a detour, they finally returned to Feiyu village by afternoon. The villagers joyfully admired the new treasures brought back by their lord, eagerly showcasing the ultimate Hydra to those who had not seen it, turning the scene into a veritable zoo. Thankfully, after the goblins joined, a massive passage was excavated outside Feiyu village, established as a wartime route for troop deployment. Sealed with special engineering equipment developed by the gremlins, which conveniently allowed the ultimate Hydra to pass through today. Upon returning to the abyssal dungeon, Qin Feiyu instructed Catralan to promptly construct a lair for the Hydra. Remarkably, the chosen nesting site for the ultimate Hydra was rather unique, compelling Catralan to cultivate a swamp in a low-lying area. With the Hydra's housing issue resolved, Qin Feiyu inquired about the recent raids. Catralan presented the latest resource report, succinctly stating, under Lady Zavina's leadership, all resources within a 100-mile radius have been cleared. Some minor tribes have agreed to periodically remit resources as a fee for our protection. Pleased, Qin Feiyu continued, how far are we from upgrading to a town? He had already reviewed the specific details of the territorial resources on his panel. Feiyu village was at level 9, nearing the threshold for town status. It was estimated that 3 more days would be required, but thankfully, resources were ample. Otherwise, upgrading would take significantly longer. 3 days? That sounds about right. In 3 days, the elven army will settle in our Feiyu village. During these 3 days, do your utmost to establish a temporary residence for them, facilitating their accommodation. Recalling his prior agreement with the elven queen, Qin Feiyu added, do not assign the indigenous people to the resource mines. The goblins are currently overstaffed. Send them to work instead. Understood, Catralan replied, departing. Watching Catralan leave, Qin Feiyu felt a surge of happiness and took a moment to visit Du Mingming, sampling her new dishes. They were delightful, and he encouraged her to continue her efforts. After offering a few words of encouragement, Qin Feiyu departed with a roasted chicken in hand. Upon returning to the Lord's manor, he found Zavina awaiting him. Although Catralan had already reported, Zavina's personal visit indicated she had made some significant discoveries. She had been leading the team for the past few days, and Qin Feiyu was well aware of her arduous efforts. Therefore, he had brought her a roasted chicken. Zavina, you have worked hard lately. Observing Zavina's weary appearance, Qin Feiyu expressed his concern and handed her the roasted chicken. Zavina accepted it with a dazed expression. Was this the concern of a foodie? Her previously fatigued spirit was instantly warmed by Qin Feiyu's small gesture. Gently taking the roasted chicken, she was urged by Qin Feiyu to eat up. This momentarily halted her intention to report. Oh well, the Lord has always been like this. Reflecting on the Lord's previous kindness towards her, Zavina decided not to refuse his goodwill and began to eat within the Lord's manor. Surprisingly, after several days of traveling, she had not had a proper meal. Upon taking her first bite, she was conquered by the deliciousness of the roasted chicken, forgetting her demeanor as she devoured it eagerly. My lord, why aren't you eating? Feeling somewhat awkward under Qin Feiyu's gaze, Zavina paused to inquire, then suddenly tore off a chicken leg from the roasted bird. Here, have some. Qin Feiyu was charmed by Zavina's unexpected sweetness at that moment. Is this what they call mutual appreciation among food enthusiasts? After finishing the roast chicken, Zawina and her companion officially delved into the topic. Have the numbers of the demon cult infiltrating Lingtian Cliff increased recently? Upon hearing Zawina's report, Qin Feiyu rose, his expression grave as he inquired. Chapter 66. The High Priest's Scheme, Twilight City. The stronghold of the demon cult. This place resembled a vast, dimly lit cathedral adorned in dark hues, where a towering figure clad in a deep gray robe sat lost in thought upon a throne forged of gold and iron. You summon me, my lord? At that moment, a bishop in a bright red robe entered the cathedral. Upon reaching the center, he bowed reverently before the imposing figure and asked, how goes the collection of the void fragments? How many more do we need? A deep voice, imbued with an ancient resonance, echoed from the towering figure. 19 fragments have been collected. We are just one short of the required number for the ultimate ritual. The red-robed bishop's eyes gleamed with fervor. The local lords have largely been dealt with, and we should achieve our goal within 2 days. He was the chief bishop of the demon cult, having served the high priest for years, and today, his patience was finally about to bear fruit. Excellent. Once the void fragments are gathered, I shall personally lead the team to the site of the final ritual. This time, no one shall hinder my true form's descent. The towering figure rose from the iron throne, revealing shoulders and a chest grotesquely contorted, a hideous visage barely concealing his elation. I have awaited this day for a decade. The Empire of Outcloud, your end is nigh. My lord, I have another matter to report. Seemingly struck by a thought, the red-robed bishop informed the high priest of the recent disappearance of the evil souls. You mean to say someone has clandestinely eliminated the evil souls? Upon hearing the bishop's conjecture, the high priest erupted into laughter, then spoke sternly. The Yellow River Valley is currently in disarray. The Empire of Outcloud is causing them trouble. As for the underground city, had the succubus Queen Feiyu still been around, I might have had my concerns. The high priest paused, then continued, but unfortunately, she borrowed passage through my domain a few days ago, and her remaining minions are hardly a threat. However, to borrow passage from me? Does Feiyu truly believe it is that simple? The high priest let out a cold snort and cackled. The king has always coveted the desires of the demon lord. I trust he will be pleased with the gift I present. Are we to let the disappearance of the evil souls go unaddressed? The red-robed bishop was perplexed. Let us clarify what is of utmost urgency. The high priest raised an eyebrow, revealing a terrifying visage from beneath the shadows. I do not wish to repeat myself. Seeing the high priest's wrath, the red-robed bishop hastily apologized. In 3 days, we shall gather all the followers and head to Lingtian Cliff. The high priest pondered for a moment before instructing, I expect no slip-ups on such a critical matter. You know the consequences. Yes, my lord. I take my leave. As the red-robed bishop exited the cathedral, the high priest turned to gaze at the enormous demon statue behind the throne, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, declaring, this time, I shall not lose. Feiyu Village. After Qin Feiyu's return, Nyeyedi was given special attention by him. Following this, he did not forget her identity as a fashion designer, assigning her the task of creating a clothing line, insisting she present her results within 3 days. Qin Feiyu intended to showcase the local of Feiyu Village at the welcoming ceremony for the elves in 3 days. Without uniforms, how could they proceed? Exhausted nearly to the point of fainting, Nyeyedi accepted this nearly impossible task, not daring to show any sign of defiance. She understood that any hint of dissatisfaction would invite a tempest. Let us start with the maid outfit, she suggested. Qin Feiyu, not wishing to burden her, produced a sketch and continued, I've already made arrangements at the tailor's. You may procure what you need. Understood, master. Kneeling, Nyeyedi crawled to Qin Feiyu, taking the sketch, but was suddenly caught by him. Qin Feiyu, feeling unfulfilled, looked at the fainted Nyeyedi and shook his head in resignation. He then summoned Hulina to instruct her regarding the arrangements for the maidservants in the lord's manor. Did my lord mean for us to serve as hosts? Hulina asked excitedly upon hearing Qin Feiyu's plans. Yes, but you must conduct special training for them over the next 2 days. I will provide the training content tomorrow. Qin Feiyu pinched Hulina's tail, and the rest was left unspoken. 2 days swiftly passed. Due to the unusual activities of the demon cult, Qin Feiyu remained vigilant, even intensifying patrols in the vicinity. He personally led a team to scout near Lingtian Cliff. For safety's sake, he divided the dragon squad into 2 groups, leading one in the morning and Zywina leading the other in the afternoon, conducting daily reconnaissance of Lingtian Cliff. Aside from the gradual gathering of the demon cult, they had detected no powerful creatures nearby. Qin Feiyu deemed the timing was not yet ripe. To avoid alarming the enemy, he continued his reconnaissance, awaiting the arrival of the elven reinforcements. On the morning of the 3rd day, as Qin Feiyu prepared for his daily scouting, he was informed by Cartrelin that the elven legion was about to arrive, forcing him to return midway. Do not worry about hosting the elven queen. I shall lead the team to scout Lingtian Cliff, he assured. Upon returning, sensing the worry etched on Qin Feiyu's brow, Zywina volunteered. This will suffice. Your safety comes first. Do not overexert yourself. Thinking of the challenges ahead, Qin Feiyu earnestly advised Zywina for the first time. Nodding, she soared into the sky with the dragons, ever mindful of her duty as a warrior, willing to brave any peril for her lord. Who would have thought you had such a subordinate? No wonder you look down on my family, Loya. The elven queen, Luo Xiao, had long awaited with her legion. Observing the gentleness in Qin Feiyu's gaze, she understood that he regarded this woman differently than his other subordinates. Please refrain from teasing me, my queen. Please take a seat. Very well. Luo Xiao, knowing well of Qin Feiyu's capabilities, had already witnessed his prowess, and each encounter brought her fresh surprises. Upon seeing the dragon squad, she further affirmed her decision to ally with him. After properly accommodating the Elven Legion, Qin Feiyu commenced the welcoming ceremony. Over a dozen exotic beauties donned fashionable made uniforms, grandly presenting gifts to the soldiers of the Elven Legion during the ceremony. Even though the elves were inherently beautiful, the majority of the male elves were left utterly astonished by this special performance. Not to mention, the exotic maidens, accentuated by their uniforms, drew the admiration of many male elves. Even the tall and graceful elven maidens found themselves intrigued by such unique attire. Qin Feiyu observed everything with great satisfaction, knowing that with sufficient time, he might recruit numerous elven warriors to his cause. Chapter 67. The final ritual commences following the welcoming ceremony. Qin Feiyu prepared an exquisite luncheon for the elves. Considering their tastes, he instructed Du Mingming to adopt a refreshing approach, employing blue star techniques to prepare fruits. Authentic blue star flavors were presented, once again reshaping the elves' perceptions. My lord, I never knew you were a culinary genius. Ai Lu, holding a pickled cucumber, strolled over while savoring its taste. Clad in her military attire, she exuded a spirited charm, youthful yet striking. Oh, it is merely the work of our culinary expert, Du Mingming from Feiyu Village. If you are interested, I can introduce you. I assumed the Lord was omnipotent, Elu quipped, concealing her crimson lips. You'll discover my prowess in due time, Qin Feiyu responded, casting a glance at her. Why no formal attire today? Are we embracing military allure? Aren't we scheduled for a drill later? As the scouting team's captain, my presence is obligatory, Elu retorted, rolling her eyes. This lad is full of suggestive remarks. He's showing his true colors now that he's on his own turf, isn't he? I eagerly anticipated. Qin Feiyu chuckled upon hearing of the drill. Queen Luoxiao of the elves is leading the contingent personally, so she's not here to take orders from Qin Feiyu. Alliances necessitate a hierarchy. So this afternoon's display of strength is unavoidable. He was confident that his legion's overall strength surpassed theirs, and he wanted to assess the Elven Legion's mettle. After a satisfying repast, the welcoming banquet concluded. Qin Feiyu escorted Luoxiao to the drill grounds, where Miz and others were already lined up. As Qin Feiyu briefed Luoxiao on the current state of each legion, he also shared his vision, eliciting nods of approval from the Elven Queen. Luoxiao was surprised to find that Qin Feiyu was not only handsome and dashing, but also possessed exceptional intelligence, strategy, and developmental planning skills, a rare find even among elves. His only shortcoming was his personal strength. An attack could easily disrupt his legion and trigger a chain reaction. Fortunately, he had gained the favor of the dragons, who could transform into human form and protect him. I wonder what good fortune befell this lad. Seeing the Dragon Legion's grand entrance, Luoxiao couldn't help but feel envious. Her territory only housed 6 dragons, but that was enough to elicit admiration from the elves. Queen Luoxiao knew that Qin Feiyu's dragon hero had taken a group of dragons out for reconnaissance that morning. By that calculation, Qin Feiyu's dragon squadron was at full strength, making it exceptionally formidable. Following the military demonstration in Feiyu Village, the Elven Legions made their appearances one by one. First came the Elven Hunter Legion, a full squadron of 3-star caliber, under the command of the Elven Hunter Kasuro. Elu's scouting team was among them. Second was the Elven Priest Legion, a full squad of 4-star caliber, led by the Elven Priestess Yuing. Third was the Silver Pegasus Knight Order, 2 full squads of 5-star caliber, led by the Elven Knight Lancelot. Fourth was the Druid Legion, a full squad of 6-star caliber, led by the Druid Elder Sandri. Fifth was the Eagle Knight Order, 2 full squads of 4-star caliber, led by the Elven Archer Aina, with Ellen under her command. The Treant Guardians are too slow, so I didn't bring them this time, Luoxiao explained after the Elven Legions had all appeared. Your forces are truly formidable, Qin Feiyu remarked, his eyes gleaming as he observed the elves. The elves' tactical style perfectly complemented the weaknesses of Qin Feiyu's legions, whether it was assault, blitzkrieg, skirmishing, or frontal attacks. The Elven Legions gave Qin Feiyu greater confidence for the upcoming war. The demon cult was no small matter. Its ability to openly occupy Twilight City without attracting the Cloud Empire's retaliation indicated its formidable strength. Fortunately, Qin Feiyu now had a strong and well-equipped army. As long as he could prevent the demon cult from completing its final ritual, he believed that his tactics would lead to its downfall. Beneath the Lingtian cliffs, the high priest surveyed the assembled 12 bishops, 36 high priests, and 5 demons behind them with satisfaction. These were the core members of the demon cult after all these years. The 5 demons were hellish entities who had successfully descended through special summoning rituals that circumvented the laws. If the evil soul were still present, they would have been the final 6 successful cases of summoning. This summoning ritual must not fail, he thought, despite the small number of participants. The bishops and high priests possessed extraordinary abilities that could rival several legions in crucial moments. As for the demon cult's 108 peripheral priests, they were not qualified to participate in such an important ritual and had been assigned other important tasks by the high priest. Is everything prepared? The high priest asked the red-robed bishop with a solemn expression. High priest, everything is ready. The sacrifices are on the summit, the bishop replied. Let us proceed. And prepare to welcome the age of demons, the high priest declared, a fleeting expression of excitement on his face as he led the demon cult's core members up the Lingtian cliffs. On the summit, a large group of humans, stripped naked and covered in bizarre runes, huddled together in massive iron cages, emitting pathetic screams and mournful cries. There were 15 or 16 cages, each packed with people like livestock awaiting slaughter. 20 towering ogres guarded the cages, harshly whipping anyone who disobeyed. The clamor of anguish filled the air as scenes of human tragedy unfolded. In the center of the Lingtian cliffs, a circular array had been meticulously inscribed. Grooves crisscrossed the uneven stone slabs, leading to a depression at the center of the circle. Reporting, Sir, the void shards are in place. Awaiting instructions, the red-robed bishop announced as he inserted the final void shard into a corner of the disc, reporting to the high priest. Begin, the high priest nodded, his face flushed with excitement. He looked at the massive array, his hands trembling uncontrollably. It's almost here. Yulizan is returning. Begin the 1,000-soul blood sacrifice. The red-robed bishop roared. The ogres gleefully drew their prepared daggers from their waists, licking their lips as they approached the caged humans with bloodthirsty expressions. Thud, thud, thud. One ogre excitedly grabbed a battered and defenseless youth by the neck and dragged him to the gap in the iron cage. With a savage slash of his dagger, he ended the youth's life amid his terrified gaze. The scalding blood flowed slowly along the grooves toward the depression in the disc. The humans in the 15 cages let out desperate wails as they were continuously slaughtered. Soon, the depression was nearly half filled with blood. Haha. Humans are only fit to be our demon livestock, to be slaughtered at our pleasure. The high priest cackled maniacally as he watched the depression fill up. He had waited a long time for this day. Just as the high priest was reveling in his vision of the future, several figures suddenly flashed past, instantly killing the executing ogres. The high priest recoiled in shock and shouted in anger. Chapter 68. Shavina's choice 10 minutes earlier, on the Lingtian cliffs. Shavina. What do we do? Kono asked, as he and Shavina hid beside the cliffs of Lingtian, their bodies concealed in the undergrowth, observing the final ritual altar. It looks like the altar is about to be completed. Shavina's gaze was fixed solemnly on the ritual altar. The ogres had just erected the final pillar, officially completing the altar. Did you notify the Lord? Kono inquired, his expression turning fierce. Or should we strike first? A few ogres would be easy to deal with. Don't alert them, Shavina cautioned, restraining Kono's impulse. I've already contacted the Lord. He should have guessed the situation. Shavina gently shook her head. Even if they destroyed the altar now, they would just build another one tomorrow. It would be pointless. Are we just going to wait idly? Kono scratched his head, feeling agitated. Wait, Shavina said after a moment of silence, making the decision to wait. The black dragons listened quietly to the two leaders' conversation, not interjecting. They knew their only task was to follow orders. What's that? Kono exclaimed as he saw the ogres hauling more than a dozen iron cages filled with humans onto the cliffs. He was filled with anger. Then, he suddenly heard the pathetic cries of many humans. He hastily peeked out to observe the situation. It's a blood sacrifice, a demon blood sacrifice, Shavina said, frowning as she saw so many humans being treated like livestock in cages. She understood that Qin Feiyu was indeed human. If he were to discover the brutal slaughter of his kind, he would undoubtedly stand in fierce opposition to the demons. Although the two factions were already at odds, the thought of standing idly by while witnessing such atrocities weighed heavily on Zavina's conscience. The main figure had yet to arrive. Should she wait a little longer? Suppressing her urge to intervene, Zavina resolved to bide her time. Once she uncovered the true nature of the demon's final ritual, she could thwart it repeatedly, thereby averting the imminent threat of the demon lord's descent. Here they come. A few minutes later, The high priest arrived with the bishops, and the final ritual commenced, beginning with a horrific blood sacrifice of 1,000 souls. Is it truly acceptable for us to stand by and watch? Kono murmured as he observed the increasing number of humans being slaughtered. At that moment, Zavina's gaze was fixated on one of the iron cages, specifically on a mother and daughter within. "Mommy, it hurts so much. Don't be afraid. Nyo, Mommy is here." She recalled the conversation she had overheard during her first visit to Nanshan Town with Qin Feiyu. The girl's timid voice echoed vividly in her memory. If only he were here, Zavina reminisced about Qin Feiyu's visage from her past. With a clang, her arms transformed into dragon claws, and like a blade, Zavina plunged directly into the ranks of the demons, swift and unwavering. I have awaited this moment. Seeing Zavina finally make her move, Kono, who had been holding back, let out a roar and quickly followed suit. In a flurry of movements, the demons guarding the cage were all vanquished. How unexpected! The high priest Yulizan grimaced as he witnessed the slaughter of his demons by the sudden appearance of these intruders. There are indeed those who dare to disrupt my summoning ritual. He sensed that these individuals were not mere humans, but transformed dragons. Yet, he could not fathom why these draconic beings harbored animosity towards him. Just last month, he had completed the king's task of delivering the shadow mirror to Varna. And now these black dragons had turned against him. Truly, the Black Dragon clan, immune to magic, possessed a thicker skin than their scales. When did the relationship between dragons and humans become so amicable? Watching Zavina and her companions prepare to free the remaining sacrifices from the cage, Yulizan's fury ignited. For years, no one had dared to challenge him. "Little dragon girl, it seems I must teach you a lesson in manners." Yulizan gestured imperiously. "Slaughter these dragon whelps." Understood. 5 demons, upon receiving their orders, flashed before Zavina and her fellow dragons, brandishing iron forks and launching their attacks. "You too?" Yulizan commanded the bishops, who remained motionless. "The rest of you, kill all these humans." "At your command." The 12 bishops and 36 priests bowed in response, and 5 of the bishops unleashed their special spells, transforming into hunchbacked demons, zealously charging towards Zavina and her dragon companions. The remaining members of the assembly cast dark sorcery, ruthlessly slaughtering the unarmed humans who had escaped the iron cage. Cries of anguish echoed through the air, and Zavina, desperate to offer aid, found herself entirely restrained by the demons. As the humans were mercilessly massacred, the high priest gazed with satisfaction at the pit filling with steaming blood, casting a vicious glance at Zavina and the other dragons encircled by demons before leaping into the pit. Once the final ritual was complete, he would ensure these foolish dragons understood the meaning of cruelty. Zavina, fighting her way through the encirclement, was unable to escape. Seeing the mother and daughter directly slain ignited a fiery rage within her. With a roar, she could no longer contain her true form, transforming into a massive frost dragon. Soaring upward and unleashing a breath of frost, the unsuspecting hunchback demon was instantly encased in ice. As Zavina prepared to shatter the frozen statue, another demon lunged at her, forcing her to ascend once more. Kono and the other dragons, following Zavina's transformation, likewise reverted to their true forms, their colossal silhouettes darkening the skies and momentarily overpowering the demons. Zavina noticed Yulizan immersed in the blood pool, reciting ancient incantations. Fully aware that the final ritual was nearing completion, she fought fiercely against the demon that was entangled with her and unleashed another icy breath. A fierce torrent of freezing air surged from above towards Yulizan, seemingly destined to strike him down. Yet, a demon suddenly leaped from the side, intercepting the icy breath. Encased in ice, the creature's eyes still reflected fervor and anticipation, as if eagerly awaiting Yulizan's successful summoning. Boom! A massive vortex of darkness emerged directly above the altar, exuding a scorching, intense energy that shot straight down onto Yulizan's head. 3 fiery red horns slowly sprouted from his forehead, and a pair of jet-black wings burst forth from his back. His body expanded, growing from just over 2 meters to more than 5 meters tall, his demonic tail swaying in the wind, and his bones crackling ominously. "Oh, the air of the main plane is exquisite." Yulizan opened his eyes, releasing a plume of sulphurous smoke from his nostrils, his expression one of sheer delight. His true form had perfectly merged with the high priestess avatar. At that moment, he was both the high priest of the demon cult and the demon lord Yulizan. "Little dragon girl, let us enjoy ourselves." Clenching his fist, Yulizhen reveled in the overwhelming power at his command, a grin spreading across his face. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Upon sensing the rising intensity of Yulizhen's aura, Zavina immediately became alert. However, a dark phantom flashed past, delivering a violent blow to her head, uncontrollably propelling her towards the ground, shattering rocks in her wake. Struggling to rise from the debris, she transformed back into her human form, coughing up blood. One strike had left her gravely injured. More sounds of collision erupted as Kono and the black dragons were forcefully knocked to the ground by Yulizhen. Ultimately, they all reverted to their human forms, curled up in defeat. In a mere moment, Yulizhen had dispatched Zavina's dragon team effortlessly. Yulizhen approached the incapacitated Zavina, grasping her hair with one hand, and in response to her furious glare, he inhaled deeply. "Young dragon, you must taste exquisite. You seek death." Zavina, incensed by Yulizhen's casual demeanor, reacted like an enraged leopard, baring her teeth. "Little dragon girl, if you submit to me as my mount, I shall spare you." Yulizhen leaned closer to Zavina, licking his lips. "Dream on. I find your defiance quite appealing. It ignites my desire to conquer." Yulizhen suddenly seized Zavina's arms, a malevolent dark energy coursing through her, gradually spreading throughout her body. Before long, her skin was covered in grotesque black markings. "Feel the pain, for I believe you will eventually yield." Yulizhen released Zavina, who trembled and gritted her teeth against the agonizing torment, then turned his gaze towards Kono and the others, who had been subdued by several demons. "I have some interest in you. Eliminate these insects." Zavina, how fares it on your end?" Just as despair began to engulf Zavina, preparing to meet her end in battle, a familiar voice echoed like a whisper from the ages, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Chapter 69. The king does not meet the Qin Feiyu village. The elven queen Luo Xiao was engaged in cordial conversation with Qin Feiyu when she suddenly sensed a change in his countenance. "What troubles you?" "Zavina informed me that the demon cult's final ritual has commenced. We must hurry at once." Qin Feiyu's expression grew grave. The information on the interface was succinct, yet he understood Zavina's character well enough to know she would not make such claims without reason. The situation had reached a critical juncture. "I shall notify them." "We depart immediately." With a focused resolve, Luo Xiao promptly returned to the ranks of the elven army. Simultaneously, Qin Feiyu called upon heroes like Miss and instructed them to assemble at once. Meanwhile, he summoned Catralan, instructing him to immediately bring the ultimate Hydra forth from the abyssal dungeon. The demons should not be underestimated. At this critical juncture, he dared not conceal his prowess. Damn it, time was of the essence. While organizing the legion and keeping an eye on the status of Shervina, Qin Feiyu suddenly noticed a shift in her condition from normal to combat. He felt a surge of anxiety. What happened? The elven queen, Luo Xiao, had already prepared her troops and hurried over, noticing Qin Feiyu's flustered demeanor. The battle had commenced. Were they ready? There was no choice but to resort to that method. Qin Feiyu's expression was grave as he dashed to the front lines of the Feiyu village army, retrieving a miniature portal from his pocket. This was the eternal gate he had seized from the Valnado lair, never before utilized. Now, he had no option but to give it a try. "Your Majesty, the situation over there is dire. I will use a one-time portal, and once there, I will engage in battle directly." Qin Feiyu meticulously explained the circumstances to Luo Xiao. Feeling utterly in the dark, forced to proceed step by step. "Form ranks," Qin Feiyu shouted, standing in the open space at the forefront of the Feiyu village legion. Activating the eternal gate. "Do you wish to use the temporary portal? Please confirm the anchor point, Shervina." The temporary portal opened. After Qin Feiyu confirmed, the miniature portal soared from his palm to the open ground ahead, rapidly expanding. In mere seconds, it transformed into a silver metallic gateway measuring 100 m by 100 m. The surface shimmered, revealing a glimpse of the peak of Lingtiang Cliff. Beyond the shimmering waves, he could faintly see Shervina and the other dragons gravely injured, with a massive shadow looming before her, obscured in outline. Qin Feiyu realized that Shervina and the others were in a critical state. He called out loudly, "Shervina, Shervina, how are you holding up?" In her daze, Shervina heard Qin Feiyu's concerned call and suddenly recalled the formidable enemy they faced. "Don't come, we can't defeat them," she weakly replied, succumbing to unconsciousness. "I thought you could hold on a bit longer. Women are so fragile." Yulizhen, approaching Koner, glanced back at the unconscious Shervina, shaking his head in lament. Suddenly, he halted, turning to look behind Shervina. A vortex of space was forming 100 meters away, expanding into another silver metallic gate. Powerful auras emanated from the other side of the gate, and through the rippling waves, a well-organized formation of dragons and dragon rider knights emerged above Shervina. Qin Feiyu, riding Blackwing, circled high above, his heart aching at the sight of Shervina and the others in such dire straits. "Beast, kill him," he commanded, and a wave of tremors surged forward. The ultimate Hydra surged forth from the metallic gate, its 9 heads instantly unleashing different magical breaths, incinerating the high priests who were still shouting about Yulison's invincibility. Following closely behind, the Minotaur King Legion charged, scattering the remaining bishops' formation. As the bishops frantically summoned hellhounds and demons, a rain of arrows descended from the Medusa Legion. The demons pouring forth from the demonic gate barely had time to comprehend their surroundings before being riddled with arrows. Yulison, witnessing the trained legions attacking the vulnerable high priests and bishops, instantly teleported to the Medusa Legion's formation, aiming to eliminate these fragile archers first. Little did he know that behind the Medusa Legion, the Druid Legion had been waiting for this moment, collectively using entangling spells to bind the formidable Yulison in place. Meanwhile, the Medusa Legion fell back as the elven hunters simultaneously swung their massive blades toward Yulison. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, Yulison had no choice but to teleport back to his original position, summoning demons to join the fray. Damn it, where did these elves come from? Seeing the Elven Queen lead the Elven Priest Legion onto the battlefield, Yulison's expression darkened as he cursed under his breath, contemplating retreat. At this moment, the only fighters left were himself and 5 poorly conditioned demons. The remaining bishops were either suffering from the backlash of forced transformations into demons or had severely depleted their magical powers after summoning the demonic gate, lacking sufficient combat strength. As for those frail high priests, they had turned to ashes after the surprise attack. The enemy's morale was high, and their troop composition was perfectly suited to counter the demons, making victory nearly impossible. His true form had already descended. He had all the time to toy with these foes, no need to rush. Once he established a stable Hellgate, he could settle today's score later. Retreat. Casting a meaningful glance at Qin Feiyu, Yulison snorted coldly, then vanished in a flash. Upon hearing Yulison's command, several demons swiftly grabbed the exhausted bishops nearby and teleported away, disappearing from sight. The Elven Queen, Luo Xiao, was poised to pursue when Qin Feiyu waved to stop her. Their targets were small and agile. Pursuit would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Qin Feiyu, suppressing his anger as he watched Yulison depart, hurried to the side of the unconscious Shervina after dismounting from Blackwing. He gazed at the terrifying patterns covering Shervina's body, and with a clenched fist, he struck the muddy ground. Those damned demons were far too ruthless. Let us proceed. The Elven Priestess, Yueying, approached with the Elven Priest Legion, beginning to cast healing spells to mend the injuries of the dragons. Half an hour later, Koner and several black dragons gradually regained their strength. However, Shervina remained unconscious. Observing Shervina's lack of improvement, Qin Feiyu felt a wave of panic for the first time. What on earth had happened to her? Qin Feiyu sighed in regret, unable to contain himself. Is there truly no other way? It is a peculiar form of demonic power, infused with a devouring attribute. It has now infiltrated her entire being, gradually consuming her vitality like a parasitic affliction. Our elven rejuvenation spells cannot eradicate this power, Yueying explained after some contemplation. She had never imagined a day would come when she would be powerless in saving someone. It was a blemish on her career. Is there no other alternative? Qin Feiyu asked, his face filled with despair, regretting allowing Shervina to venture out alone. Actually, there is one possibility. Yueying hesitated, then shook her head with a wry smile. But it is exceedingly difficult, almost impossible to realize. Chapter 70. The first intimate encounter in the Lord's mansion, Qin Feiyu's bedroom. Having shed his upper garment, Qin Feiyu sat upright on the soft bed, his gaze grave as he observed the unconscious Shervina. He mentally replayed the steps Yueying had relayed to him, confirming once more with the vigilant Fox Lena by Shervina's side. Do you understand what I just told you? Fox Lena nodded earnestly, carefully removing the garments from Shervina's body, revealing her form marred by dark patterns. Qin Feiyu had already briefed her on the current situation, but witnessing Shervina's plight firsthand jolted her, sparking a thought in her mind. Perhaps only the great Shervina would sacrifice herself for the sake of the Lord. No wonder the Lord held her in such high regard. Though she had many questions, Fox Lena understood that this was not the time for inquiries. Once Shervina's clothing was removed, she gently laid her down, adjusting her position to sit facing Qin Feiyu. As Qin Feiyu beheld Shervina's condition, he cleared his mind and began to transform into the humanoid form of the abyssal black dragon. The method Yueying described involved finding a being with devouring abilities to extract the demonic power directly. It had to be devouring, as powers of the same origin would not reject each other. If it were of another attribute, even a holy healing light would prove ineffective against this power. The ultimate outcome would be Shervina's corruption and demise. In the short term, Qin Feiyu could find no other strong being with devouring abilities. The only possibility lay in his own intervention. Despite Yueying's repeated warnings that Qin Feiyu's current strength could easily attract demonic forces, potentially leading to a failed rescue and a backlash, Qin Feiyu disregarded the risks. He was willing to attempt it, even with the slightest chance of success. You must remember to completely devour the power during the transformation period. Otherwise, once you revert to your ordinary state, your body will be unable to withstand such force and will be torn apart. He recalled Yueying's earnest instructions before she left. Disregarding the boundaries between genders, Qin Feiyu extended his right hand and gently grasped Zoena's small foot. Simultaneously, Helena supported Zoena's arms from behind, preventing her from collapsing due to external forces. Watching Qin Feiyu meticulously extract the demonic power from Zoena's body, Helena felt a strange tremble, a novel sensation she had never experienced before. Her breathing became labored. After half an hour, Qin Feiyu had used the power of devouring to guide the demonic energy from Zoena's toes to the strands of her hair, gathering it in a specific area. Observing Zoena's body, now restored to its fair and delicate state, Qin Feiyu touched his slightly bleeding nose and took a deep breath. Only the final step remained, and once completed, Zoena would be out of danger. However, this step would severely test Qin Feiyu's resolve. Lord, you don't need to feel burdened. Lady Zoena has done so much for you. You shouldn't let her down, Helena said, noticing Qin Feiyu's hesitation. Besides, in such a critical situation, matters between men and women are trivial. In her view, even engaging in such acts to save someone was acceptable, as long as one took responsibility afterward. She couldn't comprehend Qin Feiyu's struggle and hesitation. Okay, Qin Feiyu nodded. He hadn't fully transitioned from his mindset on Earth. Looking at the little dragon girl who had followed him selflessly, Qin Feiyu made a silent decision. He extended his left hand and gently moved it along Zoena's thigh. After completing the final step, Qin Feiyu collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained. It was arguably the most arduous challenge he had faced in a long time, both physically and mentally. Fortunately, he had overcome it. Gazing at the pristine Zoena, Qin Feiyu smiled contentedly. He instructed Helena to take Zoena for a good rest before drifting off to sleep. It had been an eventful day, and he was utterly exhausted. The next morning, he woke up naturally, feeling refreshed. He suddenly remembered treating Zoena the previous day and wondered how she was doing. To his surprise, all the maids were present when he emerged from the bedroom. What puzzled him even more was that they were all wearing the maid outfits he had commissioned for them at the elven reception, especially Miao Qinshen, whose maid outfit could barely contain her ample chest. Qin Feiyu was concerned that the bulging neckline might suddenly burst open. Alarmed, Qin Feiyu quickly touched his nose, feigning a dignified demeanor as he greeted them cheerfully. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Lord. As if rehearsed, the maids stood up straight, straightened their backs, and bowed in unison to greet Qin Feiyu. Qin Feiyu had been trying to restrain his gaze and maintain his image in the maid's eyes. But the sight of dozens of balls overwhelmed him, and he rushed to the restroom, touching his nose. A sudden assault by several sexy women in maid outfits could melt even the most stoic heart. Helena's words had proven effective. Seeing Qin Feiyu's hasty retreat, two duo exchanged glances with her sisters. Where is Helena? Having finally regained his composure, Qin Feiyu returned to the hall and asked. Noticing Helena's absence among the maids, he sensed that something was off. Lord, are you looking for me? A soft, tingling voice sounded from behind Qin Feiyu. He felt a shiver down his spine as he turned to see Helena approaching in a revealing swimsuit. Where did you get that outfit? Despite being stunned by Helena's appearance, Qin Feiyu, who knew her well, was more curious about the origin of this previously unseen swimsuit. Yeti helped me make it. Helena rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyu, exuding charm, and offered an explanation. No one except Blackwing and the others knew about the relationship between Nie Yadi and Qin Feiyu. Everyone assumed that the woman Qin Feiyu had brought back was simply a professional fashion designer. Even Helena, who had witnessed Qin Feiyu and Nie Yadi's intimacy, regarded Nie Yadi as a sister with the same status. Seeing Qin Feiyu about to speak, Helena interjected, "Lady Zawena is awake and in the second-to-last room on the right." Qin Feiyu smiled contentedly and walked toward the bedroom. Helena was becoming increasingly perceptive. The resentment he had felt toward her earlier due to his frivolous behavior gradually dissipated in Qin Feiyu's heart as Helena's performance became impeccable. It was indeed fortunate to have met this little fox. Chapter 71. Dragon made Zawena on a warm, soft bed. Zawena sat by the edge, lost in thought. It had been a long time since she had felt so confused. Recalling her first encounter with the Lord, she remembered him as a naive boy who seemed to lack any skills. Aside from being handsome, kind, and treating her well, he didn't seem to possess any other outstanding qualities. As a warrior, Zawena had always adhered to the warrior's code. Regardless of Qin Feiyu's character, she would protect him with unwavering loyalty as her lord. However, she didn't know when Qin Feiyu had begun to evoke a unique feeling within her. Was it the tenderness of sharing the barbecue with her despite his reluctance? Or the decisiveness of abandoning the enhancement when he noticed her fatigue? Or the insistence that she eat first before rushing back to deliver the message? Or the deep concern hidden in his eyes when he saw her severely injured? She could sense that Qin Feiyu's attitude toward her was different from that toward others. However, she had deliberately ignored some of these details. It wasn't until her conversation with Helena that she realized that her feelings for Qin Feiyu were not ordinary either. Now, she had finally decided to confront everything and open her heart. The door creaked open, and Zawena looked up to see Qin Feiyu cautiously peeking inside. Hee. Zawena was amused by Qin Feiyu's appearance. Then, suddenly remembering her status, she quickly stood up and saluted, "Lord," seeming to realize that his behavior was inappropriate. Qin Feiyu touched his nose sheepishly, cleared his throat, and entered the bedroom with a serious expression. As he was about to express his concern, his gaze fell upon Zawena, and he froze. Zawena was wearing a gray-brown off-the-shoulder short shirt, with a white ribbon tied around her waist. Beneath the miniskirt were her sexy, long legs clad in black stockings. A striped ribbon adorned her fair neck, and a bow was tied near her ear, giving her a charming and adorable appearance. Her silver hair reached her waist, and two crystal-like dragon horns protruded from the holes in the red hat on her head, showcasing her youthful vitality. Qin Feiyu had never imagined that Zawena, in a maid outfit, would transform from a mature woman into an incredibly sexy and stunning maid. This. Qin Feiyu stuttered, taken aback by Zawena's transformation. "Do I look good?" Zawena, seeing Qin Feiyu's exaggerated expression for the first time, couldn't help but stand up and twirl around, asking, "Yes, you look good." Qin Feiyu slowly regained his composure and nodded earnestly as he looked at Zawena again. "Do you like it?" Zawena raised her hand and gently touched her lips, asking with a coy smile, "Yes, I like it. Would you like me to wear it for you every day?" "Yes." Regrettably, there was no such stroke of luck for Qin Feiyu. He gazed at Zawena with an ardent expression, having anticipated this moment for a considerable time, and was surprised that Helena genuinely understood him so well. Zawena, perceiving Qin Feiyu's expression, remarked with a profound look, "It's not." As Qin Feiyu was about to elucidate the pure master-servant relationship between himself and Helena, Zawena gently silenced him with a touch. "I am aware of what you wish to say, yet I am not quite prepared. However, if it is truly your desire." Zawena paused, her countenance earnest. "You are aware that I would never deny you any command." Qin Feiyu's initially fervent heart was instantly extinguished by these words. What significance did it hold if he were to act upon his position as Zawena's benefactor or lord? Composing himself, Qin Feiyu addressed Zawena with sincerity. "Today, you are not my subordinate, nor am I your liege, nor your savior. I wish to convey to you, as a comrade with whom I would entrust my life, that you are of great importance to me, Zawena." "You are too." Zawena responded earnestly to Qin Feiyu's sincere words. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards the window, her eyes fixed on the distant horizon with an ethereal expression. "However, I am yet to ascertain my identity, my origins. I sense that I am incomplete. You need only be aware that you have me. We shall unravel this enigma together in the future." Qin Feiyu, sensing Zawena's profound sense of loss, gently approached and embraced her. He, too, was ignorant of the origins of the Wheel of Fortune and the provenance of its prizes. Nonetheless, He believed that by continually augmenting his strength, he would ultimately unearth the answers to all questions. "My lord, could you release me? You are pressing uncomfortably against my chest." After a considerable interval, as Qin Feiyu was engrossed in pleasant reveries of the future, Zywina uttered, her face flushed. Qin Feiyu promptly released Zywina and retreated a few paces. He had not anticipated becoming so immersed, evidently too deeply engrossed in the role. "Was all of that taught to you by Helena?" Qin Feiyu inquired softly, discerning Zywina's silence and seemingly comprehending something. Zywina hesitated momentarily before nodding gently. Such matters could not be concealed from Qin Feiyu's discerning eyes, so she deemed it best to admit it. "I see," Qin Feiyu remarked, his expression confirming his suspicions. The Zywina he knew would never behave in such a manner. Yet, this iteration of Zywina possessed a unique allure. Gazing upon the transformed Zywina before him, Qin Feiyu was moved. "Is your injury mended?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feiyu abruptly recalled the matter at hand. "Nearly so. I am prepared to return to battle," Zywina replied with a solemn expression, her countenance regaining its composure. "Nay, rest well today." Qin Feiyu hastily waved his hand, lamenting, "It is regrettable that the fiend escaped. That must have been a demon lord, with the strength of an elite 7-star, surpassing us by a significant margin." Zywina recalled her vulnerability from the previous day and said with some shame, "Had I been stronger, I would not have necessitated my lord's perilous rescue. You have already acquitted yourself admirably. Dwell not on it. Rest well for a few days. I shall attend to everything." Qin Feiyu offered a word of solace before departing the chamber. Knowing that Zywina was safe, he could finally set his mind at ease. The demon sect would undoubtedly make a move next. He and Luo Xiao must devise a new strategy to stifle the demon's ambitions in their infancy. Zywina watched Qin Feiyu's departing figure, her expression complex. In truth, she and Qin Feiyu had had scant communication over the extended period. In many instances, she was diligently executing orders. It was not until today, having cast aside their respective roles, that she beheld the true Qin Feiyu. Becoming aware of his unique concern for her and recognizing the distinct facets of this young man, how could he comprehend so much? She wondered. Touching the maid's attire she wore, and a profound curiosity towards Qin Feiyu arose within her. After partaking in breakfast with the maids, Qin Feiyu summoned Kate Luo Lan to ascertain the aftermath of the previous day's events. "After the demon lord fled with the demons, we slew all the remaining demonic minions. Miss discovered these." Kate Luo Lan retrieved 2 black crystals and several fragments of black crystal from his pouch in response to Qin Feiyu's inquiry. "Demon crystals?" Qin Feiyu exclaimed with some delight, not anticipating such a windfall. Kate Luo Lan, perceiving Qin Feiyu's elation, fell into contemplation. He was unaware that Qin Feiyu had previously confiscated a similar item, but judging from the lord's demeanor, it must be something of value. None of those sacrificed humans were recovered. These individuals must have been natives of Nanshan Town. "My lord, please accept my condolences." Kate Luo Lan spoke with lament, recalling the slaughtered wretches. Damn it, these beasts! Enraged by the sight of the skeletal remains he had witnessed earlier, Qin Feiyu struck the doorframe of the lord's manor with a forceful blow. These were all future inhabitants of his domain, his people, now cruelly slaughtered by these demons. This was an irreconcilable enmity, and the blood debt must be repaid. A blaze of fury ignited within Qin Feiyu's heart. "See to it that those individuals are properly interred," Qin Feiyu uttered, his countenance ashen, before proceeding towards the abode of the elves. In light of the perilous circumstances, he must immediately consult with the elven queen to devise a countermeasure. At the elven encampment, Luo Xiao sat in the principal seat, her brow furrowed. With the true form of the demon lord having descended, a grand scheme was sure to follow. However, the outcome of the previous day's battle had been exceedingly dire, with the demon lord proving far mightier than anticipated. Moreover, the fiend was adept at assessing situations, promptly fleeing upon perceiving a disadvantage, which left them in a precarious position. In particular, Qin Feiyu's main force had sustained considerable losses. According to Yue Ying, it was uncertain whether the dragon girl could be saved, rendering the circumstances exceedingly grave. "Your Majesty, the Lord of Feiyu Village seeks an audience." As she was racking her brains, an elven maidservant arrived at the entrance to announce the visitor. Luo Xiao waved her hand, signaling for him to enter. Qin Feiyu entered the tent and observed Luo Xiao's countenance of concern, inquiring with gravity, "Are you acquainted with any factions in this vicinity that are at odds with the demons?" On his journey, Qin Feiyu had weighed the strengths of both sides. discovering that the sole impediment was the absence of anyone capable of contending with the formidable demon lord, which prompted this query. The most vexing aspect of demons is their teleportation. In direct combat, they are no match for dragons. Alas, your dragons are merely ordinary 7 stars and are rendered helpless against a demon lord. After a moment of deliberation, the elven queen suddenly declared, I have heard that the holy city of the Izumo Empire is home to a sword saint hero of the 100th level, whose strength, according to your human hero classifications, should be on par with that of the demon lord. The Izumo Empire is beset by internal and external woes. The chieftain of Nanshan Town departed for the holy city some time ago and has not been heard from since. Let us not entertain feudal fantasies and consider more practical matters. Qin Feiyu directly dismissed Luo Zhao's notion. It was better to rely on oneself than to beseech others. He must devise his own means of breaking the impasse. Why would they flee even after achieving victory? Qin Feiyu inquired with some bewilderment. Would it not be more expedient to eliminate them entirely? If I am not mistaken, he intends to construct a gate to hell and summon a legion of hellish troops. Luo Zhao remarked with a grave expression, seemingly recalling unpleasant memories. We must not permit him to succeed in its construction, otherwise, we shall lack even the strength to resist. However, we presently lack any intelligence concerning the enemy. This was the most exasperating aspect for Qin Feiyu. Without intelligence, many matters were impossible to initiate. Our elven race possesses a treasure that is exceptionally well suited for infiltration. Alas, there is no hero among our mist elves who is capable of matching it. The elven queen Luo Zhao seemed to recall something, turning to Qin Feiyu and stating, if the Lord has any individuals with talents in the art of infiltration, I would be willing to lend you this treasure temporarily. Could you not simply bestow it upon me? Qin Feiyu, driven by an instinctive impulse, sought to take advantage once more. This was the dowry of Lu Ye, and Luo Zhao's retort rendered Qin Feiyu momentarily speechless. He pondered, the suitable heroes for stealth were limited. Catarolan was not viable due to the obvious traits of the elven race, lacking in defensive capabilities. Dumoenjing was also unfit, being too low in level and frail. Miz and Zelene were similarly disqualified, their racial characteristics a hindrance. As for Aiming Ming, she was ill-suited for such endeavors, akin to being sold by others while still paying them. Zoena had encountered the demon lord, making her unsuitable as well. Qin Feiyu meticulously evaluated the heroes at his disposal, realizing that each one was lacking. Suddenly, a graceful figure flickered in his mind. Perhaps she could be a viable candidate. What is that treasure of yours? I might have a suitable choice, Qin Feiyu remarked thoughtfully. Luo Zhao and the others were unaware of the circumstances surrounding Nea Dai, and Qin Feiyu had ensured that Ai Lu and Nea Dai did not cross paths again. Thus, even if Luo Zhao were to see Nea Dai, she would merely perceive her as one of Qin Feiyu's ordinary subordinates. It's called the Oath of Deception. I believe it will prove useful, so I brought it along this time, Luo Zhao stated, retrieving a mask from her bosom and presenting it to Qin Feiyu. This was a spoils of war obtained from the Drow during the Elven Civil War, highly suitable for stealth operations. Oath of Deception level, Diamond category, special effect, allows the user to transform into the likeness of another using a drop of their blood, maintaining the same aura as the original. Duration, 1 day. Upon examining the Oath of Deception's capabilities, Qin Feiyu nodded in approval. However, he was curious about how well it would synergize with Nea Dai's innate talents. On the opposite side of the Chilean Mountains, there lay a orc tribe that had a contentious history with the elves. Luo Zhao suddenly recalled something and continued, but if you truly require allies, they could be a worthy option. I must admit, their combat prowess is formidable, albeit their personalities can be quite irksome. I'll consider it. I forgot to ask you, what are these shards? Qin Feiyu replied, producing several scattered shards of demonic crystal from his pocket. You obtained these from those seeds, didn't you? Luo Zhao inquired, recognizing the fragments. After Qin Feiyu nodded slightly, Luo Zhao elaborated on the origins of the demonic crystals. It turned out that these crystals were specially crafted soul seeds made by demons to descend upon the main plane, nurtured within a vessel. When the soul seed matured, a unique ritual could summon the demon's true form. The shards were remnants of a failed ritual, resulting from the demon's forced arrival that caused the vessel to collapse and the soul seed to shatter. Understanding the origins of the demonic crystals, Qin Feiyu refrained from disclosing that he possessed a complete crystal, as he intended to keep it for personal use, which would complicate matters if it were to disappear without explanation. Chapter 73. The Angel's Descent. After bidding farewell to Luo Zhao, Qin Feiyu returned to the Lord's manor. Since Nea Dai's return, she had been residing with the maidservants in the manor, though due to work commitments, she occupied a separate room. Only on rare occasions did she venture out to the tailor's shop for garment fitting. Particularly, Qin Feiyu had been preoccupied with the emergence of demons and had not summoned Nea Dai in quite some time. She had become a true recluse in the manor. "Master!" Nea Dai exclaimed with a mix of surprise and joy upon seeing Qin Feiyu's sudden arrival. She instantly rose to her feet and rushed toward him, exuding a longing for his affection. Qin Feiyu sidestepped her advance and sat down by the bed, scrutinizing her appearance with a nod of approval. Nea Dai, a hybrid of cherry blossom and kimchi heritage, had her sun-kissed skin partially concealed by the black maid outfit, revealing hints of her alluring form. Beneath her short skirt, her long legs adorned with white stockings hinted at a tantalizing allure. Qin Feiyu gently patted the bed's edge, and Nea Dai, understanding his silent cue, approached and knelt gracefully before him, her eyes sparkling with desire. Qin Feiyu, fully aware of Nea Dai's poetic charm, entrusted her with significant tasks amidst the tumult of battle, where chaos reigned and storms raged. As he savored Nea Dai's afternoon delicacies, he also examined her innate skills. Pink allure, locks onto a target, providing endless suggestions that guide their actions toward the user's desired outcome, with effectiveness dependent on the disparity of mental strength, ignoring levels. It was no wonder Nea Dai could easily ensnare him. In his human form, his mental capacity was that of an ordinary person, making him susceptible to her influence. The ability to ignore levels was extraordinarily potent, as only those with magical immunity could evade her control. All other beings would inevitably be affected to some extent. If combined with the oath of deception, the effect would be significantly enhanced. As for concerns about Nea Dai's loyalty, Qin Feiyu felt no trepidation. The true strength of the loyal servant contract lay not in the punitive power of soul scourging, but rather in its subtle indoctrination of faith. Qin Feiyu had consciously tested Nea Dai earlier, prompting her to perform actions contrary to her nature, and she complied eagerly. Coupled with her 100 loyalty buff, he was confident that she would unconditionally obey any command. This was why he deemed Nea Dai the ideal candidate for stealth missions. She was his versatile agent. Regrettably, her utility during covert operations was limited. "Is the task clear?" Qin Feiyu inquired, gripping Nea Dai's flaxen hair. Nea Dai responded animatedly. After confirming that she had received his signal, Qin Feiyu left the bedroom, feeling at ease. Upon exiting the manor, Qin Feiyu retrieved the demonic crystal, ensuring he could utilize his innate skills before refreshing the lucky wheel. It had been quite a while since he last employed it, and excitement filled his eyes upon seeing it. Such moments were the ones he anticipated most eagerly. Demonic crystal 1 lucky wheel. New items appeared on the wheel, and Qin Feiyu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Oracle Angel Common Troop Type, 7 stars, Quality, Grade C skills, Oracle Blessing, Guardian Art, Holy Healing, Mass Resurrection. Acquisition Probability, 0.000000000000001 S grade skill. Ultimate Judgment converts all of one's strength into an earth-shattering strike, with a potential amplification of up to 100 times. Side effect, combat power reduced to 0 for 7 days. Acquisition probability, 0.0000000000001 silver, weave light armor, Saint grade defensive artifact. Capable of withstanding attacks exceeding double its wielder's combat power, while removing all negative effects. Female soft armor, acquisition probability, 0.000000001. Pleased with the rewards from the lucky wheel, Qin Feiyu reversed the odds, producing his stockpile of lottery tickets and executing a 9-draw sequence, once again amassing a wealth of rewards. To his surprise, this time a magic crystal was included, allowing the magic guild of the Abyssal Dungeon to operate once more, which was a delightful surprise for him. He had long been troubled by a singular means of attack. Even transforming into a dragon had not unleashed the true power of a dragon. Little did he know that the issue was not his skills, but rather his low base star level, which hindered the manifestation of the dragon's true strength. After clearing through the rewards, Qin Feiyu found that only the first 3 rewards and the magic crystal held any real value. The other resources were of little consequence. Upon seeing the Oracle Angel, he could hardly contain his excitement and hurried to the outskirts of Feiyu village to summon the angel directly. A golden canopy unfolded above him, and gradually, an elegant 2-winged angel materialized from the luminescent veil. Her exquisite form hovered gracefully in the air, her delicate shoulders adorned with pure white wings that unfurled slowly beneath the golden light, radiating an air of nobility. Her seaweed-like, curled golden hair cascaded down to her pristine feet, while her waist was accentuated by a battle skirt entwined with delicate ribbons. In her left hand, she held a deep blue crystal staff. At this moment, she held her head high, resembling a proud swan, with gentle eyes and a slight uplift at the corners of her mouth, exuding an aura of sanctity. Upon noticing Qin Feiyu earnestly observing her from the ground, she swiftly descended with her wings, landing gracefully before him and offering an elegant greeting. Followed by a smile, "Esteemed Lord, the Oracle Angel Yali awaits your command." Yali, race, angel, profession, Oracle Mage, quality, 7-star C grade, loyalty, 100, racial talent, holy word, purification. Bond, ever blooming. Each additional angel reduces the cooldown of resurrection by 1%. Skills, Oracle Blessing, Guardian Spell, Holy Healing, Mass Resurrection. Logistics, 700 gold per week. 7 units of food per day. It must be said that angels possess a remarkable allure for Qin Feiyu, particularly with such a sacred demeanor that makes it hard to resist temptation. More exciting for Qin Feiyu was the fact that Yali, as an angel, was a rare healing class, which would greatly bolster his legion. While the Centaur Prophet's healing capabilities were satisfactory, the elite dragon squad often faced sudden missions, making a nimble and effective support unit all the more crucial. With the Oracle Angel Yali, Qin Feiyu's dragon squad would no longer fear enduring battles. He also valued the ultimate judgment skill, feeling the need for enhancement in his combat prowess, as he often found himself merely a spectator in high-stakes confrontations, which left him frustrated. Especially after this recent injury to Zawena, he was acutely reminded of the necessity to not only develop outwardly, but to also elevate his personal strength in preparation for increasingly formidable foes. After learning ultimate judgment, Qin Feiyu materialized the silver lattice light weave, a delicately crafted silver armor that shimmered with a radiant glow. Initially, he thought he had finally acquired the means to protect himself, only to be dismayed by the final note indicating it was female armor. Could he possibly become a woman in time? He shook his head in resignation. Lacking an alternative, he decided to bestow it upon Zawena, his strongest female warrior. Moreover, after Zawena suffered a significant blow from the Demon Lord, Qin Feiyu felt it imperative to provide her with protective gear to prevent similar injuries in future battles. The silver lattice light weave could immunize against all negative statuses, making it most timely. After handing the silver lattice light weave to Zawena, Qin Feiyu returned to the Lord's manor. This time, he remained vigilant despite the unexpected fortune. He would prepare diligently for the imminent conflict on the horizon, knowing it would be a protracted war requiring ample readiness. Chapter 74. The infiltration plan. Upon returning to the Lord's manor, Qin Feiyu brought Nyayeti to the Abyss underground city. With the magical crystal in hand, he was finally able to learn a spell at the Magic Guild. In this world, upon reaching level 20, lords or heroes could change their class. However, the location for class change was rather unique. As a human, he needed to travel to the holy city of the Izumo Empire to select a profession. Regardless of class change, upon reaching level 20, one could learn a spell at the Magic Guild, which was the reason he brought Nyayeti along. Nyayeti, having just reached hero level 20, could also learn a spell, adding a layer of assurance to the infiltration plan Qin Feiyu had devised for her. Placing the magical crystal into the slot of the Magic Guild's array, the runes within the formation gradually illuminated, restoring the guild's normal operations. As Qin Feiyu perused the myriad types of spells displayed on the shelves, he nodded inwardly. The level 4 Magic Guild encompassed nearly all spells of level 4 and below. Apart from level 5 spells and ultimate magic, this was likely the most comprehensive collection of magic available. The spells were categorized into 8 major schools. 1. Protection. 2. Enchantment. 3. Prophecy. 4. Illusion. 5. Energy manipulation. 6. Illusion. 7. Necromancy. 8. Transformation. The spells contained within the level 4 Magic Guild numbered in the hundreds, leaving Qin Feiyu somewhat bewildered before he finally settled on the level 4 illusion spell, Mirror Clone. Mirror Clone, level 1 100, enables the creation of a clone that can be controlled to perform any action. The clone possesses no offensive capabilities, sharing the same aura as the original. Duration, hero level X, skill level X0, 5 hours, cooldown, 1 day. as a lord and commander. The mirror clone would enable him to issue remote commands in battle and engage in dual-line operations without concern for miscommunication. It was indeed a remarkable skill for any commander. As for Nyayeti, Qin Feiyu was uncertain of her intended method of infiltration, so he allowed her to choose for herself. To his surprise, Nyayeti also opted for the mirror clone. However, this was her decision, and he did not pry further. This time, you will venture alone into Twilight City, facing numerous challenges and relying solely on yourself. After exiting the Magic Guild, Qin Feiyu produced a copper medal from his belongings and handed it to her, saying, "This is a troop token, capable of housing a small squad of soldiers within its own space. I will entrust Little Nine to you. Once you've stabilized, contact me through the private chat channel." This was a coveted platinum treasure Qin Feiyu had procured from the trading market, and after much deliberation, he decided to give one of the two he possessed to Nyayeti. Given her diverse talents, it would be a waste to sacrifice it without reason. He hoped she would yield greater value, potentially playing a pivotal role in the future. Do you wish to transfer the ultimate Hydra to the hero Nyayeti? Yes. Upon completion of the transfer, Qin Feiyu noticed Nyayeti gazing at him with deep affection, and he understood her intentions. As their passions ignited, the battle resumed under the puzzled gaze of the ultimate Hydra. After Nyayeti summoned her mirror clone, Qin Feiyu, not to be outdone, summoned his own. Following the battle, Nyayeti embarked on her journey with the ultimate Hydra. Qin Feiyu was uncertain of the effectiveness of this strategy, but the most pressing matter ahead was to expand his legion and enhance his own strength. Of course, fortifications needed to be established as well. He did not wish to wait until enemies were at his doorstep before preparing his forces. Calling upon the elven Queen Luo Xiao and the other heroes, Qin Feiyu officially commenced a war council. At present, I have set someone to infiltrate Twilight City, yet we must confront the formidable strength of our enemies head-on. Qin Feiyu candidly laid out their current predicament. The enemy is amassing power. While we can remain patient, our growth may not outpace theirs. Indeed, as far as I know, once the Hell Gate is established, the Demon Lord could summon several battalions of hellish legions, which we are not equipped to handle at this moment, remarked the elven Queen Luo Xiao solemnly, especially considering that several demons have already descended, along with the Demon Lord's own strength. We must prevent them from establishing a connection to the underworld to have any chance of overcoming them. Why can't we seize the opportunity now, while they are weakened, and launch a direct assault on their stronghold in Twilight City? Suggested the elven knight Lancelot, a proponent of a more aggressive approach. Just days prior, he had urged to pursue the enemy, but was restrained by Luo Xiao. You underestimate them. Even with just the Demon Lord and a few demons, it would be more than enough for us to handle. Moreover, after years of their establishment in Twilight City, do you truly believe they have not laid traps for us? Luo Xiao shook her head, dismissing Lancelot's suggestion, who had not experienced the horrors of the demon wars. The underworld is not only dangerous due to demons within Twilight City. We cannot rule out the presence of other beings from the underworld. Are we to simply stand by and watch as they successfully construct the Hell Gate without taking any action? Expressed concern the elven priestess Moonshadow. They will not be able to complete the Hell Gate within 3 days. We must use this time to bolster our strength. Luo Xiao extended 3 fingers, and after a moment of contemplation, his expression hardened. In 3 days, a surprise raid must be conducted to dismantle their infernal gate, avoiding direct confrontation as much as possible. Should we fail, no one would be able to halt their invasion, and the consequences would be dire. We shall reconvene here in 2 days to discuss the candidates for the assault. Qin Feiyu pondered for a moment and replied to Luo Xiao, stating that they would serve as the main force, coordinating and collaborating effectively when the time came. And what of Shi Wei Na's injury? Luo Xiao inquired with concern, glancing at the silent Shi Wei Na beside Qin Feiyu. It's nothing. In 3 days, I shall redeem myself, Shi Wei Na replied, her gaze icy, seemingly recalling a previous harrowing lesson. Meeting adjourned. After discussing further operational details, the two announced the end of the meeting. Qin Feiyu detained Luo Xiao, who was the last to leave, and asked, "My queen, could you elaborate on the previous orc tribe?" Once Luo Xiao disclosed the complete situation regarding the orc tribe, Qin Feiyu formulated a bold plan. With only 2 days remaining, even if he eradicated all remaining wild monsters in the vicinity, his devouring ability would yield minimal enhancement. Since reaching 4 stars, he could no longer stack devouring layers on 1-star monsters. He needed to consume more formidable foes. From Luo Xiao's introduction, Qin Feiyu understood that the orc tribe comprised a mixed assembly of orcs, including powerful factions like tigermen, lionmen, bearmen, leopardmen, and werewolves, alongside weaker clans such as foxmen and rabbitmen. The elderly, women, and children among them were merely ordinary tribesfolk, akin to the subjects in Qin Feiyu's territory. Only the warriors among the orcs possessed star-level strength, most hailing from robust clans, with only a few warriors from weaker tribes, whose strength barely reached 2 stars. The strongest factions in this tribe included several groups, with warriors of at least 3-star caliber. The elite generally attained 4 stars, and some tribe leaders and elders wielded formidable 5-star strength, forming a council that held absolute authority within the orc tribe. Thus, the overall strength of this orc tribe in the Chilean mountains was not significantly inferior to that of the elves, despite the disparate clans making unified action challenging. Qin Feiyu's plan involved controlling a segment of the population, subjugating another portion, and consuming yet another, with the ultimate goal of making the orc warriors entirely subservient to him. Although this plan might not fully materialize, at the very least, the orcs would serve as sustenance for his devouring needs, significantly enhancing Qin Feiyu's power. If he could conquer a fraction of the orc warriors, that would be an added boon. If necessary, he could gradually consume these orc warriors in times of crisis. Expediency took precedence, and Qin Feiyu could no longer afford to be overly cautious. After the meeting, Qin Feiyu returned to the Lord's Manor, where Catralan arrived to report news. Feiyu village has been upgraded? Qin Feiyu exclaimed, rising in surprise. Yes, it is now Feiyu town, Catralan replied, equally delighted, for Feiyu village had been his painstakingly cultivated endeavor, perhaps even more familiar to him than to Qin Feiyu. In these trying times, the elevation of Feiyu village to a town was indeed a welcome development. The upgrade of the territory implied that the newly established Feiyu town could designate an outer anchor point as a watch village, expanding the territorial map in that direction. A level 1 town could establish 1 watch village, a level 2 town could establish 2, and so forth, until 8 watch villages were established at level 8. At which point a level 9 town would necessitate that all 8 watch villages reach level 5. To ascend to a city, the town must fulfill the requisite building levels. And the 8 watch villages must also elevate to 8 level 1 watch towns before the territory could genuinely become a watch city. Qin Feiyu's territory remained far from that milestone, and he contemplated situating the first watch village at the original site of Feiyu village beneath Lingtian Cliff. After all, that direction bordered the perilous territory of the demon cult, and fortifying defenses there would afford Feiyu town valuable time for preparation. Qin Feiyu intended to transform Feiyu town into a fortress, and its watch village would naturally prioritize defense. Additionally, a level 1 magic guild could be constructed at his discretion. The Abyss Dungeon S buildings could no longer be upgraded, and in order to learn level 5 or even ultimate magic, a new magic guild must be established. More importantly, the upgrade to town status would allow for the establishment of a resource recycling workshop, enabling the timely transportation of resources back to the town from more distant resource points. This was indeed fortuitous for Feiyu town, especially since Shiwei Na had recently cleared the surrounding area, allowing the goblins to be dispatched for labor, resulting in substantial resource yields daily. However, logistical challenges had hindered the timely return of resources to the territory. Now, with a strong military presence, Qin Feiyu could assign these 3-star legions to escort resources, thereby enhancing the town's efficiency. Arrange for the new village's construction as a bastion against the demons. Qin Feiyu commanded, I will assign Ms. and Zeline to assist you in fortifying the defenses of the new village. I must be away for 2 days. The household is in your capable hands. Catralan nodded in acknowledgement and departed. Qin Feiyu then visited the Legion camp, instructing Ms. and his team to collaborate with Catralan. With time still at his disposal, he conversed with Valnado in the dungeon before leading Shiwei Na and the Dragon Squad towards the Orc tribe. He left the Oracle Angel at Feiyu town, ensuring Catralan would have support if needed. With the dragon's swift speed and Qin Feiyu's navigational skills, they traversed the Chilean mountains in under 2 hours, spotting the orc dwellings across the plains. The distinct factions were clearly delineated, with varying architectural styles. Previously, while journeying to the territory of Neadai, Qin Feiyu had overlooked the existence of such a sizable tribe on this plain. Approximately a kilometer from the orc tribe, Qin Feiyu commanded the dragons to land and proceed on foot. To avoid provoking hostility, he stored the other black dragons in his carrying token, leaving only Shiwei Na. Kono, and high in humanoid forms. These were his trusted subordinates, capable of perceiving his intent without explicit direction. Should any unusual circumstances arise, he could always release the black dragons later. Stop. Shortly after setting off, Qin Feiyu was halted by patrolling orc infantry. The orcs appeared fierce and formidable, yet more aesthetically pleasing than goblins. However, the two orc soldiers who intercepted them were far from amicable. Upon realizing they were mere humans, they approached arrogantly, demanding, "Humans, what business do you have here?" The orc soldiers did not immediately resort to violence. Familiar with the presence of humans due to frequent traders passing through from the Outcloud Empire, peddling grain and trinkets. Such opportunities were when they profited. "Our lord has come to discuss cooperation. Summon your chieftain," Kono said, stepping forward, exuding a subtle aura of draconic might. The two orc soldiers, unaccustomed to such intimidation, were overwhelmed and fell to the ground, trembling and speechless. Their axes clattered from their hands as they regarded Qin Feiyu and his companions with palpable fear. "Did you not comprehend my words?" Kono scoffed, disdainfully kicking the cowering pair. "Enough of this display. Retract your draconic aura, and let us proceed directly into the orc stronghold." Qin Feiyu intervened to prevent Kono from toying with the weak soldiers and continued toward the orc stronghold. "Who goes there?" As they brazenly entered the orc encampment, more and more orcs, astonished at the audacity of humans intruding upon their domain, seized their weapons and shouted angrily, "Shiwei na, Kono." And the other dragons unleashed their draconic might, intimidating those who dared to advance. It was only when the orc hero, Swano, appeared that Qin Feiyu and his companions halted. "Who are you?" Qin Feiyu inquired, observing the distinct orcs standing defiantly before them, blocking their path. It is evident that the opposing force is not merely a typical beastman soldier. They are likely of general rank. Thus, Qin Feiyu and his companions refrained from further hostilities. Swano, the captain of the 3rd Brigade of the Bearman Legion, warned with a strained demeanor, "Dragon, you have intruded upon our territory." Swano had not anticipated such misfortune. Encountering individuals with ill intentions, especially with the presence of a dragon among them. As merely a 5-star hero, he harbored no desire to engage in battle against a legendary creature. However, with only himself as the sole hero present, he felt compelled to step forth to avoid potential repercussions from his kin. "I am here to discuss a collaboration. Please guide us to someone with whom we can converse." Qin Feiyu was taken aback by the Beastman's ability to maintain a calm dialogue in the face of dragon might. It appeared that the Beastmen possessed redeeming qualities, particularly as he held a favorable view of the Bearmen, prompting his willingness to engage. Swano had initially braced himself for a challenging interaction, but he found the handsome youth before him unexpectedly agreeable. Nodding earnestly, he replied, "Our beastmen are known for our hospitality. We welcome you as guests." He stepped aside, gesturing with his left hand towards the dwelling of the beastman chieftain, donning a smile. "Swano, you coward." Some of the beastmen in the crowd expressed outrage at Swano's subservient demeanor, cursing loudly. "They just injured our comrades. They must not be allowed to leave." Others, unaware of the situation, sought to retaliate against those who harmed their kin. "Enough. Disperse and do not embarrass yourselves," Swano shouted, covering his forehead with one hand in frustration. The abundance of foolishness within their ranks hindered the tribe's growth. Despite Swano's considerable authority among the beastmen, the display of his anger subdued the crowd, and they reluctantly withdrew, muttering under their breath. They recognized that the individuals before them were not to be trifled with, merely hoping to witness Swano's downfall. "I apologize. Some of my kin can be rather hot-headed," Swano explained to Qin Feiyu. "It is acceptable. At least they are not entirely devoid of reason," Qin Feiyu replied, acknowledging that the beastmen were not entirely foolish, especially since he had come to negotiate peace and did not wish to resort to violence. Ultimately, under Swano's guidance, they arrived at a relatively grand structure. While it was grand by their standards, it merely consisted of more stone than a typical burrow, appearing somewhat less crude. "Swano, who are these individuals?" In the building, a more imposing bearman than Swano rose to inquire. His forehead bore a significant scar, and his exposed muscles were adorned with the marks of battle, indicating he was a valorous leader. "Esteemed chieftain of the Bearmen, we have come to ally with you," Qin Feiyu stated directly. "And you are?" "I am the lord of Feiyu Town. A demon lord is descending, and the construction of the Hell Gate is imminent. Should they succeed, it will spell doom for all." Qin Feiyu laid bare the threat posed by the demonic cult. "Indeed, demons are our great adversaries. but I am merely a leader of one tribe within the clan. It is essential that all tribes convene to reach a final decision, Switch replied, his brow furrowed in contemplation. I hope you will promptly summon the leaders of the various tribes to deliberate on this matter. Our time is limited. Very well. I shall gather them immediately and report to our chieftain. Please provide him with further details, Switch acknowledged, showing a serious disposition towards the impending demon threat. In the chieftain's council hall, Switch faced scrutiny from the Tiger Tribe chief, Hu Wei. You summoned us all based solely on the words of that human. Is this not a trivial jest? Hu Wei questioned, harboring long-standing grievances against Switch. Hu Wei, the terror of the demons, is universally recognized. If we allow them to rampage, we shall be the ones to suffer. Switch defended his position, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. The demonic cult has occupied Twilight City for years, and the Yuanzuan Empire shows no concern. Why should we? Lion Tribe Chief, Lion 1, echoed similar sentiments against the alliance. Even the elder Fox, elected by the smaller factions, perceived the distance of the Chilean mountains as a barrier, rendering the demons as a non-issue for them. Switch felt a sense of helplessness, noting that only 2 or 3 allies supported him in the hall. Switch, you see that the others do not support you. You should decline the proposal, the great chieftain Xiang Ta remarked, rubbing his long nose in resignation. The various tribes were of similar strength, and the great chieftain was merely a rotational position, this year held by the Elephant Tribe, thus granting Xiang Ta a marginally greater influence. It was disheartening to realize that within the vast Beastman tribe, only the Bearman chieftain possessed foresight. Just as Switch felt powerless, Qin Feiyu entered with a retinue of several individuals, circling the conference table before approaching Xiang Ta. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Xiang Ta resembled a tower, and beside him, Qin Feiyu appeared as a diminutive figure. However, Qin Feiyu showed no sign of intimidation. Locking eyes with the elder chieftain, lightly tapping the table. I never expected the Beastman tribe to possess many wise individuals, he mused, shaking his head in dismay. It appears they are all a pack of foolish swine. Insignificant human, do not test my limits, Xiang Ta warned, anger igniting within him at the audacity of the frail human before him. Who permitted your entry? Lion Tribe Chief, Lion 1, approached ominously, only to be restrained by Kono. Do you outnumber us? Hu Wei clapped his hands, summoning more elite Beastman warriors into the hall, encircling Qin Feiyu and his companions. You are compelling me towards violence, Qin Feiyu remarked with an unruffled demeanor as he drew a chair and sat, his gaze sharpening. He intended to provide them a lesson, demonstrating to them precisely who they were engaging. Yes, the dragon squad swiftly complied, unleashing their formidable presence. Before the beastmen could react, the overwhelming aura of dragon might surged forth, rendering the chiefs, who had prepared to retaliate, paralyzed by the intense intimidation. Their robust forms slumped into their seats, gazing at the young man before them in astonishment. They had not anticipated the strength of this handsome youth's subordinates. The Bearman chieftain, Switch, was similarly taken aback. With such a powerful force at his disposal, why would they be interested in their tribe? He realized that given the dragon's might, an unexpected attack could easily decimate their tribe. However, he feared becoming a bait to create conditions for the slaughter of the tribal leaders, leaving the remaining beastmen utterly defenseless. Can we now engage in a proper discussion? Qin Feiyu inquired, placing his foot upon the great chieftain Xiang Ta's bench, a playful glint in his eye. Xiang Ta nodded obediently, realizing that had this young man revealed his power from the outset, they would not have dared to disrespect him. You must be curious why, with such strength, I would covet your alliance, Qin Feiyu observed, inching closer to Xiang Ta, whose fearful gaze met his own. If you pledge your loyalty to me, I shall spare you. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to appoint a different chieftain. I am willing to pledge my loyalty. Xiang Ta hastily surrendered, his voice trembling with fear. What a joke. If he persisted in his defiance, he would undoubtedly lose his life. He sensed the intense murderous intent emanating from the young man before him and dared not take the risk. Well done, Qin Feiyu nodded, having once again utilized the eye of the siren to establish a loyal servant contract. To his surprise, Xiang Ta was indeed a hero, which spared him the trouble of seeking another leader for his troops. After all, managing the diverse orc army without a dedicated hero would be quite challenging. With Qin Feiyu having achieved his goal of controlling the orc tribe, it was now time for him to reap the rewards. What do you intend to do? Upon witnessing the Tiger Clan chief turn to ashes at Qin Feiyu's hands, Xiang Ta and the others were engulfed in sheer terror. Qin Feiyu merely smiled and continued his advance toward the Lion Clan chief, Shivan. Shivan, having just witnessed the gruesome fate of the Tiger Clan chief, collapsed in fear, weeping and begging for mercy. "I am willing to submit. I am willing to submit." "It's too late." Qin Feiyu shook his head, continuing his consumption. Thus, he effortlessly devoured all 20 or so orcs in the hall, reaching the peak of his absorption capacity. At this moment, only Xiangta, Swidge, and 3 other clan chiefs remained in the hall, none daring to resist, knowing that such an act would lead to a far worse fate. Qin Feiyu nodded in satisfaction. "You have passed my test. Tomorrow, I shall entrust you with a new task." Chapter 77. The Orc Tribe's Surrender. Do not attempt any tricks, or you will suffer greatly. Qin Feiyu warned Xiangta with a smile after reverting to his original form. "Please arrange accommodations for us. We shall reside here for the next few days." With that, he waved his hand, allowing Shervina and the others to lift the dragon's might, and they strode out with confidence. He recognized Xiangta's intelligence. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of chief. As for the remaining individuals, Qin Feiyu intended to use them merely as sustenance for the following day's endeavors. He had already resolved that, apart from the controlled Xiangta and the somewhat admirable Swidge, the other clan chiefs served no purpose other than to nourish his growth. Regarding tomorrow's task, in order to fully grasp this tribe while simultaneously enhancing his strength through consumption, the other Orc clan chiefs would serve as temporary scapegoats. "Chief, shall we simply allow ourselves to be manipulated?" Witnessing the plight of the other clan chiefs, Swidge's demeanor had changed drastically, now filled with animosity towards Qin Feiyu and his companions. Initially, he believed that Qin Feiyu and his group had come with goodwill and kindness, yet their actions resembled those of demons. Thus, he was loath to cooperate with such individuals, as it was akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. "What can we do? Their strength is overwhelming. We have no means of resistance," Xiangta lamented, collapsing into his seat, feeling as though he had aged a decade in an instant. He sensed the Orc tribe was on the brink of annihilation under his leadership, yet he had no alternative. The opposing side simply desired a compliant puppet. His existence was inconsequential. "But if we do nothing, can we truly protect our tribe?" Another chief voiced his concerns. "Consider those defenseless elders, women, and children. They can only resign themselves to fate." Xiangta sighed deeply, hoping that this lord would indeed leave them a path to survival. He was acutely aware of humanity's treachery and feared that the enemy would burn the bridge after crossing it, leading to their utter ruin. Xiangta arranged for Qin Feiyu and his companions to have the finest accommodations and services. However, having grown accustomed to the luxuries of Feiyu town, Qin Feiyu could only reluctantly accept this less than ideal situation. The sole consolation was that after this bout of consumption, he had successfully broken through the threshold of elite 4 stars, achieving the status of a regular 5-star being. As his progress became increasingly arduous, he needed to make the most of the next 2 days. On the following day, Qin Feiyu instructed Xiangta to select the weaker warriors from each tribe, and together with the surviving clan chiefs from the previous day, they set out to eliminate nearby threats. Since he had reached 5 stars, devouring 2-star monsters held no significance for him. Thus, he focused his attention on these weaker warriors. Fortunately, the weakest among them were at least 3 stars, and after selecting a certain number of warriors based on his criteria, they promptly departed. Along the way, Qin Feiyu did not hasten to consume these individuals. Instead, he cleared out the surrounding wild monsters, leveling up a few times before proceeding to the final step. Even if he returned with a handful of completely submissive elite soldiers, Xiangta and the others would dare not voice their discontent. After 2 round trips, by the 3rd day, Qin Feiyu had reached level 30, attaining the level of elite 5 stars. Concurrently, all disobedient members of the Orc tribe had been eradicated, serving as nourishment for his growth. At times, he even questioned whether his actions differed from those of a demon. Ultimately, he came to the realization of the truth. When one is impoverished, one must prioritize self-preservation. If he could not survive, what meaning did so-called kindness hold? His benevolence should only extend to those who followed him, in the face of enemies. He need only instill fear. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, Xiangta had subtly transformed into his servant. Within the entire Orc tribe, only Swidge remained outside his control. Qin Feiyu still held a certain admiration for Swidge, which led him to decide to spare his life. However, he sought an opportunity for Xiangta to imprison Swidge under fabricated charges, awaiting his fate. After instructing Xiangta to properly consolidate the orc tribe and report to Feiyu Town in 2 days, Qin Feiyu returned to Feiyu Town with his dragon squad. Upon returning to Feiyu Town, he found the town's construction bustling with activity. Du Mingming had been exceptionally busy during this time. After cultivating new farmland, she had introduced new fruits and vegetables. Qin Feiyu was greatly pleased with this development. Now that he had advanced to 5 stars, even at the ordinary stage, his combat power could barely reach around 5,000. If he unleashed his ultimate judgment, his explosive combat strength would surpass that of Shervina. However, he could utilize it only once, and unless absolutely necessary, it would serve as his final trump card. Qin Feiyu was quite content with this, as it would allow him to barely ensure his survival, preventing himself from becoming prey to formidable foes. Attend the meeting? Qin Feiyu suddenly received a notification from Catralan at the Lord's mansion. He smacked his forehead, recalling that the meeting time he had arranged with the Elf Queen to discuss forming a strike team was indeed today. He hurriedly made his way there. In the temporary conference room, the heroes from both sides had already taken their places, and the meeting officially commenced after Qin Feiyu's late arrival. In fact, 3 days prior, he had privately discussed with the Elf Queen, Luo Xiao, that Qin Feiyu's dragons would serve as the main force. The primary objective of today's meeting was to select the elf candidates to join the strike team. After deliberation, it was decided that Shervina would lead the strike team, with 10 dragons as the core force, while the remainder would be supported by Yueying riding a unicorn. The choice of Yueying was not solely due to her exceptional support capabilities. As a rare high-tier unit, the unicorn also represented the core strength of the elf tribe. The combination of the two would yield combat power on par with that of typical demons, providing the dragons with enhanced support and sustainability. Had angels been chosen as companions, the Oracle Angel's self-preservation capabilities would be lacking, making her a potential target for demons. The angel's holy power possessed a purifying effect against demonic forces, and he intended to keep this card hidden to surprise the enemy. Meanwhile, Qin Feiyu handed the remaining soldier token to Shervina. As long as she avoided the demon lord, her combat prowess would enable her to escape amidst a horde of demons. With the Eternal Gate, should Shervina find herself in peril, she could utilize its power to return safely. With an angel stationed in Feiyu Town, even if the demon lord pursued, the gifts prepared for him would suffice to deal a significant blow. His strategy was one of both offense and defense, a principle that Qin Feiyu consistently upheld. Having suffered a setback under the demon lord's command, Qin Feiyu would not allow himself to repeat the same mistakes. Once he confirmed the ability to eliminate the enemy, he would spare no effort to achieve victory. The meeting concluded, and Qin Feiyu suddenly recalled Nyayeti. He wondered if, after 3 days, she had made any progress in Twilight City. Chapter 78. The Hidden Nyayeti. 3 days prior, Nyayeti embarked on her journey alone. To avoid arousing suspicion, she stealthily acquired the blood of an unremarkable fanatic devoted to the demon cult as she approached Twilight City, assuming his identity. After years of indoctrination by the demon cult, Twilight City had completely succumbed to becoming a core region for recruiting followers and gathering demonic power. While the city maintained a facade of normalcy, its inhabitants had all been brainwashed into loyal acolytes, eagerly awaiting the return of the great demon king from the depths of hell. Even the surrounding towns had subtly transformed into sources of strength for the impending demonic arrival. Whether for ritual sacrifices or primary sacrifices, the selections were drawn from fervent believers. Once an individual completed the consecration ceremony, they could swiftly ascend and become a recognized true demon priest. Those with innate talent could even be implanted with demonic seeds, serving as vessels for the true form of the demon to manifest. This was precisely why the high priest was willing to retain other humans in Twilight City, an ever-bountiful crop, harvested time and again, without concern for a lack of followers. Nyayeti disguised herself as a fervent follower who had answered the call of the demons and attained the qualification for the sacrificial ritual. Subconsciously, she had begun to regard Qin Feiyu as her great master, eagerly striving to fulfill the tasks he had entrusted to her. In essence, Nyayeti had become one of Qin Feiyu's most devoted acolytes, though she remained unaware of this transformation. After interrogating the fanatic, she learned that the demon cult was currently conducting selections for ritual sacrifices, and this particular believer had secured such a qualification, leading him to eagerly seek entry into the inner city for the selection. Nyayeti could exploit this identity to infiltrate Twilight City. Twilight City was divided into an inner and outer city. The outer city was inhabited by ordinary individuals who worshipped demons, serving as the cult's sheep. Periodically, individuals were invited to the inner city. Whether they would become genuine sacrifices or simply vanish remained a mystery. Yet many were willing to risk everything for a chance to become servants of the demons. The inner city housed the cult's personnel, further stratified into various ranks. Even the area closest to the outer city had become a chaotic zone, a neglected territory. The current selection was to take place on the fringes of the inner city. After half a day's reconnaissance and preparation, she effortlessly obtained the identity of a sacrificial participant, ultimately being assigned to the service of a high priest. However, she never anticipated that her task would involve managing the inner city's phoenix nest, an indulgent haven for the cult's upper echelons, as well as a central hub for intelligence exchanges. Little Luo, do you know why I have assigned you here? On the first day of her assignment, High Priest Tian Lu called Nie Yadi, in her assumed identity, to his side. I do not know, Nie Yadi replied earnestly, genuinely perplexed as to how an ordinary individual like herself had fortuitously gained access to the intelligence core. I have worked here for several years, finally rising from a sacrificial participant to a high priest, overseeing this establishment, Tian Lu sighed. Unfortunately, I have lost interest in women long ago. I do not know when I might vanish like my superior, which is why I chose you. Tian Lu patted Nie Yadi's shoulder with a knowing look, continuing, do well, and come to my chambers tonight. I shall reveal to you the secrets behind this place. After Tian Lu departed with a swagger, Nie Yadi felt bewildered. She had initially believed that assuming a female identity in this environment was too perilous, prompting her choice to masquerade as a young man. Yet, she had not anticipated that even as an unremarkable young man, she would attract attention. Recalling Tian Lu's lewd gaze as he left, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Her immediate priority was to gather information. As for the evening, should Tian Lu prove to be unwise, she would not hesitate to replace him. Have you heard? The High Priest has summoned the Demon Lord. Our era has arrived. However, it seems many regulars are missing. Several bishops have vanished. Shoo, speak cautiously. If other bishops catch you gossiping, you might not survive the night. Sister Furong, I understand. A group of alluring women gathered, chattering excitedly. Upon spotting Nie Yadi exiting the back courtyard, they promptly greeted her. Greetings, sacrificial participant. You are Furong, correct? Come with me. Nie Yadi stated with a stern expression as she regarded the mature woman before her. Yes, Furong replied. Though perplexed, she followed the newly appointed sacrificial participant into the room. She knew that newly appointed sacrificial participants often sought to indulge, a customary practice in the phoenix nest, but she was surprised that this young participant had chosen her. Determined to serve this new master well, she pondered why men typically preferred youthful beauty, yet this time, a mature woman was selected. Shoo, my lord, it is an honor to serve you, Furong cooed as she entered the room, her eyes sultry and suggestive, her left hand lifting to reveal a glimpse of her shoulder. Seeing her gesture, Nie Yadi quickly stepped back, her eyes filled with disdain as she regarded Furong. My lord, you disclose the intelligence you possess, Nie Yadi commanded, unleashing her seductive allure. A crimson mist enveloped the room, ensnaring Furong's senses, leaving her utterly entranced. What does my lord wish to know? What bishops of the demon cult frequently visit this place? Who is the most powerful among them? The former first bishop, fifth bishop, and eighth bishop often graced this establishment. It is said that the first bishop, Lord Wufeng, possesses the greatest strength. What significant events have transpired in Twilight City recently? Not long ago, the High Priest announced that the Demon Lord has descended upon him, and he will lead us into a new era. New bishops and high priests have been selected, and the sacrificial selections have commenced. Furong recounted the recent happenings in meticulous detail to Nie Yadi. After listening, Nie Yadi shook her head. Aside from the information regarding the phoenix nest, the rest held little value. It appeared she needed to inquire with individuals of higher authority. Yesterday, a high priest let slip that they are searching for a hero. Furong's last statement lingered in Nie Yadi's mind. She knew well what a hero entailed. After all, she was one herself. However, she could not fathom why the demon cult was seeking a hero at this critical juncture. Could the construction of the Hell Gate be connected to a hero? Nie Yadi was puzzled, realizing the information at hand was still insufficient. That evening, as Nie Yadi pondered the information she had garnered throughout the day, she finally grasped the original version of the hero search narrative from the whispers of some female followers. It was said that the establishment of the Hell Gate required a sufficient number of heroic sacrifices. Currently, It seemed there was a shortage of heroes, delaying the construction of the Hell Gate, and the demon lords were scouring for solitary heroes. This was potentially crucial intelligence for the Lord. Little Luo, did I not summon you to come find me tonight? Just as Nia Yadi contemplated the matter, a staggeringly intoxicated figure burst through her bedroom door. A flushed Tian Lu staggering inside. What are you doing? Who permitted you to enter? Nia Yadi glared at Tian Lu, her voice laced with fury. Did I not say for you to come find me tonight? Must I personally deliver myself to your doorstep? Tian Lu grinned lewdly, nearly provoking Nia Yadi to explode in anger. Fortunately, she restrained herself. Tian Lu was an excellent opportunity for exploitation, and she could not afford to act on impulse. Regaining her composure, Nia Yadi feigned ignorance, dodging Tian Lu's touch and asked, Does Brother Tian not know that a hero has emerged from our village? Which is why you hold me in such regard. A hero. Upon hearing this term, the slightly tipsy Tian Lu suddenly shivered, instantly sobering up. He had managed to secure this esteemed position through connections, courtesy of the first Archbishop, Lord Wu Feng, who had personally instructed him that discovering news of a hero would be a significant accomplishment. In fact, capturing the true hero might elevate him to a position of equal standing with the Archbishop. Naturally, Tian Lu did not harbor any illusions about his own fortune. He merely took note of this statement. Unexpectedly, from the lips of this new subordinate, he gleaned information about a hero, which was indeed a delightful surprise. What the esteemed lord did not know was that our village of fire witches had awakened a female witch. Initially, the villagers believed she was a victim of dark sorcery and sought to burn her alive. After witnessing Tian Lu's change in demeanor, Nia Dai had already surmised the situation and continued to play her part. To their astonishment, the village chief discovered through ancient texts that she was, in fact, a naturally awakened hero. Fearing that the lords would deem her a heretic, she chose to remain in the village. How outrageous that the village chief withheld this information. Showing utter disregard for us, Tian Lu, employing his sorcery to dissipate the alcohol, solemnly declared the first part of his statement, then shifted his tone, saying that if she reported the hero's whereabouts, she would be duly rewarded. Thank you, my lord. All of this is due to your exceptional guidance. I shall escort you back to the village at dawn, Nia Dai responded, complimenting him earnestly. Tomorrow sounds fine, Tian Lu pondered, then abruptly inquired if there were others from the village participating in the selection ceremony. Indeed, my childhood friends, Zhang San, Li Si, and Wang Wu, have all come to compete today. I just wonder if they succeeded. We must set off immediately, Tian Lu insisted, pausing momentarily at Nia Dai's words before changing his mind. What if by tomorrow, they had already been claimed by other priests or archbishops? It was imperative to act without delay. Does the esteemed lord not wish to bring some attendance? Nia Dai questioned, perplexed by Tian Lu's urgency. You have yet to witness my prowess. The first archbishop has just bestowed upon me a formidable technique. If we can bring back that hero, I shall impart it to you immediately, Tian Lu boasted confidently, patting his chest. Our priests are all at least 5-star level. Although I have just been promoted, capturing a lesser hero will be a mere trifle. Nia Dai recognized this as a man's veiled display of strength and suppressed her disdain, feigning admiration. Once Tian Lu left the city, he would be entirely at her mercy. Thus, she bided her time. Eventually, the two of them engaged in a pretense of pleasantries and exited the city gates, heading towards the fire witch village as Nia Dai indicated. To expedite their journey, Tian Lu had arranged for 2 swift steeds, and they galloped forth. Suddenly, Tian Lu was jolted back to reality as the horses reared up, startled by a colossal shadow looming ahead. 9 enormous heads loomed down from the sky, instilling an indescribable sense of horror. 9-headed serpent? Tian Lu racked his brain, unable to fathom how such a creature from the marshes could appear in their path, his speech faltering in fear. He regretted following Nia Dai out of the city. In Twilight City, a demon lord reigned, and even a 9-headed serpent would be prey for the demon lord's hunt. Yet here, in the wilderness, encountering a legendary 9-headed serpent left a mere priest utterly defenseless. This was precisely why Nia Dai had lured Tian Lu here. The serpent's immense form would undoubtedly alert the demon cult, jeopardizing her concealment. Now, in this desolate place and under the cover of night, dealing with a mere priest would be a trivial task for Nia Dai. Release the pink allure. She activated her interrogation mode, overwhelmed by the serpent's oppressive presence. Tian Lu offered no resistance, succumbing to Nia Dai's enchantment. What is the current distribution of power among the demon lords? Nye Dai inquired, her most pressing concern. She had already gleaned some insights into the demon lord's might from Qin Feiyu, but the cult's secrets over the years remained elusive, necessitating further investigation. I have only just assumed my position and am not well versed in these matters. The first archbishop, Lord Wu Feng, would certainly know, Tian Lu confessed candidly. Nye Dai felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed Tian Lu's rank was indeed too low. What is the purpose of seeking heroes? She shifted her line of questioning. To perform a blood sacrifice at the gates of hell and solidify it completely. This anchor point will allow us to summon the legions of hell, fulfilling our ambition to conquer the world. Quite ambitious, she remarked. Where is the captured hero? It is said that they are held in a special prison, accessible only to Lord Wu Feng. After their interrogation, Nye Dai did not leave empty-handed. Besides the uncertainty surrounding the demon lord's current power, she also uncovered a secret. The demon lord had summoned 3 head demons from hell, expending his essence to expedite the construction of the gates of hell. Whether this expenditure would have repercussions remained unclear, but it was likely that the demon lord felt confident no one could thwart his plans, bolstered by the strength of his subordinates. Having gathered this information, Nye Dai felt it insufficient. She needed to extract more intelligence. First, Archbishop Wu Feng. Tian Lu had revealed that he was the current head of the demon cult after the high priest ascended to the position of demon lord. His true power remained unseen. By standard measures, Wu Feng was at least 6-star elite. Otherwise, he would not have retained his position after the demon's arrival. Indeed, it was conceivable that he possessed capabilities akin to an ordinary 7-star demon. Nye Dai realized that attempting to confront him with her current strength was a fool's errand. She would have to employ cunning. What are Wu Feng's preferences or weaknesses? Lord Wu Feng, how shall I put it? He is quite lecherous. Tian Lu pondered for a moment before continuing. Any woman with a hint of beauty has been at his mercy. No wonder Tian Lu managed to make connections. There was a reason behind it. Nye Dai contemplated her mirrored doppelganger skill, formulating a plan in her mind. Chapter 80. Intelligence from Twilight City. Though Nye Dai's pink allure was formidable, it was not without its limitations. To ensure the success of her forthcoming plans, she needed to spare Tian Lu's life, lest she leave any loose ends. Once the bait was set, Tian Lu would naturally gain entry to hell. Recently, Wu Feng had been in a foul mood, to say the least. He had anticipated that assisting the high priest in summoning his true form would herald a golden age for the demon cult. However, the ritual had been disrupted by other factions, and only a handful of archbishops had returned, while the priests had suffered devastating losses, significantly weakening the cult's power. Furthermore, after the true form of the demon lord Uli Sun manifested, his attitude towards the demon cult had dramatically shifted. Were it not for their reliance on finding heroes to construct the gates of hell, he would have likely abandoned them altogether. Yet Wu Feng was equally apprehensive that once the gates of hell were completed, the demon lord might discard them. My lord, Priest Tian Lu seeks an urgent audience with you, a subordinate announced as Wu Feng, troubled in the church, received the news. What is it? Have him come forth. He claims to have uncovered a new batch of beauties and wishes for you to provide them with your guidance. The subordinate wore an understanding smile. Oh, is that so? Though Tian Lu's skills may be lacking, he certainly knows how to please me. Intrigued by the prospect of new prey, Wu Feng decided. I shall go and see for myself, to impart some wisdom. Feng Nest. After a day of meticulous preparation, Nye Dai awaited with the enchanted Tian Lu. Upon arriving at the phoenix nest, the sorcerer clad in a crimson robe was ushered through a designated passageway, leading him to a lavishly appointed chamber adorned with exquisite curiosities. Following a familiar route, he entered his private quarters, where he was greeted by a selection of enchanting maidens, each uniquely captivating, seated demurely by his bed. A profound sense of triumph and authority enveloped him. As long as he occupied this esteemed position, a steady stream of alluring women would present themselves before him. It was, without a doubt, a delightful arrangement. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a breathtaking beauty reclining on his bed, clad in a diaphanous blue gown. One delicate hand supported her swan-like neck, while the other held a luscious red apple, poised to be brought to her enticingly crimson lips. In that instant, the sorcerer's soul was ensnared. He had never imagined that such an extraordinary woman existed. The other maidens surrounding her seemed mere commonplace embellishments in comparison. As Nye, the assistant to the sorceress Tian Lu, observed the sorcerer's infatuation with her reflection, she discreetly unleashed her enchanting allure, deepening his obsession. Without a second thought, he lunged toward the image, his hands exploring her form. "How does it fare, my lord?" Tian Lu, under Nie Yadi's manipulation, humbly bestowed a flattering smile upon the sorcerer. "Indeed, the young one is promising." The sorcerer approached Nie Yadi's reflection, gently caressing her thigh. In response to her coy demeanor, he nodded contentedly, declaring, "Let them remain here. I shall impart my teachings upon them." "Your subordinate takes her leave," she replied, as the sorcerer succumbed to the tender trap laid for him. Tian Lu and Nie Yadi exited the chamber. Only one final step remained. Once the sorcerer fell into their ploy, the ensuing events would unfold effortlessly. After waiting outside for an hour, Nie Yadi instructed Tian Lu to re-enter the bedroom. Under the influence of the beautiful maidens and a specially concocted sedative, the sorcerer lowered his guard and ultimately fell victim to their scheme. Tian Lu transported the unconscious sorcerer to a secret prison prepared by Nie Yadi, where she would acquire everything she desired. Half a day later, Nie Yadi emerged from the prison disguised as the sorcerer. Although her seductive powers were peculiar, they proved insufficient against a sorcerer of the same caliber. Thus, she had discreetly eliminated the true sorcerer to ensure her safety. Before his demise, she skillfully harvested a significant quantity of his blood, preserving it in specially designed, non-perishable containers acquired through the trading system. Though she had lost her territory, the functionality of the panel remained intact as long as the Lord was alive. Hence, Qin Feiyu deemed it prudent to send her forth. In the following 2 days, Nie Yadi, under the guise of the sorcerer, consolidated portions of the demon cult's power and gathered comprehensive intelligence regarding Twilight City before contacting Qin Feiyu. As Qin Feiyu concluded a meeting, deep in thought regarding Nie Yadi's progress, a private message suddenly appeared on the panel. Private chat channel, Pink Beauty, Master. Yadi has successfully infiltrated and has intelligence to report. Dragon Knight, speak. Pink Beauty. The demon lord Yulizan is preparing materials to solidify the Hell Gate and is seeking wild heroes as sacrifices. Dragon Knight. Is this information reliable? Pink Beauty. I obtained it from the chief of the demon cult, the sorcerer. Dragon Knight. What is the current strength of Twilight City? Pink Beauty. Aside from demon lord Yulizan and 5 demons, 3 familiars have been summoned through special means. Their names are Shadow Demon, Mountain Demon, and Dream Demon. But I lack further details on their abilities or appearances. Dragon Knight. Any other information? Pink Beauty. I have heard that in recent years, the demon cult has captured numerous heroes and imprisoned them in a special prison within Twilight City. I hope you can rescue these heroes to prevent the successful construction of the Hell Gate. Dragon Knight. Your intelligence is invaluable. I shall reward you handsomely for this effort. Pink Beauty. It is my honor to serve you. Dragon Knight. Provide me with the coordinates of the prison housing the heroes. I will dispatch support promptly. As the private chat concluded, Qin Feiyu fell into deep contemplation. He had not anticipated that Nie Yadi would deliver such crucial intelligence within a mere few days, indicating that her capabilities had been grossly underestimated. Armed with this newfound information, he resolved to recalibrate his strategic deployment. The previously assigned elite team, led by Zawena, would maintain their destination but shift their objective to assist Nie Yadi in rescuing the heroes. They could no longer afford to remain passive as before once the rescue operation commenced. It would be imperative to mobilize the Legion and remain poised to support Zawena at a moment's notice. Having already suffered a setback under Demon Lord Yulizan's command, Qin Feiyu would not repeat the same mistake. It became evident why he had been unable to locate Luali for so many years. She had likely been secretly imprisoned by the demon cult, which harbored grand ambitions. This time, he would devote his full strength to the rescue. Upon hearing this news, Queen Loxio of the Elves became visibly agitated, fearing that her sister had also fallen victim, and thus offered her full cooperation. Qin Feiyu expressed the hope that, as before, if the elite forces faltered, a portal could be utilized for immediate support. However, unlike the previous occasion, they must avoid lingering in the enemy's stronghold and prepare against potential counterattacks through the portal. Loxio acknowledged his concerns and subsequently arranged the preparations for war. Following a summons from Qin Feiyu, Zawena and the heroes recalibrated their strategy. With Zawena's assurance, Qin Feiyu authorized her to lead the charge, with Nie Yadi poised to provide support on the opposite side of Twilight City. Upon confirming the location of the imprisoned heroes, they would act swiftly. Chapter 81. The rescue operation in the ensuing 2 days, while Nie Yadi discreetly strengthened her grasp on the forces under her control. She diligently sought information regarding the whereabouts of the imprisoned heroes. Benefiting from the sorcerer's identity, she successfully uncovered the location of the prison. Situated deep beneath the center of the inner city, the heart of the inner city housed a demon cathedral where, since Yulizin's return, his demonic followers resided in chambers established outside the cathedral. Even the sorcerer found it challenging to approach undetected. This dissatisfaction was compounded by the fact that the demon cult, despite being the rightful owners of the cathedral, had endured under the overwhelming power of the demon factions. As an imposter, Nia Yadi was even less inclined to confront demon Lord Yulizin directly. Consequently, upon learning the prison's location, she reached out to Qin Feiyu to discuss strategies. After a thorough exchange, she devised a plan. After summoning Zawena from outside Twilight City, Nia Yadi placed them into the portable soldier tablets carried by Zawena before returning to the Phoenix Nest. In a matter of days, she had transformed the location into her intelligence base, meticulously selecting a few astute maidens to gather daily intelligence. Tian Lu, assemble those on the list. I have matters to discuss, she commanded. The sorcerer handed a record of those dissatisfied with the demon's arrival to Tian Lu. Shortly thereafter, several newly appointed high priests and bishops arrived one after another. As a prominent figure within the demon cult, the sorcerer had secured his position as the head following the high priest's ascension to divinity. Given their recent appointments, they dared not offend the sorcerer and hurried to heed the summons. Once the group had gathered, a palpable anxiety permeated the air, as some feared offending the sorcerer while speculating on the purpose of this gathering. As we are all high-ranking members of the cult, I shall speak candidly, the sorcerer proclaimed. Stepping forward, since the high priest's ascension, our lives within the demon cult have become increasingly arduous. I understand the grievances that weigh upon your hearts. I too share in your discontent. The sorcerer's demeanor shifted from somber to dissatisfied. As loyal servants of the demons, we once rejoiced in the dawn of the demon era. Yet what rewards have we reaped? Master Yulizin, as the esteemed demon lord, rightfully deserves our service. However, that diminutive incubus was oppressing us all around, leveraging his status as a direct descendant of Lord Yulizin. Windspeaker paused momentarily. Is he deserving of this? The incubus was indeed bullying men and women, and we dared not voice our resentment. A high priest, harboring discontent, seized the opportunity, stating that today they would have Windspeaker seek justice for them. I had long held a negative opinion of that incubus. He was unsightly yet conceited, even daring to bed my wife. A bishop echoed the sentiment, imploring Windspeaker to deliver them justice. More and more individuals voiced their unspoken grievances. Windspeaker had not anticipated that, within a mere few days, this incubus had stirred up such widespread resentment. All right, everyone, fear not. I shall lead you to seek retribution. Windspeaker gestured to quell the rising tide of resentment, continuing. Even Lord Yulizin cannot afford to disregard the sentiments of us, his loyal followers. Yes, let us go to Lord Yulizin. Windspeaker observed the escalating fervor of the crowd with great satisfaction. In recent days, he had discerned the deep discontent among the demon cultists towards the newly arrived incubus. Thus conceiving the scheme for today, he had requested a few accomplices to feign indignation, and the effect had been remarkably pronounced. Windspeaker, taking the lead, guided the crowd towards the demon church. Little did these individuals know that they had already set foot on the path to their demise. Meanwhile, NEA, having made ample preparations, surreptitiously led Savina and others into the tunnel beneath the demon statue at the rear of the church, while Yulizin and his followers were distracted by the commotion outside. This secret passage led to the prison where the heroes were held, a secret known only to him and the high priest within the demon cult. The tunnel walls were adorned with demonic murals, depicting demons battling beasts, angels, and humans engaged in demonic rituals. NEA surmised that the demon cult had learned their summoning rituals from these peculiar murals. The depths of the tunnel felt somewhat damp. After traversing a considerable distance, NEA and her companions detected the cries of monsters. Several gargoyles hung upside down in the cavern, their gazes fixed menacingly upon the intruders. The elite squad swiftly dispatched them. Fearing unforeseen developments, NEA quickened their pace. Finally, they arrived at the entrance to a stone prison. NEA poured Windspeaker's blood, which she had prepared in advance, into a slot, and with a subtle tremor in the ground, the stone door slowly creaked open. Behind the stone door lay a series of stone cells. NEA, observing the heavy, sealed stone doors of the cells, sought assistance from Savina. Blacktooth, it's your turn. Savina frowned slightly, summoning the black dragon to assist. Despite being a dragon, her physical strength was no match for that of a black dragon. Boom. Upon receiving the order, Blacktooth shattered the stone door with 2 punches. Amidst the flying stone fragments, they finally beheld the scene within. It was a cramped space, with a carved stone bed to one side. A hunched figure lay upon it, his back turned towards them, appearing utterly pitiable. "Who are you?" Blacktooth, having shattered the stone door, approached the figure and inquired directly. Seemingly unaccustomed to interaction, the figure hesitated before reacting, glancing at Blacktooth and the assembled group before asking blankly, "Who are you?" NEA, sensing an ominous premonition, disregarded formalities and urged, "This place is not safe. Take him with us, and let's leave quickly." At Savina's signal, Blacktooth nodded and, disregarding the man's protests, hoisted him onto his back and carried him out. There were 10 cells in total, 8 of which were occupied, while the remaining 2 were empty. Some occupants were cooperative. Others were not. Some were of sound mind. Others were not. NEA's sense of impending doom grew stronger, and without explaining the situation, she led them in search of another passage. To NEA's surprise, another exit did indeed exist. However, the stone door leading out did not respond to Windspeaker's blood. Just as NEA was about to lead the group back the way they came, a disheveled woman stepped forward, offering to give it a try. With no other options, NEA readily agreed, and to her astonishment, the door opened. On their way out, NEA inquired about the woman's identity. "I was once the city lord here," the woman replied, her voice tinged with reminiscence before her expression turned to one of anguish. The group refrained from further questions, knowing that once they were out of this place, there would be ample time for explanations. However, fate had other plans. As NEA returned to the surface, brimming with elation, ready to employ the same tactic to bring everyone else out, a group of towering figures, led by the demon Lord Ulazan, stood before them. Behind Ulazan, a figure as massive as a mountain was still chewing on something, the bones protruding from his teeth resembling those of a thigh. "I didn't expect anyone to be stealing people right under my nose. You have quite the audacity." Ulazan, observing the transforming dragons before him, revealed his pearly white teeth slightly, then turned to Savina, "Little dragon girl, we meet again." Umph. Recalling the previous humiliation, Savina snorted coldly. However, she refrained from rash action. Her strength was far inferior to Ulazan's, and there was no need to court disaster. The immediate priority was to transfer the heroes and prevent Ulazan from successfully establishing the gates of hell. "You take them and leave first. We'll hold them back," Savina suggested after a moment's deliberation. She was uncertain whether Qin Feiyu would arrive in time as he had before. Only by transporting these heroes to safety would they have a chance. Otherwise, if a battle ensued and these weakened heroes were recaptured, it would truly be a cause for lamentation. NEA nodded in understanding and summoned the ultimate Hydra, leading the heroes towards the outer city. Their walking speed was too slow and they would easily be overtaken. "Your opponents are us." Seeing Ulazan attempt to bypass them and pursue NEA and the others, Savina launched the first attack, leading the dragon squad to restrain Ulazan and his cohorts, with their strength doubled and soft armor protecting them. Savina no longer feared Ulazan's use of special tactics, and she engaged him and several black dragons in a spirited exchange, observing the heroes gradually receding into the distance. Ulazan's expression grew somber. "Incubus, go and bring them back to me." "Yes, my lord." A handsome demon clad in red unfurled his wings and pursued NEA. Kono stepped forward to intercept him, but the incubus transformed into a bat and soared past Kono. Unable to stop the incubus, Kono was filled with consternation and rage. Just as he was about to give chase, Savina stopped him. "No need. It's just one demon. I believe she can handle it." After several clashes with Ulazan, Savina and the others clearly sensed that their opponent was far superior. The other dragons lacked her level of defense. And if Ulazan were to realize this and defeat them one by one, the situation would become critical. "If I can't deal with you, does that mean I can't deal with them?" Ulazan evaded Savina's attack and unleashed his demonic power in an instant, striking another charging black dragon squarely. With a single blow, the black dragon was crippled, crashing into and damaging several buildings before collapsing into the rubble, unable to continue fighting. "Damn it," Savina cursed inwardly. With the shift in offense and defense, Ulazan had gained the upper hand, and she was becoming increasingly passive. Meanwhile, NEA, communicating with Qin Feiyu, led the heroes on the back of the ultimate Hydra, charging recklessly. According to their prior plan, There was an open space not far from here, a place most suitable for a descent, defensible and attackable. Qin Feiyu's intention was for NEA to bring the heroes there to wait, prioritizing the rescue of the heroes. Running quite fast, a red bat swiftly arrived, transforming into a handsome demon in red before them, blocking their path. Before I introduce myself to the beautiful lady, I am the seventh demon under the demon lord's command, Incubus Samai. Sensing the ill intent emanating from the approaching figure, Nyayeti's vigilance heightened. Recognizing a similar aura, as anticipated, it appeared to be a formidable practitioner of mental prowess. Such a pity to harm such a beautiful maiden, she mused. With a swift teleportation, Samai materialized beside Nyayeti, caressing her delicate features. Just as the Hydra prepared to strike, Samai vanished, declaring, "If the beautiful maiden accepts my invitation, I shall spare these individuals." Samai cast a beguiling smile, unleashing her charm. However, Nyayeti, a connoisseur of enchantment, was prepared, fully aware that such abilities necessitate a medium. A rosy allure enveloped her, rendering Samai's charm ineffective. "I underestimated you," Samai conceded, her countenance darkening. "Since you remain obstinate, I shall resort to force." "Is that so?" A mocking voice echoed from behind Samai. A golden radiance pierced the air, revealing a colossal portal. From its depths emerged Qin Feiyu astride a black dragon, followed by a retinue of black dragons and dragonhawk riders. Behind them, impeccably arrayed legions stood ready. Minotaur kings, Medusas, elven hunters, griffin riders, elven priests, each poised, exerting immense pressure upon Samai. Despite his arrogance, the sheer scale of the opposing force quelled his bravado. Qin Feiyu's delay stemmed from further negotiations with Valnarado. He now understood the dragon's betrayal, a desperate pursuit of power. Recognizing Valnarado's and the other dragon's strength, Qin Feiyu sought to reconcile, promising to facilitate a return to the dragon realm for a chance at the dragon tomb. Though skeptical, Valnarado, weary of confinement, agreed. With no deep-seated animosity, he accepted Qin Feiyu's offer of reconciliation. The two forged an accord. Valnarado would serve Qin Feiyu for a year, after which he would be freed. Qin Feiyu vowed to aid Valnarado in his quest to reach the dragon tomb, securing a future for his black dragon warriors. Having observed Qin Feiyu's benevolence towards his subordinates, Valnarado willingly submitted. Trying to flee, Qin Feiyu scoffed as Samai transformed into a bat, attempting to escape. Immediately upon arrival, Qin Feiyu had sealed the area, addressing his long-standing concern about the demon's teleportation. Lacking a powerful sealing master, he had purchased a temporary sealing scroll, finding the demon resorting to bat form. Qin Feiyu unleashed his black dragons, their dragon breath assailing Samai's tiny form. Forced to revert to his true form, Samai faced the relentless onslaught of the black dragons, who sought to tear him asunder. Overwhelmed, he employed a blood escape technique, fleeing from the fray, leaving behind a trail of lost essence. The mission had failed, and the cost of escape was steep. He had to warn Yulizan. "Cease the pursuit," Qin Feiyu commanded, halting the black dragons. He gazed towards the demon church, having already instructed Savina to retreat. With their return, the rescue mission would be complete. Savina, upon receiving Qin Feiyu's message, promptly withdrew with the dragons. Yulizan, wielding his formidable power, targeted the weaker black dragons. Only Moonshadow's healing prevented significant losses. Yulizan then focused on Moonshadow, but the unicorn's unparalleled agility thwarted his attacks. Samai, returning wounded, briefly encountered Savina, both sides maintaining a silent truce. Yulizan, enraged by Samai's failure and the escape of the heroes, struck the demon before giving chase to Savina. The fate of the infernal gate hung in the balance. He had to recapture the heroes. Incompetent, a voice hissed as a shadow passed by, mocking Samai, who, already incensed, spat out blood. Even the shadow demon, a mere demonic censor, dared to deride him. The mountain demon, equally disdainful, lumbered past. Samai seethed, vowing that these arrogant fools would soon regret their words. Savina and her dragons reached Qin Feiyu, who awaited them, observing Valnarado and the black dragons. Savina returned to her ranks. The legions stood ready on the other side of the portal. Yulizan arrived to find the open portal and the assembled legions, recalling the previous invasion. "Why do you oppose us, demons?" he asked, perplexed. "I know you are the new lord of the dungeon, though we have no alliance. We are friendly neighbors. Why do you antagonize us?" He had investigated Qin Feiyu, discovering his control over the dungeon and the aid of the black dragons. "You provoke me." Not the other way around, Qin Feiyu retorted, dismissing Yulizin's words. The blood sacrifice of humans and the grievous injury to Savina had sealed their enmity. Moreover, Qin Feiyu intended to challenge the demon lord's dominion over Twilight City. It seems we cannot agree, Yulizin lamented, before lunging towards the portal, seeking to destroy it and trap Qin Feiyu within Twilight City. Retreat, Qin Feiyu ordered, anticipating Yulizin's move. The mission was accomplished. There was no need to offer an opportunity for a breakthrough. Savina and the dragons obeyed, retreating through the portal. Qin Feiyu smiled at Yulizin, who stood frustrated. Farewell. As Qin Feiyu rode Valnaredo away, the demons prepared to pursue, but Yulizin stopped them. Wait for the Shadow's report. The elusive Shadow Demon had followed them into their territory. Now, they awaited the Shadow Demon's intelligence. Is it not too perilous for the Shadow to fight alone? The Mountain Demon asked, concerned. While lacking combat prowess, the Shadow's abilities were unparalleled, detectable only by the mythical Oracle Angel. Yulizin waved dismissively, returning to the church. Angels are nearly extinct on this small island. And Oracle Angels? Rest assured, deprived of his captives, he had to find another way to complete the Infernal Gate's sacrifice. Returning to the territory, Qin Feiyu sighed with relief upon noticing that the demon Lord Yulizin did not pursue him. Even if he had, he was not afraid. It was just that he had yet to devise a means to counterbalance the demon lord. Any confrontation would inevitably lead to significant losses, a prospect he could not abide. Nye Yedi had already brought the rescued heroes to the Lord's manor, and as Qin Feiyu approached, he spotted a young man, stout and robust. Casting furtive glances at Nye Yedi, his demeanor anxious. What a surprise, a rescued individual taking an interest in his female servant. Qin Feiyu averted his gaze and took a commanding seat in the conference hall of the Lord's manor. Clearing his throat, he addressed the diverse assembly of heroes. I believe you all have gained a preliminary understanding of our situation. I am here now. Feel free to voice any inquiries. A female hero stepped forward from the crowd, her short hair practical, her features stern, clad in light armor, with a sword scabbard slung across her back. She resembled a valiant female swordsman. Might I inquire, my lord, what do we owe you for our rescue? Should you belong to a particular faction, I can send a message to have them negotiate your release. If you possess treasures, they may be exchanged for your lives. If neither option is available, you shall work for me for 3 months, after which you will be granted your freedom. Qin Feiyu outlined his conditions. He was no savior. It was not in his nature to release them without terms. As citizens of the Izumo Empire, was it not their duty to protect their homeland? Moreover, as the appointed lord of the Izumo Empire, it was his responsibility to serve the empire. Was it not fitting to rescue them? A mature woman with an alluring visage expressed her discontent. You speak of imperial duty, yet you are the one who allowed the fall of Twilight City. Qin Feiyu turned to her, puzzled. May I ask who you are? I am Mu Liushi, the former lord of Twilight City, she said, lifting her pristine neck with a hint of pride. Oh, you are the one who was deceived and led to the demise of the city guard, casting countless souls into the shadow of the demonic cult. Qin Feiyu raised an eyebrow, standing to confront her directly. He seized her by the throat, his voice a low growl. You, foolish woman, are responsible for the city's downfall. Now you dare speak of imperial duty? Do you even deserve to? In pain, Mu Liushi grasped his hand, attempting to break free, only to be thrown to the ground. I'm sorry, but if it were up to you, there may not be a chance to leave. Are you threatening me? Murdering the lord of the Izumo Empire is a grave offense. Mu Liushi's face turned pale. Horror etched across her features. I have more intriguing matters at hand. Qin Feiyu snapped his fingers, summoning Nye Yedi from outside. Take her away. I need to educate her on proper decorum. Now, let us discuss our affairs. Observing the shifting expressions of the remaining heroes, Qin Feiyu returned to his seat, gesturing for silence. After a display of force, Qin Feiyu noted a marked change in the demeanor of the other heroes. They began to establish the terms for their freedom. Among them were 3 who belonged to other factions, hoping to negotiate with their respective groups for their release, one of whom was Luoli. As an ally of the elven race, there was no need for Qin Feiyu to impose conditions. He simply directed her to meet with Luo Xiao. What surprised Qin Feiyu was discovering that the stout young man was the eldest son of the Huanghe Valley family, explaining his audacity in eyeing his female servant. Nevertheless, Qin Feiyu was not one to show leniency. When the Huanghe Valley representatives arrived, they would have to double the ransom if they wished to see their young master freed. The remaining 2 opted to exchange treasures for their freedom, which Qin Feiyu agreed to after careful consideration. He stipulated that for security reasons, they would leave the following day. Having been imprisoned for several years, they were not in a position to disagree. The last two expressed their willingness to work for Qin Feiyu for 3 months before departing. To his astonishment, the valiant female swordsman, who appeared to come from a noble lineage and bore an exquisite sword, ultimately chose to work for him. This decision left Qin Feiyu perplexed. However, he had other matters to attend to. After concluding this affair, he proceeded to the Elven territory, where Luo Shao was awaiting him for a discussion. "My lord, I have captured a spy." The oracle angel Yali suddenly interrupted him on the way, her expression one of eager pride. "A spy?" Qin Feiyu questioned, puzzled. Given the territory's stringent defenses, how could a spy have infiltrated? "Indeed, you thought we wouldn't discover it. But I caught them red-handed." Yali chuckled and tapped her staff against her left hand, revealing something invisible to Qin Feiyu's eyes. Unsure of what Yali was referring to, Qin Feiyu's gaze unintentionally drifted to her heart. "Do not gaze upon what is inappropriate," he admonished himself silently. "I forgot you cannot see it," Yali exclaimed, slapping her forehead in realization, her expression shifting to one of annoyance as she glared at the object in her hand. "Reveal yourself." As a cloud of darkness emanated from Yali's hand, Qin Feiyu finally discerned that it was a black frog. "This is a spy? Surely you jest." Had it not been for Yali's serious demeanor, he might have thought she was merely teasing him with a frog pulled from the mud. "Speak." Yali's frustration at Qin Feiyu's skepticism compelled her to strike the black frog with her staff. "Stop hitting me, I'll talk." The shadow demon, previously subdued by Yali's divine power, could no longer contain itself under the staff's holy light. Qin Feiyu's eyes widened in surprise. The creature possessed a level of intelligence he had not anticipated. Under Yali's duress, the shadow demon divulged its life as a demon. As Qin Feiyu listened, his expression grew grave. The demon Lord Yulizan had even more formidable subordinates yet to be summoned, and there were additional means to establish the gates of hell. This was indeed troubling news for him. Having invoked the servant's contract with the eye of the succubus, Qin Feiyu and Yali proceeded to the Elven territory. They needed to formulate a strategy immediately, for Yulizan was likely to act out of desperation. "Do you believe he may resort to a citywide sacrifice?" The Elven Queen Luo Shao, still basking in the joy of reuniting with Luoli, turned pale at this revelation. Qin Feiyu was equally taken aback by this news. He had intended to interrogate the shadow demon for crucial secrets, only to be met with this unexpected turn of events. Twilight City, even under the dominion of the demon cult, still housed over 100,000 souls. If an entire city sacrifice were indeed to occur, it would result in a nightmarish scene of bloodshed and suffering. Now, even if Qin Feiyu wished to avoid conflict, he could no longer remain passive in the face of such a calamity. He had thought that rescuing the heroes would prevent the gates of hell from opening. But it seemed that hope was nearly futile. It merely came down to the cost of intervention. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to take the initiative. Fortunately, Yali's discovery of the shadow demon had afforded them this vital information in advance. Otherwise, once the true blood sacrifice began, it would be far too late to act. How about a direct assault? Luo Shao suggested after some deliberation. This was not her first proposal. She had previously advocated for an immediate incursion into Twilight City to slay the demon lord, defeat the demon cult, and liberate the city. Her suggestions had been dismissed by the cautious Qin Feiyu. Now, with the knowledge of an impending citywide sacrifice, he found himself unable to remain inactive. "You mentioned that a sacrifice requires a magical formation? How long does it take to set up?" Qin Feiyu sought to buy more time and hastily inquired of the shadow demon. Should the ritual be conducted using blood and bone as a catalyst, it would not be overly complex. However, the toll would be significant, and the presence of impurities would hinder the summoning of a more powerful legion. The shadow demon candidly confessed, having just tasted the exquisite pleasure of soul torment, it dared not harbor rebellious thoughts against Qin Feiyu. "What about the time?" Qin Feiyu pressed. "It can be established within a day, but the blood sacrifice will require considerably longer. We cannot afford to wait for the blood sacrifice. If the enemy's legion arrives and slaughters these defenseless people, it will be far too easy," Luo Shao cautioned. "Indeed, we cannot delay further. The consequences would be dire." Qin Feiyu acknowledged. He had already learned from the shadow demon that the infernal legions were formidable. They must not be permitted to fully materialize, otherwise, there would be no chance of survival. Thus, it was decided, at dawn, the army would march towards Twilight City. After deliberation with Luo Shao, they reached a conclusive decision. The heroes departed to coordinate the efforts of their respective legions. This endeavor was far from simple and could impact the entire operation. Upon returning to his territory, he summoned all the troops he could recruit. The impending war demanded action, even if he could only muster a troop of 2- or 3-star soldiers. He would assemble a legion. "My lord, a large number of orcs are approaching. Their leader, Xiong Ta, awaits at the lord's manor. Shall we receive him?" Kataralan reported shortly after Qin Feiyu returned to the manor. "Bring him in," Qin Feiyu replied, his mood lifting upon learning of Xiong Ta's arrival. If utilized effectively, these orc warriors could prove to be a formidable fighting force. He had been concerned about the lack of mid-tier legions, having previously opted for an elite strategy. The arrival of the orc warrior tribe perfectly filled the void in Qin Feiyu's lower-tier combat strength, greatly boosting his confidence. Chapter 85. The ritual commences. Yulisen was in a foul mood. After Qin Feiyu rescued the heroes he intended to sacrifice, he found himself in a passive position. Originally, he had planned to use the blood of the heroes to directly summon the 7-star Hellgate, bringing his elite subordinates to the main world to accomplish the unification of Rough Island. Now that the heroes had fled, unless he could reclaim them, he was left with no choice but to resort to his last plan. The enemy's strength was not to be underestimated. Over a dozen black dragons possessed immunity to magic, forcing him to rely on equivalent demons for confrontation or even to take matters into his own hands to suppress them. Attempting to recover the heroes seemed like a fool's errand. However, even if his second plan succeeded, it would only summon the 6-star Hellgate, rendering his elite troops inaccessible. Even if he achieved victory this time, the losses could be substantial, affecting his subsequent campaign to conquer Rough Island. Unbeknownst to him, the Shadow Demon had already betrayed him, leaving him hesitant about whether to proceed with this strategy. Ultimately, he resolved to follow the path of sacrificing the entire city, first summoning the 6-star Hell Legion. Once the Shadow Demon had gathered sufficient intelligence, he would strike decisively to obliterate the opposition. He was determined to make this lord suffer excruciatingly, ensuring he regretted provoking Yulisen. As for the high-tier sacrificial offerings, a crimson figure flashed in Yulisen's mind. "Come forth." Upon hearing the summons, a black-robed bishop crawled into the church entrance, slithering like a dog before Yulisen, who gazed down with a sycophantic smile. "Master, I am here." This was the newly appointed first bishop, a loyal servant chosen by Yulisen. Over the past few years, he had acted as the high priest, but his true favorite was Wufeng. To his dismay, this individual had shown signs of treachery, having concealed his intentions so well that Yulisen had not suspected a thing. Collaborating with the enemy, he had disrupted Yulisen's most critical plan. If not for his untimely demise, Yulisen would have relished the opportunity to reduce him to ashes, lamenting the waste of his years of investment. "Gather everyone in the city here. I shall establish the Hellgate." Allowing them to bask in the miracles and receive the gifts of the Demon King, Yulisen commanded. "Thank you for your grace. May the glory of the Demon King be with me." The new bishop replied with fervent zeal, extending his hands in prayer before retreating. After his departure, Yulisen summoned the demons. The next steps involved engraving the ritual, offering the sacrifices, and finally executing the blood sacrifice to summon the demonic gate. Yulisen could hardly contain his anticipation for the arrival of his legion. Feiyu Town. 2 squads of hungry wolf knights? Where did you amass such numbers? Qin Feiyu expressed his confusion upon hearing Xiong Ta's report regarding the legion for this campaign. When he had visited the orc tribe, this legion had not existed. The unrest in the Orc Empire had prompted many to seek refuge, yet they were still caught in the turmoil and had agreed to join the battle. Xiong Ta explained. Qin Feiyu cared little for the strife within the Orc Empire. All that mattered was that he now commanded 2 additional squads of hungry wolf knights. Though a mere 2-star troop, 2 squads meant 120 soldiers, a delightful surprise for him. What else? 1 squad of 3-star orc warriors, 2 squads of 4-star orc generals, and 1 squad of 5-star orc leaders. This military strength paled in comparison to the elves. Qin Feiyu mused, perplexed as to why such a weak orc tribe was treated with such gravity by Luo Xiao. Without dwelling on it too much, he summoned the other heroes of his legions. With the onset of a new week, Qin Feiyu had fully recruited his forces. War was no trivial matter. Despite this, he felt no assurance of victory. He was compelled to fight. Currently, his overall strength included the Dragon Legion led by Sir Shervina, comprising 20 dragons, including Varnado. 1 squad of Minotaur warriors led by Miss one squad of Medusas led by Zelene, one squad of Dragonhawk Knights, Royal Griffins, and Centaur mixed troops led by the tactical master hero, Xiva, who yearned for vengeance, and lastly, the Orc Legion under Xiang Ta. Coupled with the strength of the Elf Legion, this was the mightiest assembly Qin Feiyu could muster. With the Oracle Angel Yali stationed at the rear and the Shadow Demon imprisoned in a special vessel, Qin Feiyu dared not bring it along. Fearing it might escape during battle, resulting in significant losses, he hoped to utilize the Shadow Demon in the future. Feiyu Town was approximately a day's march from Twilight City at their current marching pace. To minimize the impact of travel on combat effectiveness, Qin Feiyu decided to advance with Shervina towards Twilight City, then use a portal to bring the Legion over. This not only saved half a day's time, but also allowed the Legion to be well-rested, ready to face the impending conflict. After finalizing the battle plan, Qin Feiyu instructed his troops to rest well. The next day would determine their fate. The following day, just before dawn, Qin Feiyu and Shervina set out. Having finished breakfast, they arrived at the outskirts of Twilight City. They conducted a quick reconnaissance and found the entire village deserted. Clearly, the ritual had commenced. Qin Feiyu's expression turned grave as he chose a spacious area to begin summoning the portal. On the other side, Miss Luo Xiao and the others had readied their legions. And as soon as Qin Feiyu's portal opened, they entered in an orderly fashion. They were aware of their mission, so this time Qin Feiyu refrained from delivering another speech. The army marched forth. Their objective, Twilight City. Inside Twilight City's inner sanctum. Why? Lord Ulysses, why choose me? The dream demon Shemaya, bound to the blood-soaked crucifix of sacrifice, let out an anguished roar. Why had Ulysses selected her as the offering? She had remained ever loyal, devoted to Ulysses, yet had ultimately become a sacrificial pawn. The contradiction tormented her. I do not wish this either. It is simply necessary for someone to make a sacrifice. Ulysses gazed at the subdued dream demon Shemaya, shaking his head in a semblance of regret. I can only choose you. After all, you are the most useless among them. Shemaya, disheartened by Ulysses' indifferent expression, reflected on the absurdity of competing with other demons for the 3 coveted spots to assist him at the beginning of the summoning. Do the cunning rabbit's allies perish when it does? Yet here I am, facing my demise before the rabbit even falters. Ignite it. The ritual commences. I shall wait for you below, Ulysses. With a bitter smile, Shemaya was consumed by hellfire at Ulysses' command, reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, a procession of hollow-eyed individuals had their throats slit by the lurking fiends, their crimson blood flowing towards the ritual circle of the hellish gate. A faint projection of a door gradually materializing above. Accelerate the process. Ulysses, invigorated by the emergence of the Hellgate's projection, hastily commanded. He was eager to witness the arrival of his legion. Chapter 86. The front lines of war, my lord. A massive army has gathered outside Twilight City. I suspect an enemy assault. Ulysses, lost in dreams of sweeping across the continent, was interrupted by the clumsy rush of his loyal bishop, who stumbled before him with the report. Curse it! Why did you not come earlier? Enraged by the news, Ulysses struck a stone pillar with his fist and marched towards the outer city with his demons. Where are the followers of the demon sect? Come join me to face the enemy. Yes, I shall summon our forces immediately. The kneeling bishop nodded fervently, rising as soon as Ulysses departed to rally the newly appointed bishops and priests. Over 100 warriors marched boldly along Ulysses' path towards the outer city. As Qin Feiyu and his troops surged into the outer city, they too discovered the absence of its inhabitants, igniting a sense of foreboding. He commanded his legion to quicken their pace, but the width of the city streets limited their advance, forcing Misai and the others to proceed in single file while remaining vigilant against ambushes from the sides. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Lord of the underground city, Ulysses sneered as he appeared atop the rooftops with his demons. Behind him, the minions of the demon sect had summoned a battalion of lesser demons, a significant number of gorgons, and a contingent of hellhounds. Further back, a company of fiends and 2 squads of horned demons, alongside a squad of flame sprites, followed. Attack! Without hesitation, Qin Feiyu ordered. Ulysses' appearance likely signified a delay tactic. Charge! Misai, the Bull King hero, roared as he led his Bull King legion into the fray. In the clash of forces, he was resolute that the opposition could not withstand them. Elven arrow rain. Stars fall. The backline, comprising Medusa and the elves, wasted no time launching a torrent of arrows, decimating the lesser demons before they could even confront the Bull King. In the wake of Misai's relentless charge, the lesser demons were entirely obliterated. The Gorgons behind them met a similar fate, yet they ultimately managed to halt the Bull King's advance, engaging in a brutal melee. Seeing his summoned minions swiftly annihilated, the priests of the demon sect consumed magical potions and recast their spells, continuously summoning fodder. These potions were the result of the demon sect's research, capable of rapidly replenishing the user's magical energy, allowing the priests to cast spells incessantly. Despite the potion's challenging production, the urgency of the moment demanded their use as the Hellgate loomed on the horizon. The Bull King Legion had initially held the advantage, but with the new wave of summoned fodder, they found themselves besieged, overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Change formations. The voice of hero Xiva echoed from the rear, prompting Misai to retreat with the wounded Bull Kings. The Wolf Riders and the hybrid warriors of the Lion and Tiger tribes filled the gaps left by the Bull Kings and clashed once more with the summoned legion of the demon sect. Arrow rains continued to fall from the rear. The frontline combat shifted with each formation change, and despite the magical potions, the forces of the demon sect soon found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught. Yulisen, feeling restless, sensed the Hellgate nearing completion. However, with the enemy advancing so rapidly, the consequences of their breach into the inner city would be dire. "Follow me into battle," he bellowed, plunging into the fray. In a flash, he appeared before the Bull King Legion once more, and with a flick of his demonic claws, he effortlessly felled a valiant Bull King, silencing him forever. In a blur, 5 demons emerged, claiming the lives of 5 more Bull Kings. Damn it! Misai, who had underestimated the enemy's forces, felt rage swell within him upon witnessing the slaughter. He could not contain himself and launched an attack against Yulisen. Yet, it was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Another swipe of Yulisen's claws sent Misai crashing to the ground, eyes wide in disbelief. Damn it! Qin Feiyu, stunned by Yulisen's direct involvement in the battle and the swift demise of his Bull King Legion, felt his heart wrench. Misai, a hero who had fought alongside him for a long time, deserved better than this fate. Shervina, you and Varnado take the dragon squad to entrap Demon Lord Yulisen and his demons. We shall hasten our assault. After a brief glance at Yali, and upon receiving her nod, Qin Feiyu quickly regained his composure and issued new commands. If they could break into the inner city and destroy the Hellgate, they could thwart the invasion of the Hellish Legion. As for settling scores with Yulisen, that could wait. 20 dragons soared from the rear, with 10 dragons each targeting a single demon, while Shervina and Varnado coordinated with the remaining 8 dragons to ensnare Yulisen. As long as they could bind him, the tide of battle would soon tilt in their favor. Do you truly believe that sheer numbers can defeat me? Yulisen mocked as he surveyed the encircling dragons. With a sudden displacement, he vanished from their grasp. When he reappeared, he was beside 2 black dragons engaged in battle with demons. With a swift motion of his claws, he tore into one black dragon, leaving it gravely wounded and collapsing to the ground. Employing the same tactic, he weaved through the ranks of dragons, inflicting severe injuries on several more. Realizing the disadvantage of their scattered formation, Shervina quickly called the dragons to regroup, and Yulisen ceased his singular assaults. Though immensely powerful, he recognized the risks of being overwhelmed by the dragons' coordinated attacks. With the Hellgate's imminent opening and his advantage in numbers, he had no intention of placing himself in jeopardy. Seeing the dragons consolidate their forces, Yulisen redirected his focus to the front line battling the mixed beastmen army. With a swift movement, he lunged into their ranks, mercilessly slaughtering the feeble warriors. Qin Feiyu, watching Yulisen wreak havoc, felt a sudden headache. The demon's ability to teleport was a significant challenge that he needed to address swiftly. Otherwise, their forces would be systematically weakened, placing him in grave danger. As Yulisen reveled in the slaughter of the weak, a sense of indescribable pleasure washed over him. It had been ages since he had savored the thrill of exterminating foes, especially within the ranks of the opposing army. He felt the faint connection of the Hellgate, signaling its impending opening. Soon, the Demon Knight Legion he once commanded would descend upon this world. Tremble, you wretched beings. I can already hear your wails. Yulisen laughed maniacally, licking the hot blood from his claws. Chapter 87. The Brutal Fight. Varnado, take 5 black dragons to the inner city and destroy their Hellgate. Shiwena, you entangle Yulisen with the remaining dragons, striving to hinder his return. Qin Feiyu suddenly recalled that Yulisen's concern lay with the Gate of Hell, and immediately instructed Valnardo and Shiwena to act separately. He emphasized the priority of personal safety. Valnardo promptly led the dragons towards the inner city, while Xiwena descended with the other colossal dragons to restrain Yulizhen as much as possible. The Elven and Beast legions, aware of Yulizhen's formidable nature, shifted their focus onto the wicked warlocks of the demon cult who summoned lesser demons and other infernal creatures. Another volley of arrows descended, the powerless sacrifices falling like lambs to the slaughter. Only the high priests and bishops, due to their formidable strength, managed to summon fiends to withstand the onslaught. Damn it, we must retreat. Yulizhen, amidst the fray, suddenly noticed the dragon squad splitting off to raid, realizing that these warlocks were unreliable. He quickly called for a pursuit towards the inner city. His legion was about to arrive, and at this juncture, any mishap was unacceptable. A few demons instantly followed Yulizhen as he retreated, leaving behind a group of bishops and high priests to resist Qin Feiyu's advancing army. Xiwena likewise pursued with the dragons, knowing that Valnardo's few dragons stood no chance against Yulizhen unless they united. Without Yulizhen's presence, the opposing legion crumbled like paper, swiftly decimated. Even the bishops and high priests perished under the iron hooves of the united forces without a single escape. Thus, the demon cult was left in name only. Once Yulizhen was eliminated, Twilight City would achieve total liberation. After the elven priests restored some injured soldiers, the maimed were left to clean the battlefield while Qin Feiyu pressed onward. As he passed by Mrs. Corpse, Qin Feiyu paused briefly before rushing towards the inner city. Knowing that if Yulizhen could not be dealt with, those who left him would only increase. If the detestable demons were eradicated, perhaps some of the sacrificed could be saved. Within the inner city, a massive pool of blood simmered. The scalding steam was absorbed by a towering skeletal gate, which became increasingly distinct. Beneath the enormous skeletal gate, a disc-shaped entity slowly advanced towards the demon cathedral. Valnardo had already led his team to dodge and weave, yet was still struck by the pursuing Yulizhen, coughing blood. Upon Xiwena's arrival, both sides reached a stalemate. However, the blood sacrifices continued, and the sky over Twilight City was shrouded in thick red mist, within which the surging lava below revealed powerful legions preparing, a projection linked to the Gate of Hell. Qin Feiyu understood the dread of the Gate of Hell's arrival. Upon entering the inner city, he commanded all legions to charge once more. This time, no one obstructed them, as long as Yulizhen approached. Xiwena's side could also disrupt the Gate of Hell, leaving Yulizhen to choose. Yulizhen, too, grasped the intentions of the opposing lord, realizing that this seemingly insignificant human lord had pushed him to this juncture step by step. At this moment, he knew it was too late for regrets. The Gate of Hell was nearly upon them, and sacrifices were unavoidable. Resolutely, Yulizhen teleported before the colossal skeletal gate and gravely addressed the disc-shaped entity, Mountain Demon. "It is time for your sacrifice for the king." With a thunderous roar, the Mountain Demon seemed aware of its impending fate, its deafening growl resonating throughout the earth. Yulizhen unleashed the Claw of Hell, a black demonic hand descending from the infernal projection, piercing the Mountain Demon's heart. The Mountain Demon collapsed, its essence flowing into the skeletal gate, which solidified instantly, taking root in the space left by the Mountain Demon's ashes. The Gate of Hell manifested, and knights clad in fiery red armor surged forth, riding dark unicorns from the gate. Leading them was a red-haired demon, who approached Yulizhen with respect, saying, "Lord Yulizhen, the Nightmare Knight Commander Lanston and his legion await your orders." Following this, the Lava Fiend Legion emerged from the Gate of Hell, along with the Hellwolf Cavalry and the Burning Guardian Legions. The Blazing Elf Legion was the last to emerge. Thus, all 5 legions under the Demon Lord, aside from the Demon Legion, were gathered. Good, excellent. Yulizhen surveyed the robust legions with satisfaction. Although it was somewhat regrettable that the Demon Legion could not be summoned at this moment, he was confident that if he dealt with these disarrayed forces, he could summon the Demon Legion afterward. Crush them, Yulizhen commanded before leisurely finding a place to rest. Previously, he had been solitary and vulnerable, but now, with this formidable lineup, it would be beneath him to personally engage. It was time to fight. Luo Shao gazed at the Gate of Hell taking shape, the infernal legions emerging, sighing helplessly as the knuckles of the hand holding the elven staff turned white. They had done all they could, yet still failed to prevent the Gate of Hell's arrival. Now, they could only fight to the last. "Then let us battle." Qin Feiyu nodded, acknowledging their efforts. He had enjoyed an unbroken streak of fortune until today, when he found himself cornered. In this war, He had no choice but to stake everything. Suddenly, he remembered a demon crystal. He instructed Yali to return to the earlier battlefield and search for any other demon crystals, then open the lucky wheel once more. Hoping for a reversal of fate, Yali quickly returned, shaking her head at Qin Feiyu. He felt a twinge of disappointment, knowing such things could not be forced. He could only place his hopes on the new round of items, seeking something to enhance his chances of victory. War Beast, a rare 6-star unit. With skills capable of catastrophic destruction, its claws formidable against dragons, and a bloodthirsty frenzy. Acquisition probability, 0.000000000000001. Source of the Sacred Spring. A miraculous spring capable of healing all, requiring cultivation to produce a continuous flow of sacred spring water. Acquisition probability, 0.00000000001. Dragon Wings. A legendary defensive treasure that can withstand a single lethal blow, enhancing defense by tenfold and granting a 20% bonus to dragon attributes. Acquisition probability, 0.000000001. Without pausing to examine the results of the lucky wheel, Qin Feiyu immediately reversed the odds and collected all the precious prizes in a single 9-spin. The one solace was that with the dragon wings, he could also contribute his strength. Chapter 88. The Might of the Infernal Legions, the Nightmare Knights. A 6-star legion with only 2 squads, charged forth with tremendous momentum. The Minotaur Legion in Qin Feiyu's hands was already battered, retreating under the assault of the Nightmare Knights. Fortunately, the inner city was expansive. The Orc Legion and Elven Hunter Legion followed closely, supported by ranged troops, resulting in a fiercely contested battlefield where neither side could gain the upper hand. However, the infernal forces were not limited to just the Nightmare Knights. Following them was the Hell Wolf Cavalry. Though the Hell Wolves were only a 3-star unit, their numbers compensated for their lower tier. The mixed legion that had surrounded the Nightmare Knights had to shift focus to confront the Hell Wolf Cavalry. As both cavalry legions were obstructed by Qin Feiyu's forces, the Lava Fiend Legion and the Burning Guardian Legion struck simultaneously, plunging both sides into chaotic melee. With the front lines in disarray, the rear legions occasionally seized opportunities to strike, effectively countering each other. The battlefield resembled a colossal meat grinder, with countless soldiers perishing as both legions suffered heavy losses. Qin Feiyu seized this opportunity, summoning the ultimate Hydra retrieved from Nea and manifesting the War Beast, which landed amidst the enemy's blazing Elf Legion. Confronted with the vulnerable mage, the two behemoths advanced unhindered, dismantling the Flame Sprite Legion's formation in a mere half-minute. Innumerable flame sprites were flattened into mere smears before they could even react. Damn it, Yalison, who had been leisurely observing the battle with assured confidence, was abruptly taken aback by the two summoned 7-star monstrosities disrupting the situation. Uttering an exasperated snarl, he commanded, "You, resolve those two." Noticing the elite dragon forces fixated on him, Yalison ultimately relinquished his initial plan to personally intervene. Even if he were to deal with those two adversaries, it would still require a significant amount of time. With the Hell Gate's stability in question, his presence as the gate's guardian was paramount. There was no need to be led by the nose by the opposition. As 5 demons descended into the fray, the War Behemoth and the Ultimate Hydra found themselves besieged, no longer able to wreak havoc upon the Flame Sprite Legion. After leaving behind more than a dozen Flame Sprite corpses, the remaining bulk of the 5-star Flame Sprite Legion retreated to safety, resuming their spellcasting. With the demons' arrival, the disadvantage of Qin Feiyu's Legion grew increasingly pronounced. Were it not for the Legion's substantial numbers, they would have been unable to contend with the 6-star Nightmare Knights. Despite their efforts, the number of frontline combat troops continued to dwindle, eventually compelling Qin Feiyu to dispatch Varna and his dragons to provide support. "Heh, I thought you could truly remain composed." Yalison taunted, observing Varna leading half of the dragon contingent to reinforce the front lines. He immediately retaliated, unwilling to suffer losses so soon after the Hellgate's emergence. His initial inaction stemmed from his confidence that his legions were sufficient to handle the opposition. However, their unexpected surprise assault on the rear lines and the subsequent deployment of dragons forced him to abandon his passive stance. "Little dragon girl, let's play." With a swift teleport, he instantly advanced towards Zavina, unleashing a strike with his demonic claws. Zavina, having closely monitored his movements, had already grown wary after his disappearance from his previous position. As Yalison materialized beside her, She unhesitatingly retreated, creating distance between them. Simultaneously, she unleashed a frigid breath, which Ulysses directly intercepted with his demonic claw. He raised his claw, partially encrusted with frost, and dispersed the ice crystals into a mist. Ulysses inhaled deeply, relishing the sensation. Truly refreshing, more please. Taste this then. Summon Storm. Qin, seizing the opportunity while Ulysses' attention was focused on Zavina, roared and revealed his true form. His immense azure wings unfurled, and a gentle breeze stirred in the sky, gradually coalescing and forming a succession of azure vortices. Countless vortices spiraled and converged, creating a formidable storm that surged towards Ulysses. Ulysses, observing the approaching storm, instantly teleported closer to Qin, scoffing in his ear, "With such sluggishness, are you certain you can even hit me?" A jet-black claw flashed, striking the still-recovering Qin, sending his massive dragon frame crashing to the ground, enveloped in dust and mist. Ulysses shook his head with a hint of disappointment, chuckling. "The little dragon girl's ice enchantment has further enhanced my demonic claws. You shall die." Blackwing, witnessing Qin's grievous injury, transformed into his dragon form, his vertical pupils blazing with furious flames, and charged directly towards Ulysses, intent on tearing the detestable demon lord to shreds. Triple claw strike. 3 incredibly swift, colossal dragon claws struck Ulysses, who effortlessly evaded them. Ulysses easily leaped onto Blackwing's back, piercing through half of Blackwing's wing with a thrust attack. Scalding blood gushed forth, and Blackwing cried out in agony, crashing through several buildings before being buried, unable to rise again. "Concentrate your attacks. Do not allow him to defeat us one by one." Witnessing his comrades being crippled one after another, the black dragons grew increasingly agitated, prompting Zavina to interject with a reminder. Initially, they could at least stall and persevere against Ulysses. However, taking the initiative would only provide him with opportunities to swiftly decimate their ranks. Her sole recourse was to restrain Ulysses while ensuring the integrity of their own combat strength, awaiting a breakthrough on other battlefields. Following Zavina's admonition, the black dragons gradually regained their composure. They recognized that their opponent was alone, and by maintaining a defensive posture, they might be able to endure. Ulysses, surprised by Zavina's newfound prudence, found his fascination with her intensified. During his time in hell, the other lords under the king would flaunt their hell wyverns, constantly mocking him. It was then that he resolved to capture a genuine dragon to ride upon his arrival in the prime material plane. He had no interest in those diminutive, meter-long lizards, which the other lords seemed to prize so dearly. Upon his emergence from hell, he encountered Zavina, possessing both beauty and intellect and strength. She was far superior to those repugnant lizards in hell, and comparing her to them was an insult. It was for this reason that he had channeled a trace of abyssal power from his own abyssal bloodline into Zavina's body. Had Zavina succumbed to him, he could have completely controlled her through this abyssal power. He relished the feeling of subjugation, especially with a little dragon girl like Zavina, whom he could ride both day and night. However, fate had other plans, and for reasons unknown, that trace of abyssal power was dispelled, leaving him disappointed. Fortunately, he had successfully summoned the Hell Gate, and now, facing Zavina, he could patiently devote his time to taming her. Since bloodline control was unfeasible, he would resort to forceful conquest.